these past couple of years. My mother was the only one to express love to me, and she is many months gone. Though you wear the mask, I can see in you many of those emotions, and they frighten me."
"They needn't. I mean no harm to you."
Her gaze lowered, and she half turned to stare into the darkness. "However scarred your body might be, I realize that your soul suffers far more, and because of this, I pity you."
He gave a snort of derision. "I urge you to save your pity for a more deserving soul, madam. 'Tis the last thing I want from you."
"Stewart."
"And I would urge you, madam, to have a care when addressing me. The use of my given name in public could bring about your widowhood in a most untimely manner."
"I will be careful, my lord." She moved forward, glancing about the room in curiosity. "Would this be the music room?"
"'Twas my father's study. He doted on his lady's skill with this."
"You seem to know the manor well."
"Why do you say that, my love?"
"I have wandered about this place for several days," she answered softly. "But I found no harpsichord."
"I am a normal man in the guise of a beast. While you dream upon your pillows, madam, I am pierced with visions of the one my heart would have, and I roam this house in agony. Whatever distractions I find here, I welcome."
"I do not begrudge you anything, Stewart," she said gently. He rose, and with that odd hitching gait, came to stand close before her.
"Madam, you would hide in your chambers, trembling with fear, if you knew the full weight of that emotion I now hold in check."
Slowly, he lifted a hand, and Erienne fought the urge to flee as he reached out to cup her breast. Her whole body trembled beneath his touch, and it took all of her resolve to stand quietly while his thumb caressed the soft peak. Then his arm slipped about her slender waist as if to draw her toward him, and she broke, twisting out of his embrace, and was gone, flying in sudden panic through the house, never pausing until she was again in her chamber. Gasping for breath, and with weak knees trembling beneath her, she rested her back against that solid panelled door, which, though unbolted, had protected her thus far, and from far below came the hollow echo of rasping, mocking laughter. Chapter 14. The night was cold and crystal clear. The stars twinkled with a brilliance of their own. With the crisp air, the light snow cover squeaked beneath the feet, and one had to tread softly to pass through the night unheard. In a small valley near the top of a swelling moor, a camp had been laid, and it bore a feeling of permanency. Lanterns were lit, and 60 tents were banked with straw and dead leaves as added protection against the cold. At the far end of the valley, a shallow cave was stacked with powder kegs, wooden boxes, and other supplies. Near one side of it, a series of rope stalls held more than a dozen horses. In the centre of the camp, a pair of heavily garbed men half squatted on logs beside a fire.
"Poor old Timmy,"
one sighed.
"That night rider took him, he did. Skewered him right through the gizzard, then slit his throat."
"Aye," the other agreed, nodding his head before he sucked at a small earthen cup of ale.
"That black-hearted whelp of the devil's running too close for comfort. That old widow woman, she says as how she saw the night rider not more than 2 or 3 miles south of here. The captain better be finding us another hideout. In a trade the likes of this, laddie, 'tain't wise to keep chambers too long in one spot. Aye, we've got enough for a fine spree. Even figuring what Tommy took to lay off on his doxy, 'twould fetch us a high time in Carlisle. Remember Alton, that Low Street tavern, and that sweet, plumpy, red-haired wench what serviced the rooms."
Orton surveyed the high stone cliffs that surrounded them, then stood up and stamped his numb feet. He jerked his head toward the dark-shadowed opening that marked the entrance to the hidden vale.
"Who's on lookout?"
Luddy huddled beneath his dark cloak.
"John Turner's out there. He'll be coming in near midnight and wake old Clyde. And I'll be turning in,"
Orton stated, tossing a large log on the fire. Stomping off, he entered one of the tents and soon doused the light. Luddy watched for a while, then shivered and went to his own tent. The camp grew quiet. The lamps went out one by one, and soon the only light came from the dimmed lantern hanging from the stable cave and the flickering fire. The multitude of snores grew loud, and no one heard the distant grunt as John Turner was struck from behind. A rope swished in the still night air as it sailed over a stout branch of a tall tree. The limp form was dragged up feet first, and in the gentle breezes he swung like a pendulum with the creaking of the branch to mark the passing of time. A vague movement came near the entrance, and an indistinct black form materialized from the darkness. The shape paused at the very edge of the firelight, where the dancing flames cast a dim glow over the black shrouded figure and the huge ebony stallion he rode. Like the eerie quiet before a raging storm, the ghost rider waited with death-like stillness. His arm came forward, swinging a dark shape on the end of a long rope so that it landed in the fire. There was a crackling and a snapping, and in a moment a dead ewe, perhaps the height of a man, was ablaze with white-hot flames. The nighthawk reined the horse around, careless now of sound. He jerked the rope, and the blazing tree soared. With a thunderous bellow, he set spurs to his heavy-muscled steed, swinging him in a wide circle and dragging the tree behind. The thing bounced, twisted, crashed, bounced again, as if it were a wild creature at the end of a tether. Burning brands flew in every direction, and the canvas shelters burst readily into flame. The rider made a wide sweep of the tents, igniting them all. The camp dissolved into a screaming melee. Men burst from the burning tents and rushed about in mindless confusion, screaming and shouting, slapping at the bits of charred or flaming canvas that clung to them, while frantically trying to salvage their hides and hair or whatever unscorched portions remained of them. The night rider spurred his mount toward the cave and hurled his brand atop the small kegs that were neatly stacked against the back wall. The horses shrieked in panic and broke their ties to race out and plough, jumping and kicking through the already dazed men of the camp. Old Clyde was on his way toward the entrance when he came upright in sudden fear. He screamed, and the snow melted about his shuffling feet as he tried to put some direction to them. The black stallion reared before him, its rider garbed in flowing cloak, and with a length of pale blue steel in his hand. The apparition laughed, and Clyde would later swear the rider's eyes flashed fire as he shouted for all who would listen. "Cutthroats, and the likes of ye shall find no haven in these hills. I will search ye out wherever ye go, until ye scatter and flee for your lives." Clyde waited, clenching his eyes tightly shut. He was certain that his end would come, and was almost as sure that the flashing steel had already sapped his life without his knowledge. After a moment, he lowered his arms from off his head and opened his eyes. His raised foot sagged until his toe tentatively touched the ground, and his jaw hung slack, nearly meeting it. The vision was gone. What remained was only a peal of laughter echoing above the din in the vale. Clyde turned and found two others gaping behind him. His hand shook as he gestured over his shoulder. "Did you see?" His fear-troubled voice broke, and he tried again. "Did you see him? I fought him off." His hand searched wildly for a weapon to support his claim. A broken tent pole seemed to fill it magically, and he brandished it in gleeful relief that he was still alive. Someone in the camp fired a musket, and the ball ricocheted from a cliff to whine harmlessly off in the night. Then a voice gabbled in growing fear. "The fire! The powder kegs! They're on fire!" As if to support the statement, a bright flash filled the stable cave, and a score or so of small flaming casks went bounding through the vale. Horses ran everywhere, and the blazing tents and clothes were pounded into a snowy wet rubble amid the tumbled rocks. Men leapt for shelter, or sought with bare hands to scratch shallow trenches in the icy earth where they lay, anything to escape the burning kegs and the flaring gunpowder that with a vengeance sought them out. A mile or so away, a black-clad rider paused in crossing a low bridge to look back at the havoc he had wrought. A rapid series of flashes lit the night sky. Flaming brands etched neat, fiery arcs and fell sputtering through the air, while a herd of horses fled at breakneck speed across a distant rise. Even from where he was, he could still hear the bellows of rage and screams of pain. The night rider chuckled to himself. It was better than 5 miles to the nearest shelter, and a lightly clad walk on a cold winter's night should give them all something to think about. Lord Saxton's rooms were at the front of the manse, and from the diamond-paned windows one had a clear view of the road that wound its way across the valley toward the tower entry. Erienne had ventured to the chambers with Aggie to judge the need for further furnishings, and for the first time Erienne surveyed the rooms, which were slightly smaller than her own. A small, separate alcove provided privacy for baths and grooming, and as in the larger room, everything was neatly in place. The foot of the heavily draped, canopied bed opened toward the hearth, where a pair of Elizabethan chairs sat at a small table. Nearer the windows, and on the adjoining walls, 2 tall armoires, locked against intrusion, faced each other from opposite sides of the room. A wide desk was placed beneath the windows, where it could catch the light, and a thick, leather-bound book lay on its polished planks near an oil lamp. Aggie gestured to the volume and stated matter-of-factly, "The master keeps a record of his tenants here. You'll find an account of all the births and deaths of those who've ever lived here on the Saxton lands. Some day, Mum, the births of your wee ones will be noted here in his lordship's own hand." Erienne was not sure if she appreciated the reminder of what her duties entailed, but she could hardly fault the woman for the enthusiasm she displayed when the subject concerned the family's continuance. She was accepting the fact that Aggie was uncommonly fond of her master, and, like a doting mother, seemed blind to his fearsome appearance. That fact was not true of his wife, however, and even as she stood in his bedchamber, well aware that he had left the manor a full hour before, she could not feel totally at ease. He had startled her so many times by appearing without warning, she could never be sure where he was. She had come to his rooms almost reluctantly, not wanting to intrude, yet knowing she could not continue to avoid them without arousing the servants' curiosity. "There's a coach coming, Mum," Aggie called from the window. Erienne joined the housekeeper at the crystal panes. Apprehension settled in, as Erienne recognised the conveyance, and she was more than a little curious as to what manner of business Lord Talbot was about today, and who he would be wanting to see. She waited beside the window until the coach halted, not in the mood to humour the man by rushing down to meet him. She remembered his conduct at the assembly far too well to look forward to entertaining him in the absence of Lord Saxton. "Why, Mum!" Aggie leaned forward as a billowing skirt appeared in the door of the coach. "'Tis Miss Talbot! Goodness, I wonder what brings her here." Surprise etched the lovely features of her mistress, and was quickly replaced by a look of dismay. Self-consciously, Erienne smoothed her gown. Since she had dressed for warmth and work, it was not her best, yet she rejected the idea of changing into one of the fine gowns Lord Saxton had given her, just to impress the woman. Somehow that seemed vain and pretentious. Erienne cast a last glance about her, and determined that a rug in front of the hearth would greatly improve the comfort of the room. As she descended the stairs to meet the woman, It dawned on her that she was just as reluctant to meet Claudia as she was Lord Talbot. Neither was very endearing as a friend. Claudia had been shown into the great hall, and was sitting in Lord Saxton's chair near the fireplace when Erienne entered. Claudia glanced around as she came across the room, and then Claudia smiled in derisive amusement as her gaze flicked over the plain woolen gown of her hostess.
"How fit you look, Erienne," she observed. "I'd have thought you'd have aged at least a score since your marriage."
Feigning her own amusement, Erienne inquired,
"Whatever made you think that, Claudia?" "Why, I've heard that Lord Saxton is no less than a beast, that he is simply ghastly to look at."
Erienne managed a benevolent smile.
"Did you come out of curiosity?" "My dear Erienne, I came to offer my condolences."
"How kind of you, Claudia," Erienne responded sweetly. "But you have made a dreadful mistake. My husband is very much alive."
"Poor Erienne,"
Claudia sighed in exaggerated concern.
"You try so hard to be brave."
Eagerly, she leaned forward in her chair as she asked,
"Tell me, does he beat you? Is he mean to you?"
Laughter dispelled the idea.
"Claudia, do I look as if I've been beaten? Is he as ugly as the rumours make him out to be?"
"I really cannot answer that," Erienne replied with a shrug, and casually gestured to the table beside her as Aggie brought in tea. Claudia's countenance displayed amazement.
"My goodness, Erienne, why not?"
"Because I've never seen my husband's face." The answer came simply. "He wears a mask."
"Even to bed?"
The teacups clattered on their saucers as Aggie nearly dropped the tray. Regaining her composure, she set the service on the table where her mistress had indicated, and asked, "Will that be all, Mum?" Erienne welcomed the distraction, however brief. It gave her a moment to soothe the bristling ire she felt at Claudia's rude interrogation.
"Yes, Aggie, thank you."
Only Erienne saw the dubious glance the housekeeper cast toward the guest before Aggie hurriedly took her leave. When Erienne faced Claudia again, her own smile of amusement was genuine.
"I have never seen my husband's face at any time,"
she stated, pouring tea.
"He prefers it that way."
Claudia took the proffered cup and wiggled back in her chair.
"It must be dreadfully disturbing not to be able to see what your own husband looks like."
She giggled.
"Why, even in broad daylight you'd never be able to recognize him without his mask."
"On the contrary, I believe I would know my husband anywhere. He walks with a definite limp."
"Oh, dear, 'tis more horrible than I had imagined. A beast of a man. Does he lap his food, or must you feed him?"
Irate sparks of indignation flared through Erienne, and she struggled mightily to speak in a calm tone.
"My husband is a gentleman, Claudia, not a beast."
The woman laughed scornfully.
"A gentleman? My dear Erienne, do you know the meaning of the word?"
"Perhaps more than you, Claudia. I've seen the worst of men, and dealing with them has taught me to judge a man by his comportment, and not by the shape of his nose. My husband may not have the pampered looks of a milk-fed weasel, but he is, in truth, far more of a gentleman than most I've met."
"If you're so proud of him, Erienne, perhaps you would like to show him off at a ball we're having. No doubt he would feel more at home at a mask, but this will be a much more regal affair. Papa has asked me to extend an invitation to you and your husband."
Her eyes passed lightly over Erienne.
"I hope you can find something appropriate to wear."
A door closed behind Erienne, and the scrape-clop of Lord Saxton's footsteps came across the room. Claudia's eyes widened as her gaze went past her hostess and found the large, dark shape approaching them. Erienne glanced around as her husband halted beside her chair.
"My lord, I wasn't expecting you back so soon."
"We have a guest," he stated, his voice strong but rasping as he awaited an introduction. Erienne quickly obliged, as Claudia still stared with sagging jaw, seeming for once to be at a complete loss for words. "We have just been invited to a ball, my lord."
"Oh?"
The hooded eyes fell upon the woman, who gulped.
"Is this affair in the near future?"
Claudia nodded nervously.
"Why, yes, 2 weeks hence."
Lord Saxton looked down at his young wife.
"And have you a suitable gown to wear?"
Erienne smiled.
"Yes, any one of several, my lord."
"Then I see no reason why you shouldn't go to the Talbots' ball."
Claudia rose to her feet, and with a delicately manicured hand at her throat, spoke unsteadily.
I really must be going now, but I shall inform my father that you'll be coming."
She felt as if the eyes behind the unblinking holes could see to the most private depths of her being, and there was much there she did not want to yield. The almost overpowering urge to scream already made her voice tremble, and she dared nothing more than the meekest farewell.
"Good day to you both."
The woman hastened toward the door, not even tossing back a glance.
"Do come back again, Claudia,"
Erienne called pleasantly.
"Perhaps when you can stay longer."
She curbed her threatening laughter until she heard the coach pull away from the drive. Then she leaned back in her chair and giggled in glee.
"My dear Stuart, did you see the look on her face when you came in? She was absolutely terrified of you."
"My dear Stuart,"
he mimed with a chuckle.
"No, that is a phrase my heart has longed to hear. Dare I hope that you're growing fond of me?"
Erienne gave him a timid answer.
"At least I don't fear you as much as I did."
"Then perhaps I should be grateful to your friend for improving my circumstance with you."
Erienne's slim nose wrinkled in distaste.
"I beg your pardon, my lord, but she is no friend of mine. She came here because she heard rumours about you, and she needs a curiosity to liven her ball. People say that she and I resemble each other, and I believe she resents me for that reason."
Lord Saxton leaned forward, bracing his hands on his cane as he looked down at her.
"Madam, before I took this encumbrance upon myself, I was considered by no few to be something of a rake. 'Tis therefore my expert opinion that the young woman feels much envy, and thus a more than significant jealousy."
"But Claudia has everything,"
Erienne argued.
"Not everything, my love, and she will need far more than beauty to make her happy."
He paused a moment, until Erienne met the blank stare.
"And you, my love, what more would you need to make you happy?"
She lowered her gaze in confusion, as a hot flush crept into her cheeks. The words she had once bravely voiced to Aggie now hid themselves behind a wall of trepidation and fear. She had stated that she wanted a plain, ordinary man whom she could show some affection for, but there was no use dreaming for the impossible. She had to be content in the fact that she could now look at her husband without feeling the hair crawl on the back of her neck. The visit of Claudia was not even dismissed from mind before another coach was seen coming toward the manse. It was shortly before midday of the following morn when Aggie came puffing into the old lord's study, where Erienne was carefully cleaning the gilded harpsichord. 2 maids had been set to dusting the other artifacts and furnishings of the room, and among the 3 of them, the chamber was taking on a look of elegance.
"If me eyes don't deceive me, Mum, the hired livery from Mowbray is coming up the lane. I've seen it a time or 2, and I can tell you truthfully, 'tis a miracle it goes anywhere at all."
"Mowbray?" Erienne rubbed the back of her hand across her brow, inadvertently smearing the black smudge that was there into a long streak.
"Who could be coming to see us from Mowbray?"
Aggie lifted her plump shoulders in a shrug.
"Your father, perhaps? Maybe he's lonesome for you."
"More likely out of coin," Erienne mused, as she wiped her hands on her apron.
"I'll go down and meet him."
Begging your pardon, Mum, but wouldn't you rather tidy yourself? You wouldn't be wanting folks to think you're just a hireling here." Erienne glanced down at herself and discovered that her gown and apron were quite soiled. Immediately, she began pulling at the ties of her apron as she hurried toward the door.
"Have you seen Lord Saxton?"
"The master and Bundy were gone 'fore I rose this morning, Mum, and there's been no sign of 'em since."
"If Lord Saxton should return, please inform him that we have another guest."
"Aye, Mum, that I will."
Erienne had mounted the stairs and was hurrying toward her bedchamber when a large form, recognizable as her husband, stepped from the hall leading from the east wing. She was almost past when the realization of his presence struck her, but before she could turn, he stepped near and reached a long arm out, catching her at the waist and pulling her around to face him. "Madam, where do you go in such a flurry?" The amusement was evident in his voice as he chided, "And looking for all the world like you've just crawled from a dustbin."
"I can say the same for you, my lord,"
she returned, brushing off his coat sleeve, where dirt and a tangled mass of cobwebs clung. She glanced down the shadowed corridor, wondering how he had managed to return to the manse without being seen, and then be in a wing where there were no outside doors.
"Have you grown wings of late that you can swoop in and out unobserved? Aggie said you were out."
"Did she now? And as busy as she is it any wonder that she missed seeing me return? Were you looking for me?"
"We have a visitor approaching, and I think it may be my father."
"Your father, eh? And do you think he's finally come to his senses, and wants you back with him?"
"I doubt that, my lord. More likely he comes to cure a lightness of his purse."
"And do you think I should aid him in that regard?"
"I fear he would only lose it at the gaming tables, or let Farrell drink down what it would buy. They are probably both better off without it."
She took her hand from his arm, blushing as she realized how familiar and wifely the gesture seemed. Confused by her own manner, she stood away, giving a lame excuse.
"I'd better go tidy myself."
Lord Saxton followed her into her chambers and leaned an arm against the window-sill, while she took fresh clothing from the armoire. The gown she wore fastened down the back, and without Tessie's aid she could not undo it. She glanced his way, hesitant about making such a wifely request, when she was reluctant to commit herself to any familiarity beyond what had already been established. He watched her closely in return, and it dawned on her that he knew exactly what was going through her mind. Releasing a trembling sigh, she went to him and lifted her hair aside as she presented her back to him. The task was delayed as he doffed his gloves, and she stood quietly, not daring to look over her shoulder until the gown was loosened, and he had drawn on the gloves again. She stepped away, hunching her shoulders forward until the bodice dropped down over her arms, then wiggled out of the garment. "Madam, have you noticed that it's snowing?" he asked, admiring the gentle swing of her hips before she disappeared behind the arras. "'Tis most likely we'll be having an overnight guest if this continues."
"I'm hurrying,"
she called, taking his statement as a warning. After a quick swipe of a wet cloth across her face and a few yanks of a brush through her hair, she reappeared in her shift. In her haste, she was oblivious to the sight she presented him when she stepped into the gown and bent over to pull it up over her petticoats. The shallow bodice of the shift gapped away from the creamy flesh, bearing the delicately hued peaks and sending a surging hotness flooding into his loins. Thrusting her arms through the long sleeves, she hurried to him, unaware of his discomfort, and again turned her back, this time glancing over her shoulder with a timid smile. Lord Saxton released his breath in slow degrees as he pulled off the gloves. The urge to do more than this simple service savaged his restraint, and by the time he had completed the torturous task, he was of the firm opinion that he was a man who had made his own hell. Escorted down the stairs on her husband's arm, Erienne felt her nerves tense with each descending step. Her father's loud voice boomed through the manse as he addressed Farrell, boasting of all that he had once had in London and of the many lords who had lent an ear to his wisdom. Oh, there I had it all, and some day I will have it again, my boy. Ye just watch. We'll live in a place as grand as this, and have servants to wait on us hand and foot. Oh, 'twill be fine, Farrell, fine indeed."
The heavy thud of Lord Saxton's weighted shoe brought Avery around to face the couple as they entered the great chamber. His eyes quickly flitted over them, and his face displayed a momentary tightening at sight of his daughter's gown. Even though it was simple and modest, both cut and cloth were well beyond what he could afford. It was not right that the chit should enjoy such luxury, and not share with her kin.
"Well, good day, Erienne."
His voice seemed over-loud.
"The passage of time appears to have done you well."
Erienne passed him with cool dignity, and nodded briefly to Farrell before slipping into the chair her husband pulled around for her. Avery cleared his throat and perched on the long bench that sat in front of the hearth.
"I guess you both be wondering why I've come. Well, I brought you some news, I did. Bad news, I fear, and seeing as how you're now kin, my lord, I thought 'twould be best to warn you."
"Warn us about what?" Lord Saxton questioned.
"Me and Alan Parker, he being the Sheriff of Mulberry, you know. Well, we were up to Lord Talbot's the other day, and I overheard the two of 'em talking. Alan and his lordship, I mean. 'Twas just a quick exchange, you understand, for they seen me listening."
He peered up at his host as he made his point.
"Well?"
The word was issued in a tone of impatience. Avery released a long sigh.
"They were talking about ye, my lord, and saying as how they think ye could be the Night Rider."
Erienne gasped and glanced up at her husband, who after a moment began to chuckle.
"I thought it funny too, my lord," Avery chortled. "Why, to my knowledge, you don't even sit a horse, and you seem kind of slow."
He waved his hand to negate his statement and gestured to his head.
"Not slow here, mind you, but with you being a cripple and all, well, it all seems a mite far-fetched to think of ye riding across the moors like some lunatic."
He nodded his head vigorously.
"I said as much to his lordship, but then he asked me who I thought it was, and I couldn't rightly say."
Lord Saxton's voice bore traces of humour as he asked,
"And were you able to convince Talbot of my innocence?" "I cannot rightly say, but if you've proof of your whereabouts last night, maybe I ought to hear about it."
"Why last night?" his host inquired.
"That Night Rider struck again during the night, this time leaving old Ben crumpled dead against the back door of the inn."
Erienne caught her hand to her throat in shock, but only a deadly silence came from Lord Saxton. Almost calmly, he asked,
"How can you be sure it was the Night Rider who murdered Ben? Did anyone see him?"
Avery drew himself up in an authoritative manner.
"The bloody blighter did old Ben in just like he did Timmy Sears. Spitted him right through the chest and slit his throat, he did, and left him there."
Erienne shuddered and turned her face aside.
"Spare us the details, man,"
Lord Saxton bade sharply. He splashed some sherry into a glass and pressed it into his wife's hand.
"Here, this will help you." "Must have been something she ate," Avery declared with a chuckle. "I didn't bring her up to be a weak-kneed twit."
He peered at the lord with a twisted smile of amusement.
"Unless, of course, you've started yourself a wee one growing in her belly."
Lord Saxton spun around to face his father-in-law, and somehow the blank mask seemed to take on a threatening frown. Ducking his head beneath that fearsome stare, Avery cleared his throat again and lowered his gaze to where his foot nervously shuffled against the stone floor. Erienne struggled against the horrible vision of Ben sprawled limp and bloody. Though pale and trembling, she faced her father and spoke with care.
"Lord Saxton was with me last night. He could not be the Night Rider."
Avery lifted his shoulders in a manner of indifference.
"I wasn't the one what thought it, but I'll be telling the sheriff what you said, that his lordship here was with you all night."
Erienne opened her mouth to correct the statement. then slowly closed it again. Her husband looked around, as if expecting her to speak, and was amazed when she did not. In rapt attention, Farrell had watched the hypnotic sway of the sherry as it sloshed back and forth against the sides of the crystal decanter. At times, his tongue had followed the motion, moving over his parched lips as he savoured the brew in his mind. The trip from Mowbray had been overlong and unduly rough, and he had developed quite a thirst on the way. Of late, he had lacked the coin to buy anything more than the cheapest ale, and he dearly needed something to take the chill from his bones.
Lord Saxton, if I might impose upon you to fill another glass there?"
Stuart's gaze came around to the younger man, who hesitantly motioned to the decanter. The eyes behind the mask flicked over the rumpled clothes and the soiled shirt, then clouded with pity. With a flagging reluctance, he poured a shallow draught into a glass and noted the unsteadiness of the hand that accepted it from his grasp. The low, sibilant voice seemed to echo in the room as he spoke.
"I understand that you were an accurate shot before your arm was injured, Mr. Fleming."
Farrell paused, with the glass half raised to his lips, and stared mutely into the mask.
"Have you considered developing your skill with your left hand? It might prove difficult, but if you're persistent, 'tis possible to learn to handle a weapon just as well with it."
"That arm's about as useless as the other,"
Avery sneered.
"'Tain't good for nothing more than bringing a glass to his lips. Why, he's a cripple, can't you see that?"
Farrell downed the drink in a gulp, and then slowly held out the glass as if hoping for a refill. Lord Saxton ignored the silent plea, took the glass from him and set it aside.
"He'll be as much of a cripple as he wants to be,"
Stuart stated firmly.
"Or he can be his own man."
Avery momentarily displayed his contempt for his host.
"Like ye, my lord?"
"Father!" Erienne gasped.
"Never mind, my love,"
Stuart murmured over his shoulder.
"Well, will you listen to that now? Love she is," Avery chortled. "I never thought I'd see the day when a man would be saying that to her."
He jabbed a finger at his daughter as he cast an eye toward his son-in-law.
"I tell you, that chick caused me a barrowful of sorrow, the likes of which I ain't got over yet. I was a poor, bereaved man. I lost me wife, me boy was crippled, and this girl thought she had to have a man what she could admire. And here she is now, defending the likes of yourself, sir, as if you were the grandest-looking man what's come along since the dawning of time. If she ain't so particular now, why couldn't she have set aside her foolishness long ago and married a kindly man what would have taken pity on me in me old age?"
He shook his head in bemusement.
"I'll never understand her, never."
A moment of weighty silence passed, as Erienne, Lord Saxton, and even Farrell stared in astonishment at the blustering man. Then the lord of the manor contemplated his lady, and when the blue-violet eyes raised to his, they were wide with uncertainty. Stuart felt a need to clear his own throat.
"I believe we were discussing Farrell's shooting ability."
He faced the younger man as he continued.
"I know something about firearms myself, and I think you'll be interested in my collection. After we've taken some nourishment, I'll show you a few pieces I have. About 10 or 12 years ago, Waters made a bell-muzzle pistol with a spring-operated bayonet. 'Tis a most remarkable weapon."
Farrell displayed more enthusiasm than he had in the past 2 months, as he replied,
"Do you think I could shoot something like that? It might set you back on your heels today, but if you worked at strengthening your arm, in time you might be able to handle it. Of course, you will need a clear head and a steady hand."
The day aged, and the winter winds blew across the moors, sweeping the snow into sculptured drifts that resembled frozen waves in a sea of white, and preventing the passage of the coach. Fires were fed to warm the manor as night approached, and oil lamps provided light as the guests were directed to their chambers. When the manor grew still, Erienne pulled a thin wrapper over her gown and went to rap lightly on Lord Saxton's door.
"My lord, 'tis Erienne,"
she called softly through the thick wooden plank.
"Might I come in?"
"A moment, please, my love,"
he answered. After a while, the slow, ponderous footsteps drew near the door. It was opened to reveal her husband in a long red velvet dressing robe. The collar was pulled up close about his neck. The mask and gloves were in place, and the heavily shod boot was visible beneath the hem.
"Am I disturbing you, my lord?"
she asked timidly.
"Aye, madam, but not in the manner you mean."
Though his statement bewildered her, she went on to explain her reason for coming.
"I wanted to thank you for what you did for Farrell today."
Lord Saxton stepped back and swept his arm inward in a silent invitation for her to enter. Erienne complied and went to stand before the fireplace. Unaware of how clearly the light silhouetted her body through her garments, she stretched forth her hands to the blazing warmth. Her husband took a chair in the shadows, where he could enjoy the long-limbed, full-bosomed beauty of her without compromising his stoic demeanour. Erienne spoke softly over her shoulder, knowing he was there but unable to see him.
"I saw a spark of life in Farrell today that I was afraid would never be seen again. Why, he actually laughed at dinner."
"Your father is blind to your brother's needs."
"You put it kindly, Steward. And if father persists in undermining Farrell's confidence, my brother will be no better than Ben was."
She shook her head sadly and blinked at the tears blurring her vision.
"Poor Ben. He was such a pitiful old man."
She sniffed and quickly brushed at the wetness on her cheek.
"Some of the people in Mowbray will miss him."
A question came from the shadows.
"Why did you let your father believe I was with you all night?"
Erienne gave a tiny shrug.
"I saw no need in explaining our arrangement. I know you didn't murder Ben, just as I have come to the determination that you didn't kill Timmy Sears. Those were deeds done by a coward, and if I've learned one thing about you since our marriage, my lord, it is the fact that you are no coward."
She laughed.
"If there is a coward in this family, 'tis I."
He spoke in a soft, rasping whisper.
"Thank you for your trust, madam, and I will take heart in your use of the word family. Perhaps, sometime in the near future, we'll become a family in truth."
Dubiously, Erienne faced her husband, whose breath halted as the outline of her was boldly betrayed through the diaphanous clothing. His gaze fell to where the inward curve of her thighs joined, and in fascination he watched the play of firelight through her limbs as she moved toward him.
"Steward?"
Erienne stopped before him, and he dragged his eyes upward to meet her smiling face.
"Thank you, Steward."
Leaning forward, she pressed her cheek briefly against the side of the leather mask, and then fled the room in anxious haste. It was a long time before his lordship could regulate his breathing and cool the fire in his loins. The snow left as quickly as it came, and Avery Fleming went back to his cottage the following day, no richer than he had come. He had found no opportunity to approach either his daughter or her husband on the matter of a loan. Thus he glumly took his leave of the hall. Farrell, however, was much taken with his host's skill with weapons, and stayed to end out the week. He felt no inclination to indulge himself with strong drink as he practised with the firearms. Though loading proved difficult, with the aid of his teeth, the clamp of his thighs, and a hand that he had heretofore considered useless, he managed to do it without aid, mainly because Lord Saxton refused to give it. By the time he was ready to depart, Farrell had taken on the appearance of a new man. At Erienne's insistence, he soaked in a steaming hot tub while his clothes were washed and tidied. He sat in front of the hearth, clutching a sheet around him, while she trimmed his hair, shaved the light but unsightly fuzz from his chin, and blithely ignored his protests. His shirt and stock came back to him crisply starched and neatly mended. and for the first time in several weeks his boots were blacked and polished. On his return to the village, there were many in Mowbray who didn't recognise him when he stepped down from the Saxton carriage. His drinking cronies whistled in jovial admiration, but loudly groaned their disappointment when they found he had no coin to spend. He won hoots of disbelief at his declaration that he would be seeking work to occupy himself, and then he astounded them further when he announced that in about a thrice of weeks he would be visiting Saxton Hall again at the invitation of Lord Saxton himself. A trio of days remained before the Talbots' ball, and Erienne was still much in a quandary over her final selection of attire. She longed to wear the emeralds, but the gown that set the massive necklace off at its best was also the one that liberally displayed her bosom. The idea of entertaining Nigel Talbot and his guests with such an exhibition was, of course, unthinkable. Her other gowns were rich enough, but they were either the wrong colour or the neckline made the jewelled piece look clumsy. Disheartening as it was to put aside the idea of wearing the necklace, it seemed the only choice left to her. Summoned to Lord Saxton's bedchamber, she was more than a little nervous as she knocked on his door. Immediately his voice came from within, bidding her enter. Drawing in a ragged breath, she turned the knob and braved the lion's den. The first thing that met her eye was a huge dressmaker's box tied with ribbons on the bed. Lord Saxton was just rising from his desk. He had obviously been working at his accounts, for a ledger was open in front of him, and he was tugging a last glove into place.
"Come in, my dear. I have something for you."
The tension ebbed from her body, and she managed a more relaxed smile as she closed the door behind her. He swept her hand toward the box.
"Bundy went to Mowbray to meet the coach from London, and brought this back. Anne sent it at my request."
"But what—"
"Open it."
His voice was soft despite its roughness. Erienne felt no different than a child surprised with a gift. It was a warm, suspenseful, pleasant experience, and she prolonged it as much as she could as she carefully undid the ribbons and lifted the lid. Then she stared in stunned amazement at what lay beneath, afraid to reach out and touch the fragile lace or the rich ivory satin that made up the gown. "'Tis beautiful, my lord." She looked up at her husband, her eyes soft and tender, and slowly shook her head. "You have given me so much. How can I accept more when I have failed—"
"I do what pleases me, madam," he interrupted, "and it pleases me to see my wife in clothes equal to her beauty. Do you like it?"
Erienne smiled and reached out ever so carefully to lift the garment from the box. "My lord, you know a woman's mind too well, and what pleases one even more. How could I not? 'Tis the loveliest gown I've ever seen, much less owned." She held the dress before her and went to assay the effect in the tall mirror that stood in the dressing-room. The satin bodice was covered with lace, the scallops of which overlapped onto the bosom. The lace sleeves were massively full, ending just below the elbow, and were attached to the bodice beneath the arms to leave the shoulders bare. A wide sash of fresh green was tied about the waist, and trailed in streamers down the back of the lace and ivory satin skirt, falling to the short train. Lord Saxton spoke from behind her.
"I left the details to Anne, and as usual, she has not disappointed me."
He leaned on his cane and inclined his head back toward the bed as his wife faced him.
"There is something else in the box I thought you might need."
Erienne laid the gown aside and went to look inside the box. On a voluminous cloak of green velvet lay a pair of white silk stockings, the sheerest of shifts, and a pair of cream satin slippers adorned with silver filigreed buckles. "You've thought of everything, my lord." His answer came after a brief nod.
"I tried to, madam."
Chapter 15. The afternoon of the grand affair, Erienne sat at her dressing-table as Tessie painstakingly arranged her hair in an elegant coiffure. Her corset had been cinched tightly over the shift, pushing her bosom upward until its fullness strained against the gossamer cloth. The transparency of the chemise made no pretence at hiding the softly veiled peaks with a bit of lace or intricate embroidery. Indeed, the garment seemed intent on displaying every detail of her woman's body, more so than any she had previously owned. The gown had been carefully spread upon the bed to await its donning, while the necklace lay closer at hand on the table. All was in readiness, and equally blended portions of tension and excitement grew in Erienne's breast as the hours dwindled rapidly away. She greatly distrusted Claudia Talbot to treat her husband in a credible manner, and scenes of imagined confrontations formed in her mind. She did not doubt Lord Saxton's ability to handle the ridicule that was sure to come. Rather, it was her own temper that worried her. With a question, Tessie drew her notice to a matter more pertinent to the moment. The two of them were intent upon discussing how the last curl should lay in the intricately coiled mass, and once again failed to note Lord Saxton's entry into the chamber.
"Are you almost finished?"
the haunting, husky voice asked, startling them both and bringing their attention around to where he stood just beyond the arras. Tessie quickly fastened the curl and patted it in place, then curtsied.
"Aye, my lord."
His gloved hand flicked in a gesture of silent dismissal, and the girl hurried from the chamber. Leaning on the cane, he laboriously entered the bathing alcove and stepped behind his wife. The blank mask considered her image in the mirror, and though Erienne could not see his eyes, she felt the bold touch of his gaze against her thinly veiled bosom. Reaching out, Lord Saxton slowly ran a gloved finger along her spine, moving it from her nape downward to the top of her shift, then upward again until his hand rested on her shoulder.
"Madam, if some doddering ancient viewed you this moment, 'twould surely send his heart into its final palpitations."
The corners of her mouth lifted in a soft smile.
"You tease, steward. I am just a simple maid."
A low chuckle came from the leather helm.
"Aye, so simple that when that darling, pampered child, Claudia, first sets eyes on you, she will be seized with such an apoplectic shade of jealousy that all the froggies in the marsh will groan in envy."
His wife laughed and reached up to her shoulder to squeeze his hand in gratitude.
"My lord, you are either far too gracious, or the stress of your infirmities has weakened your mind. If anyone should admire me tonight, 'twill only be because of the finery I wear."
She rose to her feet, and he followed her to the fireplace, where she sat and lifted the hem of her shift high above her knees. From the secrecy of the mask, he admired the long, sleek trimness of her limbs as she donned her stockings. When she leaned over to smooth the silk leggings, he caught his breath, for she allowed him a most tantalizing view of her bosom.
"I have decided, madam, that you shall not be shirked in this hour, but rather be presented as a single perfect bloom that would set them all to shame. That brings me to the reason I have sought a word with you."
The muted half-whisper bore a note that made Erienne halt and look up at him in close attention.
"It has been heavy on my mind that from what should be an affair of gaiety, you may receive much abuse because of me and what others see of me."
Though strongly spoken, the words came slowly, as if he chose them carefully.
"I have therefore come upon a manner wherein the viper's fangs are drawn, and the somewhat macabre intentions of Miss Talbot and her retinue are set awry. I have arranged an escort for you, a man of such formidable reputation that on his arm no one will dare harass you."
He held up a hand to silence her protest.
"In this matter I am firm, and as your husband, I bid you see my cause as I explain it. I will countenance no argument. The man should be arriving forthwith, and though you may have fears, and I surely understand that you might. He has assured me that he will escort you with every care that I myself would give."
The expressionless mask considered her with a sternness that brooked no refusal. Erienne was subdued by its blank regard, and she could only murmur in a small voice, "I have no wish to displease, my lord." Lord Saxton returned to her dressing-table and scooped up the costly chain of emeralds and diamonds. When he beckoned, Erienne came to him and presented her back. In a moment, his warm, naked fingers laid the strand about her throat. The task done, the hands caressed the soft curve of her shoulder and moved downward until they rested at her waist. After a strained clearing of his throat, he withdrew his touch and spoke brusquely.
"I bid you enjoy yourself, madam. I shall not see you again before you leave."
He traversed a laboured path to the door, there pausing for a last look.
"I shall send Tessie back, so you can complete your toilet. Aggie will inform you when the gentleman is here. Good night, my love."
The preparations were completed, and when the summons came, Tessie followed her mistress, carefully holding the heavy velvet cloak across her arms so it would not sweep the floor. Erienne was most wary of the identity of her escort, and made her way down the stairs with as much stealth as she could manage herself and could encourage from the girl. Erienne mulled over the limited choices Stuart had, and she had fleeting visions of some of Talbot's friends offering their services, for the benefit of their host, of course. She had not taken Christopher's warning lightly, despite her rather flippant dismissal of it at the time. At the entrance of the great hall, Erienne halted and clutched a hand over her suddenly pounding heart as she saw the one who awaited her. She found it hard to believe that her husband would be so foolish as to trust the Yankee to protect and uphold her virtue. He stood in front of the hearth, staring into the flames. A tall, slender-hipped, broad-shouldered man, Christopher Seaton was as handsome of physique as he was of face. Garbed in silver-grey silk and white shirt and stock, he looked the part of some landed gentry. His chiselled profile was touched by the warm light of the fire, and the growing ache in her bosom attested to the degree of its handsomeness. In an attempt to regain her serenity, Erienne let out a slow, steadying breath and entered the room, bringing him about to face her as her heels tapped against the stone floor. Smiling, he came across to meet her while his eyes plumbed the depths of her beauty. When he halted before her, he bowed with a grand, sweeping gesture.
"Lady Saxton, I am honoured."
"Christopher Seaton." She forced a strong note of sarcasm in order to hide the shakiness of her voice. "You are beneath contempt."
"Madam?"
He straightened with a look of bemused surprise. "You have somehow convinced my husband that the fox should watch over the hen-house." A slow grin came with his answer.
"Lady Saxton, your husband's skill with weapons is widely known, and I do not doubt that he would take up arms against any man who would abuse you. You have my word that while we're in public, I shall comport myself with such dignity and propriety that you need have no fear of your reputation."
She regarded him with a widely sceptical frown. "And Lord Talbot? Will he admit you?"
"Set aside your fears, madam. I would not be here unless assured of that fact."
"I have promised my husband that I will abide by his wishes in this matter," she stated. "I shall therefore propose a truce. For this evening alone, you shall respect me as a lady, and I will try to regard you as a gentleman, just as we did at our last meeting."
Christopher gave her a shallow nod. "Until the ball is over, then, my lady."
"Agreed." There was something subtle in the way his smile changed that made Erienne uneasy. But in London he had restrained himself to her satisfaction, and with Tanner driving the coach and Bundy going along as added protection against the thieves, she had only to call out for assistance, and she would have it. Thus assured, she turned to Tessie. "You needn't wait up for me. It might be quite late before we return." The maid dipped in a quick curtsy. "Yes, mum." Erienne reached for her cloak, but Christopher took it from the waiting maid.
"Allow me, my lady,"
he offered. Scarcely breathing, Erienne waited as those lean, strong hands arranged the cloak over her shoulders. Then, with solicitous care, he ushered her out to the waiting coach. Once within the interior, Erienne snuggled beneath the fur throw on the rear seat and placed her feet near the warming pan. Velvet curtains were drawn snugly over the small windows, providing more privacy than Erienne thought she wanted. She cast an apprehensive eye toward Christopher as he climbed in, but much to her relief, he settled across from her. As he caught her gaze, he smiled.
"I fear the nearness of you would completely destroy my good intentions, my lady. 'Tis safer if I sit here."
Erienne relaxed back in the seat. The evening was off to a good beginning. She could only hope that his restraint would continue and her resistance would not be tested. Just the memory of his kiss could sap the strength from her limbs and leave her breasts tingling for the want of his caress. Small interior lanterns gave off a weak light, softly illuminating his handsome face and making her aware of his casual gaze. But she was soon placated by his warm, masculine voice. He knew how to entertain with vivid stories, and she listened with avid interest, laughing now and then at his humour. The two of them, content to be in each other's company, hardly noticed when less than an hour later the coach turned up the drive to the Talbot mansion. As the coach came to a halt before the elaborate manse, Erienne sat forward in the seat, immediately tense and nervous. Christopher caught her brief, anxious glance and reached out to take hold of her hand. He gave her fingers a gentle squeeze of reassurance.
"You'll likely set them all agog, Erienne,"
he whispered. A smile wavered on her lips, and she watched as he brought her fingers to his lips to kiss their pale tips slowly. The gentleness of his gesture plucked at the strings of her heart and set a seed of bittersweet yearning growing deep within her. Then his head raised, and his gaze softly caressed the delicate visage.
"I think we'd better go in, before I forget my promise and make love to you here and now."
Erienne waited as he stepped lightly to the ground. Then he turned back, offering up a hand. Though touching him sent the pulse leaping through her veins, she accepted his assistance to the door of the manse. Within the elaborate foyer, he drew the wrap from her shoulders, and though his touch was brief, it was like a soft caress. A maid received their cloaks, and they were led to the entry of the great hall. There, the major domo stepped ahead of them and decorously announced,
"Lady Saxton!"
A sudden hush settled over the guests as those present immediately turned, anxious to appease their curiosity about this woman and her husband, the purported beast of Saxton Hall. What they saw confused them, for the nightmare they had been prepared for was truly a vision in white, standing on the threshold of the room with a tall, handsome gentleman at her side.
"And Mr. Seaton!"
Almost as quickly as the silence fell, a confused medley of inquiries filled the room. Those who stood nearest Claudia heard her gasp, and they stared, baffled, as she hurried toward the couple. When she neared, she cast an eye in Christopher's direction before scowling darkly at Erienne. What she blurted was not exactly what she had meant to say, but she could not think rationally when the sharp talons of rage clawed at her savagely.
"What are you doing here?"
Christopher stepped forward in a protective manner, half shielding Erienne with his bulk.
"You invited me, remember? I have the invitation right here."
He thrust his hand in his coat.
"Written in your own hand, I believe."
"I know I invited you,"
she replied impatiently.
"But you were supposed to come alone."
He smiled pleasantly.
"My apologies, Claudia. Lord Saxton was otherwise occupied." and he desired that I should escort his lady."
Claudia's mouth tightened, and an icy coldness hardened the dark eyes. This was not what she had planned, not at all. She sorely regretted not being able to send the Lady Saxton home to her beastly husband. It was what the snip deserved for daring to come without him.
"You look positively divine, Erienne."
She made no attempt to hide the cool smirk in her smile.
"I'm really surprised. Who would have thought that the mayor's daughter could do so well in outfitting herself with jewels and all? Tell me, dear, are those baubles real?"
Christopher chuckled and answered the barb himself.
"I understand they've been in Lord Saxton's family for some time, and I suspect that they're real enough. Of course, it would take an eye well acquainted with precious gems to recognize their worth, wouldn't it?"
Claudia cast him an oblique glance.
"Tell me, Christopher, why would Lord Saxton trust you to look after his lady? I would think the man would be most fearful of you."
Laughter twinkled in his grey-green eyes as he waved a hand casually around the room.
"Are we not well chaperoned, Claudia? Then there is Bundy and the coachman Tanner. They would hasten to their mistress's aid at the least hint of impropriety. You no doubt have heard how Lord Saxton put the thieves to rout. I'm certain he would give short shrift to any man who would try to take his lady from him."
Claudia smiled blandly.
"Then I hope you intend to be extremely careful, Christopher. I would hate to see such a handsome and charming man laid in his grave because he became enamoured with his charge."
"Thank you, Claudia. Your concern is touching."
He clicked his heels and bent forward in a shallow bow.
"I shall take care."
The woman was completely disarmed by his soft-spoken defence, and with a last blazing glare at Erienne, Claudia moved away. Alan Parker stood talking with two other men near the corner of the room, and she strode purposely to him. The sheriff was nearly as resplendent as his surroundings. His dark blue and grey garb was richly decorated with silver, giving it an almost military appearance. Yet it was conspicuously void of either honours or rank. The bare shoulders of his coat seemed to cry out for epaulettes, and the barren breast for medals of valour and badges of campaigns. Slipping her arm through his, Claudia brought his rather sceptical gaze around to her. He seemed somewhat confused by her attention, until he glanced toward the entry and saw Christopher with Erienne. The sight of the couple ended his puzzlement and brought a smile of amusement to his lips. But when his eyes flicked over Erienne in warm appreciation, his ribs received a quick, sharp jab from Claudia's elbow. She was not about to let another man emend his favour because of an infatuation with her rival's beauty.
"My lady," Christopher murmured aside to Erienne, "I fear you have quite astounded everyone by your beauty."
"They're disappointed because Stuart didn't come," she whispered back. "But if they thought to make a laughing-stock of him, they're mightily mistaken. He is no one's fool."
"You sound as if you admire the man," Christopher remarked.
"I do." He arched his brow as he contemplated her.
"You do baffle me, Erienne. I had all hopes of you fleeing after a fortnight of wedlock with Stuart. I was waiting to welcome you with open arms. Now I am bemused as to what to do. Am I really to believe that you prefer a scarred cripple above me?"
Erienne glanced around at the lily-white faces that wore hopeful smiles and the eyes that watched Christopher in eager anticipation. She could have lost herself in deep reverie in that moment, having such a handsome man at her side. But the memory of Lord Saxton standing behind her in the silvered glass jolted her back to reality.
"I have no second choice," she stated bluntly. "What is done is done. I am honour-bound, and there can never be a turning back."
Christopher's eyes flicked about the room, in his turn taking note of the men who were still eyeing her. He guessed their thoughts were not so different from his own. Little did they know how strong-minded and determined the lady was. But then he had always had a rather persistent nature himself, and he was not as easily daunted as other men. Decorously, he presented his arm. "Come, my sweet, people are staring, and I would have this dance before I find you swept away by some overzealous swain." He led Erienne forward on his arm, and the guests opened a corridor to the ballroom, where the musicians struck up a quick, lively tune. Before he could lead her onto the floor to join the rest of the couples, however, they were intercepted by a richly garbed servant. Indeed, his attire rivaled that of the royal house.
"Lord Talbot requests the presence of Lady Saxton in his study,"
he loftily announced in monotone. He gave her a stiff bow.
"If you will please follow me, my lady."
Erienne looked worriedly toward Christopher, but he was already reaching to take her arm.
"Lead the way,"
he bade the servant. That one's brows raised at the man's audacity to invite himself.
"I believe Lord Talbot requested only the lady's presence, sir."
A lazy grin drew up a corner of Christopher's mouth.
"Then he will be getting more than he bargained for, or nothing at all. I promised Lord Saxton that I would not let his lady out of my sight."
The servant seemed momentarily perplexed as to what to do, and finally decided to leave the matter up to his master.
"This way, sir."
Christopher guided her leisurely along in the wake of the impatient servant. They were taken through a door and down a long, wide corridor until they reached a pair of gilt-trimmed doors. Bidding them to wait, the servant rapped lightly and then entered. When he returned, he held open a door for their admittance. Dressed out in white and gold satin, liberally adorned with golden braid, Nigel Talbot rose from an ornate desk as they came in. He stepped around the end of the desk and moved to meet Erienne, while his eyes eagerly devoured her beauty. They briefly touched the necklace before dropping to her bosom. Erienne sank into a polite curtsy.
"Lord Talbot."
"My dear child, 'tis so good to see you again,"
he said. As she straightened, he took both her hands into his and bestowed a kiss on each before raising his heated gaze once again.
"You look absolutely ravishing,"
he murmured, then glanced about. He had not been able to persuade his daughter to change her mind about inviting the Yankee, and pointedly chose to ignore his presence.
"But where is your husband? I thought he would be here with you."
"Lord Saxton could not come," she replied. "He addressed Mr. Seaton to accompany me in his stead."
Taking a pinch of snuff, Talbot looked Christopher over with a haughtily cocked brow, well aware that the younger man had not deemed to pay homage to him.
"The favour Lord Saxton asked of me was twofold, sir,"
Christopher explained, withdrawing a packet from inside his coat and presenting it to the man. A slow smile touched his lips.
"His lordship also asked me to bring this letter to you."
Nigel's eyes flicked over the Yankee with open distaste. Talbot broke the seal of the document and briefly scanned the contents. After a moment, he raised a tightly controlled and carefully blank stare to Christopher, who was still smiling pleasantly. With a flick of his wrist, Talbot tossed the letter aside on a low table.
"There's time enough for business at a later date."
His grand air had fled, and he faced Erienne, trying to force the stiff muscles of his face into some semblance of a smile.
"Tonight we will enjoy the festivities. We have many guests from London and York, and they've come here to have a rare good time. I hope that is your intention, my lady."
Within reason, Erienne mused, but managed a gracious reply.
"Of course, my lord."
"You may expect me to claim a dance or two later,"
he stated, his expression easing somewhat.
"I shall insist upon it. What with your newly acquired status, and your husband barely known among the blooded classes, I'm sure you have need of someone to teach you the proper decorum of these affairs. I shall be most eager to lend my assistance in tutoring you." "Perhaps you mistake the Saxton's heritage," Christopher responded smoothly. "If you're unaware of it, they're quite an old family, possibly older than your own." Lord Talbot slanted a questioning look toward the man. "You seem to know a lot about them, young man. As for myself, I was not that well acquainted with them. I met the old lord only briefly, before he was murdered by those cutthroats. The present lord has remained rather reclusive." Christopher's grin deepened. "Can you blame him?" Lord Talbot gave a low snort. "I suppose if I were scarred to the degree he is, I would be loath to present myself in public too. But the man should learn to trust someone, and 'tis certain I mean him no harm." "I have always found Lord Saxton to be a reasonable man, not unwilling to trust those who deserve it," Christopher replied, and slipped a hand beneath Erienne's elbow. "If you will excuse us now, my lord, Lady Saxton promised me a dance." Talbot straightened himself indignantly. He was sure the fellow had completely lost his senses, or lacked knowledge of the correct etiquette with a titled lord. Why, no one dared walk away from him before they were dismissed. Christopher opened the door, and with a crisp nod to the gawking man, drew Erienne out ahead of him. They were in the hall before she dared release her breath.
"Lord Talbot will never forgive you for that," she whispered worriedly.
A low chuckle preceded his reply. "I don't think I'll miss his affection."
"You should be more careful," she warned. "He's a man of much influence."
"He's a man of much arrogance, and I could not resist deflating him a bit." Christopher looked down at her, and his eyes danced with green lights as he searched her face. "Do I actually detect some concern for me in your admonition, my sweet?"
"When you're so reckless, someone needs to try to get you to listen to reason," she said impatiently.
"I take heart that you care."
"There's really no reason for you to feel conceit," she responded dryly.
"Ah, milady pricks me with her thorns and wounds me to the quick."
"Your hide is thicker than an oxen's," she scoffed, "and your skull just as dense."
"Don't be mean, my love," he coaxed. "Give me a warm smile to soothe this heart that beats only for you."
"I've heard stories that convince me that your heart is quite fickle, sir."
"Madam?" His brows raised in surprise. "Do you give credence to gossip?"
"Perhaps I should ask Claudia if it is true that you are wont to visit her while her father is away."
Erienne stared at him in open suspicion. His amused laughter took the sting from her charge. "When I have expended so much energy on you, madam, how can you believe that I have any interest in another woman?" Erienne glanced around to see if anyone stood near enough to overhear his words. Then, assured that they were alone in the hall, leaned forward to whisper accusingly,
"You have managed to accumulate a following of twittering females in Mowbray. Why shouldn't I believe the rumours?"
"And why should you care if they are true?" He returned a question back at her. "You're a married woman."
"I know that,"
she snapped. His lips twitched with ill-suppressed amusement. "I thought you needed reminding, my love."
"I am not your love,"
she protested, as much to squelch the sudden sweet pang of pleasure his endearment caused as to discourage him. "Oh, but you are," he murmured warmly. Those glowing eyes burned into hers, suffusing her with a growing aura of warmth. The trembling began again, and the strength in her limbs ebbed. How could she claim disinterest in the man when the very words from his mouth could so effectively stir her senses? His gaze lowered and lightly caressed her bosom, dipping to where the green gem twinkled between her creamy breasts. Her breath halted as the kindling fire flared brighter in those greyish-green orbs, and then they caught and held her own. "If you're not aware of it yet, madam, I'm rather single-minded in my pursuits. You're the woman I want, and I'll not be satisfied until I have you."
"Christopher, Christopher,"
she groaned.
"When will you ever accept the fact that I'm a married woman?"
"Only when I can claim you as my wife." He lifted his head and thoughtfully listened to the strings of the violins as they began another melody. "Lord Talbot has a penchant for waltzes," he mused aloud, "and if I know the man at all, he'll soon be here requesting your hand." Purposefully, he took her arm and led her onto the dance floor.
"Perhaps I have misjudged you, Christopher,"
Erienne commented as he whirled her about in a wide sweep of the ballroom. "How so, my love?" He searched her face for some hint of her meaning.
"You watch over me as closely as Stuart,"
she stated, and grew thoughtful.
"Perhaps more so."
"I have not given up hope that you will some day become mine, madam, and I choose to safeguard against those who would take you from me."
"What of Stuart?"
She raised a lovely brow as she awaited his answer. It was a long moment before he gave a reply. "In the ways of love, I do not consider Stuart as much a threat as an inconvenience."
"An inconvenience?"
she queried. "I shall have to deal with him in time, and that will be the difficult part. I cannot dismiss the man without rousing your hatred again. 'Tis a most perplexing problem."
"You amaze me, Christopher."
Erienne shook her head, somewhat shocked by his casual disregard of her husband.
"You truly amaze me."
"The feeling is mutual, my love." His voice came as a soft caress and sent an eddy of sensations spiralling down through the core of her being. Lord Talbot frowned in sharp displeasure as he watched the two, and grew annoyed when he heard the whispers that praised the good looks and talent of the couple. Catching the sheriff's eye, Nigel Talbot jerked his head sharply toward the direction of his study and returned there to await the man. Claudia had also observed the blissful flight of the handsome pair about the ballroom floor, and her hatred of Erienne seized to even greater heights. She caught sight of Alan Parker and hurried to claim him for the dance, wanting to show that milkweed daughter of the mayor a thing or two about waltzing. "I'm sorry, Claudia." Alan gave his excuses. "Your father wants to see me." Fire shot through the dark eyes, and she flounced from the room ahead of the sheriff, muttering beneath her breath and not caring how many stares she attracted because of her angry exit. This was her ball, and she would be damned before she would let Lord Saxton ruin it. She threw open the door of her father's study, and as she marched in, Talbot gave an impatient snort. His daughter would be difficult to deal with, as usual.
"Papa, you have no right to summon Alan just when he was going to dance with me,"
she complained.
"There's a matter of business I wished to discuss with him,"
he explained. In a huff, Claudia dropped in the nearest chair and flung up her hand.
"Well, hurry up. I'm not going to wait all evening."
Talbot curbed his irritation and spoke coaxingly.
"Claudia, dearest child, would you please go to my chambers and get my gold-headed cane for me? My old wound is acting up."
"Send one of the servants, Papa. I'm tired."
"Be a good girl, my dear, and do as I asked."
His smile was forced. She heaved an exasperated sigh and flounced from the room, slamming the door behind her. The echo of its closing had barely died when Nigel Talbot caught up the letter from the table and slapped it irately with the back of his hand.
"That damned Saxton! He summons me to Saxton Hall as if I were some commoner to discuss the rents collected while the family was not in residence."
Alan half sat on the corner of the massive desk and propped a foot on a seat of a silk brocade chair as he plucked a sweet from a nearby tray. Considering the bonbon, he commented without concern,
"That should add up to a pretty penny." "'Tis more than a few coppers."
Talbot tossed the letter on the table and began to pace angrily.
"Why, I've been collecting the rents for almost a score of years."
The sheriff chewed for a moment.
"Am I to understand that you consider this Lord Saxton a threat?"
Talbot glared about the room,
I wish he would have come himself, instead of sending that impertinent Yankee in his place. We would have seen then if he's the one."
"The rumours have it that he can't even sit a horse," Alan interjected.
"I've heard them too, but where else can we look? The only other stranger in the area is Christopher Seaton, and he's just too convenient."
Alan lifted his shoulders briefly.
"So far, that one is just who he claims to be. He owns some ships, and one, the Christina, has been in and out of Workington several times these past few months. It always seems to have a bit of new cargo to trade or sell. Just the same, we should be kept aware of the man."
Talbot smoked.
"Who knows? Perhaps he'll get tangled up with the night rider, and we'll find him in a bloody heap somewhere."
A smile turned the sheriff's lips.
"If that should happen, do you suppose Lord Saxton would allow either of us to escort his lady?"
His lordship gave a short, sneering laugh.
"The man must be naive to trust Seaton. It makes me wonder if he has his wits about him."
The sheriff nodded as he selected another candy.
"He sets Sears and his bunch to rout easily enough."
"That pea-brained lout!"
Talbot waved a hand angrily.
"Who knows what harm he might have done?"
Alan dusted his hands and stood to his feet.
"Have you heard anything from your man in the London court?"
Lord Talbot paced fretfully again.
"Nothing. Nothing at all. Just the usual."
The sheriff pursed his lips, but was prevented further comment as Claudia threw open the doors. She crossed the room in haste and handed her father a heavy, silver-headed walking stick.
"This was the only one I could find. Are you sure you didn't—"
She paused as she took note of the cane leaning beside the fireplace.
"Why, there's the gold one. You had it all the time."
She giggled as she hugged her father's arm.
"You've been so forgetful lately, Papa. I do believe you're getting old."
She gave an airy laugh and turned away, missing the angry glare her sire bent upon her.
"Come, Alan."
She coyly minced her way to the door.
"I insist you forget about business and come dance with me. After all, it's my ball."
Lord Talbot ignored both canes and followed the pair out of the room, tugging at the loose skin beneath his chin. The festivities continued in grand style, and though the night aged for some, for Erienne it might have been nurtured by a perpetual fountain of youth. The quick music, the fast dances, the thrill and excitement of being swept along on a handsome man's arm and being almost openly courted filled her with a fresh gaiety she had never experienced before. She felt totally alive, and even Claudia's icy glowers could not penetrate the aura of bliss that surrounded her. Other men eagerly presented themselves for her attention, and the glow dimmed somewhat as she was taken from Christopher's side. Lord Talbot came to claim his tithe of the dances and swung her away in a swirling waltz. Claudia felt no concern leaving the sheriff's side and went immediately to Christopher, coyly demanding a dance as payment for the invitation. As if by pre-arrangement, the musicians coursed through a lengthy medley of tunes, and Claudia warmed to the heady feel of his arms about her. She pressed her lightly clad bosom to him whenever the dance allowed, and moved so close that her hips caressed his loins. If his eyes lowered to her, a pouting smile was ready beneath hooded eyes, as if she understood and only awaited his proposal. Lord Talbot, for his part, began as a gentleman, concentrating on matching the bold, sweeping motions of the Yankee, but the light grace of the lady warmed him, and Erienne was forced ever to be wary in order to protect her modesty. When the last notes of the music were struck, Christopher drew away from his partner, convinced that he had just suffered the most wanton assaults on his person he had ever experienced in public. He had, of course, a higher goal in mind, and was not inclined to be dragged off to the lady's bedchamber, though she firmly looped an arm through his. Catching the eye of Alan Parker, he approached the man with a greeting, and a moment later effectively disengaged himself, murmuring his excuse. Claudia's mouth came open to vent her objection, but he was already moving away and purposefully striding toward his destination. Erienne had avoided the final pat of Lord Talbot and left the flushed and overexcited elder stewing in frustration. She was most happy to welcome the return of her appointed escort and to entrust her virtue to their truce. They met in the maze of guests, and from then on Christopher kept the larger part of the dance floor between them and their host, while Talbot stood at the sidelines and, like an anxious stork, craned his neck for a sight of the one who eluded him.
"You're being obvious,"
Erienne cautioned her partner. "So is he," Christopher replied, "and if he persists, he'll be lucky if I don't lengthen his stride by a boot in the rear."
"Why are you so determined to harass Lord Talbot?"
"You know my reasons for disliking the man."
"Me?"
she asked incredulously. "What little time I have with you, I am loath to share with him."
"Why, Christopher!"
The blue-violet eyes flashed with puckish humour, and the barest hint of a smile curved her lips to mock him.
"Methinks thou dost protest the man overmuch."
He went mechanically through the steps of the dance, while his mind plunged to a depth beyond her insight. When his attention returned to her, he nodded and agreed. "Aye, the man. Him I do protest. I protest his arrogance, his careless flaunting of his power. I protest the wealth he wallows in, while his tenants grub for a meagre subsistence. Aye, I protest the man, and I decry the possibility that anything entrusted to my care should fall to him." The dark frown that accompanied his outburst surprised Erienne. She leaned back against his arm to see his face clearly. She had never guessed that the frivolous and capricious Christopher Seaton had such a deeply serious vein in his otherwise light-hearted character. The black side of his mood was as fleeting as the leap of a trout in a stream, a surprise in that no warning of its presence had preceded it. Then it was gone, with not even the fading ripples to evidence its passing. Again he was the smiling rake, poised, sure, sweeping her across the room in a swirling rhythm that dazzled her and made other couples seem ploddishly clumsy. He swung her past Lord Talbot, but before that worthy could as much as raise a hand to stop them, they were lost in the crowd again. Near the far doorway, Christopher paused, and, taking Erienne's arm, led her through it. "Some refreshment, my lady?" He met her questioning gaze and grinned. "Lord Talbot was near a state of apoplexy. He'll no doubt halt the music and seek you out." They neared the lavishly covered tables, and he took up a small china plate. "A tidbit? Some other morsel, perhaps?" He did not wait for an answer, but laid several samples on the dish. When he had filled it, he pressed it into her hand.
"Really, Christopher, I'm not hungry,"
Erienne insisted. "Then just hold the plate, my love," he whispered. "I will fetch you a glass also, and if Nigel appears, you will have a case to present." In the ballroom the music stopped, as Christopher had predicted, and a murmur rose from the bemused dancers as Talbot pushed his way through them in his search for Erienne and her escort. The murmur grew louder as the host persisted in making several circuits of the room until he espied his goal in the adjoining chamber. He charged hence, leaving his guests to their own ends, and it was Claudia who waved the musicians into motion once more. Talbot fought to control his irritation as he approached his quarry. Erienne quaked inside, but took her cue from Christopher, who returned to press a glass of champagne into her hand. She sipped the sparkling amber liquid, borrowing her bravado from his presence. "There you are, my dear child," Talbot simpered, though his moustache quivered with suppressed ire. He struck a lordly pose as he paused before them. "I have been searching everywhere for you. You will, of course, be merciful and grant me another dance." Erienne laughed as she showed him her plate.
"Your table is so splendidly provided. I fear 'twill take me a full hour to finish what I have here. Besides, I am feeling a bit faint from the dancing."
"In that case, my dear—"
He took the plate from her and set it aside, then interposed himself between the couple, taking Erienne by the arm. A note of victory crept into his voice as he continued,
"I deem it necessary, in view of your plight, that you should retire with me to my parlour to rest."
"Your parlour?" Christopher questioned with a bland smile. Talbot cast a haughty glare of supremacy to challenge that one's interference. He cocked a silk-stockinged leg in a kingly posture and reached a hand to brace himself on the table. It came down in the middle of Erienne's discarded plate. Feeling the ooze of caviar between his fingers, he jerked the member away. The plate flipped neatly upward and scattered its remnants on the length of his sleeve, then came down with a crash to the floor, speckling his white shoes with the black roe and splinters of china. He twisted about, and the stiffened tails of his satin coat swept the table, tipping a carafe of fruity wine. He gasped as the snow-cooled brew soaked through his breeches and stood rigid until the chill passed. His breeches and stockings took on a bluish-violet hue as the wine trickled down his legs. Caviar mottled his right sleeve with a widening pattern, and a deep red canapé perched like a trained snail atop his shoulder. A twitter of laughter began nearby, but retreated like a receding ripple as he cast a stony glare about him. Erienne sipped from her glass, then coughed delicately into a kerchief. Christopher's smile had not changed, while others seized the moment to admire the painted ceiling, the walls, or the Baroque woodwork of the room. Lord Talbot's fists were clenched at his sides as he took himself with squishing gait from the further consideration of gawking fools. In a few moments, whispers ran rampant as to how the lord of the manor had stormed up the stairway to his apartments, cursing the ball, his daughter, the cook, the servants, his manservant, who skittered anxiously in his wake, and above all, that damned Yankee. The grand clock in the hall had chimed the 12th hour, and the number of guests had diminished to barely a fourth. Claudia had found no chance to press her suit with Christopher, but still seemed confident as she joined her father to bid farewell to a pair of their departing guests.
"I do hope you enjoyed yourselves."
She smiled and nodded as the couple answered, then turned a brief sneer to their backs as they moved on.
"Margaret is really getting plump, don't you agree, Papa? We'll have to enlarge the doors if she doesn't stop eating."
Talbot sighed as a memory assailed him. He could remember a time when the lady had been most tender to the touch and plump in all the right places.
She was such a pretty little thing when she was younger, as eager to please as anyone I've ever seen.
"That had to be at least a score of years ago, Papa. Neither one of you are spring birds any more."
Talbot's dream burst like a bubble. Had it been that long ago? He cleared his throat and paid her back full measure for her bold reminder.
"I'm sure you're disappointed with the evening, my dear. That pretty little Erienne stole both it and the Yankee from beneath your nose."
Claudia tossed her head flippantly.
Christopher was only being nice because he felt responsible for her. Once she's abed, she'll be out of our hair, and I'll have plenty of time to assure him that I'm not angry."
"If your intention is that they spend the night, my dear, then you'd best hurry."
He inclined his head toward the entry hall.
"They said their farewells a few moments ago."
Claudia gasped as she followed his gaze and saw Christopher receiving their cloaks from the butler. She wasted no time reaching the foyer and making her protest known.
"You're not leaving, are you? Why, I simply cannot hear of it. We've had rooms prepared for the both of you."
She leaned toward Christopher, smiling suggestively.
"Separately, of course."
Erienne hastened to allay the possibility.
"I shall, of course, release Mr. Seaton to whatever decision he might make. As for myself, I shall return to Saxton Hall." How sweet of you, my dear,
Claudia almost cooed, but her hopes were quickly dashed as Christopher withdrew his arm.
"I am not released from my bond," he replied. "I gave my word that I would see the lady home. Lord Saxton will expect it."
But you can't.
Claudia grasped at any excuse in an effort to win his company.
Look, 'tis snowing outside. A storm is upon us.
Christopher turned with a questioning smile to Erienne.
I must,
she stated simply. He faced the other woman with a shrug.
"I must."
Claudia stared at him and could find no further plea, though her lips parted several times as she searched for one.
"Good night, Claudia,"
he said, assisting Erienne with her cloak.
"Thank you for inviting me."
Yes,
Erienne chimed in, deepening Claudia's confusion.
'Twas a most delightful affair. Thank you.
The woman clamped her mouth tightly shut. With so many others about, she could not trust herself to make a decent farewell. The heat of her angry glare was felt by Erienne as she tucked her hand through her escort's arm. She smiled pleasantly.
Good night, Claudia.
The impressively handsome couple made their way out to the waiting coach. Tanner had already mounted to the driver's seat, while Bundy waited beside the door of the conveyance and anxiously shifted his weight from foot to foot. When the couple was settled within, the man climbed to the top and, cradling a heavy blunderbuss in his arm, wrapped a heavy blanket about himself to ward off the piercing chill. Then Tanner clucked to the horses, shook the reins, and the coach moved away. The night was quiet, as it often is when the snow falls soft and gentle. The hushed, blanketed world of dark and virgin white enclosed them in a silken void where the only sounds were the muffled hoofbeats and the slight creaking and groaning of the carriage as it progressed through the deepening snow. The lanterns cast dim orbs of light into the night on either side of the coach, barely penetrating the heavy snowfall. Inside, another pair of twin lanterns gave off their own fragile light as Erienne huddled in the corner of the rear seat, bracing herself against the sway. In the opposite seat, Christopher pulled his cloak close about him and turned up the collar to ward off the chill. Avoiding his gaze, Erienne sat forward and pushed aside the velvet curtain for a moment to observe the downward flight of the huge gold-washed crystal flakes that drifted through the pale lantern light. Settling back, she spread the thick fur robe over her skirts, channeling the heat of the warming pan upon her. It was not long before Christopher gave up his struggle to find some warmth, and with a low grunt of dissension left his place and his cloak and moved into the seat beside her. He lifted the robe and pulled it over his legs. After tucking it securely about them, he leaned back and silently dared his companion to object. Erienne was uneasy with his boldness, and it passed through her mind that if Lord Saxton had given thought to the night's chill, he would have planned better and sent along another robe. Her worries burgeoned when Christopher placed his arm along the back of the seat. He met her wary gaze until she turned away. Then he leisurely admired the soft blush on the creamy skin of her cheeks, the slim, straight nose, and the delicately formed lips, which seemed to beckon the touch of his own. He watched her as one might observe a trembling, dew-laden rose awed by its delicate beauty. The dark, heavy lashes fluttered downward self-consciously as he continued to stare, and Erienne knew a pleasure in the moment that was truly strange in her world. He had played the gentleman throughout most of the evening, and the thoughts of his gallantry burned like a well-banked fire at the core of her contentment. The night was hushed and still around them, and she was snug and safe from the world outside. No threat seemed imminent. The coach jolted, and Christopher's hand fell to her shoulder. She glanced at him, and found nothing more intimidating than a slightly perplexed and thoughtful frown on his face. The warmth and comfort of her place made her drowsy, and she leaned her head back in the crook of his elbow. It lay there naturally, like a bird that had found its nest. With half-closed eyes, she saw him reach to turn down the wick of the lantern closest to her, and in a dreamlike state viewed the ebbing flame until it went out. His long fingers came back to lay alongside her jaw and slowly turn her face to his. His shadow, cast by the far lamp, covered her, and then his lips were upon hers, moving slowly and fanning fires that she had never guessed were even kindled. Her hand crept up to caress his corded neck above the stock. Then, as some semblance of reality returned, it pressed against his chest, pushing him away. As she gasped for breath, it was he who turned away and sat frowning angrily at the other wall of the coach. The pounding of her heart refused to slow, and she reviewed the condition of her mind as if from a distance. If not held in check by her struggling will, her trembling hands might have urged him back. Such a simple kiss it was. Surely no great disaster could have come of it, but she knew the ice was thin, and must be tenderly trod, lest she find herself adrift in a raging sea of no return. Erienne tried to raise herself upright, but her shoulders were still entrapped by his arm. It tightened about her, and he came back to her without hesitation. His mouth was suddenly there upon hers, insisting, stirring, demanding that she answer yea or nay. And yet she could not say yea, for she was bound to another. Neither could she speak the word nay, for this was the very moment she had yearned would come. Her reply came as light as the touch of dew in spring. Neither yea nor nay, but her mind cried with agonized yearning, "Oh, my love, please don't go away." Christopher saw the answer, middle ground as it was, felt it in the almost indistinct turning of her lips beneath his, the slightest yielding of the hand that rested on his chest. He slipped an arm about her waist, bringing her closer to him as his kiss deepened. Her cloak fell away, tumbling unnoticed to the seat behind her. She shivered as his mouth left hers, and traced a molten path over her cheek, her brow, and then paused to press gently against the fragile eyelids, which flickered downward and waited for his touch. He nuzzled aside the sweet-scented tresses, and, finding her ear, touched it lightly with his tongue. A throbbing pressure grew in the man's loins. He had played out his hand with patience, but now it was waning before the tumult of his passions. His concern for her timidity dwindled apace with his growing need, and his hand came up to cup the fullness of her breast. A shocked gasp caught in Erienne's throat, and she came upright, pushing at his chest with both hands and striking away the brand that seared her. She held him at arm's length and confronted him in a breathless whisper. "You press yourself beyond the bounds of propriety, sir. You gave your word."
"Aye, madam, that I did," he whispered back. "But listen well, my love, and mark the bounds."
He leaned closer.
"Sweet Erienne, the ball is over."
His arm cradled her head as she stared at him aghast, and then his lips smothered hers. Her flurry of protests diminished to a moan of despair. Or was it rapture? His hand came back, and this time her arms were entrapped by his enveloping embrace. Beneath the silken confines of her bodice, her nipple grew taut beneath his stroking thumb. The heat of his caress flared through her, setting fire to every nerve. The top of the sleeve bit into her shoulder, and she gave to ease the pressure. There was a slight tugging behind her back, and her bodice fell loose. Her eyes flew wide as he freed the swelling fullness of her breasts, and then her senses erupted in a fiery blaze as his hand brushed away the chemise and moved upon her naked flesh. She turned away in a feeble attempt to escape his passion, and to cool her own inflamed desires, but he followed, drawing her back and half lifting her against him. The cry that came to her throat became another moan that was taken from her by his kiss. His parted lips slanted across hers and devoured their sweetness with a ferocity that gave evidence of his starved senses. The kiss was relentless in its demand, searching out the dark, honeyed cavern of her mouth, stroking her nerves awake with each flick of his tongue, and setting her whole being aflame with its warmth.
"Sweet, darling love," he breathed, pressing ardent kisses upon her trembling mouth. "I want you so. Yield to me, Erienne."
"Nay, Christopher, I cannot."
He pulled back and looked down at her, letting his eyes sweep the flushed cheeks and the golden orbs of her breasts.
"Then speak a lie, madam, and say you want no part of me."
Though her mouth opened, no words formed, and she could only stare up at him, helplessly caught in the web of her own desires. Slowly, he leaned forward and replaced his lips upon hers to possess their softness, leisurely and languidly. He met no resistance, and with a sighing moan, Erienne let him press her back upon the fur robe crumpled beneath her shoulders. Their mouths melded in warm communion, turning, twisting, devouring, until their needs became a greedy search for more. Passions flared, and their hunger grew, mounting on soaring wings. He muttered hoarse, unintelligible words as he pressed fevered kisses along her throat, sending her world toppling into a chaos of sensation. The white-hot heat of his mouth on a rose-hued peak was a sudden shock that made her catch her breath. Her lips parted, but she did not call out as the licking fires consumed her. Beyond her will, her hands caressed his shoulder, and her fingers threaded through the darkly burnished hair that ended in wispy waves at his nape. His arm slipped around her knees and lifted her legs across his. She gave a small gasp as his hand found its way unerringly beneath her skirts and stroked upward along a bare thigh.
"Christopher, you cannot do this,"
she whispered in desperation.
"I belong to another."
"You belong to me, Erienne. From the first you have been mine."
"I belong to him,"
she protested weakly, but Christopher's lips came back to hover over hers. A tremor went through her as his hand claimed the softness of her, touching her when no other had ever dared. The eyes above her own glowed intently as his caresses grew purposefully bolder. She caught her breath and stared at him in surprise as the strange sensations leapt through her, setting her whole being on fire, and she writhed, unable to stop her cartwheeling world. A shivering shudder went through her as she curled against him, and she felt his lips against her hair, heard her name hoarsely whispered. A thump on the top of the carriage made them start. Christopher pulled away slightly, reaching out to turn down the wick in the lantern. Then his hand moved to push aside the velvet curtain. Through the falling flakes, the wan glow of the tower lights of Saxton Hall could be seen on a distant hill. Dropping the shade, he released his breath in a halting sigh and straightened, pulling her up with him.
"'Twould seem, madam, that we must continue this at another time," he stated. "We're almost home."
Shaken to the core of her being, Erienne would not meet his eyes as she hurriedly fumbled with her bodice. She turned aside to hide her nakedness from him, but his hands came to assist, fastening the catches of her gown.
"I'll be staying the night at the hall,"
he breathed, dropping a kiss upon her nape. She gasped and moved away, casting a quick, nervous glance at him as she pleaded,
"Go away, Christopher! I beg you, please go away!"
"I have a matter to discuss with you, madam, and it must be said tonight. I will come to your chamber."
"No!"
She shook her head passionately, fearful of what might happen if he came to her again. She had escaped this moment, not entirely unscathed, but nevertheless a virgin. That state, however, was most tenuous, and could not withstand another full-fledged attack of his ardour.
"I will not let you in, Christopher. Go away."
"Very well, madam,"
He seemed to measure his words carefully.
"I shall try to restrain myself until the morrow. Then we will have this matter out, and you will be mine before the day is done."
She stared at him aghast, realizing he meant every word he said. The coach gave a last shudder as it came to a halt, seeming to mirror the one that went through her. He would have no pity on her, and he would damn anyone who stood in his way. She could not let it happen. Chapter 16. Bundy opened the carriage door, and Erienne did not wait for the step to be set in place before she scrambled out, unaided by both men. It was as if a demon with spurs of pure panic rode astride her shoulders and drove her on. She fairly flew toward the stalwart portal of Saxton Hall, heedless of the snow that covered her low slippers. Her skirts levelled a wide path, marked only by the tiny imprint of her flying feet. The slamming of the massive portal reverberated through the hushed night, and in the dying echoes, Bundy cast a cautious glance inside the coach at Christopher, who gave him a wry, lopsided grin as he folded the lap-robe and placed it on the front seat. Taking up his cloak and the lady's, he stepped down and stood gazing about, letting the cold night air cool his brain and body. Erienne raced past an astounded Payne, who had heard the coach and was there to see about his duties. She did not care how she rocked the aging man back on his heels with her rapid flight. She took to the stairs, and, gaining the safety of her chamber, slammed that oaken panel as well, locking it with a quick twist of her wrist. Only then did she dare pause to catch her breath. Whether it was from relief at having escaped the Yankee, the exertion of her flight, or plain, simple fear, her heart thudded in her breast, seeming to jolt her entire body with every beat. Her mind raced beneath the impact of the evening's events. For the first time since her marriage, she had locked the door to her chamber, and she was afraid that Lord Saxton might attempt to visit and find the portal barred against him. But a greater fear gnawed at her, that Christopher might find his way to her chamber and seek to finish what he had started. She was absolutely certain that she could not withstand that rake's persuasive, unrelenting assault. He dogged her heels at every turn, and she had the distinct feeling that if she were to board a ship for the farthest corner of the world, it would not be long before she would see the tall, raked masts of the frigate-sized Christina on the horizon racing after her. Erienne held her breath as she heard slow footsteps come down the hall, pause a long moment by her door, then fade away in the direction of the guest room. She was dismayed that he was to be a guest in Saxton Hall for the night, and she would have to face him come the morning tide. In the coach, she had been ready to yield to him, and she was frightened of his promise to continue his pursuit. Her whole being burned with the fire that he had torched, his hands on her body, his lips on hers. His forceful persuasiveness had been her downfall. She had not been able to withstand his ardour, and her pride had toppled beneath his deliberate attack on her senses. He had brought her to that moment of sweet ecstasy, knowing full well what he was doing to her, and now she would forever hunger for that same devastating bliss. A ragged sob escaped her, and she flung herself away from the door. Pressing trembling fingers against her temples, she began to pace restlessly about the room. She had given sacred vows in a church, and even though her marriage was unconsummated, she was bound by her word to be a proper wife. She could not betray her husband in such a despicable manner. He wanted her too, and yet he had held himself in restraint. And now, if he came, he would see that something was amiss. And what would she tell him? That she had almost given herself to another man. A violent trembling seized her. Her emotions were torn asunder, and she could find no peace in the depths of her thoughts. What her heart yearned for went against everything she deemed honourable, and yet what honour demanded she could not bring herself to do. be Lord Saxton's wife in more than name, submit herself to his passions. She could not bear it. Erienne paused beside the huge chair where Lord Saxton often sat, and laid an unsteady hand along its back. She remembered her surprise when first she touched him. Expecting an overwhelming sense of revulsion to seize her, she had been amazed to find no evidence of distortion or weakness. Beneath her fingers she had felt the warmth, the quickness of life, the rippling bulges of firmly toned muscles. Somehow, before meeting her husband, she had to calm herself. She could not let him see the flush of passion on her cheeks, or the warm light of desire in her eyes. She was frightened of rousing some conflict between the two men. Each was fully capable of violence, and if one of them were wounded or killed, she would be forever tormented by guilt and sadness. The house was deathly still, and only the chimes of a distant clock tolling the second hour broke the silence. No boldly striding footfalls, no shuffling steps came to her door, no light rapping on the planks, no thump of a cane was heard in the night. Relief came in slow degrees as she realized that neither Christopher nor Lord Saxton were bound for her chamber. She sponged away the last traces that remained of the ball and garbed herself in gown and robe. The garments were the usual diaphanous frills that were hardly worthy of any name, let alone the actuality, but they were typical of those selected by Lord Saxton. Sinking to the bench at her dressing-table, she picked up the brush and idly stroked her hair as she mused on the evening. 1,000 images flitted through her mind: the ball, the grandeur of the Talbot mansion, the man's persistence, Claudia's sneering smiles, and her own thoughts came back to Christopher. She remembered when first she met him. She had been so anxious for a handsome suitor, she had readily welcomed him into the cottage. Though her father had been much at fault in the affairs between the two, he could not yet hear Christopher's name without turning a livid red. It still bemused her that Avery could be so nonchalant about all that he had done, as if he were the innocent one. She laid down the brush and pressed her hair flat against the sides of her head, letting the long tresses fall in rippling dark waves down her back.
"Am I, in truth, my father's daughter?"
she whispered softly.
"Is it my brow that bears a resemblance?"
She leaned forward and peered intently at the image.
"Perhaps the eyes are his, or the nose."
She moved the chimneyed candle to shift the light to see her image better, then lifted her chin and turned her head from side to side, tracing the pouting lower lip with a questing fingertip.
"Where is the likeness? Is it outward?"
Her eyes widened as a slow horror dawned.
"'Tis not outward, but inward. 'Tis here."
Her clenched fist flew to her bosom and pressed over her heart as she stared at the slack-jawed image that gaped back in distaste.
"I have denied my husband the rights of my own vows, and yet there is within me this disabling desire to yield the same to another. My father yielded to his own greed and gaming lusts, and sold me in the bargain. 'Tis the same. My father's blood is mine."
She came to her feet and braced her hands on the table, leaning close to deny what her reflection accused her of.
"I shan't let it be. My husband shall have what I have promised him."
She was in the hall without consciously willing it so, and then at the door of Lord Saxton's chambers. Before she could dwell on the horror that awaited her, she opened the heavily carved portal, stepped inside and closed it, reaching behind her to turn the latch. A low fire snapped and crackled in the hearth, and though the velvet drapes were pulled around the sides of the canopied bed, the foot was open to the warmth of the fire. Within the shadows of its interior there was a hurried movement, and then a hoarse, muffled whisper that sounded loud in the still room.
"Who comes to me?"
Erienne's heart fluttered in her breast, but she could no more retreat from her course than the gallant Joan of Arc. Erienne moved slowly forward until she reached the end of the bed, her shadow lengthening and joining the deeper ones. In the shifting firelight, She could see the huddled, twisted form of her husband beneath the cover, and saw that he had hastily wrapped a light silk cloth about his head.
"'Tis Erienne, my lord."
She loosed the belt and dropped her robe, then leaned a knee upon the bed. The waiting silence continued, and drawing up her other knee and climbing onto the mattress, she sat back on her heels. Her voice trembled as she spoke her reason for coming.
"My lord, I am less afraid of what you are than what I might become, if you do not make me your wife in full. 'Tis my plea that you take me to you, so no further questions might be involved in our marriage."
She leaned forward, reaching out to take the silken mask away, but his hand caught her wrist and held it from its goal. Even close, Erienne could see only the dark shadow of his eyes and nothing more. Lord Saxton shook his head and whispered softly,
"In truth, my love, this face is still the one that will set you to flight."
Erienne turned her hand to hold his, and his head bowed over it. Through the cloth, his lips caressed her hand, and Erienne was moved by the infinite gentleness of his kiss. After a moment he straightened, and when he spoke, his whisper was tender and held an odd note of pity, as if he knew full well the conflict that raged within her.
"Erienne, my love, pull the drapes."
She raised up on her knees, and her arms stretched wide to grasp the curtains. The firelight betrayed her beauty through the filmy gown, showing the slender curves of her body in silhouette. Then the weak light was shut out, and the darkness of the bed was unbroken. For Erienne, it was like having a door close behind her with the finality of one never to be opened again. She had come, bound with honour to carry out her commitments as wife, yet now that she was on the threshold of that fulfilment, she could not bring herself to make the last move. She waited, struggling with her fears and the almost overwhelming desire to flee. The bed dipped, as Lord Saxton rose to kneel before her. Like a feather floating to the ground, his hands slipped down her lightly clad arms, and then the token armour of her gown was lifted over her head. As the garment floated away, the whipcord arms came slowly around her, and the warmth of his body pressed full against the coolness of her own. Erienne silenced the gasp that was born in her throat. The jolt of surprise she experienced had naught to do with revulsion, but rather with the bold, manly touch of him. The alien hardness was a hot brand against her thighs. In the back of her mind there bloomed a vision of him as he had appeared to her at the inn in that moment when he had been aroused by her presence. The shock to her innocence then had been no less than what it was now. His strength was unexpected. He lifted her easily, turning her and taking her down with him. Though the cloth still pressed to her ear and separated the scarred face from her, his naked lips caressed her throat and ventured downward until they were hot and moist upon her breast, rousing her to a warmth she had not thought possible with him. A word came to her lips, but she squelched it cruelly, for it was the name of another. The realization of where her mind strayed made her all the more determined in this quest. She moved against him in an attitude of eager response, and her hand, slipping about his neck, found a long wrinkled scar that traced along the rippling muscles of his back. It helped convince her that it was Lord Saxton making love to her. Her husband was the scarred one, not Christopher Seaton. She held fast to that security as his caresses grew bolder, exploring the secrets of her body with the sureness of a knowledgeable lover. She was distantly surprised, for she had half expected a fumbling eagerness and a rough uncertainty. But he was gentle, so infinitely gentle. His hand wandered with deliberate slowness over every detail of her, as if savouring what he found, and she trembled beneath his lightest touch. He moved between her thighs, and she gasped as the fiery brand intruded into the delicate softness of her. A sudden, quicksilver pain flashed through her as the resisting flesh split beneath the mounting pressure. His manhood penetrated deep within her, and Erienne bit her lip to keep from crying out, hiding her face against the base of his throat. Her nails dug into the flesh of his back, but he seemed not to notice as his lips touched her ear and brow. His breathing was harsh and ragged, sounding hoarse in her ear, and she could feel the solid beat of his heart against her naked breast. With utmost care he began to move, slowly at first, and the sharp, tingling pain faded. The soft, rosy peaks were teased beneath the crisp furring that covered his chest. She began to answer his thrusting hips, and a frenzied wildness swept them on and upward to dizzying heights. The expanding pleasure, that same which she had so recently experienced, made her writhe and arch her hips against his. They soared onward in a hurtling, twisting flight, climbing together until the ether was thin and heady. Erienne gasped for breath, wanting more, and he gave it. It was a common goal they sought as their bodies strained together, muscles flexing, limbs entwined. A small cry broke from Erienne's lips as the blissful aura burst around them, bathing them in pulsating waves of pleasure that seemed destined never to die. Slowly, ever so slowly, they drifted back to earth, spent and exhausted, but completely content in the union of their bodies. In the aftermath of their passion, Erienne curled against her husband, firm in her belief that Stuart Saxton was no empty shell, but a man of extraordinary skill and prowess. Like the manse, though scarred and charred on the outside, he bore within him a wealth of qualities above the common man. Her hand caressed the furred chest, and almost without guidance, it drifted down toward the twisted leg he carefully held away from her. Again she was stopped, as his fingers became a gentle band of steel around her narrow wrist.
"Remember what you have, Erienne,"
his whisper warned softly.
"All I can give you in this world. Do not tempt fate beyond this moment, for it would grieve me sorely to see this night turned into a time of hatred."
Erienne started to protest, but his finger came across her lips and shushed her.
"You may be ready, my love, but I am not."
He reached across to carefully tuck the quilt in close about her against a chance chill.
"I like the feel of you close within my arms, and 'tis my wont to have you sleep beside me until I wake at morning tide. Will you stay?"
"Aye, my lord." She snuggled close to him, but his low, wheezing laughter made her draw back again to try to see the eyes that were only a dark shadow behind the silken cloth. "Something amuses you."
"Sleep. 'Twill be impossible with you in my arms."
"Shall I go?" she questioned, resting a hand on his chest.
"Never."
He caught her to him in a fierce embrace, burying his face against her throat.
"I have waited an eternity for this," he rasped, "and though I may be damned on the morrow, I will not let it end so quickly."
"Damned, my lord? How so?"
"I will explain later, my love. Now, I would savour once again the delights that you have brought within my grasp."
Sunlight softly penetrated Erienne's sleep, and her eyes fluttered slowly open as she sensed a presence at the edge of the canopied bed. The large, black-garbed form of her husband half filled the opening where the velvet hangings had been pulled aside. Beyond him, the light of a new day filled the chamber, and with the contrast she saw not so much the shape of a beast, but a man with wide shoulders, wearing a dark leather mask and dressed in sombre attire. Surely after such a sweetly blissful night, it was only a trick of her mind that he seemed taller and straighter. She felt his gaze upon her, and blinked the lingering slumber from her eyes. "Good morning, my lord," she murmured with a smile, gently curving her lips.
"An excellent morning, my love, and you have made it so," he rasped.
At his gentle reminder of the intimacy they had shared, a rosy hue crept into her cheeks and spread downward along the ivory-white throat. The night had held many exceptional and unexpected pleasures for them both, and she was still much in awe of what had transpired. Clutching the sheet to her, she accepted the gloved hand he extended and sat up, swinging her long legs over the side of the bed. Lord Saxton enjoyed the view of the silken limbs, and, where the sheet sagged, the enticing fullness of her bosom. He reached out to smooth the tumbled locks over her shoulder, and with a finger traced the creamy throat downward from her ear. Erienne rubbed her cheek against the darkly gloved hand, amazing him with the softly glowing warmth in her eyes.
"You no longer fear me, madam?"
he hoarsely questioned. It came with a slow dawning that all of her apprehensions had fled. Though the mask was still a barrier between them, it no longer bothered her and would eventually be removed.
"I am content to be your wife in every way, my lord," she murmured.
Lord Saxton was stunned by the commitment she voiced, and could find no worthy reply. He had never expected her to yield her loveliness to an ugly beast, and now she was tearing down all the boundaries between them. What was he to think of her? Did she love the beast? Had he won the game, or lost it? Erienne laid a tentative hand upon his arm.
"We have much to learn about each other, and we have a lifetime to do it in. It troubles me that I have never seen your face, and I wonder if you might relent."
"Nay, I cannot."
He swung away from her and dragged his heavily booted foot across the expanse of the rug. Halting before the fireplace, he stared for a long, troubled moment into the undulating flames. Then he leaned his head back, rolling it across his shoulders, as if plagued by some pain there. Now that she had given herself to him, he found it even more difficult to rid himself of the mask. She would only hate him the more, and he'd lose everything.
"As you gave me time," she said softly, intruding into his thoughts, "I shall wait for you, my lord."
He half turned to look at her, and found a gentle smile awaiting him. An urge swept over him in that moment, and it was all he could do to keep from taking her in his arms, ridding himself of the mask and gloves, and kissing those tender lips until they throbbed beneath his. Yet common sense ruled. He had to bide his time, or lose the perfect rose that he had held so carefully in his grasp.
"I must be gone for a time this morning,"
he stated with measured words.
"Mr. Seaton will be joining you in the hall for breakfast. I doubt that I'll return before he leaves. Will you give him my apologies?"
Erienne glanced away from the expressionless, staring mask, feeling the heat of a blush creep back into her cheeks. Christopher was the last person she wanted to face this morning, but she could find no adequate excuse to deny her husband's request. When it came, her nod of acquiescence was barely noticeable. It was the housekeeper's gentle persistence that hastened Erienne on her way and brought her downstairs to the hall before too much time had elapsed. She had dallied in her morning bath, hoping Christopher would lose patience and leave, but beyond the velvet drapes of the alcove, Aggie had bustled about the bedchamber in high good spirits, spreading up the bed-covers that had been folded down but left undisturbed through the night. Between Aggie and Tessie, a crisp pale pink silk with a delicately trimmed white lawn fichu was selected. The housekeeper's haste infected the maid, whose hands flew as she plied the brush enthusiastically to her mistress's glistening black locks. In hardly any time at all, Erienne's hair was dressed in a soft, charming coiffure that was swept off her nape, and she was ready to meet the one who turned her life inside out. Despite the enthusiastic compliments of the two women, Erienne felt utterly unprepared for her meeting with Christopher. She desperately wanted to be secure in her fully acquired status of wife, but there was a nagging memory that worried her and made her reluctant to face him. Even in the heat of her passion, when everything was coming together from the ends of the earth toward that moment of bliss, an elusive scent had wafted through her head, filling her mind with brief glimpses of his chiselled profile. She paused in the tower to gather her composure, though nothing seemed to slow the outrageous beat of her heart. Numbly, she stared at a puddle of water that remained after some careless foot had tracked snow into the entry. It was as if she were blind to its presence, for her mind was bound up with the man who waited in the common room. She was a-tremble at the idea of confronting him, and her consternation would have been no worse if their passion had ended in the yielding of her virginity. The blush of shame was hot on her cheeks, and no comforting thought came to relieve her of the memory of their moments together in the coach. When she entered the common room, she found him seated before the fire in Lord Saxton's chair, his long legs stretched out before him. She moved toward him, and he quickly rose to stand and watch her. There was a small quirk of a puzzled smile on his lips, and though his gaze ranged the full length of her, it lacked the roguish gleam that had at other times brought a vivid hue to her cheeks.
"I had hoped you would be gone by now," she commented unsteadily.
"I waited to see you, my lady,"
he murmured. Erienne glanced away in nervous apprehension. His warm, masculine voice never failed to bring her senses alive.
"There was no need for you to, Christopher. The night past has ended, and nothing more will come of it. I am distressed that I might have somehow encouraged you to forget yourself, but you have my promise that it won't happen again."
"Is it truly the beast you prefer, Erienne?" he asked soberly.
"I care for Lord Saxton,"
she said in desperation, tears welling up in her eyes. Fists clenched against the silken folds of her skirt, she faced him and spoke almost pleadingly.
"He is my husband. I will not bring shame to bear upon him or the Saxton name."
Choking off a sob, she pressed the back of her hand against her quivering mouth and turned aside. He moved to stand close behind her and leaned over her shoulder, speaking in a hushed tone as she angrily wiped at the dampened lashes.
"Don't cry, my sweet," he entreated. "I cannot bear to see you distressed."
"Then go away," she begged. "Go away and leave me alone."
His brows came together in a troubled frown.
"For the life of me, my love, I can't do that."
"Why not?"
She faced him with the question. His gaze dropped, and he stared at the floor in thoughtful concentration for a long moment. When he looked at her again, his gaze was direct and unflinching.
"Because I have fallen in love with you."
Jolted by his words, Erienne stared at him in stunned silence. How could it be? He was a man of the world, well acquainted with conquests and easy victories. He was no unseasoned lad who gave his heart to the first fair damsel who smiled at him. What had she done to gain this distinction? For the most part, she had been stubborn and wilful, suspicious of his intentions. How could he love her?
"We will not speak of it,"
she murmured in ragged desperation.
"Will not speaking of it soothe the hurt?"
he asked. He began to pace the room in growing vexation.
"Damn it, Erienne! I have followed you from one end of this country to the other, played every hand I could just to get you to consider me as a man, but my efforts have all been for naught. You still regard me as some evil monster who has cruelly abused your family. You'd rather take a beast to your breast and nurture him with the sweet joys of wedlock than consider me as a fit husband. Am I mad? Can you tell me why a sane man would tag upon your skirts, hoping to garner the smallest crumb of affection, while you feed the cake to that most unsightly of men? If you think I am not jealous of your husband, let me assure you, madam, you are wrong. I hate that mask. I hate that twisted leg. I hate that heavy cane. He has what I want, and silence on the matter will not make that vetch any sweeter."
A rattle of dishes warned of a servant's entry into the hall, but Christopher was incensed, and half turning with a growl, he gestured Payne back.
"Get out of here, man!"
"Christopher!"
Erienne gasped, and took 2 halting steps to follow the befuddled servant. But Christopher came around to face her with a glare.
"Stay where you are, madam. I am not finished with you."
"You have no right to give orders here,"
she protested, her own ire growing.
"This is my husband's house."
I'll give orders when and where I damn well please, and for once you will stand and listen until I'm through."
More than a trifle outraged herself, Erienne hurled back her answer. "You may command the men on your ship to your will, Mr. Seaton, but you have no such authority here. Good day to you." Catching up her skirts, she whirled and stalked toward the tower until she heard the sound of rapid footsteps coming behind her. Then a sudden panic seized her that he would make such a scene that she would not be able to face the servants or her husband. She raced into the entry, stepping over the puddle, and took to the stairs, forcing every bit of strength she could into her limbs. She had barely gained the 4th step when she heard sliding feet, a loud thump, and then a painful grunt, followed by an angry curse. When she whirled, Christopher was just coming to rest in a heap against the wall, after sliding across the floor part way on his back. For a moment she stared aghast at the dignified man sprawled in a most undignified manner. But when he raised his head to look at her with barely contained rage, she was struck by the humour of it all. Bubbling laughter broke forth, winning from him a dark scowl of exasperation. "Are you hurt, Christopher?" she asked sweetly.
"Aye, my pride has been mightily bruised."
"Oh, that will mend, sir," she chuckled, spreading her skirts to perch primly on the step above him. Her eyes danced with a lively light that was simply dazzling to behold. "But you should take care. If such a modest spot of water can bring you down so abruptly, I would not advise sailing beyond these shores."
"'Tis not a spot of water that's brought me down, but a waspish wench who sets her barbs against me at every turn."
"You dare accuse me, when you come in here huffing and snorting like a raging bull?" She gave a throaty, sceptical laugh. "Really, Christopher, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. You frightened Pain and nearly made me swallow my heart."
"That's an impossibility, madam, for that thing is surely made of cold, hard steel."
"You're pouting," she chided flippantly, "because I have not fallen swooning at your feet."
"I'm angry because you continually deny the fact that you should be my wife," he stated emphatically.
Footsteps on the stairs behind Erienne made them glance up. Aggie came nonchalantly down the steps, seeming unaware of Christopher's storm-dark frown. Excusing herself, she stepped past her mistress. Finally, on reaching level footing, she contemplated the man, a twinkle of mischief in her eye. "Aren't you a wee bit old to be taking your leisure on the floor, sir?" He raised a brow at Erienne, as that one smothered a giggle, and with a snort got to his feet and brushed off his breeches and coat sleeve.
"I see that I gather no sympathy here, so I shall leave you both to fare as you might with Lord Saxton."
"Don't go away angry, sir," Aggie cajoled. "You haven't eaten your meal. Stay and dine with the lovely mistress here." Christopher gave a low grunt of derision.
"No doubt I will find warmer companionship at the Ball's Inn."
Erienne raised her head. The idea that he might seek out solace from Molly's arms upset her and filled her with a rowelling jealousy. An image of his long, muscular form, entrapped by the twining limbs of that lusty wench, made Erienne's heart sink sickeningly. She could not bear the thought of him making love to another woman, even though only a few hours ago she had given herself to her husband. Her cheeks grew flushed at the conflict that raged within her, and she struck out in anger. "Then go," she cried, "and be quick about it. Hopefully I will forget that you even exist." Christopher frowned at her sharply, as Aggie slipped away quickly and discreetly.
"Is that what you really want?" he demanded. "Never to see me again?"
"Aye, Mr. Seaton." The words burst out in bitter ire, and she felt no urge to hold them. "That is the way of it." He swore silently before he growled,
"If that is what the lady desires, then that is exactly what she shall have."
He yanked open the door, and in 2 strides he was out, slamming it behind him. Tears welled in Erienne's eyes, and she muffled a sob as she flew up the stairs to her room, there to copy his manner by flinging shut the portal. Erienne's rare fit of temper left the servants exchanging worried glances. The mistress had never raised so much as a brow in reprimand to any of them. Whenever a problem arose, she had always addressed the matter with quiet yet unmistakable authority. Thus, when the word got around that she had ordered the gentleman, Mr. Seaton, from the house, it caused more than a few mouths to gape. Payne served her the noon meal with a questioning uncertainty, not daring to encourage her to taste the fare that she readily pushed aside. Even Aggie seemed dismayed, though in the morning she had appeared quite cheery after cleaning the master's chambers. The maids who usually did that particular chore had been shooed off without explanation to some other portion of the house. Though the housekeeper gave the servants little time to discuss these happenings, worried conjectures still began to flit about the manor. The presence of such a man as Christopher Seaton in the manse was certainly something to talk about, especially when he had sent Payne fleeing from the hall. And, of course, they could only wonder what he had done to cause Lady Saxton's vexation. That particular spur drove Erienne to seek a walk in the cool air beyond the dark and silent walls of the manse. The sun had made a rare and brilliant appearance, dispensing with much of the snow that had fallen during the night as it continued its flight across the sky. Though large patches of white remained huddled behind protecting walls and shrubs, stepping stones were now visible, bordering a small overgrown garden that lay between the main house and the tumbled eastern wing. Erienne paused on the path to take in deep gulps of the icy breeze that stung her cheeks. She needed its bracing coolness to clear her head, and perhaps mend the tattered shreds of her emotions. She was distressed that she could not discipline her thoughts and banish Christopher from her mind. She wanted desperately to hold fast to the bliss she had shared with Lord Saxton, but invading images, combining the moments in her husband's bed with those in the coach, kept flashing through her consciousness, viciously attacking the goal of faithfulness she had set for herself. The impossible yearnings of her heart clashed against her will, and the battle raged in a desperate but fruitless struggle. Sadly, she recognized the path that was laid out for her in life, that one of honour, and though it would mean a severe wounding of that vital organ that throbbed achingly in her chest, she would do what was right. The die was cast. She was Lord Saxton's wife. She had made a commitment. Petulantly, Erienne kicked at a small pebble in front of her. It bounced along, leading her gaze to a spot near the wall where a bit of colour broke the monotony of the snow and the dull greys and dead browns of a tangle of brush. There, trembling forlornly in the breeze, was a tiny blood-red rose. The bush was small and weak, bearing a single blossom that by some miracle had brought its beauty into winter's midst. Almost in awe, Erienne cupped the fragile bloom between her hands and bent low to catch the delicate fragrance that wafted from its crimson-hued petals. From a time long ago, when her dreams had held such grand illusions of a prince offering a single rose to vow his love to his lady fair, she recalled a legend that a rose found in winter brought the promise of true love found. Erienne touched the delicate petals, and for a moment she held a vision of a silver-helmed knight who bore beneath his gleaming visor an all-too familiar face. In the illusion, he fought with singular purpose to rescue her from her fate, and in so doing became her victor, her only love. He leaned near to take her in his arms. Then the silver-helmed knight was gone, dissipated in the chill breeze that swept the garden, forever banished from her sight. A long, wavering sigh slipped from her. Her heart seemed weighted with lead, and it yearned for a lightening of its burden. Yet no succour came. No dawning brightness lit her gloom. Christopher was gone, and might never be back. It was Lord Saxton's standing order that none of the servants were to wait up if he failed to come home before the household was ready to retire. None did so this night, and the halls grew quiet and still as each found his bed. Candles were left burning to relieve the gloom that pervaded the darkened halls, and by their meagre light the master passed like a ghost through the house. With painfully silenced tread, he climbed the stairs and moved down the corridor toward Erienne's room. Pushing the portal gently ajar, he leaned against the jamb and fed his hungry gaze on the form within the bed. Her gentle, even breathing marked her depth of slumber as she lay on her side, facing the hearth with a hand tucked beneath her pillow. Her long hair streamed out into the darkness beyond, and he knew if he gathered her close, the luxuriant mass would spill about him and fill his head with an intoxicating scent. The sight of her fulfilled the vision he had kept of her throughout the day, that of a stirringly beautiful woman who warmed his blood more than he could bear. Careful to make no sound that would betray his presence, he crossed to the bed and pulled the velvet hangings closed to darken the interior. Moving to the far side, he doffed his gloves and mask. Soon he was a pale shadow in the night, slipping beneath the covers. Surrounded by the velvet hangings, he became only a movement in the blackness. A soft sigh escaped Erienne's lips as he pressed close against her back. He inhaled the delicate fragrance of her hair and brushed aside the silken strands to kiss the tender nape. His hand found its way beneath her gown and searched out the womanly softness of her. Wavering between fantasy and awareness, Erienne lay pliant beneath the roaming hand, while elusive greyish-green eyes flickered at the edge of her consciousness. An essence, not unlike brandy, filled her head as the warmth of the firm body penetrated her gown. She stirred against him, and his whisper filled her mind. "I can't leave you alone." He touched his lips to the smoothly rising slope of her shoulder. "The thought of you stumbles the beat of my heart, and arouses such a hunger in me that I must seek you out, or groan beneath the torture of it. You have chained me to you, Erienne. The beast is your slave." The gown was drawn over her head and banished to the darkness, with only a whisper of a sound evidencing its fall to the floor. Erienne's mind broke to the surface of full awareness as he pulled her close to the hard, naked heat of him. He was a man, fully aroused against the coolness of her buttocks. Her breasts warmed beneath his caress, and the slow, languid strokes of his fingers upon their throbbing peaks plucked at the strings of her passion, sending bursting shards of excitement hurtling through her, until her loins awakened with a hunger of their own. His caresses continued, following the curving arch of her hip, and her heart quickened its pace beneath his questing search. A husky moan escaped her, as he became bolder, intruding into the privacy of her woman's flesh and setting her senses a-quiver with expectant eagerness. She melted against his warmth, arching her neck as his teeth nibbled at the slim column. With a hand on her shoulder, he pressed her back upon the bed, and Erienne caught her breath as his tongue moved slowly over a soft crest of her breast, setting her whole body a-shiver. His kisses slipped downward to caress her waist and belly, leaving in their wake a fiery trail that fairly threatened to consume her. She lay willing and eager as he rose above her in the darkness. She welcomed his weight with open limbs, then gasped as the plunging hotness penetrated. Her hands slipped over his shoulders, finding the scar that helped to banish Christopher's countenance from mind. Then, with hypnotic motion, his loins caressed hers, slow and sure, sheathing the flaming blade and drawing away until it became sweet, ecstatic torture. In blissful response, she arched her hips against him, and the greyish-green eyes came back as her hands slipped downward over the hard, flexing buttocks. In her mind, the shining orbs gleamed in triumph, but she was past the point of chiding her will into obedience. and she did not care at the moment what image her thoughts conjured in the dark. In the softly glowing aftermath of their passion, Erienne was content to nestle in the warmth of the large, manly form that curled against her. He lay on his side facing her, his legs drawn up beneath her buttocks, with the right foot extended well beyond the silken limbs that rested across his thighs. The only sound that intruded into the silence was the muted ticking of a distant clock. The heavy bed hangings forbade the smallest glimmer to shine through, cloaking them in intimate darkness. Even so, Erienne was haunted by faint and fleeting impressions of a chiselled profile and warm grey-green eyes. "You've been drinking," she murmured softly. "Aye," he answered in a rasping whisper and kissed her brow. "I fear I was quite besotted with desire for you." She smiled in the dark. "Your desire has the smell of strong drink." "My plight would not ease with a cup or two. The brew only sharpened my cravings." "Why didn't you come home? I was waiting for you." He responded with a low chuckle. "Aye, and to have returned to you in the light of day would have been disastrous indeed. Do you not ken how much of a temptation you are, madam?" "I don't understand," she replied in confusion. "I am trapped in darkness, Erienne. I can only come to you when the night will hide my face, and yet there grows in me a craving to take you in my arms while the sun is high, when I can see you flushed and warm with passion. 'Tis my hell that I must be a beast of the night." It was much later when Erienne roused to the unfamiliar presence beside her in bed. Her husband's deep, even breathing assured her that he was asleep, and like thistledown wavering on a breeze, her hand slipped hesitantly along his side, reaching his hip and sliding downward ever so carefully until she was halted by the feel of a raised, smooth scar, such as a burn would make on her husband's thigh. How far it extended down his leg she had no way of knowing, but the welt discouraged further exploring. She drew her hand away as a slight shudder went through her, and she wondered if she would ever come to the place where she would totally abandon her qualms. Lord Talbot's ornate personal carriage drew up before the Saxton manse after a space of a week following the grand ball. The 2 footmen leapt to the ground, and while one ran to hold the horses, the other hastily placed a small stepping-stool beneath the door before opening it. A gold-buckled shoe reached out and felt cautiously for the step. Then the richly brocaded form of Lord Talbot followed. Stepping to ground, he looked about arrogantly and adjusted his equally elaborate cloak with a shrug of his shoulders. The footman ran ahead to thump the large door-knocker as his lordship fastidiously picked his way toward the tower entry with a silk-wrapped packet carried daintily in his gloved left hand. Payne answered the summons and received from the footman the curt announcement of his lordship's presence. The butler seemed unaffected by the lord's arrival and handled himself with the usual dignified efficiency. After accepting the gloves, the tricorn and the heavy cloak, he ushered Lord Talbot into the great hall, there bidding him to wait until the master was informed of his visit. Though considerably less grand than Lord Talbot's manor, the hall of the Saxton estate clearly bespoke of its age and heritage. The high-arched, crudely carved trusses and the tapestries hanging from the plastered and timbered walls whispered of a time when chivalry and honour ruled the land. The chamber sharply contrasted with the grandiosity of the man's attire. Each would have been well suited to 10 years past. But now, while the manor remained undated, the lavish raiment of the lord appeared quite outmoded and ostentatious. Payne came back to escort Talbot to the chamber beyond the common room, where Lord Saxton and his lady would receive their guest. The fancified gentleman marked his progress across the stone floors with a sharp rap of high heels. The butler stepped before him to open the door, then moved back, allowing the man to enter the withdrawing room. The masked one rose as Talbot pranced into his presence, and though the latter waited an appropriate length of time, there was no hint of a bow or even a nod of that stern, helmeted pate. Erienne sat rigid and unmoving, as her husband had bade her. As he had explained, the law ordained that the two lords were equal, and Lord Saxton would have it no other way. Indeed, if their individual worth were accountable by wealth of land, as it so often was, Lord Talbot might well be the one found lacking. Talbot was piqued because the other did not accept a lesser status, but he managed to control his irritation to only a mild furrowing of his brow and a light twitching of his moustache. With a directness characteristic of the trained diplomat, he plunged into the matter that had brought him to the hall.
"I must apologize for the tardiness of our meeting. I can only plead the press of other business and a lack of cooperation from the weather."
The hollow, whispering voice replied with equal forthrightness.
"Welcome to Saxton Hall."
The gloved hand indicated a chair near his own.
"Will you join us here by the fire?"
As Nigel Talbot accepted the proffered seat, his eyes settled on Erienne and warmed considerably, having such a wealth of beauty to feast upon.
"'Tis good to see you again, Lady Saxton. I trust you've been well."
"Very well, thank you."
She nodded stiffly as she returned the greeting. Talbot's gaze lingered overlong on the soft swell of her bosom displayed above her gown, and when he finally remembered himself and looked to the lord of the manor, he found that one facing him in the stilted silence of the room. Though the leather visage remained void of any human expression, he had the distinct impression that he had just foolishly trespassed where he should not have. It caused him to wonder how the Yankee could manage to escort the lady about the countryside when her husband seemed so possessive of her.
"I have brought some records of the rents I collected in your absence,"
he stated, bringing forth the ledger.
"Of course, you must understand that there have been expenses we've had to deduct, and they amount to a goodly sum. We've had to elect some officers for the protection of your lands and properties. The scavengers would have torn this place apart stone by stone. And then, too, there are not many folk who fancy having traitors in their midst."
The masked head snapped up, and the rasping voice sounded sharp, as Lord Saxton questioned,
"Traitors? What do you mean?" "Why, everyone knows your father sold his favours to Scotland. He married that old chieftain's daughter."
Talbot waved his hand as he tried to recall.
"What was her name? 'Twas so long ago, I fear I've forgotten." "Seaton,"
Lord Saxton answered bluntly.
"Mary Seaton."
Nigel Talbot's jaw sagged slightly in surprise.
"Seaton? You mean the same as Christopher Seaton?"
"Aye." The master of the house inclined his head.
"The same. Kin by blood they are."
"Ah." Nigel caught the significance of the word.
"You mean your mother is still alive?"
He closed his mouth as the other nodded and tried to recollect his thinking, murmuring distantly,
"I'm sorry. I thought the lady was dead."
Lord Saxton leaned on his sturdy cane, commanding the other's attention with his awesome appearance.
"Though the miscreants sought to find and kill us all, we managed to escape. My mother lives."
Talbot frowned slightly.
"And the sons? What of them?"
Erienne's interest perked, heightened by the singular word, sons. She had been under the impression there was only the one son, and now, once again, she was aware of how little her husband had told her of his family. He seemed most secretive about it, as if reluctant to share with her that part of his life. Though she continued to sit quietly through the exchange, she hung to every word of their discussion, hoping to glean some knowledge that she might otherwise not hear. Lord Saxton answered the inquiry as he turned aside.
"They escaped with her. I must assume you are the oldest, since you are the titled lord, Talbot replied. But what of the younger? Does he still live?
The shadowed eyes flicked over the man.
I believe him to be in fine health. You will have the opportunity of meeting him face to face at a later date.
Nigel Talbot managed a nod.
Of course, I would enjoy that.
Lord Saxton waved a gloved hand to the ledger.
We were talking about the rents you collected. If that is your accounting of them, I shall look it over at my leisure.
Talbot seemed reluctant to hand it over.
There are some expenses I should explain. No doubt I'll have many questions to ask after I study your figures,
his host responded.
My steward has kept his own accounting of the sum the tenants said were paid. 'Twill be interesting to see how well the two compare. 'Tis not often that a royal decree is handed down, giving authority for one lord to collect rents for another. If you still have the dispatches issuing that directive, I should like to inspect the various seals and signatures. My steward has been unable to find a record of such a writ, and will be helpful if he had the names of those who issued it.
Lord Saxton reached out a hand expectantly.
The ledger, please.
Erienne observed Lord Talbot's struggle for control in the tensing muscles in his face. The man was obviously incensed, but his host left no options open to him. His nostrils were pinched, his mouth downturned as he grudgingly handed over the book.
I shall take into account that there were moneys expended in the protection of my lands,
Lord Saxton stated as he set the book aside on the table.
And if I have any questions, you will be the first I ask. In the meantime, I shall send my man to fetch the dispatches. They've been misplaced.
Nigel Talbot's face reddened as he struggled for an explanation.
After such a long time, you can hardly expect me to remember where they are.
I am a patient man, Lord Saxton assured him, almost pleasantly, despite the roughness of his voice.
Would a fortnight be enough time for you to find them?
Talbot stammered a reply.
I'm not sure. A month, then. We'll say a month, and see what comes of it. I'll send my steward around about this time next month. That should be more than enough time.
The gloved hand clasped the other's arm, almost in a gesture of familiarity, as Lord Saxton led the flamboyant man to the door.
'Twill take some time to look over the accounts, but I wish to assure you that our home is open to visitors whenever you and your charming daughter wish an outing. 'Twas good of you to answer my summons, and you may expect that I will be very thorough when estimating what your value has been toward these lands. I'm at your disposal whenever you wish an audience, except, of course, this Friday. I shall be going to Carlisle to attend some business.
Lord Talbot was so enraged by the man's audacity, he dared no comment. In the hall, he gathered his outer garments and left with a stiff nod of farewell. Smiling behind the mask, Lord Saxton stood at the window and watched the carriage depart. He could almost feel pity for anyone living under Talbot's roof, for surely the days ahead would not be pleasant for them. "Steward?" He turned as he heard the questioning tone in his wife's voice and the rhythmic tap of her heels as she came toward him.
"Aye, my love."
The expression on her face showed bemusement. "Why didn't you tell me you had a younger brother?" He took her hand into his.
"'Twould frighten you, my love, if you knew all the secrets of the Saxtons. For now, the less you know, the better."
"Then you are hiding something from me?" she pressed.
"In time, madam, you will learn all there is to know about me and my family. Until then, I beg you to trust me."
"'Tis a dangerous game you play with Lord Talbot," she warned. "You make me afraid when you deliberately taunt the man." Laughter wheezed from the mask.
"I'm merely offering him a little meat to chew. 'Tis the best way I know to determine whether he's really a lamb or a wolf under all that fancy fleece."
Erienne smiled ruefully. "He does look a bit overdressed." Lord Saxton leaned both hands on his cane, and his voice came in a sibilant whisper.
"Aye, madam, and though the act would not prove as delightful as undressing you, I intend to strip the man bare."
Chapter 17. On that following Friday, Lord Saxton's personal landau pulled up in front of a rather nondescript townhouse in Carlisle. The darkly garbed figure stepped down and half-turned as he spoke to Bundy, who remained in the driver's seat.
"I shall be here several hours. Return for me near dusk."
He thrust a finger into his waistcoat pocket and tossed up a couple of gold coins.
"Here, have yourself an ale or two and take your ease, but mind you don't spend too much in any one place."
Bundy grinned back.
"Do you expect an accounting, my lord?"
His lordship responded with a low, amused grunt.
"See that it's well spent, Bundy." "Aye, that I will, my lord."
Lord Saxton turned and made his way to the door of the townhouse, there to rap boldly upon its planks, while Bundy slapped the reins and guided the four-in-hand through the narrow streets, keeping them at a prancing trot that made bystanders turn and stare. He knew precisely where he was going, and did not slacken the display of the magnificent steeds until he reached the first of the waterfront taverns. By the time he scrambled down from the high seat, he had gathered a worthy audience. The coat of arms on the carriage door attracted nearly as much attention as the team, and when a tankard of good, cool ale made its way from the tavern into his hand by way of a generous soul, Bundy carefully explained that both team and carriage belonged to the Lord of Saxton Hall, who was at that very moment attending to some important business a few streets away. There was little enough to be said about his lordship, except that he would be returning to the manse come evening fall. He allowed those who would to admire the animals before making his departure with the 2 gold coins still secure in his purse. Minding well his master's words, Bundy passed on to the next inn, the next pub, the next tavern, where, with almost boring repetition, the carriage and team always drew notice, and he was put to pains to explain them. At each place he was the recipient of an offering of an ale or two, and with an alacrity that betrayed his thirst, he showed his appreciation for the gifts and his delight to boast of his master's fine steeds. It was almost a relief when the appointed hour finally drew nigh, and the afternoon of tippling and sippling was broken off. He returned to the simple townhouse and was admiring the gold coins when the front door opened and the crippled one appeared.
"This one didn't even cost you a mite, my lord,"
Bundy said, chuckling. He displayed the gleaming coins and made as if to toss them down, but a gloved hand raised to hold him.
"The next ones will be on me."
Bundy smiled and pocketed the pair.
"Thank you kindly, my lord."
When Lord Saxton stood ready to mount, he glanced back toward the townhouse. A drapery on a higher floor was drawn aside, and the dainty kerchief of a woman could be seen waving goodbye. He raised his own hand briefly, then climbed inside, pulling the door shut behind him. A moment later, his cane rapped sharply on the carriage roof, and Bundy clucked to the horses, setting them into their high-stepping action. They left Carlisle, and a few miles down the road wandered through the small village of Ray. Once clear of the town, Bundy roused the team to a swifter gait, and by the time full night was upon them, they were several miles into their journey home. The road wound through the broken foothills and down into the narrow coastal plains that would return them back to Saxton Hall. The black shapes of great oaks were pillared with stately grace on either side of the ancient road. Rock walls bordered small farms, where a dim candle or a lantern marked a cottage. and here and there they rattled over the hand-hewn slabs that Roman legions had laid. The hours waned, and across the velvet expanse of the bejewelled night sky, the coy half-moon played tag with chasing clouds. The lamps of the carriage cast dancing shadows on either side, and at times it seemed that they were pursued by a strange, elusive flock. They swept by a denser copse of trees some distance down the road, and with their passing, another noise joined the rumble of the wheels, a sound of many hooves. Nervously, Bundy glanced back over his shoulders and saw behind them a group of dark-clad horsemen leaving the copse. He rapped the butt of his whip sharply on the roof of the coach, then cracked the long tail of it over the backs of the team, urging them into a pace that far exceeded the showy trot. Though comfortable, the landau was light and built for speed, and the 4 beasts that drew it were powerful in their stride. Each animal knew its place, and was well matched to the ability of the others. They stretched out, and the following horsemen were hard-pressed even to maintain their distance. A few wild shots were fired, falling well short of their mark, and then the pursuers settled down to the chase, frenziedly whipping their horses to a greater effort. Horsemen will argue for years to come the merits of a man on a horse or in a cart behind, but here the race was well laid out, and the 4 straining beasts in their gleaming leather harnesses set a wicked pace indeed. Those behind were bent on reaching the conveyance and bringing it to a halt, but always the landau remained just out of their reach. A sweeping curve that would take the quarry out of sight appeared in the road ahead of them, and the huntsmen raced the faster, not wishing to give the prey time to turn aside and hide. They thundered around the bend, and for a moment broke their stride, confused. The carriage still raced in the distance, but in its wake a single man stood high in the stirrups, with a hooded cloak flaring wide in the night breeze. His horse gleamed moonstone black, and its long mane and tail flew like ebon gonfalons in the wind. Their puzzlement was replaced with a grinding determination to see this one ridden down, and they had no mind to swerve as they spurred their mounts on. The apparition raised an arm, and at its end a great bore of a pistol stared back at them. A flash, a roar, and with a half-screaming grunt, one of the charging pack was flung from his saddle and fell crashing to the ground. The other arm of the ghostly one raised, and it, too, bore a weapon. Another flash, another roar, and another one crumpled, and after a pace or two slid quietly from his steed to roll beneath the following hooves. The single rider jammed the pistols into the saddle holsters, and with a keening cry lifted high a wickedly shining sabre. He set spur to the stallion he rode, and charged headlong into their midst, sending the flock scattering in wild flight as he whipped the sabre back and forth among them. Before the highwaymen gathered their wits, another fell, slashed fatally from shoulder to hip. The blade flashed again in the moonlight, and hid itself momentarily in the chest of another. The brigands could not face this spectre from the night. Their minds were full of terrifying memories of an exploding cave, burning tents from which they had fled, and of that same black, glistening steed rearing high and echoing his master's cry with a piercing whinny. Their low-bred mounts pitched and balked as the stallion whirled in their midst, snorting and lashing out with flashing hooves. A man screamed as the thirsty, blood-reddened blade laid open his arm to the bone. The reins dropped from his numbed hand, and his horse took flight, bouncing and leaping across the rock-strewn sod until it crashed into a low stone wall. Upended in its terror, the steed spilled its rider onto the rocks. Then the ravaging banshee spurred his demon steed at the 3 who were as yet untouched, but they spun their mounts about and fled, lest his vengeance take them too. Behind the rock wall, the wounded man cowered and tried to crawl away as the ghostly form rode toward him. The man sobbed for pity, and the night rider halted his mount for a moment, contemplating the miserable coward. Like a bird alighting from flight, the nighthawk came to ground, his cloak spreading wide, and then settling around him in the manner of folding wings. He leaned down, his face still hidden in the long cowled hood, and seized the neck of the man's shirt. The garment was ripped clear in a single stroke, and, to the wounded one's bemusement, the other bound his arm and stanched the bleeding, tying the bandage tight. The spectre stood back, and, drawing the sabre, rested its tip in the turf.
"You may live."
The voice was harsh and full of anger.
"A sorry plight for a niggardly coward as yourself, but that will also depend on what you tell me in the next few moments."
The highwayman glanced about in rowelling trepidation. The carriage had halted a distance down the road, but the driver appeared loath to come back and held his distance warily.
"You have a camp?"
the night rider demanded.
"Aye, a small one."
The man's voice quavered as he answered. At any moment the blade might lift and flash, taking his life from him as it had Timmy Sears.
"There's no more big ones now. We're all over now, and only the captain knows where the supplies are kept. And the booty too," he eagerly volunteered. "They won't let us have any till you're caught, they said."
His information spent, he huddled close against the rocks, awaiting the probability of his fate.
"If you're of a mind, you might hie yourself back to your captain," the eerie voice sneered. "But I've heard the price of failure for your kind is more often death. I will give you life. If you spend it cheaply, it is your account. My advice would be to catch a horse and see yourself well into the south of England, and hope your captain's spies do not find you out."
The man trembled and shrank, squeezing his eyelids shut and bobbing his head, while a small squeaking sound issued from his throat. When he opened his eyes again, he was alone. Even the carriage was gone. A saddled horse grazed nearby, and he needed no second prompting. What the demon rider said was true. 'Twas whispered well among his companions that those who failed the captain's bidding were never found to have a second chance. The tiny candle flame sputtered against the draught that flowed through the room as Erienne moved toward the enclosed bookshelves that lined the far wall. She had come to the small library in search of a volume she had seen several days earlier while browsing through the closed wing. A superficial cleaning had been done, but for the most part, the room was just as it had been when she first came to Saxton Hall. The ghostly shapes of the cloth-draped furnishings enhanced the tomb-like atmosphere, while the flickering light cast eerie shadows on the walls and ceilings. It was not a comfortable room to be in, especially with the deathly chill that moved like an invisible spirit through it. Erienne drew the collar of her dressing gown up close about her neck as her gaze flitted about the room in search of an opening where the air was entering. Moving toward the windows, she found each tightly shut against a wayward breeze. It puzzled her, for the walls were sturdy and thick, not allowing for any possible penetration. Then she realized that the tiny flame at the end of the candle she was holding had stopped wavering. She whirled to face the bookcase, a tingling creeping along her spine. The case was built against an inside wall, and she knew another room lay beyond. It seemed impossible for a draught to be flowing around the cases, yet strangely the light had fluttered the most when she stood next to them. Watching the glowing light carefully, she moved slowly forward. As she neared, the tiny flame began to dip and dance on the wick. Her heart took up a frantic beating as she stepped in front of a case and felt an airy rush swirl the bottom of her nightgown, touching on her bare limbs. She held the candle close to the section from where the air flowed, and the light was almost snuffed out in the waft. A wire mesh was inserted in the doors, and shielding the light, she peered through, noticing that the shelves in this particular section were canted back ever so slightly to one side. Opening the door, she pushed at the side of a shelf that was leaning inward. and as if it were on a well-oiled hinge, the whole inside case slipped backward, allowing a greater current of air to channel through. Erienne's heart began to pound, for the draught was as cold as a frigid breath of winter from outside. Quelling her first instinct to flee to her chamber, she pushed at the edge of the shelves again. The case swung farther, exposing a small, barren cubicle where total darkness reigned beyond the meagre glow of her candle. Her nerves stretched taut as she stepped past the case of shelves, through the door, and into the narrow corridor on the other side. She held the candle high and glanced about. A stairway led downward, and with some reservations she set her feet to the steps, shivering as the current of air swept beneath the hem of her gown. Her heart fluttered within her bosom, and her breath came in trembling gasps with the tension that filled her. She crept down the stairs until she reached level footing, and there held the candle high to inspect her surroundings. It seemed she was in some kind of long, narrow cave that extended toward a vague, dim light some distance away. The chill of the breeze invaded her clothing, but she was scarcely aware of it as she moved toward the faint glow, shielding the candle flame from the strengthening draught. As she neared the end, she realized the passage continued on around a bend, and it was from this area that the source of illumination was coming. Shaking with the cold and her own apprehensions, she snuffed her candle and stepped around the corner, then halted, not daring to breathe. The tall, black-clad figure of a man was moving beyond the lantern that hung from a peg on the wall halfway between them. She could see only his back, but she took careful note that he was dressed entirely in black, from his full-sleeved shirt to the high, trim boots he wore. He moved with an ease that was familiar to her, but only when he faced the light did she realize how well she knew him. "Christopher!" The gasp came unbidden from her throat. His head snapped up, and he squinted against the light of the lantern as he tried to see beyond it. He moved toward her with a question. "Erienne?" "Aye, 'tis Erienne," she stated, experiencing a rush of emotions. First relief, pleasure, fear, and then anger. She settled on anger to hide the softer feelings. "What are you doing down here?" His eyes roamed slowly down the length of her as she came into the circle of light, glowing warmly in appreciation of what they beheld. When he raised his gaze, he grinned and gave a simple answer. "Exploring." "Exploring? In my husband's house? How dare you, Christopher? Have you no propriety?" She could not quite escape the fact that she had to struggle hard to maintain her show of outrage. The knowledge that she had been afraid she would never see him again was too blatant in her memory to be dismissed readily. "He knows I'm here," he answered casually. "Ask him when he comes back." "I intend to." He returned a question to her. "How did you find your way down here?" She lifted her shoulders in a tiny shrug, turning away. "I couldn't sleep, and I went to the old library in search of a book. When I felt a draught coming from the bookcase, I found this passage." "I should have closed the case better the last time I used it," he mused aloud. Her eyes came back to him, wide with surprise. "You mean you entered some other way tonight?" He grinned leisurely. "Did you think I would chance the temptation of passing near your chamber? I entered from outside." Though a light blush suffused her, she could not resist the query. "And did you also resist the temptation of passing Molly's chamber?" Christopher's brows crinkled dubiously as he met her hesitant gaze. "Molly? Please, madam, I am more discriminating than that." A sudden happiness welled up within her, but she hid it behind another inquiry, waving a hand to indicate their surroundings. "What is this passage used for?" "Whatever use it serves. Your husband's mother fled this way with her sons when the old lord was slain." "But what are you using it for now?"
Why are you here?
You are better off not knowing the answer to that.
His brow arched as he peered at her.
And I trust you will not speak of this to anyone but Stuart.
He waited expectantly.
Are you a thief?
She inquired bluntly. His answer came with a curt laugh.
Hardly.
Erienne was disappointed by his refusal to answer her, and her frustration was obvious in her tone.
I wish someone would explain what's going on around here.
'Tis part of an old struggle, he sighed, and the details are not always clear.
I would like to hear them, Christopher,
she pressed.
Even Stuart will not confide in me, and I have a right to know. I am not a child.
His grin broadened as his eyes swept her.
You're right in that, madam.
Then his smile faded, and he grew serious.
But there is also a dire need for caution. My life depends on it.
Do you think I would tell anyone when it might mean your death?
She questioned in amazement.
You have stated your hatred of me, my lady, he pointed out, and you have given me no reason to trust you with my life.
She met his stare with an unwavering gaze.
I wish no harm to come to you, Christopher.
He mused on her answer for a long moment, then queried abruptly.
Your father. What loyalty do you owe him?
I owe him nothing more than what has passed behind me.
You're cold,
he observed. Erienne was confused by his abrupt change of topic, and struggled to return to the same path she had started on.
My father deserves nothing.
Then she saw where his gaze was directed, and, glancing down, realized the twin peaks of her breasts were standing taut and high beneath her robe. Her cheeks grew suddenly hot with embarrassment, and she whirled, folding her arms across her chest and groaning her frustration with the man. Christopher laughed, and, picking up his coat, came to wrap it around her.
I prefer you unbound and soft,
he murmured warmly against her ear,
with your hair flowing free.
Erienne felt suffocated by his nearness. Her whole being throbbed with an awareness of him, but she knew that if she gave any hint of her weakness, it would lead only to disaster. Over her shoulder, she reminded him pertly.
You were going to explain about this cave.
He chuckled and stepped away, rubbing his palms together as he paced about.
I suppose I should give you a brief history of the old lord first. Broderick Saxton was a peacemaker, a learned man caught in the crossfire between the English and the Scots.
Thoughtfully, he moved to the far end of the cave to close the heavy door, shutting off the draught, and then returned to stand before her.
There was a Jacobite uprising some 50 years ago. Some Scots, mostly lowlanders, sided with the English crown, while the Highlanders, smitten with Bonnie Charlie, lifted their swords and vowed to set free their lands. The border shifted many times, and Saxton Hall was caught in that tug of war. The lord of the manor sought a peaceful settlement between his kinsmen and the English. His own father was English, his mother of the Highland clans. For his loyalty, he was allowed to keep these lands when the strife came to an end, and Cumberland was firmly a part of England. There were some who resented him, and said all manner of evil things against him. He married Mary Seaton, also of a Highland clan, and she bore him 2 sons. More than a score of years back, when the youngest had yet to reach his 10th year, a band of men called the old lord from the manor after the family had retired for the night, and when he came forth in good faith, the leader slew him before he could lay hand to his claymore. Some claim it was the Highlanders who came to carry out their vengeance.
Christopher paused for a long moment in deep thought. Then, as he continued his story, he strode back and forth in front of her.
There are others who say 'twas not the marauding bands from the north, but men of English blood who hated Scots by any name, and who were jealous of the lord's power and fortune. At any end, they murdered him and attacked the manor, seeking to slay all who might have witnessed the murder. The unarmed servants fled, and Mary Saxton hid here in this passage before she managed to escape with her sons.
What happened to them? Erienne asked quietly. He seemed reluctant to answer. He lifted a cup from a pail of water and drank from it before finally relenting.
The Marquis had a small cottage in the south of Wales, and there it was deemed that Mary and her sons could reside safely for a while. After a few months passed, an abortive attempt was made to kidnap or murder the sons. She gathered her family and remaining wealth and went elsewhere, breathing not a word about their heritage to anyone. When the boys came of an age, circumstances forbade the immediate return of the elder. But when he could, he petitioned the High Court to bestow title to the family lands upon him, and armed with his memories and a respectable fortune of his own, he came to Saxton Hall to claim his heritage.
And someone tried to murder him? Erienne raised her gaze in question. How could the same men have killed the old lord and torched the manor too, Christopher? The first event happened so many years ago. If any of them are still living, surely their hatred has mellowed by now.
Hatred, greed, jealousy. Who knows whether time mellows or whets the passions? But this Lord Saxton is intent on finding those responsible, whether they've passed on to hell or not.
The look that came on his face gave Erienne a chill, but it was briefly seen, for he turned away abruptly. Justice must be paid sooner or later, she murmured. He nodded in agreement.
I believe Mary Saxton has come to that conclusion also. She has lost too much to stand and take it any longer.
I would like to meet her some day.
God willing, you shall.
He reached to take her hand and bestowed a kiss on the chilled fingers, then lifted his head to gaze into her eyes. For a moment, Erienne was held in a space of frozen time, unable to drag her eyes from the ones that commanded her attention. It was as if he searched out her very soul, and he had a way of making her feel consumed by that heated regard. With an effort, she freed herself from those mesmerizing orbs and whispered nervously, I'd better go back upstairs now. I've been gone too long as it is.
Your husband should be returning shortly,
he murmured. She looked at him, perplexed. How do you know that?
I passed his coach some miles down the road. Unless he has found some other lady-love, I imagine he intends to be with you shortly.
His grin came back.
At least, that would be my intent if I were your husband.
The warmth of his voice touched a quickness in her that left her fingers trembling as she raised the candle. Will you light this, please? I need it to find my way back. He ignored her request and reached to take the lantern from the wall.
I'll take you upstairs.
It isn't necessary, she was quick to insist, afraid for more reasons than one.
I'd never forgive myself if some harm came to you down here,
he responded lightly. He lifted the lantern, casting its glow before them, and waited on her pleasure with amused patience. Erienne saw the challenge in his eyes and groaned inwardly. How could she refuse to pick up the gauntlet when she knew he would taunt her with his chiding humour if she did not? Adjusting the oversized coat about her shoulders, she rose to the bait, against her better judgment, and moved with him along the stony corridor. They were well past the bend when a sudden scurrying, accompanied by strident squeaking, came from the darkness. At the sound, Erienne stumbled back with a gasp, having an intense aversion for the rodents. In the next instant, the heel of her slipper caught on a rock lip, twisting her ankle and nearly sending her sprawling. Almost before the cry of pain was wrenched from her lips, Christopher's arms were about her, and he used the excuse to bring her snugly against his own hard body. Embarrassed by the contact that brought bosom to chest and thigh to thigh, and made her excruciatingly aware of his masculinity, Erienne pushed hurriedly away. She tried to walk again, anxious to be away, but when her weight came down on her ankle, a quick grimace touched her features. Christopher caught her reaction, and without so much as a murmured pardon, took the coat from her shoulders, pressed the lantern in her hand, and lifted her up in his arms.
"You can't take me upstairs," she protested. "What if you're seen?"
The lights danced in his eyes as he met her astonished stare. "I'm beginning to think, madam, that you worry more about propriety than yourself. Most of the servants are in bed asleep."
"But what if Stewart comes?" she argued. "You said he's on his way."
Christopher chuckled. "Meeting him now would be most interesting. He might even challenge me to a duel over your honour." He raised a brow at her. "Would you be grieved if he wounded me?"
"Don't you realise a thing like that could happen?"
she questioned, angry because he dismissed the possibility with flippant ease. "Don't fret, my love," he cajoled, with a smile twitching at the corners of his mouth. "If I hear him coming, I'll run, and as clumsy as he is, he'll never be able to catch me." He shifted her weight closer against him and smiled into her chiding stare. "I like the way you feel in my arms."
"Remember yourself, sir,"
she admonished crisply, ignoring her leaping pulse. "I'm trying, madam. I'm really trying." Tentatively, she curled an arm around his neck and relaxed against him as she held the lantern to light their way. He was silent as he climbed the stairs with her, and though she kept her gaze averted, she could feel his eyes on her. In a few moments they were in the corridor leading from the wing, and with unerring direction he turned down the hall toward her bedchamber. Erienne was most observant of that fact, and remembered the night he had paused outside her door.
"You seem to know your way quite well through this house, even the way to my chamber."
"I know where the Lord's chambers are, and that you're using them," he replied, meeting her gaze.
"I don't think I'll ever feel safe in this house again,"
she replied, with more truth than sarcasm. A devilish grin gleamed back at her. "I would never dream of forcing my attentions on you, my lady."
"I have defended myself much too often to believe that," she declared.
He halted at her door, turned the latch, and nudged the portal wide with a shoulder. Carrying her inside, he paused near a table to let her deposit the lantern on its surface, then continued on to the four-poster. "I am but a man with no more than a common vigour," he stated. "Can I be faulted if I admire a woman of uncommon beauty?" The bed-covers were turned down, and he lowered her to the softness of the feather ticks. His eyes searched the amethyst depths, and saw in them a wide uncertainty that both bemused and fascinated him. It was this that made him pull away, though he yearned to speak his mind. He was goaded by a desire to press his lips upon that sweetly parted mouth and ease his passions, while the tiny candle flame lent its soft illumination to those wide liquid pools he gazed into. But there was much to be lost, too, if he moved unwisely, and he was not willing to test the moment just yet. Gallantly he brought her fingertips to his lips and pressed a soft kiss to them. Then he turned, and, taking up the lantern, quickly departed from the chamber, leaving no echoing sound to follow him. It was a long, long time before Erienne managed to subdue her trembling and relax back in the bed. The chimes of the clock in the hall marked a half-hour's passage of time before Erienne heard her husband's halting footsteps coming down the hall. She watched the door until his dark shape appeared, and she wondered at the sudden guilt that rose up within her. Not willing to yield to the idea that she was succumbing to the Yankee's persistent wooing, she patted the bed in an invitation for Lord Saxton to sit beside her, and, when he complied, rose on her knees to embrace him, laying her cheek against his shoulder.
"Will you be angry with me if I told you I found a way through to the cave downstairs?" she whispered.
His hooded head half-turned, as if he were surprised at her statement. "Then I beg for your discretion, madam. 'Twould be folly for anyone else to know about it."
"The secret is safe with me, my lord."
"You're a loyal wife, Erienne.
no doubt better than I deserve.
Will you come to bed? She coaxed, wanting to push aside the unrelenting memory of that moment when Christopher had stared down into her eyes and her emotions had raged a terrible war.
Aye, my love. Let me douse the candles.
Will you not leave them burning, that I may know you better? If she had light, perhaps she would not be haunted by the other's visage. She was growing more afraid of her imagination than of what her husband hid from her.
In time, my sweet, in time.
Much later, she lay against his broad chest, completely fulfilled, yet more tormented than she cared to be. The impressions of Christopher Seaton had been stronger this time, plaguing her relentlessly as Stuart made love to her. The fleeting invasions of Christopher's face into the private moments with her husband made her pray for an accusing conscience. Stuart?
Aye, my love.
His rasping whisper came in the dark. Farrell is coming tomorrow, and you promised to help him with using the pistols again. Would you have an aversion to teaching me also?
Her husband drew back with the question, Whatever for, my love?
I would like to know how to shoot, in case there should ever come a time when you are taken from this hall by force. If I can, I want to be able to defend you.
If that is your wish, madam, I see no harm in it. You'll at least be able to protect yourself if anything should happen.
Can you teach me to shoot as well as you do? She asked with enthusiasm.
Grating laughter filled the velvet enclosure of their bed. What? And have you turned the sights on me when you grow vexed with the sight of me?
He paused and realized she was serious.
That skill, madam, comes with years of practice and the dire need to defend one's life. I can teach you only the use and care of the gun. The other comes with time.
He pressed his lips against her throat.
'Tis much like love. It only improves with careful practice.
In the next several days, Erienne's ears rang nearly continuously from the loud explosions of shot, while her arm and shoulder suffered from the weight and recoil of the flintlock and the smaller pistol. Each morning and afternoon she was taken through the drill of loading, aiming and firing. Farrell's progress was no better than her own, for he had to overcome the unaccustomed use of his left hand in the matter of priming and steadying the flintlocks. Though Erienne was eager to learn, she found it difficult to sight the weapons properly so she could hit the targets. It was only when Lord Saxton stood at her back, with his arms bracing hers, that she began to understand the position of the weapon in relationship to her body, and the necessity of a firm grip. By the end of the third week, she was putting the shot within a fairly close proximity of the targets. Farrell had returned to Mowbray on Monday of the week previous, and for the next days she had her husband's full and undivided attention, which was handed out with generous familiarity. A press of an arm across her bosom as he helped her take aim, the brush of his loins against her buttocks, or a gloved hand fitting the butt of the flintlock against her shoulder while his palm rested casually on her breast. This intimate handling of her person was a fair indication of the pleasure he derived in claiming her as his own. And when those gloved hands paused to caress her softer parts, no hint of fear or revulsion remained to shake her composure. It was only that haunting image in the back of her mind that would not give her rest. Her curiosity about the cave escalated. She couldn't quite set it from mind, nor had she been sufficiently appeased by Christopher's explanation about its use. For in the days following the discovery of it, she dwelt on the fact that he had given only a brief historical sketch of the family, and had avoided answering her inquiry concerning the cave's present function. When she attempted to ask Lord Saxton about it, he only shrugged and assured her that her questions would be satisfied in a short time. He was gone for a day, and the servants were cleaning in another part of the manor, when the thought of the cave drew her once more to the old library.
This time she came better prepared for an exploration, having claimed a lantern from the stable and a heavier shawl from her armoire. She slipped quickly through the bookcase opening and took care to close it behind her. Despite the fact that the hour was a little past 2 in the afternoon, darkness held the interior of the passage in a firm grip. Beyond the circle of light cast by the lantern, there was only a black void filled with uncertainties. A distant skittering cooled her boldness, yet she knew that if she wanted to see where the passage led, she would have to overcome her qualms. The narrow stairs led her to the lower level, and she continued on, passing the bend and coming to the area where she had discovered Christopher. The corridor was empty now, and looking about, she found nothing more interesting than several sets of reins hanging from a bar, a wooden chair, a locked chest, and a pair of black boots sitting neatly beside it. She moved beyond the meagre furnishings and went to test the door that she had seen Christopher close. It was made of heavy planks and bore no other security than a bar that could be lifted from both sides. A thin, dim thread of sunlight filtered in from beneath the door, tempting her to drag the portal open. At first, what she saw bemused her, for the only thing that met her eye was a large heap of tangled brush. Barely enough room existed to slip past, but pressing close to the side, she made her way through the thick growth and found herself at the edge of a wooded copse on the side of a hill that gradually sloped away from the manor house. Above the mass of trees that clustered close together against the hillside, she could see several of the towering chimneys that rose above the high-pitched roofs. Low-growing brush filled the area beneath the trees, hiding to the casual eye any hint of a trail or pathway that might have wandered through the woods. She had had no thought of going beyond the end of the passageway, but in a long patch of melting snow, the recent impression of a man's footprints gave evidence that someone had passed this way only a short time before. The tracks were too short and wide for Christopher to have made them, and since they did not belong to her husband either, she could only determine that someone else knew of the hidden passageway. Curious, Erienne raised her head and searched the countryside, letting her gaze range far and wide. She saw nothing out of the ordinary. A hillside covered with trees, a small trickling brook wandering through the valley, jagged rock protruding from the incline. She was about to turn away when at the edge of her vision a quick, furtive movement caught her eye. She stared hard through the trees, wondering if it might have been her imagination. Then she saw it again, a man in dull-hued clothes sprinting from bush to shrub, nearly hidden in the dense shadows of the copse. Her heart began to thump faster. For some reason, that short, squarish figure hit a strong chord of familiarity, spurring her curiosity to know just who it was. Lifting her skirts, she hurried along the slope, never pausing as her feet slipped and slid on the wet turf. The chill breeze penetrated her woolen shawl and brought a deeper colour to her cheeks. Twigs plucked at her garments and smoothly coiffured hair, dragging free several strands as she brushed past. The man continued his careful pace, oblivious to her presence. At the outskirts of a denser thicket, Erienne paused, hiding herself behind a tall shrub as he stopped to cast a glance about. He looked over his shoulder in her direction, and Erienne caught her breath as she saw the face of Bundy through the tangled web of twigs. She pressed a hand over her mouth and sank lower, wondering what furtive affair he was about and why he was not with her husband. She could have sworn the two of them had departed by coach together. Continuing on his way, Bundy splashed across a stream that meandered through the trees, and Erienne saw where he was going. A tiny cottage lay at the foot of a hill, nestled so tightly in the trees it was barely visible. A tall, overgrown hedge grew out to the side of it, and at the far end the wheels of a carriage could be seen jutting out from behind it. A small lane entered through the trees, halting near the carriage. Bundy slipped through the hedge that jutted out past the cottage, but the growth was so thick it forbade any glimpse of what lay beyond it. Erienne was startled to hear a high whinny and a sudden pounding of hooves, as if a horse had been startled by the man's appearance. She heard Bundy's chuckle, and then a squeak of a hinge, the same which a gate or a door might make when opened. Bemused, she left her haven and hurried toward the stream. It formed a momentary barrier in her path, until she found a place where several stones provided a way across it. Growing more cautious as she neared the hedge, she slowed her pace and took care where she set her feet. Even so, the snorting and high, piercing shriek of a horse indicated that the animal had sensed her presence.
"What be the matter with you, Saracen?"
Bundy questioned.
"Settle yourself down now."
The horse whinnied again, and, by the sound of its thumping hooves, nervously cantered to and fro.
"Ah, I know what's eating at your pride. The master left you behind and took your rival, eh? Well, you needn't be feeling so rejected, my fine, handsome stallion. He saves ye for the best, he does. There be no denying that."
Erienne peered through the hedge and caught a stirring view of an animal she would not soon forget. In nervous agitation, a glistening black stallion tossed his head and pranced back and forth along the inside of a small paddock. He was majestic in appearance, with a proud look about him that few steeds could match. His mane and tail flowed like the sweeping train of a black-garbed prince, and he set down his flashing hooves with precise motion as he made a wide sweep of the area. When he paused for a moment, his ears remained perked, and his nostrils flared as his large, alert eyes searched in her direction. Then, with a snort, he took up the pace again, flinging high his long tail. Dragging her gaze away from the magnificent beast, she surveyed the area sheltered by the hedge. 2 different paddocks existed and were separated by a walk. 6 enclosed stalls were built next to the cottage, 2 of which opened by way of a gate into each of the paddocks. 4 carefully matched steeds stood in the smaller stalls, while the larger stall and paddock opposite Saracen's stood empty. Erienne's brows puckered in thoughtful bemusement. She knew this was her husband's land she stood upon, but before today she had had no idea this cottage even existed. Bundy, however, seemed quite familiar with it, and also with the animals stabled here. Like the cottage, he was a most secretive man, except with Lord Saxton. Drawing away from the shrubs, Erienne headed back toward the stream. Since Bundy's loyalty to her husband was most evident, he could not mean them any harm. Lord Saxton undoubtedly knew about the place, and she had to trust that whatever he and Christopher Seaton were doing was within the law. It took some searching to find the opening to the passageway, and she had to retrace her steps twice before she found the particular shrubs that covered it. Several moments later, she was in her bedchamber stripping off the soiled gown. She made herself presentable again, and a thrice of hours later, informed that her husband's landau was approaching, she went to greet him at the front portal. She stood outside the tower entry and watched the 4 in hand draw near. The closer they came, the more surprised she became, for the 4 prancing steeds looked very much like the ones she had seen in the stalls next to the cottage. Though she had not inspected the carriage that had been there, her husband's landau seemed a close match. Erienne's eyes flew to the coachman, and a sudden prickling went along her spine. Bundy was driving. Her mind began to churn in a restless frenzy, grasping for some logical explanation, but finding none. Lord Saxton had been gone all afternoon, so how could Bundy be with him? The smile that she had prepared for her husband was only a shallow reflection of its former self. Dismay dimmed the light in her eyes, and knowing she would have trouble meeting the gaze behind the slitted holes, she turned toward the tower as he came near, letting him slip an arm about her waist. She could hardly suspect him of being involved in a clandestine affair of the heart, yet something was not right here. The pieces did not join neatly together, and she could only wonder at the mystery that involved him Bundy, and Christopher Seaton. Chapter 18. A festival was held at Saxton Hall to lure the warmer winds of spring to their clime. It was a time of gaiety, feasting and dancing, when lord and lady, servant and peasant alike, joined in the merrymaking. It was also a time for a fair of sorts, when the tenants could gather their handiwork of the winter months for the purpose of selling or bartering it away to the visitors who were wont to come. Crude and temporary stands and fancier pavilions and tents were erected for the display of merchandise. Woollens, laces, and miscellaneous wares were to be had for a twopence or two. 'Twas decreed that the day would be fair of weather, for no cloud would dare cast its shadow over such festivities, and indeed it was. The sun's presence added warmth to the snaggle-toothed grins of eager young faces, and those of the very ancient as well. Hands gnarled by hard work clapped in enthusiasm, while the quick-stepping feet of dancers flew in time with the music. Small crowds formed here and there to watch the various sights. Jugglers and acrobats performed their feats for pennies, while jesters garbed themselves like the knights of yore, and, equipped with clever horse-shapes strapped about their waists, acted out inane jousts to amuse the people. Lord Saxton and his lady toured the grounds, pausing now and then at the stands, or in the open to watch the minstrels or the dances. The crowds gave way before them, but seemed to fill in close behind. Whenever they did pause, the gaiety soon grew subdued, as many were wont to stand with half-quaffed mug in hand and simply stare at this terrible-looking lord. With spry alertness, children sought out the shelter of their mothers' skirts and peered out as that ominous ogre approached, with his blank, staring mask and fearsome gait. Though the tenants spoke in respectful tones of him, for the most part they were inclined to speculate at what horror the helm did hide, and the courage of the lady who had to face him each night. Exaggerated tales of how he had set a band of thieves to rout were bantered about. It was said that he had dealt with others of renown, and gave no quarter. Yet he was also the one who had come among them with his steward to inquire of their welfare, and whether the rents in the past had been fair or not. After the burden Lord Talbot had placed upon them, they were amazed and grateful when he had slashed the rates to less than half the mark. After his coming, the word had quickly spread among them. The Lord of Saxton Hall was home, and they began to hope that the ills that had beset them would be turned aright. A new sense of justice was established, and henceforth what was right, and what was wrong. There would be no shading of the till or a thumb upon the scale. Here was a justice stern but fair, one they could understand and live with. No whimsical quirk to tip the scales against them. No greedy palm stretched forth in bold demand, while truth and fairness quaked. And somehow all of them were the happier for it. In many ways, Lord Saxton had ceased to be the unknown beast, and in their eyes had taken on the manner of a worthy lord. They now scoffed at the wild tales that told of him flying in the night like a great winged bat. Indeed, he had become something of a hero to them all, and they began to take offence when one unduly criticised him. Yet for all of their loyalty and respect, nothing had been effective in setting aside their reticence until they watched the lady at his side. They forgot that Erienne had once passed along as one of them, and brushed their elbows in the marketplace. They saw her only as the mistress of the manor now, and her ease and comfort with the man who quietly escorted her did much to ease their trepidations. They gaped in bemused awe as she laughed and chatted with him. The resting of her hand on his arm, her casual acceptance of his touch, and an intimate whispering between the two did much to dispel the lingering qualms. To be sure, Erienne Saxton was as gracious a lady as any they had ever known. Mothers watched with pleased smiles as she touched this child and bent to kiss that one. She doled out bits of sweets to the gamins, and often paused to coax the younger ones to come to her. The women were soon abuzz with how she actually held a wee babe in her arms and cradled it close against her. It was even told how the Lord himself chuckled at the babe's delight and held out a black-gloved finger for the lad to play with. Fears softened as the day wore on, and there grew out of it a pleasant feeling of contentment. Even if this present lord had the appearance of being born in the fires of hell, rather than merely having been tested by them, the tenants were settled on the fact that they were far better off for having him as their lord and his lady as the mistress of their lands. For some, at least, that idea was reaffirmed when the Mayor of Mowbray decided to join his son for a visit to Saxton Hall. While the younger Fleming's interest turned to a contest of skills with firearms, the elder displayed his relentless fascination with wagering. It took on many forms and aspects, from the hiding of a pebble beneath a thrice of cups to a little game with cards. After all, it was only for a twopence or two, and perhaps 'twas the best the tenants could afford, Avery reasoned, but come summer they could earn enough to make up for the loss. Still, he was careful to carry on his activities well out of eyesight of his host. As the day wore on, the mayor became so completely engrossed with his purpose that he failed to notice his daughter eyeing him quizzically from nearby. He was surprised when he heard her calling him. Hastily gathering up his winnings and concealing them in his coat, he excused himself from the small collection of men and swaggered toward his daughter, as if the idea of cheating had never so much as entered his mind. Erienne tilted her head as she looked at him curiously.
"Father, I hope you have remembered that you're a guest here, and have not taken advantage of the fact that you are related, in some manner."
Avery drew himself up and flapped his wings in the manner of an outraged rooster.
"What do you mean, girl? Do you think I don't know how to conduct myself at an outing such as this? Here I am with most of my life behind me, and you're trying to give me counsel at this late date. Why, I've been with dukes and earls and higher lords than the Saxton name has borne. Now you're worrying about my conduct with a few simple peasants. A pox on you now!"
"A pox on you," Erienne returned in an angry whisper, "if you've been cheating my husband's people. If I hear one word about you working your shifty ways here today, I'll see that you never bring your shadow on these lands again."
Avery's face took on a deep hue of vermilion. Leaning toward her, he spoke through gnashing teeth.
"Why, you little turn-tail snip! You'd rather take the word of some mindless folk and condemn your own father without allowing him a word in his own defence. Just 'cause you be wearing fancy skirts now, and you got yourself a high title, you don't need to be acting so grand with me. I know where you really come from."
"One word. Remember it," Erienne warned crisply. "I will not see you cheating these people."
Avery's eyes flared as he drew back his hand to threaten her.
"You keep a civil tongue in your head, girl. I'll not be called a cheat by the likes of ye."
In his rage, he was deaf to the shocked gasps of the peasants, and he never saw the black face of the mask turn their way. But of a sudden, his raised hand was seized by the wrist in a grip that he could not break. He glanced to see who held him, and the bottom fell out of his stomach. He gulped, ready to run and hide, but his feet were frozen to the turf and wouldn't obey his urging. He stood with quaking limbs as he faced the masked countenance of his Lordship Saxton.
"Is there aught amiss here?"
the harsh, rasping voice demanded. The cold ebon shades of the eye-holes riveted the man where he stood. The mayor's mouth opened spasmodically, but it was too dry to allow words to form. There was no possible way he could extract himself. Erienne watched her father's futile attempts at speech and took pity on him, though she could not fully understand why. He had never been extravagant in his mercy toward her.
"The argument is an old one, my lord," she answered for her kin. "It fairly vexed us both."
Lord Saxton's gaze never wavered from the man.
"I suggest, Mayor, that henceforth you consider the delicacy of your mortal body before you again tempt the fates this sorely. Your daughter now falls under my protection, and you have no further right to abuse her."
Words failed to come from Avery's throat as they were bidden, and he had to suffice with a hesitant nodding of his head.
"Good."
Lord Saxton released his hold.
"Henceforth I shall expect you to give my lady proper respect, and to be careful when dealing on any of my lands. Otherwise, the consequences shall be laid at your feet."
Avery stood mute, rubbing his aching wrist, as the master of the manor led Erienne away. He knew if word got back to either of them how he had cheated the peasants, he might lose far more than he had gained. Still, it was only a threepence or a farthing here and there, and even if he wanted to give the coins back, he had no idea who had actually lost to him. Just before dusk of the following afternoon, Erienne stood at the tower entry and watched the landau pull away from the manor. She was curious to know just how far it would go in its journey, and was as equally perplexed by the secrecy surrounding the cottage and the magnificent black steed that was kept concealed. Many questions had begun to plague her. The accusations of Lord Talbot and the sheriff concerning the night rider played on her mind. Despite her avowed trust, she could not fully escape the mental vision of Ben lying sprawled in his own blood, with a masked black-garbed form standing above him with bloodied knife. The thought frightened her, and fairly shredded the faith she had laid to her husband. An urge grew strong within her as the landau disappeared from sight. She had to see for herself if it would stop at the cottage. Perhaps if she found her husband there, he might tell her what game he was playing, and then, hopefully, her fears could be set to rest. She longed for assurance. In any form, anything. Once again, she fetched a lantern and her woolen shawl before entering the passageway. The different quirks and crannies of it were already becoming familiar to her, and she pressed on to the bend with more confidence. A light shone from the area where she had met Christopher, and becoming more cautious, she put out her own lantern and moved with more stealth around the corner. The passageway was empty, but just as she was stepping into the light, she heard a low scrape outside the door and saw the handle begin to turn. Moving back into the shadows, she pressed close against the wall and held her breath as the portal swung open. She almost gasped as Christopher came striding in, dressed in the same dark clothes he had been wearing when she last saw him. He seemed sure of his purpose, for he went directly to the locked chest, knelt before it, and fit a key into the lock. Hardly daring to breathe, she watched as he drew forth a pair of pistols and a long sabre enclosed in an elaborate sheath. He snugged the belt bearing the scabbard about his narrow hips, then tucked the pistols into the leather band. Almost as quickly, he locked the chest and disappeared through the doorway again, leaving Erienne to sag slowly against the wall in relief. Her mind began to fly in a chaotic frenzy. No good could come of the weapons he had taken from the chest. Indeed, the sight of them was a portent of a dangerous conflict. But with whom? Another Timmy Sears? Or a doddering old drunk? Then a sudden coldness gripped Erienne's heart. The night rider wore black, and took to ground when it was dark, doing his murdering by way of a sword, and leaving his victim's blood spilled upon the turf. Christopher had a sabre, and he was dressed in black. Hidden below was a powerful black steed that could fly like the wind. The combination of man and beast could be a most formidable one. Erienne stepped out of the shadows and set a flame to the wick of her lantern, then hurried back along the passageway. There was little time to waste if she wanted to see what Christopher was up to. If she went to the cottage by foot, he and the stallion might be gone by the time she got there, leaving her questions unanswered. She had to see for herself if her fears had any basis. It was only when she had reached the interior of the stable and had led forth the mare Morgana that she realized to go venturing out at night dressed as a woman was most foolhardy. As she debated her next course of action, Her gaze fell on several garments hanging over a short line stretched in front of a stall, undoubtedly spread to dry after a washing. A shirt, a short cropped coat, and a pair of boys' breeches were among the brief assortment, and near enough to her size to be serviceable. They obviously belonged to Keats. But in consideration of the fact that he would suffer as much embarrassment as she would if she asked to use them, she thought the best thing to do was to borrow them without his knowledge. Snatching them off the line, she ran into the corner of an empty stall and hurriedly doffed her gown and chemise. The cold air touched on her bare skin, sending shivers along her flesh, and in desperate haste she yanked on the clothes. She had no time to lace the shirt front, though it gapped open well past her bosom. She covered it with the coat and took a silk sash from her gown, tying the sash about her waist to secure the breeches in place. They reached to just below her knees, leaving visible a shocking display of calves, smoothly clad in white silk stockings. Her slippers had a reasonable heel and posed no problem, but her hair, having been left free to flow down her back, had to be tucked in a filthy tricorn she found. She grimaced as she tugged it on, wondering what kind of vermin she was inviting. Ignoring her side saddle, she chose one fit for a man. With the help of an empty keg, she mounted to the seat and adjusted her position for a few moments. Being in almost direct contact with the saddle was an entirely new experience for her, and not one she was sure she could long endure. Either she was too soft or the seat was too hard, but whatever the cause, it did not lend toward exceptional comfort. Thumping her heels against the mare's side, she left the stables and cut a wide path away from the house, heading in the general direction of the cottage. Dusk had left the countryside bathed in a deep hue of magenta, but the oncoming shades of night were greedily nipping away at the dull light. It was only by chance that she caught sight of a dark-clad rider on a black horse already on the road, and some distance ahead. Finding little doubt in her mind that it was Christopher Seaton, Erienne gave chase. She had no thought of overtaking him, nor did she believe she could if it came to a race. Her intention was merely to see what he was up to, and if she had any real reason to suspect that he was the fearsome Night Avenger. The sphere of the moon severed its bond with earth and rose higher in the heavens to cast its silvery glow over the countryside, lending just enough light to show her the dark shape ahead. Over dale and hill, through brook and puddle, Erienne followed, sometimes only catching a glimpse of her quarry on a far-off rising. The distance between them extended, and when she lost sight of him, she began to worry that he had increased the lead. The road curved and wound its way around a shallow stream. Determining that the latter provided the straighter course, Erienne prodded the mare into the water, seeking to gain some ground. The hooves clattered along the rocky bed of the brook, echoing through the tunnel of trees that lined the way. It was an act of pure folly, for the one she followed had paused further ahead in the shadows. Christopher's head came up as he heard the rattling hooves of an approaching horseman. He had been aware for some time that someone was behind him, and decided the game had gone far enough. Whirling the black stallion about, he paralleled the road for a ways. He knew of a special place where he could properly greet the fellow. Erienne guided the mare carefully up the slope from the stream, then urged it in a fast canter back to the road. She had lost sight of the dark rider, and the thought that he might have taken another direction made her push the steed even harder. She was passing a small embankment, crowned with low trees, when suddenly a black shape flew out at her from the brush. A scream was jolted from her as a hard body slammed into hers, and she was swept from the saddle. Christopher realized his mistake on contact, for the one he carried with him was much too light and soft to be anything but a woman. He twisted in mid-air, taking the impact of the fall upon himself to save the frailer body. At the same time, an angry whinny pierced the night air, as the reins were jerked from Erienne's hand and the bit tore into the horse's mouth. Christopher had barely come to a halt in the dust of the road when he looked up to see the thrashing forefeet of the rearing mare. Recognition jolted through him at sight of the white stockings, and he knew at once who his unwilling guest was. Thinking the steed was bent upon some distraught vengeance, he threw himself across the twisting she-cat he held. The sprightly mount leaped over them in a graceful arch, and in a rattle of hooves was gone, racing back in the direction she had come. Christopher's attention was brought back abruptly to the little wild thing he had caught. In a frenzied effort to gain her release, she clawed his face with raking nails and sought to tear the hair from his head with grasping fists. He was hard-pressed to defend himself until he caught the flailing arms firmly in his grasp and pressed them down, using his greater weight to subdue the Lady Saxton. Erienne was trapped, held firmly in the middle of the dusty road. Her outraged struggles had loosened her hair and disarranged her clothes to the point that her modesty was savaged. Her coat had come open in the scuffle, and their shirts were twisted awry, leaving her bosom bare against a hard chest. The meagre pair of breeches made her increasingly aware of the growing pressure against her loins. She was pinned almost face to face with her captor, and even though the visage was shadowed, she could hardly miss the fact of his identity or the half-leering grin that taunted her.
"Christopher, you beast, let me go!"
Angrily she struggled, but could not influence him with her prowess. His teeth gleamed in the dark as his grin widened.
"Nay, madam, not until you vow to control your passion. I fear before too long I would be somewhat frayed by your zealous attention."
"I shall turn that statement back to you, sir,"
she retorted. He responded with an exaggerated sigh of disappointment.
"I was rather enjoying the moment."
"So I noticed,"
she quipped, before she thought, then bit her lip, hoping he might mistake her meaning. He didn't. He was most aware of the effect her meagerly clad body had on him, and he replied with laughter in his voice.
"Though you may choose to fault my passions, madam, they're quite honestly aroused."
"Aye,"
she agreed jeeringly,
"by every twitching skirt that saunters by."
"I swear 'tis not a skirt that attracts me now."
Holding her wrists clasped in one hand, he moved his hand down along her flank and replied in a thoughtful tone,
"'Tis more like a pair of boy's breeches. What, has my ambush yielded me a staple boy?"
Erienne's indignation found new fuel that he could so casually fondle her, as if he had a perfect right.
"Get off, you ass!"
It was the most damaging insult she could think of at the moment.
"Get off me!"
"An ass, you say?" he mocked. "Madam, may I point out that asses are to be ridden, and at the moment you are bearing my weight. Now, I know women are made to bear, usually their husbands or the seed they plant, but I would not suggest that you have the shape or looks even approaching an ass."
She ground her teeth in growing impatience at his wont to turn the simplest comment into an exercise of his wit. She could not bear the bold feel of him against her another moment.
"Will you get off me?"
"Certainly, my sweet."
He complied, as if her every wish was his command. Lifting her to her feet, he solicitously dusted her backside.
"Enough!"
she cried. The breeches had lost much to old age and use, and seemed far too light a layer to protect her from the familiarity of his hand. He straightened, but his gaze did not raise to meet hers. Rather, it was directed downward, and her eyes followed quickly to find her breasts gleaming pale and bare between the gaping, plunging neckline of the shirt. With a shocked gasp, she snatched the wayward garments closed and struggled to secure the lacings. Then his attention dipped even farther, and he stared in rueful amazement at her lower half.
"Why are you wandering about in this outlandish garb, pray tell?"
Petulantly, Erienne moved away from him and resumed dusting herself, having solved the problem of the shirt.
"There are those,"
she answered sharply,
"who would set upon a woman in the night, and 'twas my thought to pass unnoticed as a lad. I didn't know you were wont to leap out at passers-by like a witless madman."
Christopher's eyes caressed the shapely backside and admired the way the breeches stretched tightly to her derriere when she knelt to retrieve the hat.
"You weren't merely passing by, my lady," he pointed out. "You were following me. Why?"
Erienne whirled to face him. "Aye, that I was. And from what I see, someone should follow you to see what mischief you're up to."
"Mischief?"
His tone was one of innocence and surprise.
"Now, why would you be thinking I'm up to mischief?"
She made a sweeping gesture with her hand, indicating the black garments he wore. "A black steed, black clothes, riding out at night. 'Twould appear that you have the same habits as the night rider."
Christopher smiled sardonically. "And, of course, you would have me murdering poor, simple folk while they sleep."
Erienne looked at him levelly. "I was going to ask you about that." She drew a deep breath to steady her voice. "If you were the night rider, why would you murder Ben?" He returned the question to her.
"If I were the night rider, why would I be so foolish as to murder a man who knew about my enemies? Do you call that wisdom, madam? Nay, I call that foolishness. But if I were one of those he could talk about, then I would have good reason to see him silenced before he told his tales."
Erienne dared not release a sigh of relief, for there were other names on the list of murder victims. "What of Timmy Sears?"
"What about him?" Christopher inquired. "A thief, a murderer."
He shrugged.
"Perhaps he was even one of those who set fire to the wing at Saxton Hall."
"Did you kill him?" she asked.
"If I were the night rider, why would I be so foolish as to murder a man who blubbered tales, places, and names of my enemies? Neither is that wisdom, madam. I believe Timmy's mistake was in confessing too much to his friends. Not having the saintliness of priests, they sent him to a higher judgment."
"And the others who were killed?"
she pressed. "If I were the night rider, madam, I would protect myself to the point of killing those who try to take my life. I do not count that as murder."
"You are the night rider, aren't you?" she said with conviction.
"Madam, if the sheriff comes to you and asks the same about me, what can you tell him of a certainty? Why should I confess, and possibly make of you a liar?"
Erienne stared at him, feeling suddenly confused. She could not bear the thought of him being hanged. The idea frightened her as much as if her own life were threatened, perhaps even more so.
"Mind you, I make no confessions, madam."
"Nor do you make any denials," she responded. He grinned and spread his hands innocently.
"I had business abroad, and with so many tales of highwaymen roaming about, I took what precautions I could to pass unnoticed. And, of course, I chose a swift horse. What else can you say against me?"
"You needn't waste your breath further, Mr. Seaton. I am convinced that you are the one the sheriff is looking for. I don't as yet understand your reasons, but I hope they are honourable." Though she waited, no assurances came, and she realised she would hear none. Dusting off the tricorn, she glanced about for her mount and failed to see any sign of it. "You frightened off my horse. How am I going to get back home?" Christopher raised his head and gave a low, warbling whistle. In the waiting silence, hoofbeats were heard, and then Erienne gasped as she caught sight of the glistening black steed galloping toward them. Freed from restraint, the stallion's unswerving direction gave her cause to wonder if he would stop. For safety's sake, she stepped behind Christopher, cautiously taking hold of his shirt as the beast came to a skidding halt beside them. Having little trust for stallions or their temperament, she held her breath as she was lifted onto the back of the steed and gratefully accepted the comforting presence of the Yankee behind her. She allowed him to hold her against his warm body, and at the moment it didn't matter that the threadbare breeches did not provide much protection between the two of them. Still clutching the tricorn, she shook out her hair, preparing to bundle it beneath the hat, but at Christopher's exaggerated cough, She turned a questioning look over her shoulder to catch his rueful smile in the brightly gleaming moonlight.
"I believe, my lady," he choked, "that you have gathered a bit of dust from the road. I'm afraid we'll both need a bath after this."
Erienne raised a dubious brow, and his grin widened.
"Separate baths, of course. I wouldn't want to burden your virgin-minded purity with the sight of a naked man."
"I'm not a virgin,"
Erienne protested, then cringed in chagrin as his chuckling laughter raked her composure. She sought to hide beneath the hat, but in her haste to don it, the thing went tumbling to the road.
"Then you wouldn't be appalled by bathing in a common tub?"
he queried with humour. He leaned close to her ear, and warm shivers went through her as he whispered,
"The idea fairly entraps my imagination."
The warmth that went through her could not be laid entirely to a hot blush.
"You, sir, have a very evil imagination."
"Nay, madam," he denied. "Vivid, aye, but nothing about you is evil, and that's all I think about."
"'Tis obvious that you're easily—"
She paused, searching for a more sarcastic and descriptive word than encouraged. "Aroused?" he queried. Erienne gasped.
"Certainly not."
"Have you changed your mind? You said at a twitch of a skirt."
"I know what I said."
"The subject seems to be on your mind quite a bit, my lady."
"I wonder why,"
she retorted with unmistakable satire. It was impossible to ignore the manly feel of him against her.
"Because you lust after my body?"
he asked, feigning innocence. Erienne caught her breath in outrage.
"I am a married woman, sir."
He heaved a laborious sigh.
"Here we go again."
"Oh, you buffoon! Why don't you leave me alone?"
"Did I ask you to follow me?"
he protested. She groaned aloud in frustration.
"I'm sorry I did."
"Were you bruised?"
He snuggled her closer against his body. "You feel all right to me."
"Christopher, if I weren't so afraid of this horse, I'd slap you,"
she threatened. "Why? I only inquired of your health."
"Because you make free with your hands. Now stop that."
She threw away the hand that had settled on her thigh.
"Don't you ever get tired of playing the rake?"
"The sport warms and excites me, madam,"
he said, chuckling in her ear. Erienne opened her mouth to give him a chiding comment, but thought better of it, since he always seemed to have an answer ready for her. Though it was difficult, she refrained from further debate and let the ride continue in silence. The moon poured out its silvered light over the hills and vales, and lent to Christopher's gaze a most fascinating view. With increasing repetition, he glanced downward to where the loosening laces of her shirt revealed the soft, swelling fullness and the deep valley between. On a pretext, he shifted her weight with an arm about her waist, and was satisfied with the results, which left her more fully exposed and lent enticing glimpses of a darker crest. Erienne was too frustrated with her inability to move away from the rutting rake to give notice to her attire. He seemed to be well warmed by her nearness, and no amount of effort could put his presence from mind. They were approaching Saxton Hall before she dared to speak again.
"I left my gown in the stable," she confided. "I'll have to go back there to get dressed."
"I'll get your clothes," he offered. "Just tell me where they are."
Erienne found no real reason to argue, and carefully explained where she had hidden her garments.
"Leave them in the passageway," she directed. "I'll fetch them later."
In a seemingly short time, she was in her chambers, soaking in a tub of warm, soothing water. Aggie had dismissed Tessie, letting the young maid retire for the evening, while she stayed to fold down the bedcovers, lay out a nightgown, and assist her young mistress. The housekeeper left 2 pails of fresh water beside the tub, and, intending to return when Erienne began washing her hair, stepped out to fetch more towels. Erienne heard the door close behind the woman. Then, almost as an echo, The distant chiming of the clock heralded the hour of 11. She sat up in surprise, for the evening had seemed incredibly short. Lord Saxton could return at any moment, and how would she explain this late bath? If she dared mention Christopher, he might see something in her eyes that would betray her fascination with the man. Hurrying now, she wet her hair and applied the fragrant soap, then began to scrub the soggy mass. Her eyes stung as soapy trails dribbled down her brow, and she splashed water onto her face in an effort to relieve the caustic burning. Clenching her eyes tightly shut, she felt alongside the tub for the full pail, then heard the door open and close.
"Aggie, come help me, please," she called. "I've got soap in my eyes, and I can't find the pail of water to rinse my hair."
The large rug in her bedchamber muffled the sound of the footsteps, and Erienne felt a presence come near the tub. The bucket was lifted, and leaning her head forward, she waited for the liquid warmth to wash through her hair. It came as expected, and she spread the soapy tresses to catch the cleansing tide. The second bucket was emptied before she called for a towel. After wringing the wetness from her hair, she rose to await the linen. Then, receiving it, wrapped it tightly about her head. With a sigh, she flung back her head and finally opened her stinging eyes to find the grinning face of Christopher Seaton before her.
"Christopher!"
Her shocked gasp was followed by sheer panic, and she clutched an arm across her bosom while the other hand tried to conceal her womanhood.
Get out of here!"
He reached for her robe. "You sounded as if you were in distress, my lady, and I thought you might have needed help." He casually held out the garment. "Do you need this?" Though she had to sacrifice another view of her nakedness to claim the offering, Erienne snatched it without delay, clutching it to her bosom. Her eyes blazed as she thrust an arm out toward the door.
"Out! Get out, now!"
"But Aggie's in the hall," he argued with a hint of a smile. The mirror afforded him an enticing reflection of a most shapely back. "I brought your clothes up, but she came up the stairs and I had to duck in here or be seen."
"I told you to leave them in the passageway,"
she gritted. "But there are rats and other vermin down there, madam." His eyes danced with devilish humour as he played on her squeamishness. "I didn't want them nesting in your clothes." Erienne considered his excuse reasonable, since the merest thought of the rodents in her clothes made her shudder. But she was quick to demand,
"What if Aggie finds you in here?"
His wide shoulders lifted in a languid gesture of unconcern. "I locked the door. She will no doubt think your husband has come back and leave."
"And what if Stuart should return?"
she asked irately.
"You're bound to find yourself facing him over the sights of duelling pistols yet."
He grinned and glanced toward the mirror again, admiring the narrow curve of her waist and the rounded buttocks. "I'll worry about that when the time comes." Growing suspicious, Erienne looked around and then gasped at the sight of her own bare back reflected in the silvered glass. With a strangled cry of outrage, she came around with a doubled fist, but her arm was laughingly caught and held against her attempts to snatch it free. "Now I have you, my lady." His eyes gleamed above a broadening smile. "And you will not escape me until I've had my say."
"You think you can come in here like a raging lunatic, with no regard for propriety, and make me listen to you?"
Her ire rose that he might think her easy prey to his whim.
"Do you think, because of what happened in the coach, you have a right to accost me in my own chamber? Indeed not, sir. I don't want to hear any of your confessions. I insist that you leave before Stuart finds you here."
She stepped over the side of the tub, snatching on her robe in irate jerks, and would have left the bathing chamber to his disposal, but strong arms swept her off the floor, and, despite her outraged gasp, lifted her up against a hard chest. "Erienne, listen to me," he said, growing serious. The blue-violet pools flashed with fire. She would not relent for fear that the happenings in the coach might be repeated, and with more devastating results.
I shall scream if you don't leave this very minute. I swear I will, Christopher.
The muscles in his cheek tensed and flexed as their eyes clashed. Christopher realized what he had to say would be better presented in a calmer moment, but he had hoped to have it out at last.
"I'll leave you to your saintly bed, madam," he growled. "But first, there is something I want of you, and I will have it."
His mouth lowered towards hers, opening as it neared, and Erienne's heart gave a sudden lurch as she became aware of his intention. She made a feeble attempt to turn her face away, knowing the weakening effect of his kiss, but his gaze bore into her, paralyzing her will. Then his lips came upon hers with a wet, hot heat that catapulted through her like a flaring comet, setting her whole being on fire. It was a wild, wanton kiss that uprooted every nerve in her body and cindered her meagre resistance beneath the crushing weight of unquenched passion. His mouth slanted across hers, invading the dewy warmth, until she felt consumed to the uttermost part of her being. A weak trembling began in her limbs, shaking her resolve and shredding her will. And yet he would not stop kissing her. It seemed an eternity before he raised his head. Then his eyes burned into hers, and without a word he crossed to the bed with her. Erienne knew her vulnerability, and seriously doubted that she could lift a hand to hold him off if he chose to take her. The greyish-green eyes stared into her very mind, and she was hardly aware of the moment he placed her on the bed. As he turned away, her feelings ranged from an apex of relief to the epitome of disappointment. She didn't want him to go, but neither could she ask him to stay. In another moment he was to the door, and then he was gone. Erienne drew the bedcovers over her shoulder and curled in a tight, miserable knot beneath them. The evening had taken its toll on her emotions, and she could not stop shaking. Her body was like a taut bowstring that still twanged after the arrow had left it. She clenched her teeth and fought against the tumult of frayed emotions, but no effort of hers could bring about a calming. With a cry of frustration, she sat up and snatched the towel from her head, sailing it to the floor. The chill of her damp hair lent to her shivering, and she ran to huddle on a stool before the hearth. There she hung her head over her knees, spreading the long tresses before the heat of the fire while she brushed them dry. Though the radiating warmth brought a blush to her skin, it failed to soothe her tensed nerves. She returned to the bed, and, by dint of determination, forced herself to think of something sobering. A dark shape became the focal point of her concentration, and she envisioned the large, limping form of her husband, while she crushed the dreamy illusions of Christopher beneath a stubborn will. The misshapen image tugged at the heart of her conscience, and gradually the trembling ceased. Encouraging the sobering thoughts to continue, she recounted the months and moments since her first meeting with Lord Saxton. The memories began to play with her consciousness, conjuring murky, indistinct visions, and blending them until they were swept up in a confused jumble of events that lost touch with reality. As if through a murky haze, she saw long-fanged, gaping jowls closing in for the kill, then geysers of water spraying upward from the path of churning black hooves. A cloaked figure swung down from the prancing steed and splashed through the stream toward her. Erienne heaved a soft sigh as she settled in the sheltering arms of sleep. Having been set to their course by the willful determination of her mind, her dreams took up the pattern. She stood amid swirling draperies, lost in their never-ending lengths. In confusion, she ran hither and yon, but the pastel shades of silken cloth held her prisoner. Then, through the pale-hued mists, a dark cloaked shadow limped haltingly toward her. Though she fled, she found no escape, and it came ever nearer until her world became a blackened void. She drifted, helpless, numb, wanting to sit or stand or scream, but paralyzed in the Netherland, unable to move. Strong arms reached to anchor her and drew her back. She felt the vibrant heat of a man's body press close against her back. Her mind struggled to full awareness, for no dream had ever come so boldly to her. Though her eyes found only the same dark void of sleep, her senses confirmed the fact that reality had come to her in the shape of a man. Yet fantasy was still tightly woven through the warp of reason, and the two were inseparable, for he was darkness to her, warm and alive, but without a form or face she could recognize. She was seized by a sudden fear that the tormenting rogue had returned to lie in bed with her, and she started up with a gasp. A hand came to restrain her, and a rasping whisper calmed her. "Nay, never fly from me, my love. Come here and nest a while in my arms." Erienne relaxed back against him and allowed him to turn her in his arms until they lay together, soft, curving flesh against smooth, hard, rippling thews. His head dipped downward, and her breath caught as a flaming tongue swirled over her breasts. It wandered with tantalizing slowness over them, leaving a fiery trail after its passing. Her senses reeled in a wild, giddy flight that left her panting and breathless. Reality ceased to matter. He became all things to her: a handsome lover, a scarred husband, a form in a black cloak that snatched her from the drooling fangs of the hunting hounds. She felt him rise above her, and she quivered as his hands stroked slowly downward over the swell of her breasts and continued on to the curve of her hips, then upward along the inside of her thighs. A need began to grow in her, a hollow feeling that ached to be filled. She reached up to urge him down into her arms, and her hand brushed the crisp mat of hair on his chest. The muscles beneath her palm were firm and bulging, and much in wonder she moved trembling fingers across the wide expanse, admiring the form that was ever concealed from her gaze. She rose on her knees to face him, and moved slightly forward between his thighs, resting her hands on the lean, fleshed ribs. She reached to press her lips against his throat, while her breasts lightly caressed his chest. Pulling her wildly tumbling hair over his shoulders, she slipped her arms behind his neck and came full against him. His breath halted, and the sweet, pure bliss of it spurred his heart to a trip-hammer beat. "Kiss me," she begged in a whisper. She longed for him to erase the brand of Christopher's kiss on her lips, to place his own there, so no thought of the other man could intrude upon their intimacy. His lips dipped to her shoulder. Then he eased her back to the bed, and his mouth moved upon her breast. A mild disappointment grew that he avoided touching his lips to hers, but she could not long deny the sweeping excitement of the hot, sultry kisses that caressed her body. He moved above her, and with no trepidation about his scars, she welcomed him. Her arms and body ached with a desire to hold him close and bring him home full measure. Her head came hard against his chest as she felt him comply, and the heat of his fullness deep within her roused a throbbing need that built and grew to such an intensity she thought she could not bear it. Fingertips found the familiar scar, and her nails lightly raked his back as she softly mewed and lifted her hips to meet him. She breathed a name, and for a moment the universe stopped its motion. He drew away, but she raised herself against him, with her head arched back, her hair forming a torrent of tousled silk that flowed to the bed beneath her. He kissed that sweet throat and began again, lifting her ever higher to that blinding, pulsing moment of release, until she gasped and caught her breath with the ecstasy of it. Sanity returned in slow degrees, and Erienne settled back to earth. There was a movement beside her, and her hand brushed his back as he left the cosy lair. She summoned the last dregs of her energy to roll to the firelit side of the bed, there pulling aside the drapes just as the door was closing. "Steward?" Her voice could only manage a whisper, and she stared into the shifting, dancing flames, wondering what had possessed him to leave. It was his usual wont to stay, and she sorely yearned for the warmth of him beside her. The intimacy between them had been most pleasant, and tonight no face had haunted her, no vision of... Something cold gripped Erienne's heart, and a sudden horror filled her mind as she recalled the name she had whispered, and it was not Stuart. In total misery, she twisted around and buried her face in the pillow, feeling a flaming blush upon her cheeks.
"Oh, Stuart,"
she moaned.
"what have I done?"
Chapter 19. Morning came nigh, and Erienne bolstered her nerve with a careful grooming of her person. She would have preferred staying in her chamber until the morning was well spent, but knew that would be the coward's way, and she had no wish to lend herself to such a judgment. She donned a pale blue frock that boasted a high neckband, and with ribbons twined in her hair, she presented a most charming vision to her husband as she came timidly across the great hall. He waited beside his chair near the hearth, and Erienne felt impending doom in his unswerving gaze. Slipping into the chair across from his, she gave him a small, unsteady smile, and then stared into the warming fire, unable to meet his eyes. If she had expected any explosive diatribes, they did not come. There was only the waiting silence, and knowing she must face what lay before her, she set herself firmly to her resolve. She took in a deep breath and lifted her gaze to await boldly and openly whatever question he might have.
"Good morning, my dear,"
the hoarse voice bade almost cheerily.
"My apologies for leaving you so abruptly last night."
Erienne was taken aback by his good humour and could find no cause for it. Surely he had heard her whisper his cousin's name, and must realise she was, albeit unconsciously, yearning for another man while he made love to her.
"I thought you might enjoy an outing to Carlisle today. Would that be agreeable to you?"
"Of course, my lord."
"Good. Then after you've taken the morning meal, we'll be on our way."
"Will I need to change clothes?"
she asked hesitantly.
"Nay, madam. You are quite charming as you are. A rare jewel for me to feast my eyes upon, and although there is someone I wish you to meet there, we'll have a chance to talk on the way. 'Tis time, madam, that I put my house in order."
Erienne tensed, for his statement boded ill. It would seem that he was not through with her yet. Lord Saxton half turned toward the table, where a service had been set for her.
"Come, Erienne, you must be nearly famished."
A denial came readily to her lips, but she silenced the words. The thought of facing Stuart had made her queasy, but there was no need to hasten her comeuppance for lack of an appetite, and a few morsels might help to settle her stomach. The cook was one of rare talent, and Erienne could not lay the blame of her discontentment to the delectable fare that was placed before her. Still, she could not bring herself to taste more than a bite or two, and when Payne came to announce that Bundy was wanting to speak with his master in the drawing-room, she was relieved that she could finally push her plate aside without inviting an inquiry. She returned to the hearth and slowly sipped her tea as she waited for her husband. The chimes had struck a quarter-hour note before Lord Saxton came back to the great hall. He paused beside her chair to make his apologies.
"I'm sorry, madam, but I must delay our visit to Carlisle. A most urgent matter has been brought to my attention, and as much as it distresses me to leave you, I must. I'm not quite sure when I'll be back."
Erienne did not question the good fortune that had saved her from the expected confrontation. She continued sipping her tea, feeling the tension ebb. The landau was brought around. She heard it rumble away again, and she sat in the stillness that followed as one who had been reprieved from hell. A drowsiness came over her as she began to relax, and realizing that she had slept very little during the night, she climbed the stairs and returned to her chamber. Doffing her gown, she snuggled beneath the bedcovers and sank effortlessly into a much-needed slumber. The first tinges of pink were beginning to streak the western sky when Erienne roused from her nap. She felt greatly refreshed, and in an energetic mood that demanded some activity beyond the common duties of a mistress of the house. The mare Morgana came to mind, and though she had no intention of repeating the folly of chasing after Christopher, the thought of a ride appealed to her. With no deliberation at all, she garbed herself in the proper riding attire of a lady. She had had enough of being a lad, and much preferred to be treated with deference for her gender should she come upon that wily rogue again. Remembering her close encounter with Timmy Sears, however, she laid out a pair of flintlock pistols, just in case there were any more like him lurking about. She tied a coin in the tail of the stable boy's shirt and took the garments with her when she went down to the stables, hiding them beneath the dark grey cloak she wore until she was sure she could return them without being seen. Keats was out fetching water at the well when she entered the barn, and she used the opportunity to hide the garments under a saddle, where they would not be overlooked. In the guise of complete innocence, she was admiring the mare when the lad returned, and she sweetly bade him to saddle the steed. "Mum, the master gave the strictest orders that you were not to go off unattended. Seeing as how I can't let you go without answering to him, would you be wanting me to ride with you?" Erienne was about to agree when she caught sight of a man on horseback riding up the lane toward the manor. Stepping to the door, she watched until the form atop the steed became recognizable as kin. The sight of Farrell on horseback sent a happy thrill through her. He had bought the animal with coin he had earned himself, but the fact that he trusted himself to ride again gave her the greatest pleasure. "My brother is here," she announced to Keats. "I'll ask him to ride with me for a while." "Aye, Mum. I'll saddle the mare right away." When Farrell drew near the tower entry, Erienne called to him and waved an arm to catch his eye as he glanced about. Responding in kind, he prodded the animal on down the lane toward her. "Good evening," she greeted cheerily. "I am in need of an escort, and since Lord Saxton is not at home, I was wondering if I might impose upon your good graces to ride with me for a spell." "Lord Saxton is gone?" he inquired, his tone heavily tinged with disappointment. He had been in hopes that they could do some more shooting, and had brought along his own small collection of firearms to practice with. Erienne laughed as she took note of the long musket and the 3 pistols the saddle bore. "I know I'm only your sister, and for that reason a poor substitute for the one you have obviously come to see." Farrell jerked his head toward the lane and chuckled in good humour. "Come on, 'tis the least I can do for a sister." She accepted a helping hand onto the back of the mare and adjusted her skirts and cloak before giving a nod to her brother. He led the way for a short time, choosing the direction, and then reined up, grinning back at her. "You're becoming quite sure of yourself, aren't you?" she asked with a laugh. She realized her own pride in his accomplishments, and knew she had Stuart to thank for bringing her brother out of his shell. "Care to race?" he challenged, with some of his old zest for life. Erienne glanced around. She knew they were on the road that led south, but the night had snuffed the radiance of the sunset, and after the previous night's experience, she was somewhat leery of travelling so far from the manor without more protection. The highwaymen were known for their merciless attacks on the defenceless, and she had not the desire to become prey to violence of any form. "We'd better go back," she replied. "I didn't realize it was getting so late." "Let's race to the hilltop," her brother coaxed. "Then we'll go back." Erienne thumped the mare's side with her heels, and laughter spilled over her shoulder as the horse took flight. Farrell let out a whoop as he charged after her, and the sound of their gaiety joined with that of the thundering hooves and the wind that whistled past their ears. She set herself wholeheartedly to the race, urging Morgana on with light slaps of the quirt. Farrell drew alongside, and he was half a length ahead as he came atop the hill. Suddenly, A shot cracked through the air, followed by several more discharges of gunpowder. Farrell jerked hard on the reins, pulling his steed to a jolting halt. Erienne was but a heartbeat slower in skidding to a stop. They sat stock still, straining to hear, while their eyes searched through the gloom of late twilight for any hint of trouble. A scream of horror pierced the quiet, ending in a half-sobbed, pleading, "No!" And another shot rang out. This one echoed across the hill, and a thin, keening cry, weaker than the first, rose up to join it. It ended abruptly, as if a blow had silenced it. Erienne's hair crawled on her scalp, and after a quick glance at Farrell, they carefully urged their horses in the shadow of a line of oaks that bordered the road, and moved forward to the brow of the hill. A dark-garbed man sat atop a horse on the next rise, and from there watched the roadway. Farrell motioned with his hand, and Erienne paused with bated breath, but the lookout did not sound a warning. A moment passed, and a distant voice called to the man, and after a brief exchange he spurred his mount back toward his companion, leaving his post. Their sighs of relief mingled in the stillness. Keeping to the shelter of darkness the trees provided, they crept forward until they reached the crest of the far hill and could gaze down into the vale. There, below them on the road, was a halted coach, and several black-garbed men working by lantern-light around the conveyance. A horse lay dead near the tongue, and the rest of the team was being led away. The doors of the coach gaped wide, and Erienne gasped as the lamps cast their yellowish glow over the body of a wealthily garbed man hanging head downward from the interior of the coach. The driver and footman were sprawled in the road. The only survivor was a young woman who had been lashed, her arms spread wide to the whipple-tree so that she straddled the grounded tongue. For the amusement of her captors, she was being rudely pawed and relieved of her jewellery. Her sobbing pleas went unheard beneath the uproarious laughter of the men. Farrell crowded Erienne farther back in the shadows, well away from the moonlight, and his whisper came with a note of urgency. "They will kill her, or do worse. I cannot wait for help."
"There's more than a dozen of them, Farrell. What can we do?"
"Can you ride on and get the sheriff? I'll see if I can hold them off, somehow."
"'Twould be madness to charge in there alone," Erienne protested.
"Hand me your pistols,"
he whispered, and held out his hand to receive them, gesturing impatiently when she delayed.
"Hurry!"
Erienne had a mind of her own and expressed it.
"Farrell, perhaps we can hold them off together. See those trees on the hillside near the coach? We can take cover in them and get behind the thieves. If we can get close and hit 2 or 3, the others might flee before the girl is harmed. You can't fire a pistol and rein your horse at the same time."
"You're right, of course," he muttered. "I'm not much use with only one arm."
"We don't have time for that, Farrell," she pleaded. "The girl needs us both."
"With all the commotion the thieves are making, a whole regiment could charge through the trees and it wouldn't be heard."
He gave a low chuckle. "Are you up to it, Erienne?"
"Aye,"
she whispered back, and coaxed the mare along behind the crest of the hill until they could get into the trees and brush. They found a vantage point on a slightly higher bluff rising above the road near the coach, and there dismounted to hide behind the cover of trees and boulders. Down below, the muffled weeping of the girl blended with the laughter and shouts of the highwaymen. The thieves had left her for the moment, while they ripped apart the baggage and crudely searched the bodies of the dead men.
"Erienne, can you hear me?"
Farrell questioned in a low whisper.
"Aye."
"If we manage to frighten the thieves away, I'll ride down there and get the girl. You stay here and hold them at bay until I get her free. Then ride like hell out of here. Do you understand?"
"Don't worry,"
she assured him dryly.
"That's what I plan to do. Ride as if the very devil were after me. Do you have a knife to cut her free?"
"Aye, and be a good girl for once."
Farrell's voice was barely audible, but she heard the laughter in it. Erienne clenched her teeth to keep them from rattling, as she carefully checked her weapons. She was thankful that her brother had brought the wherewithal to reload the pair. With his weapons, he could now offer an attack that might count for something in the defence of the girl. His plan was to move about and make it seem as if there were more than the two of them. Since she was hampered by her skirts, she had to hold to her place. Their supply of weapons was meagre indeed compared to what the thieves carried, but with any luck they would set the murdering band to flight, and hopefully the three of them could escape unharmed. Farrell crept away to take a temporary position behind a tree, and Erienne waited for the roar of his pistol to come as a signal. She was so tense that she wondered how she would be able to hit anything, even after her husband's careful tutoring. The horror she had seen within the last moments made her aware of what Christopher might be dealing with in his night rides. Though he had not admitted to being the dreaded Nighthawk, she could not dismiss the evidence she had seen, and she vowed to be more understanding toward his cause in the future. Her brother's shot rang out, and Erienne's fingers tightened as she settled her aim. She felt a nauseous quivering in her stomach when she saw two forms collapse abruptly near the lantern. A shout rang out from one of the thieves, and they scattered from the light, but not soon enough. Erienne gave herself no time to debate her actions. She knew the life of the girl depended on how quickly she could make the other pistol bark. This time she tried not to blink as the shot exploded, but it was all she could do to keep the weapon steady. Her surprise was so great when she saw another man fall that she almost looked around to see if Farrell had fired at the same time. Then she heard his rustling movements on the other side of her, and knew he was just settling into place again. Licking her parched lips, she began to reload. She was shaking as hard as she was praying, and she had to take a steadying grip on herself to be able to complete the task. The deafening roar of Farrell's musket rent the air, and the scream that followed sent a coldness coursing through her veins. She raised the sights of her weapon, finding the halo of light void of the fleeing thieves. Her eyes searched, and the moonlight showed her a hint of movement at the base of the bluff below. She kept her gaze fastened on the darkness, until the shadow proved to be a man climbing up toward her. Coming slowly to her feet, she clutched the butt of the flintlock with both hands and set her sights on the moving body. The fellow raised his head to glance about, and this time she closed her eyes tightly as she squeezed the trigger. The report deafened her, but not enough to blot out the thumping, thudding sound of his body falling down the incline. She banished the gore from her thoughts as she saw Farrell scrambling toward his horse. Quickly, Erienne reloaded, and then waited in the appalling silence, her eyes searching the shadows for any sign of a skulker. She heard the gelding thrash through the woods behind her, and after a moment her brother came into her range of vision. He plunged from the darkness, racing headlong toward the coach, and when he neared the girl, flung himself down from the steed, holding one of the reins in his left hand as he ran to her. Halting beside her, he began to saw at the tough cords that bound the girl. Erienne watched carefully for any movement that would prove itself a target for her weapon. She was aware of no warning sound or movement, but of a sudden she was nearly engulfed from behind. A hand reached over her shoulder to seize the pistol, and the same arm swept her back against a rock-hard frame. Before she could cry out, a gloved hand clapped across her mouth, and a gruff voice, curt and hushed, filled her mind. "You little minx! What are you trying to do? Get on that damned nag and get out of here before you get yourself killed!" The arms spun her about, and she was set free. Her breath caught in her throat as she saw the huge form that stood before her. The enveloping cloak blended with ebony darkness, and though she tried to see into the deep shadow beneath the cowl, she found no proof that a face was even there. "Christopher?" His name came in a tentative question. "Go! Get out of here!" he commanded. The hooded head turned slightly toward the glade. Two figures had left the darkness of the woods and were approaching Farrell from behind. He had half freed the girl, and gave no sign of being aware of them.
Damn!
The expletive came from the deep cowl. Then, in a rush, the night rider was gone. Erienne stumbled back, as he appeared a brief second later on a huge black horse. The pair sailed out of the darkness, seeming to take flight as they went past. The stallion's hooves struck sparks from the rock-littered slope, and a low, keening moan sent shivers up her spine. From the extended arm of the flying dark figure, there came a flash and a roar of a pistol. One of the thieves fell with a scream, clutching his chest, and the weapon lowered from sight. When the hand reappeared, it was filled with a long, gleaming length of steel. The sabre swept high briefly, and the eerie battle cry was renewed. The horse rushed on, as the second brigand dropped his knife and struggled to draw and cock his own flintlock. The sabre dipped as the shadow dashed past him. The pistol fell, and the man staggered a few steps and slowly sank to the ground. The black-cloaked rider made a sweep of the field, then approached Farrell, who halted in his task and stood back, brandishing the ridiculously short blade in his good hand. The night rider gave him no heed, but with the tip of his sabre flipped one of the lanterns onto the road, where it crashed and flickered out. Another one followed in a flaming arch, landing in the same spot and lighting the spilled oil. The hawk paused and stared down at Farrell briefly, then gestured to the girl, whose wrists were still bound to the coach.
Get her free and get out of here.
The sabre pointed up the hillside, and the voice, though low, bore an unmistakable tone of command.
And take that twit of a sister with you when you go.
The black steed moved alongside the coach, and the sabre swung low again. The last lantern sailed into the air and then broke apart on the road. The only light in the glade was provided by moonlight and by the small greedy flames of the spilled oil, which failed to illuminate the figures near the coach. In a moment, Farrell had the girl free and laboured to lift her to the back of the horse. After a fruitless effort, he stopped and hauled himself into the saddle, then, freeing a stirrup for the girl, held his crippled arm down.
My arm is useless. Take hold of it and I will pull you up. Use the stirrup.
The girl complied, and in a trice was behind him on the horse. She had no need to be told to secure her position, but clutched her arms tightly about his waist. Farrell kicked the steed, and the horse lunged forward. A shot was fired from the woods as he raced off, but it whistled wide. He hauled back on the reins when he neared the slope where he had left Erienne and yelled up. The night rider followed him, and his terse bark rang out in a tone that brooked no disobedience.
Go! Get out of here!
Erienne had already retraced a few steps back into the woods, and with the aid of a decaying stump climbed atop the mare. She set the steed to flight, skimming along the shadows of the trees. The night rider spurred the stallion, keeping behind her fleeing form, but holding to the moonlit road. He was there when Erienne cast a quick glance over her shoulder. When she disappeared over the hill, he halted and swung his horse sideways to prevent any possible pursuit. As he waited, he leisurely reloaded his pistol and let his gaze range over the clearing he had just left. In the silence, small sounds of movement came from the brush as the highwayman crept cautiously forth. A figure came to the edge of the firelight, and then another. The night rider watched his quarry gather like a once-flushed flock of birds coming back to feed.
Aye,
he muttered to himself,
and they need to be flushed again.
He lifted the sabre high and set heel to his mount, giving voice to the keening wail that was his war-cry. The robbers needed only the sight of the apparition sweeping down upon them like a hunting hawk, the darkened gleam of the sabre in the night, and the ominous thunder of the great hooves to abandon their bravado. One of the thieves bellowed a warning even as he took flight himself. The others scrambled over each other to get away, and once more sought safety in the underbrush. All save one. The undaunted highwayman drew his pistol with his left hand and his sword with the right, and held them wide to either side as the spectre flew toward him. Here was the experienced soldier who did not panic under adversity.
"Fools!" he roared. "He is but one! If you will not stand and fight, I will take this one myself! Is yours, Captain?"
a voice shouted back. A short space away, the huge black beast sat on his haunches and slid to a halt. The thief glanced away from the other's sabre and saw the threatening bore of a horse pistol held in the opposite hand.
"Well, Mr. Phantom," the man challenged boldly, "will it be a test of lead?"
The pistol lifted slightly.
"Or of steel?"
He saluted his adversary with a quick sweep of the blade. Though the highwayman wore a cloth covering over his head, the night shadow recognized the curt phrases and subtle accent of the one he faced.
"My Lord Sheriff, we meet at last. So, you know me, my friend."
The sardonic tone turned to sneering laughter.
"Ha! Ha! Ha! That knowledge will cost you your life. What shall it be? Your sabre?" "Nay, I have another weapon to match your own,"
the whispery voice replied. First the sabre, and then the pistol were thrust back into their respective sheaths. Turning the horse sideways to shield against a shot, the night spectre dismounted. He waited until Alan Parker tucked his pistol away before slapping the rump of the stallion to send him into the clearing a short distance away. He drew a slim rapier, whose naked length winked a silvery blue in the moonlight. Casually, he returned the salute. Parker bent slightly to drag a dagger from his boot-top. The style of the duel was clear. It would be of the Burgundian cavalier, a forceful attack to close and bring both weapons into play, either to trap the single blade of the opponent or thrust the short blade into the ribs. The Black Hawk reached his left arm behind his back and, catching the length of his cloak, wrapped some of its fullness around his arm to form a shield of sorts that could as easily entangle a blade. Parker recognized the ploy and realized he faced no simple opponent, but one well-versed in the art of arms. He also took note of the brace of smaller pistols the man carried in his waistband. This was indeed to be a test to the death. The swords came together in a light play. But after the initial engagements, the sheriff grew more cautious. His first simple attacks were turned aside with ease, and the riposte was so swift and sure he was forced to labor in his own defense. He was left with no doubt as to the skill of the man he faced. A brief chuckle came from the cowl, and the harsh, whispery voice lent no hint of its owner's identity.
"Do you worry yet, my Lord Sheriff?"
Alan laughed as he met his opponent's sudden attack with his long blade, but slashed empty night air with the short one when the night rider faded lightly away from its threat.
"I do not know you now, my friend, but I shall look upon your face soon enough."
He lunged into his own attack in the second quarter, but had to quickly retreat as it was effectively parried and the other's blade threatened his groin.
"Not as easy as Timmy Sears, eh?"
the hawk queried with a sneer. Parker almost stumbled, but recovered quickly.
"How? Who else would Timmy have gone to after I visited him that night? You are the thieves' captain, and naturally you would have been the one he went looking for to make his confessions. He was a fool to tell you what he had spilled. It cost him his life."
The blue blade began to weave a tighter pattern, and in spite of the sheriff's best efforts, which were considerable, its hungry tongue licked ever closer to his body. A sudden sharp pain stung his left forearm, then a tug sent the dagger sailing far into the high grass. As he labored to protect himself, Parker was seized with a sudden belief that this relentless shadow could kill whenever the whim betook him. A light sweat glistened on Parker's face, and his upper lip trembled with stress of this new knowledge.
"Then there was Ben,"
the night rider continued.
"Frail. No possible challenge to one of your skill."
Breathing heavily, Parker did not answer. An ache had begun to grow in his right shoulder as he beat down pass after pass.
"Did he put up much of a fight?"
the hooded foe chided.
"Or did you catch him in a nap?"
The sheriff panted, and sweat flew from his brow. For the first time in his life, he knew he faced one who could kill him.
"You are too young to be the one I search for. There is another who keeps his silk trappings clean, while you do his filthy deeds. Lord Talbot, perhaps." "You bastard!"
Parker gasped.
"Fight like a man! Show your face!" "'Tis death to see it, my Lord Sheriff. Didn't you know?"
His chiding laughter mocked the other. Parker's gaze shifted momentarily behind his opponent, and he almost smiled. He found new energy, and set upon his adversary in a savage fury. His heavier blade chopped, hacked, and stabbed, but was ever met and found no fragile flesh to flay. Of a sudden, there was a shout, and two thieves launched an attack from the shadows where they had crept. But the night rider ducked beneath their assault. One of the flailing arms pulled the hood from his head before the two brigands came together with a crunch in mid-air and fell half-stunned behind him. He locked hilts with the sheriff, meeting his attack, and they stood face to face.
"You!"
Alan cried. Christopher Seaton laughed in the sheriff's face.
"Death, my Lord Sheriff, but later."
He shoved hard, and the man stumbled back into a full charge of an onrushing four, sending them falling in a tangled heap, as Christopher wickedly slashed the air with his sword. A sharp, piercing whistle rent the night, and the stallion charged forward. Christopher thrust his blade into its sheath, and as the steed came alongside, caught an arm across the saddle. His feet struck the ground, and with the impetus he swung astride his fleeing mount. The sheriff scrambled to his feet, and with a snarled curse clawed the pistol from his belt. He lowered the sights of the weapon to send a leaden ball in thunderous pursuit of the flying nighthawk, but to no effect. He cursed again and glanced around. Another man was kneeling in the dust, levelling a long musket at the target. Alan snatched it from him and took the shot himself. Christopher felt a searing blow against his right side before he heard the roar of the musket. The reins fell from his numbed right hand, and he lurched aside. The ground was a dark blur beneath him, ready to consume him, but he sought to keep his senses. He twisted his left hand in the flying mane, and by sheer dint of will pulled himself upright. The pace of his mount seemed to slow as he slumped low over its back. The sheriff let out a caterwauling cry, and with a loud command launched his men to their horses.
"After him, you fools! Don't let him escape!" "Go, Saracen, go!"
Christopher grunted as each flying pace shook him to the core.
"Show them your heels, lad. Go!"
The stallion was running free, but he held to the road as the easier course. A shout came from somewhere behind, and a bullet whined by close at hand. Saracen stretched out and fairly flew as the sheriff led his men in a headlong chase through the moonlit night. The road dipped after it came over the hill, then wound through the valley, bending to the left as it began to meander across the low hills. Once the pursuers were out of sight, Christopher spoke to the stallion and coaxed him into a slow trot. He leaned forward and managed to catch first one rein, then the other, and regained a better degree of control. He slowed the steed to a walk, then sent him scrambling down the bank into a thicket below. There he halted in the cover of trees and carefully tucked the cloak beneath and around a warm and sticky right leg, lest the blood from his side leave a trail that could be followed in daylight. Erienne had fallen behind deliberately and let Farrell lead the chase. Realizing that the cloaked form was no longer trailing her, she paused on a distant knoll and searched along the road where she had just come, hoping he would soon appear. She was certain this shade of the night was the one she thought him to be. Tonight he had set himself against the lawless, murdering band as one bent on a mission of justice. and she had seen enough to convince her that his intent was for good and not evil. The mare had forded brooklets and traversed dew-laden fields and dusty roads until her white stockings were well begrimed. She pranced, worrying at the restraint that held her in place, but Erienne gave the impatient steed no mind as she fought a battle of indecision. A gunshot had echoed across the moors, and then a heavier boom of a musket had followed. The second report was what frightened her, for the night rider had not been equipped with such a weapon. The questions blazed through her mind. Should she return to help? Could she assist him? Or would it be better if she was gone, giving him the freedom he would need to see to himself? She peered intently down the road and tried to sort out the shadows cast by low, fleeting clouds for any possible movement of man or beast. For a moment her eyes betrayed her, and she thought she saw a man coming on a horse, but when the moonlight swept the road a moment later, there was nothing. Her head came up as she caught the sound of a distant rumble, and she listened until it became the thunder of mounted horsemen coming full apace. Erienne reined the mare about and kicked hard with her heel to send the steed leaping into a fast run. Her cloak billowed out behind, and when the lawless band came over the rising, they raised up a hue and cry at seeing the black-winged figure fleeing ahead of them. The air cracked with a report of a pistol, but the shot whined harmlessly past. Farther up the road, Farrell drew the gelding up short and whirled him around, finding his sister nowhere in sight. The shot had come a fair distance away, but the low rumble of noise that followed made him pull back in the darkness. He looped the reins around his useless hand and checked the loading of his weapons. Then, after a word of caution to the girl behind him, he waited. Erienne came into view a long moment later, and Farrell raised his pistol as he saw the group of riders racing behind her. He squeezed off a shot, and the band came to a skidding halt, raising up a plume of dust in the road. Farrell thrust the pistol away and snatched up the long musket. Laying it across the upper part of his crippled arm, he carefully sighted his target. The shot exploded and struck home, jerking a thief around with a loud scream. The man teetered for a moment in the saddle, then managed to turn his horse about and sent him galloping down the road. His companions gave up the chase just as quickly, all except the stalwart sheriff who shouted after them.
"Come back, you fools! We might lose a man or two, but if we keep together we can take him. Come back, I say!"
A rude contradiction was thrown back at him over a shoulder.
"You're the fool if you think we'll stay and take the first shot from the blighter. Take it yourself!"
Farrell had taken up the second pistol, and he let fly another report. The lead ball winged past Parker's ear, and deciding that discretion was the better part of valour, he struck out after his cohorts, determining that it would be folly indeed to try to catch the night rider when that one was well armed and there was no way of accounting for what weapons his confederates had. The odds were definitely against him tonight, yet there would again come a time when the two of them would meet. He promised himself that much. Erienne saw the last of the thieves heading off into the night. A flood of relief came with the knowledge that they had given up the chase. But she was plagued by a greater anxiety, that of Christopher's whereabouts. If the murdering band had set out after him, where was he? Was he wounded somewhere? Did he need her help? Farrell rode beside his sister until they reached the familiar lands of Saxton Hall. Then Erienne waved him on. "Get the girl to the manor," she bade. "Aggie will know what to do to help her. I'll come along in a moment."
"Will you be all right?" he demanded. "The night rider may still be around here somewhere."
"See to the girl, Farrell," Erienne directed, taking on a tone of sisterly authority. "Quickly." She waited until her brother was out of sight before turning the mare into the woods and urging her in the direction of the cottage. The moon cast its light through the barren limbs, creating dark, tangled images on the leaf-covered sod and confusing the path. Erienne eyed the shadows carefully, half expecting some movement to startle her. and did not realize her tension until she reached the cottage. The windows were tightly shuttered, and no light escaped from between the planks to give any assurance of occupancy. Nothing stirred, nothing moved. No evidence of her husband's landau was visible. For the most part, the place seemed deserted. Keeping to the sod to muffle the noise of the hooves, she rode past the front of the cottage onto the far side. A snuffling snort came from one of the paddocks behind the shrubs, pricking her curiosity. If Saracen was here, then Christopher had to be around somewhere, and her anxieties would be relieved. She slid from the mare and pushed her way through the greenery. The gate squeaked slightly as she opened it, and the sound brought up the ears of the steed, who stood in the paddock across from Saracen's. The horse watched her in alert attention, and gave a low neigh as it reached its nose out across the fence toward her. Erienne scratched the steed's neck, giving him the attention he sought. It was too dark to see his colouring, and she went in search of a lantern. One hung against the inside wall of the stable, and running her hand along the shelf beside it, she found flint to strike. In another moment, a tiny flame flickered at the tip of the wick and grew stronger. By its light, she proved the animal to be Christopher's own bay stallion. Saracen's yard and stable were empty, firming in her mind the identity of the Nighthawk, but it did not ease her trepidations. She wanted to be certain that wherever Christopher was, he was safe. The stallion began to prance up and down his paddock, and on the other side of the shrubs, the mare responded with a nervous stamping and snorting. Then the bay suddenly halted, and stood facing the shrubs with his tail erect, his ears cocked and his nostrils flared. Though his reaction might have been caused by the nearness of the mare, Erienne did not dismiss the possibility of someone or something else being out there. She slipped through the shrubs with the lantern and found the mare staring toward the trees. The light cast a meagre glow over the first stalwart trunks, but beyond them the darkness was dense. As Erienne neared, a black shape moved there, and a snort came from the ebon shadows. Behind her, the mare flagged her tail and pranced with a showy sidestep at the end of her tether. Taking heart from the lack of a threat, Erienne approached the trees. "Christopher," she called in a whisper. "Are you there?" No answer came, and her skin crawled on her nape. Perhaps it wasn't Christopher at all. Perhaps he was lying wounded or dead somewhere, and it was one of the highwaymen who had turned and followed her. Her fear for Christopher prodded her forward. Regardless of what or whom she met in the woods, she was going to search until she found him. She had taken no more than a few steps into the trees when she stopped and gasped, clutching a hand to her throat in sudden dread. The black stallion came forward trustingly, carrying on his back a tall, cloaked form that swayed precariously in the saddle. "Oh, no," she moaned. She had no need to see the blood to know he was hurt. The light of the lantern showed his face drawn and ashen. The lids sagged over eyes void of their usual sparkle. Christopher smiled with difficulty and tried to allay her fears. "Good evening, Mad." The effort sapped the last of his waning strength, and the world lurched in a slow tumble and grew dark. With a frightened cry, Erienne dropped the lantern and leapt forward as he began to topple from the saddle. She caught her arms about him, but his greater weight bore her to the ground beneath him. For an anxious, fear-filled moment, she cradled his tousled head close against her breast and sobbed, "Oh, my darling Christopher, what have they done to you?" Sanity returned out of dire necessity, and her trembling hands flew in frantic haste. She righted the lantern and began to search beneath the cloak for the wound, pulling the sticky shirt free of his breeches. The hard, cold blade of fear pierced through her as her gaze touched where the shot had left a gaping hole in his side. On further examination, she found where it had entered his back. Panic threatened, but she steeled herself against it, knowing it would do him no good if she broke beneath the lashing fear that assailed her. Her hands shook as she ripped a length of cloth from her petticoat. She pressed a wad of it against the torn flesh to stanch the flow of blood, then wrapped another piece tightly about his waist. A low, creaking sound of an opening door came from the direction of the cottage, and Erienne glanced around as a man holding a lantern stepped from the doorway. He peered past his beacon toward the glow of her lamp, craning his neck to see through the trees that hid her. He called softly.
"That you, master?"
"Bundy! Bundy, come help!"
she cried, recognizing his voice.
"Mr. Seaton's been hurt. Hurry!"
Shifting rays of light flashed through the darkness as the servant ran toward her. He asked no questions when he saw the limp figure sprawled beside her, but quickly knelt at Christopher's side. He lifted a limp eyelid, then briefly examined her handiwork before jumping to his feet again.
"We'd better get him up to the big house where Aggie can tend him,"
he said urgently. He caught Saracen's reins and then lifted Christopher in his arms and carefully eased him over the saddle.
"I'll take him through the passageway so none of the servants will see,"
he announced and glanced at her.
"Will you come with me, Mum? Or will you be riding your horse to the stables? I can return later for it if you wish."
"I'm coming with you,"
Erienne replied with no hesitation. Bundy led the way through the trees toward the manse, and she followed, keeping an anxious watch over Christopher. When they reached the heavy door that marked the entry to the hidden passage, the servant transferred the unconscious man to his shoulder. She carefully guided him past the opening and held the lantern high to light the way as they hurried through the corridor. For Erienne, it seemed an eternity before they reached the bookcase at the far end.
"I'll see if the way is clear,"
she whispered, and hurried towards the library door. She set aside the lantern, doffed her cloak, and smoothed her hair before entering the hallway. Though she heard a muffled weeping and other sounds coming from the guest rooms that lay beyond Lord Saxton's chambers, the upper-floor corridor leading from the eastern section was quiet and void of servants. Quickly retracing her steps to the library, Erienne motioned the man out.
"Hurry before someone comes this way."
"Get Aggie, Mum," he bade. "She'll know what to do for Mr. Seaton, and she can be trusted."
Her feet fairly flew as she ran down the stairs. She came to a skidding halt in the doorway of the tower when she noticed Farrell standing beside the hearth in the great hall. Cautiously, she slowed her pace, but sought to pass him without stopping. It was not to be. Bemused, Farrell glanced from her to the front entry. He had not heard the front door open, and he made his thoughts clear with a simple question.
"How did you come in? I've been waiting for you, and when you didn't come back, I thought I would have to go out and find you. And now here you are. How did you get upstairs without me seeing you?"
Erienne would not trust him with her precious knowledge, and gave the excuse.
"Perhaps you were with the girl. How is she, anyway?"
"Poor girl. They killed her father, and she can't seem to stop crying. Aggie has put her to bed with a toddy. She said it would help her sleep."
Erienne's mind flew. If Farrell found Christopher wounded in the house, he might take his news back to the sheriff. Aggie's toddy might provide the solution to her dilemma. With so much at stake, she saw the need for Farrell to be unaware of the happenings in the house.
"You might want to try one of Aggie's toddies yourself, Farrell. 'Twill help you sleep, and it works wonders for rejuvenating one's spirits. Come the morning tide, you'll be refreshed and ready to meet the girl."
Farrell's face darkened with a blush, for he had not been blind to the girl's comeliness. Those wide dark eyes and bountiful reddish locks curling tousled around her pale and delicate face had been a vision worth remembering.
"Her name's Juliana Becker,"
he murmured distantly.
"She's only 17.
Erienne fretted at her delay in getting back to Christopher.
"If you don't mind dining alone, Farrell, I'll have one of the servants bring a tray of food to your room. I fear I am too distressed to eat, and I'll probably retire as soon as I can."
This last she threw back over her shoulder as she hurried to the kitchen.
"Has Lord Saxton returned?"
Farrell called.
"I don't think so,"
she answered without pausing.
"At least I haven't seen him."
Should he return, tell him I would like to borrow the coach to take the girl back to her mother in the morning. They live in York."
"I'm sure that will be acceptable, Farrell. Just tell Payne, and he can have Tanner bring the carriage around whenever you're ready."
The kitchen door swung closed behind her, but when she could not find Aggie there, Erienne made her way back through the hall again, not caring how badly she confused Farrell with her haste. In the west wing, she found the housekeeper just leaving the guest room where the girl had been ensconced for the night.
"Miss Becker is resting much easier now, Mum," Aggie announced. "'Tis lucky she is." "Aggie, I need your help,"
Erienne interrupted anxiously.
"Mr. Seaton has been hurt, and Bundy said you would know what to do." "How bad is he? Can you tell, Mum?"
Aggie asked in fretful haste as she hurried down the corridor with her mistress.
"He's got an awful-looking hole in his side,"
the younger woman replied worriedly.
"The shot went all the way through, and he seems to have lost a lot of blood."
Aggie did not waste another moment with inquiries. Lifting her skirts, she broke into a run, never relenting her puffing pace until she careened around the corner by Lord Saxton's bedchamber door. The portal was partially open, and Erienne halted in surprise when the woman swept through without pausing. To her further amazement, she saw Bundy bending over Christopher, who lay on the bed. The covers had been turned down, and towels were spread beneath the bandaged area. Except for a sheet that covered his lower half, he was devoid of clothing. The black cloak and garments lay in a heap on the floor beside the tall riding boots. Bundy stood away as the housekeeper approached the bed, and as the woman cut away the makeshift bandage and examined the wound, Erienne hung back, cringing as the pain of the probing fingers penetrated his oblivion. A moan came from his pale lips as he writhed in agony, and she muffled a frightened sob beneath her hand. She had never known how deeply she cared for the Yankee until this moment when she saw him helpless and in need. He had always been so strong, so capable, never really seeming to need anyone. Her feelings ached to be expressed, and it was her torment that she could not touch him in a loving manner or whisper the words that would tell him of her love.
"The shot went through all right," Aggie stated, "but it appears to be a clean wound."
She washed the blood from her hands and gestured to the hearth.
"We'll need a kettle of water on the fire and some clean linen."
"Shouldn't we move Mr. Seaton to another room?" Erienne asked fretfully. After whispering Christopher's name while her husband was making love to her, she was fearful of Stuart returning home and finding his rival ensconced in his bed. She could not be certain that Lord Saxton would not become violent and do his cousin more hurt. Bundy glanced quickly at the housekeeper and then cleared his throat, choosing his words carefully.
"Lord Saxton won't be returning for several days, Mum, so I expect it'll be all right if Mr. Seaton uses his room till then. He'll be safer here. The servants will think 'tis his lordship come down sick. They won't likely be snooping about. 'Tis better to be safe and not rouse undue suspicion."
"But if Lord Saxton is gone, why are you not with him?" Erienne inquired in bemusement. "And where is the landau?"
"In the stables, Mum. I brought it back a couple of hours ago. The master'll be staying with friends now. They'll look after his wants, and he won't need the carriage."
The servant's statement did not relieve her worry, but she accepted Lord Saxton's absence as a blessing. Christopher needed care and attention, and she could give it more freely if her husband was not here to witness her concern. There was only Farrell to worry about now, but she determined to take care of that matter immediately. "My brother has a great aversion to Mr. Seaton," she stated. "If he finds the Yankee here, he might sound the warning that he is wounded. Under the circumstances, Aggie, I believe it is expedient that you prepare him a toddy." The woman gave a quick nod.
"I'll take care of it right away, Mum. Please see to Mr. Seaton while I'm gone. I've got me herbs and healing potions to fetch from the kitchen."
Bundy went off with the housekeeper to find an iron pot, leaving Erienne to sit with the wounded man. She busied herself tearing an old sheet into bandages. Then she gently bathed the blood away from the area of the wound. Dipping the strong, lean hands separately in the basin, She carefully washed away the stains from the thin fingers. She kissed them, and tears welled in her eyes as she let his hand rest in hers. She understood her emotions more clearly now, though she couldn't exactly say when her love had started to bloom, but it came upon her with a solid certainty that she had loved Christopher Seaton for some time now, and yet she had also grown to care for her husband with a deep, abiding affection. It was disquieting to dwell on the knowledge that she could care for two men at the same time. In many ways she loved them differently, but then there were also those moments when she was unable to separate one from the other. Christopher was dashing, charming, handsome, a man any woman could easily be enamoured with. Lord Saxton, on the other hand, had gained her affection while having none of those traits. Was her love for her husband, then, based on pity? Abruptly she rejected the idea. She had felt sorry for Ben, but could hardly claim that she had loved him. Stuart Saxton made her feel very much the wife, and undeniably a woman. And yet, strangely, it was at the heights of this mood that she had the most difficulty banishing Christopher from mind. Sometimes, in her love play with her husband, she was assailed with such strong impressions of the other man, she had to reach out and touch the scarred back to affirm that it was Stuart and not Christopher with her. She could only reason that her desire for the Yankee was so strong she had put his face and name to the man who came to her only in darkness. Aggie and Bundy returned, and Erienne stayed near as the woman tended the wound. The gore was cleaned away, and a soft white salve was thickly applied before bandages were pressed first to his side and then to his back. The whole was tightly bound with several layers of linen that crossed his chest and was secured in place by a piece across his shoulder. When the ordeal was finally over, Erienne sank weakly into a chair beside the bed, thankful to have it behind her. She refused the pleas of both servants to go to her own chambers and rest until the morning, stating resolutely, "I'll sleep here for the night." Aggie saw no opening for argument, and finally offered, "Mum, I'll watch him while you go and tidy yourself for bed. Then you can come back whenever you're ready." She waved a hand to indicate the soiled riding habit her mistress wore. "You'll be much more comfortable in a fresh gown and wrapper than bound up in that." "Are you sure?" Erienne began worriedly, but was unable to put words to her fears. "He'll be fine, Mum," the housekeeper assured her, patting her arm affectionately. "He's a big, strong man, and with a little gentle care and rest, he'll be like new again in no time." Relenting, Erienne allowed the woman to lead her to the door, and there she promised, "I'll be back in a few moments." As vowed, she did return, and she took a place in a chair near the bed to pass the long hours of the night. Curling her legs beneath her, she leaned her head and shoulders on the mattress of the bed, and there slumbered, finding cosy warmth beneath a fur throw. Dawn had broached the eastern sky when Christopher finally stirred. She came awake instantly and raised her head to find him watching her. Their eyes held for an eternity, and she could feel the slow pounding of her heart as he seemed to stare into her very soul. "I'm thirsty," he said in a gravelly whisper. She fetched a glass full of water, and, bringing it back to the bed, placed an arm beneath his back and supported him with her own shoulder and strength while he quenched his thirst. As she set the glass aside, he raised his hand to caress her cheek, letting his fingers glide through the thick, curling tresses. "I love you," he breathed. Their eyes held for a long, blissful moment. Then, with a sigh, he lay back and closed his eyes. His fingers reached out to entwine hers in a weak grip that did much to bear out his words. Tears trembled on Erienne's lashes as her emotions were again tested to the limit, and she was grateful that her husband was not there, for he would have seen first-hand how she cared for this man. Christopher wandered in and out through the depths of sleep as the day aged into night, and the sun dawned afresh the next morning. He roused to awareness after the morning star had taken a place of dominance in the eastern heavens. Aggie came with a thick broth for the invalid and fluffed the pillows, bracing his back with their feather softness. When he refused to be fed, she provided a way for him to feed himself without undue stress, then set about to tidy the room. He sipped the soup from a mug, while his gaze followed Erienne, who had remained to help the woman. He made no attempt to conceal his interest, giving cause for Erienne to worry at his lack of discretion. She did not lightly dismiss the fact that Aggie was fond of her master, and had great hopes for the continuance of the family. Christopher slept through most of the day and into the night, waking at intervals to take liquids and broth that either Aggie or Erienne pressed upon him. On the third day, a fever came upon him, and with it Erienne's fears mounted. But Aggie was quick to assure her that it was not an uncommon occurrence with a wounded man. The housekeeper bade her to bathe his skin with tepid water to reduce the fever, and left her mistress to the chore, seeming undismayed that she had requested the lady of the manor to be that familiar with a man who was not her husband. While he slept, Erienne found the task genuinely unsettling. With the freedom to peruse and touch his near-naked form, she became aghast at the frequency with which her gaze caressed the wide shoulders, the tapering, furred chest, the lean, hard waist, and the flat belly. She could not bring herself to uncover him below the hips, and the merest thought of doing so brought a livid blush to her cheeks, even in the privacy of the room. Retaining a semblance of composure while he was awake was another ordeal, even though he was not quite lucid. His cheeks were flushed with the fever, and his eyes somewhat glazed and overwarm as they rested on her. Still, she became excruciatingly aware of the effect of her ministering when her glance innocently strayed to where the sheet covered his loins. Of a sudden, her own cheeks were flooded with colour, but when her eyes flew upward, he met her stare calmly and without chagrin. She fled the room in haste, and once in her chamber, she flung open a window and attempted to cool her burning cheeks in the crisp air. She struggled with a feeling of her own guilt, for in the last days she had been so painfully aware of him as a man, of his blatant sensuality, and of the wild, flowing current of excitement that lay just beneath the surface of every glance they exchanged, every touch, every spoken word. Once she had hated him for causes she had thought were justified, but the sting had been taken out of her ire in slow degrees. It could not be lightly discounted that he had risked his life to save Farrell and the Becker girl. The stabilizing force of hatred had flown, leaving her prey to the softer emotions, and love, that fearsome, dangerous, overpowering emotion, was nestling in like a tiger of the wilds, securing its lair deep in her mind and heart, where it would ever threaten her resolve. She stayed away from the master's chambers for the rest of the day, letting Bundy and Aggie carry on without her. Between the two of them, they provided assurances that the wound was knitting amazingly well, and that the fever had left. By nightfall, her mind was so frayed by the battle that raged within it, she numbly sought out her bed and prayed that her husband would soon return and establish himself even more firmly in her thoughts, rooting out the Yankee once and for all. Lulled by the warming fire, she dallied through memories, clear and vague. A vision of a cloaked form and a prancing black steed was conjured from the events of the past few days, and then the darkly garbed figure became her husband, bending down to lift her from the icy water of the creek. Behind him was the same black stallion, and of a sudden the leather mask was transformed into a deep cowl. With a gasp, Erienne rolled back upon the bed and stared with widened eyes at the canopy, her mind caught in a sudden turmoil. Was this another madness? Had her passion put a face to that which before had no face at all? Was this a dream, a wish born out of desire? Her thoughts strained for clarity amid her confused memory. She could not pick a definite image or shape that identified the one who had taken her from the stream. The impression of a dark, winged rider soaring from his rearing mount had stayed with her, but as she thought about it, she realized she had never seen Stuart on a horse. The suspicion that it was Christopher brought another question to mind. What had she seen by firelight that same evening? A misshapen form of a crippled man? Or just the distorted shape of a normal man? If Christopher proved to be the night rider, as well as the one who had rescued her, then what else was he? Surely something more than the rutting roue he had always seemed to be. A fear began to insinuate itself, but she cast off the idea as preposterous. Though Stuart had always come to her in darkness, she had nonetheless formed a vision of him, perhaps indistinct where her knowledge did not extend, but otherwise familiar to her. A twisted leg, a scarred back, a rasping voice were very much a part of that image, and did not match the handsomer appearance of Christopher Seaton. The jumbled pieces of the puzzle turned over in her mind, but no fragment fit to another to provide a broader glimpse of the truth. The endless boredom of their passage allied with her fatigue, and she sank into an exhausted slumber. No nightmares lurked within her dreams, only the endless roiling of questions, fears, and doubts. Chapter 20. Morning came, as was its habit of many a year, bursting forth this day in the guise of a blustery spring day, slashed with stinging spits of rain. The icy droplets beat against the crystal panes with the force of the wind, speckling the glass with tiny jewels of moisture, while on the roof the tiles rattled and the eaves moaned as the playful gusts ran rampant. Erienne rose refreshed and blithely went about her toilet, until in the brushing of her hair her thoughts came rushing back full force. Her hand halted halfway through a stroke, as confusion sank its sharp, persistent talons into her mind, quickly setting the mood for her day. A determination to get to the heart of the matter grew within her, and leaving her chambers, she set her direction towards the master's bedroom, where she intended to confront Christopher on the issue of her rescue from the stream. She had neared the door when she paused in brief bewilderment, hearing Aggie's voice through the thick panels. The woman's tone was low and indistinct, but urgent, half arguing, half pleading. Erienne was at once beset that she was cast in the role of eavesdropper, and quickly put her hand to the door, rattling the latch loudly as she turned it. When the portal swung wide, displaying the occupants of the chamber, she found Christopher propped up against the pillows, with a trace of an amused smile on his lips, obviously much better than on the prior day, and Aggie, standing at the foot of the bed, red of face and with her arms akimbo. At the sight of her, Christopher coughed lightly behind his hand, and the housekeeper busied herself removing the breakfast tray, though her lips remained tightly compressed and her cheeks oddly flushed. Erienne readily dismissed the matter from mind, for she could well imagine the woman berating the man for not taking proper care of himself or engaging in some unauthorized activity, which, at least in Aggie's eyes, would be unforgivable. "I'll be going down now to fetch some hot water from the kitchen to tend the wound, Lady Saxton." The housekeeper stressed the title, as she cast an imperious glance toward the man. "Will you do me a favour and remove the old bandage while I'm gone?" Erienne nodded in rising confusion. The woman's usual effervescence was most apparently in absence, and the cause could not be explained in any manner that courted rationality. If it was jealousy for Lord Saxton's sake, then why, Erienne mused, would she have laid such a task to her? Aggie handed her a pair of small sewing scissors, and with a last smug nod of her head toward the invalid, was quickly gone. Even before the door closed behind her, Erienne felt Christopher's stare, and when she glanced around, she found a hunger in his eyes that had naught to do with the stomach. It touched off a quickness in her own pulse, one she strived hard to hide with a proper scolding.
"If you wish me to attend you, Mr. Seaton, I insist that you exercise a finer degree of self-control, at least in the presence of others. Poor Aggie is fiercely loyal to Stuart, and will not long abide your uninvited pandering."
Unmoved by her chiding, he plucked at the bandage. "Are you sure you have the stomach for this?" Erienne seated herself on the edge of the bed, near his left side.
"I tended Farrell's arm long enough. I'll warrant I can handle this as well."
A rueful smile brought up the corners of her lips.
"However, I should warn you to hold yourself still, or I might be tempted to take some portion of your hide away as recompense."
"As you command, my lady." He spread his arms, completely surrendering himself to her ministering, and let his left hand fall casually upon her hip as she leaned forward to snip the strap that crossed his shoulder and held the bandage high. Feeling his fingers brush her backside, she paused and purposefully lifted his hand by the wrist, moving it to where it could rest harmlessly on the mattress.
"I will not stand for your shenanigans either, Mr. Seaton," she admonished.
A slow smile curved his lips. "You're being terribly formal, my lady. Have you grown averse to my name of a sudden?"
"I don't wish to encourage you in your blatant disregard of my status as a married woman. That is all," she explained pertly. "You are being very forward in Aggie's presence, and 'tis obvious that she is peeved with you."
"Do you think calling me Mr. Seaton is going to stop me from wanting you?" he asked as his eyes caressed her. "You know very little about me, or men, if you think mere words can quench what I feel for you. 'Tis no simple lust that gnaws at me, Erienne, but an ever-raging desire to have you with me every moment, to feel your softness beneath my searching hand, and to claim you as my own. Nay, no stilted title can cool what burns in me." She stared at him in speechless wonder. He had played the rutting stag so well, she had to consider his words as another ploy to break down the barrier between them, and to add her to his list of conquests. Still, they were effective in bringing to mind a similar awareness of her own desires. He was there whenever she closed her eyelids, haunting her with his presence, and she yearned to have him hold her and kiss her without the restrictions between them. His gaze now met hers without wavering, promising more than she, in good conscience, could accept. Despite her outward calm, her thoughts were put to rout, and she completely forgot what it was that she wanted to discuss with him. Her hands trembled as she bent her attention to her chore, and she had to use all her concentration to steady them as she inserted the tip of the scissors into the top of the wrappings. She snipped downward until the bandage was parted, and she carefully raised the cloth away. A mild shudder went through her as she found a cloying black and greenish matter bonding wound and cloth together. The fabric had to be painstakingly eased away from the skin, lest the bleeding be started anew. Though she worked diligently, and with caring patience, to pry it from the pink, healthy flesh, she was aware that all the prodding and pulling were painful. Yet he never twitched a muscle, and whenever she glanced up, there was always that odd, inscrutable gaze that seemed to probe into her mind, and an enigmatic smile playing about his lips.
"Roll toward me,"
she directed, and leaned close to reach around him as he complied. Easing the bandage away from the wound on his back, she pushed it as far beneath him as she could before sponging the dried blood from his back. The basin of tepid water had been placed on the bed beside him, and as he lay flat, she reached across to wring the cloth out. In the next moment, his left hand rose and pressed lightly between her shoulders, causing her to fall toward him until he could capture her lips with his own. Off balance, she could not immediately withdraw, and was held snared by a torrid kiss that torched her cool-minded resolve and cindered it beneath the heat of his demand. His open mouth moved upon hers with a hunger that greedily sought for a like response. The stirring rush of excitement flared through her, and the need was there to answer him. But the sudden intrusion of a black, staring mask into her mind made her push away with a sudden gasp. She came to her feet, her cheeks ablaze with the shame of her own ardour. Christopher challenged her with a mocking grin. "You must have read my mind, madam. 'Twas the very gift I desired."
"You have your nerve taking such liberties in my husband's house," she panted breathlessly. "You will certainly destroy yourself if you continue to indulge in such foolery."
Her rebuke only seemed to amuse him, for his grin deepened, making her doubt that she would ever be effective in discouraging his rutting tendencies. Regaining some measure of control, she gestured with a hand that still trembled.
"Sir, if you will be so kind as to raise yourself on the other side, I will take away the bandage."
Christopher pressed his left palm against the mattress and lifted himself until she could reach beneath him. Even then, she was hard driven to ignore his nearness and the uneven beat of her heart. After a moment's fumbling, she found the noisome bandage and withdrew it. As she deposited the rag in the basin for removal, a light rap came upon the door, and at her summons Bundy entered. It was a cue for Erienne to excuse herself and leave her charge to the other's care. She was thankful for the interruption, and sought the privacy of her bedchamber. As she closed the door behind her, a gnawing disquiet descended, but she could not name a definite cause. Despite all of that which she had proposed, she had solved only one puzzle: the identity of the night rider. She was satisfied that Christopher's cause was just, yet she was haunted by the faceless shadow of that one who had flown to rescue her from the stream. She could no longer believe it had been her husband, and she feared even here a fantasy of Christopher was replacing Stuart, much as it had in those dark, enshrouded trysts in her husband's arms. This was, of course, the place where she attended her husband in the night, there on yonder bed, and as her eyes slid over the velvet hangings, her mind took up a restless chase. Of late, she had begun to fantasize about Christopher far too much while her husband made love to her. Something in those heated embraces had brought him to mind, and now those illusions were beginning to spill over in other areas of her marriage, muddling once firm certainties and confusing images of both cousins. Was this the curse of the Fleming blood? Could she ever be true to one? Would her own desire continue to bring another to mind whenever her husband held her and brought her to a bliss that waxed to a numbing height in its intensity? She saw an image of that blank leather mask bending low as if to kiss her, and slowly, as before, it became the impassioned visage of that one who haunted her. Erienne's mind rebelled, and just as quickly was snatched by another thought, one that took her breath with the suddenness of its assault. Seaton, Saxton, cousins or brothers? There had been 2 sons born of the Saxton family. Stuart was the elder, but what of the younger? Could he be, in truth, the one she knew as Christopher Seaton? What better way to weave a trap for the rascals who had burned the manse than to let one take a place as lord, while the other played out a masquerade? If they were brothers, perhaps they worked together to avenge the scarring of the one. Christopher, being the more mobile of the 2, brandished his sword and pistol in the name of justice as the Nighthawk, while the older brother established fear in the hearts of the brigands by his mere existence. The ones responsible for the burning of the manse had hoped to kill him, but had to be frustrated by their failure. A wry smile touched her lips as she grew firm in that new-found belief. Christopher had free access to the manor, and knew it well, as if he had been born here. She perched on the foot of the bed, and though she stared hard, she saw nothing. Her mind spun in an aimless, racing whirlwind. There was something else here, something that wavered just beyond her grasp. The suspicion that something was not quite right had not left her. She rubbed her hands, and almost as quickly a coldness began to grow in her, as she remembered that moment when she had reached for the bandage. Her right hand caressed the palm of her left, gently, as if it were Christopher's back, and suddenly she knew what she had touched. A puckered scar on his shoulder. A night not too long past, she had felt that scar on Stuart's back when he had brought her to a height of passion. A strangled cry of denial escaped her lips as the full realization dawned on her. Her husband had sent another to her bed in his stead. In a slow-moving vision, she recounted the intimacies they had shared, when her hands had moved over his body to appease a wifely curiosity, and when his knowledgeable caresses had brought sighs of pleasure from her lips, just as Christopher had done in the carriage. Erienne could no longer face the mocking windows, and, twisting about, buried her face into the coverlet of the bed. Her half-choked, wailing sobs were muffled in the bedding. The ache in her breast was unbearable, and there was no ease from the scalding shame she felt. She had been used, duped. Agonizing hands, formed like clawed talons, gathered the fabric, and as she wept, she curled in a knot and slowly slipped to her knees on the floor. She clutched the coverlet over her ears as if to shut out the laughing voice that echoed in her head. She had been used. They had made a game of her. Fool, fool, fool! Erienne could not shut out the ridicule that raked her, and then it came to her like a blast of winter air. She clutched the quilt to her belly, and, as she rocked back upon her heels, raised her face to heaven and slowly scrubbed with the blanket, as if to cleanse her loins. But there was that in her which had been given her, and she could not rid herself of it. Their betrayal tore at her. She huddled there and sobbed in the coverlet. What right had they to bargain for what was hers and hers alone to give? To pass her off from one to the other without any regard for her own desires and honour? She came to her feet, a flare of rage heating her heart. She would face the rogue, and were her husband here, she would face him also, and have the whole thing out and done with. This multitude of masquerades was done. Her gloom was forgotten. She had a task before her, and held no doubt that she would perform it well. With that resolve burning through her, she smoothed the bedcovers, and, pouring water from the ewer into the basin, washed the bloodstains from her hands. The dirty water went into a bucket, and she poured afresh, this time wetting a cloth and laving her face. Beneath the cooling strokes, some meagre understanding of her husband's reasoning dawned. If Stuart had been injured by the fire to such a degree as to be rendered incapable in the duties of a husband, then by letting his brother have her, he could at least have been assured that any offspring she bore would be in part his blood. Still, it was not enough to salve the pain she felt. They had not comported themselves with any compassion for her pride or feelings. A sound came from the corridor, and she stepped close to the door to listen. It was Bundy and Aggie leaving the master's room, and their voices were subdued as they passed her chamber. The roué was alone now and could not flee, and she would not let him again evade the questions. She took the resolution upon her. This time would do as well as any. She was down the hall in a trice, and through the door of the master's chambers, locking it behind her to forbid interruption. Deliberately removing the key, she dropped it into her bodice as she turned to face the one she had come to confront. Christopher was propped up in the bed, sipping from a steaming mug of brandy and honey, a potion prescribed by Aggie to ease the discomfort of the new bandage. He had watched Erienne's entry over the rim of the cup, and now lowered it as his amused gaze raked her.
"Do you think it's safe there, madam?"
There was enough of a smirk in his question to spur Erienne's ire higher. Still, she forced herself to breathe calmly, and, with leisured purpose, crossed the room to stand at the foot of his bed. "I have a matter or two to settle with you, sir." Her tone was almost flat, and his brow raised at the lean seriousness of her manner. "And I with you, madam." He smiled and lifted the glass for another sip of the heady brew. "I know who you are," she stated bluntly. His arm paused, and he looked up at her in surprise, his lips parted to receive the brim. "I know you and Stuart are brothers." Now the subject was broached, she rushed into it headlong. "I cannot understand the why of it, but I know of you. You seem to be much more the creature of the night than even I had realized until this hour. For whatever his reasons, my husband has let you come to pleasure me in his stead. I don't understand why you were here in this bed the first night, but since then you have always come to me, and, hidden in darkness, have put a bastard babe within my belly." Christopher choked abruptly, and the cup twitched in his hand before he set it aside. He coughed to clear his throat, and cocked a brow at her as he struggled to find his voice. "Madam, your news is most dear to my heart, but I urge you to be more gentle in the telling of it. You have nearly strangled me." "Gentle?" she railed, forgetting her composure at his off-handish humour. "Were you gentle with me when you played your game with me?" "Now, Erienne, dearest love."
"Don't you dearest love me," she flared. "You debaucher! You sneak thief of a woman's virtue! You used me! You took me when I thought you were another!"
"My love," he cajoled, "I can explain if you will just let me."
"You will indeed, sir, and that is why I have come, to hear your explanations. Go on, tell me the reason you tricked me."
He opened his mouth to speak again, but a thunder of feet in the hall and a heavy pounding on the door halted him. "'Tis urgent I speak with you," Bundy roared through the panel. Erienne's brow darkened angrily, and a stubborn determination rose.
"I will not let him in,"
she gritted. Bundy's fist beat upon the panels again. "The sheriff is coming!" Christopher began to slide toward the edge of the bed. "Erienne, my sweet, open the door. We will speak of this matter later, in private. You have my word on it." Seeing the necessity for yielding, she fumbled in her bodice until she retrieved the key. Thrusting it in the lock, she opened the door. Bundy swept past her with a half-mumbled apology. "Your pardon, milady." "Where are they?" Christopher questioned curtly. Bundy halted by the bedside and panted. "Only a mile or so away. Gates was out exercising a horse and saw 'em coming." "Damn," Christopher muttered and grimaced as he tried to move.
"You must hide him, Bundy," Erienne said urgently. "Take him to the passage."
"She's right. I cannot be taken," Christopher declared. "Parker would see that I didn't last out the week, and I doubt that even Lord Saxton could fetch help that fast. My clothes, Bundy, at once." He threw off the covers and stood to his feet with a grimace, ignoring the fact that below the bandage he was stark naked. Erienne could not. The sight of that tall, lean-hipped, broad-shouldered form brought a scalding hotness to her cheeks. Whirling on a heel, she ran from the room, slamming the door behind her. She was abashed that he could treat her so outrageously casually in front of a servant, and she could not halt the return of mortifying shame. Her thoughts again in a flurry, she entered the doubtful shelter of her chamber and paced about. A mild panic seized her at the realization that in the absence of Lord Saxton, she would have to meet the sheriff herself. Christopher's safety depended on how well she could hide her distress and not give away the game. Making an effort to calm her flighty thoughts, she drew a deep breath and conjured an image of a regal lady, holding it firmly in her mind until she grew comfortable with it. Her chin raised a notch. She was Lady Erienne Saxton, she told herself, the mistress of her husband's manor, and she would not be intimidated in her own house. Once again she opened the door and retraced her steps to the master's chambers, only to find it deserted except for Aggie, who was hastily arranging the bedcovers and tidying the room. It came to her, as she paused in the portal, that the housekeeper probably knew more about the manor and its occupants than anyone else outside the family. She decided to settle one of many questions right here and now. "Aggie?" The woman turned quickly. "Aye, mum." Erienne swept her hand to indicate the tome that lay on her husband's desk. "You once told me that book held an accounting of every birth and death that happened here in this house and on these lands. If I were to look into it, would I find Christopher's name entered as the younger brother of the Saxton family?" Aggie twisted her hands in sudden consternation and glanced away nervously. Erienne read the answer in the woman's manner and sought to relieve her obvious anguish. "It's all right, Aggie. I understand your loyalty to the family and do not ask you to reveal anything that I haven't already guessed." "Please, Mum," the housekeeper pleaded. "Hear the master out, for you think ill of him." "Oh, I intend to hear him out," Erienne assured her, but as far as the other, she feared she had already begun to have some very doubtful thoughts about the master of the manse. Erienne left the woman and made her way to the stairs, intending to await the visitors in the common room. Payne was on station at the front door, and she gave him a gracious nod as she passed. She swept through the archway leading into the great hall, and then froze. Her dignity dissolved, and consternation raged in its wake, for seated calmly in his usual chair beside the hearth was Lord Saxton, the right leg gathered behind the good one, the gaze behind the blank helm fastened on the doorway, and his gloved hands folded atop his walking stick. Though crippled and scarred, he was in truth a most formidable figure of a man. Erienne stammered a jumbled apology. "My lord, I was not informed you had returned."
"Our guests are nigh."
The hoarse whisper was not unkind, only flat and emotionless.
"Come here, and take a seat beside me."
His left hand briefly indicated a chair before it returned to rest on the cane. She crossed to the proffered chair and sat erect on its edge, but the position left her knees to tremble all the more. Her nerves were as taut as the strings of a harpsichord, and she rose to stand close beside him, half behind his chair, her hand resting on the top of the ornately carved back. They waited thus in silence, a regal lord and his pale, stiff lady, while the tall timepiece in the great hall ticked the moments away with maddening slowness. Erienne started slightly when a rattle of many hooves sounded outside, coming up along the front lane to cease beside the tower door. Payne turned the knob, but before he could open the portal, it burst wide at the inward rush of Sheriff Parker, followed closely, indeed too closely, by Haggard Bentworth, that worthy, ever-ready-for-battle crony. A whole flock of fellows came at their heels and crowded into the entry. Seeing the open door of the common room, the sheriff brushed arrogantly past Payne, then stepped sprightly aside as the naked blade that Haggard bore prodded him in the backside. He yelped and whirled, swatting the harrying sword down with his hand and causing it to rake the sheepskin vest and closely threaten his manhood. It was only when the danger had passed that Alan dared release his breath. Then a menacing glare came into his eyes and bored into Haggard, who fumbled sheepishly with the weapon.
"Put that thing away, you fool,"
Parker snarled through gnashing teeth.
"And this time not in me."
Good Haggard eagerly nodded and thrust the weapon into its sheath with a vengeance, then flinched and sucked his left thumb where a small droplet of blood welled up. Payne raised his chin and sniffed loudly, managing to speak without a hint of a smile.
"Lord Saxton awaits in the common room."
Alan Parker snorted once at Haggard, and, mumbling beneath his breath, strode angrily through the tall, welcoming archway. He advanced a pair of paces into the room, and, with an officious frown, surveyed the scene that met his eye, giving the master and mistress of the house a curt nod before he turned and beckoned a man to him.
"Sergeant, set the men to searching the house and put a guard on this door. Then see that those outside are—"
His words were halted by a loud double click, and both he and the sergeant turned warily to face their host. They found themselves returning the unwinking gaze of a pair of oversized pistols, and could not find the courage to doubt their priming and loading. Lord Saxton's skill with weapons was a well-known fact throughout the countryside, and neither of them wished to test it at a close range.
"No man searches this house but on my word or the king's."
Lord Saxton's rasping voice resounded through the hall.
"I have issued no such directive, but if you have a warrant from the other, then I would see it."
Both men kept their hands carefully away from their sidearms, while Parker, with a decided change in manner, made haste to apologize and explain.
"Your pardon, my lord."
He doffed his hat as he acknowledged the presence of the lady, and nudged the sergeant with his elbow until that one followed suit.
"I have no warrant from the Crown, but 'tis my good intent to seek your permission for a search. We are looking for the night rider. A dastardly crime was committed several days ago, and we have proof that one Christopher Seaton is that rogue, the very same who laid Squire Becker in his grave, brutally slew his coachman, and kidnapped the young daughter."
Erienne stepped forward, her hand raised in hot denial, but her way was suddenly blocked by a gloved hand bearing a pistol. She looked down at her husband in angry urgency. "But 'tis not—"
"Shh!"
His subdued whisper came for her ears alone.
"Control yourself, my love. Trust me."
She returned to her position, but when her hand came back to the chair, she gripped it until her knuckles were white. The sheriff continued as he regained Lord Saxton's attention.
"The man is also wanted for the murders of Timmy Sears and Ben Mose, not to mention a host of lesser crimes."
He rubbed the back of his bandaged left hand.
"'Twas said in town that he was some kin of yours." "Are you sure of your facts, Sheriff?"
The hollow voice chuckled lightly.
"Christopher Seaton and pistols, that I can believe, but he seemed too clumsy an oaf to be well skilled with a blade."
Parker slipped his left hand into his coat and shrugged.
"Skilled enough, at least, to best a drunken sot and a brawling lad, untutored in the matter of blades."
A bitter laugh came from the blank mask.
"Or an aging squire who would defend his daughter."
The low, coarse voice took on a note of concern.
"Your hand, sir. Have you hurt yourself?"
The sheriff reddened a bit and stumbled over an excuse.
I cut it. 'Tis little more than a nick."
Lord Saxton lowered the hammers and tucked the pistols away.
"I will allow your men to search. Only tell them to be quick about it. My housekeeper will not take kindly to all these muddy boots tramping through the place." "Certainly, my lord."
Parker jerked his head at the sergeant.
"Attend to it."
The sergeant stepped before his men and flung out his arm in several directions as he gave them orders. When they had been dispersed, he took to the stairs, leaving the sheriff to poke about the corners of the common room. Lord Saxton shifted his weight carefully in the chair and lent his attention to Erienne.
"My dear, if you would be so kind, a brandy for the sheriff."
Without a word, Erienne crossed to the sideboard, struggling with the nervous tension that had sapped the strength from her limbs. After pouring a draught from the decanter, she turned with a glass in her hand, but her husband gestured again.
"A little more, my love. 'Tis a foul day out, and the sheriff will no doubt need the fortification for the ride back."
Parker perused the comely feminine form as he took the glass, wondering how the girl could content herself with such a husband. He remembered Avery's difficulty in finding a suitor to please her, and had to believe the girl was handling her guise of devotion very well. Upstairs in Erienne's chamber, Aggie watched the men rudely search the armoire and tramp behind the draperies that secluded the bathing room. She cringed as Haggard's sheathed sword fanned out behind him, bumping against the furniture and threatening costly vases and lamps. His face lit up as he passed Erienne's dressing table, and he paused to sample the intoxicating scent of a dusting powder. Curiously, he raised a crystal vial, and, with his thick fingers, ever so gently lifted the stopper. He poked his large nose near the top and sniffed. An expression of dreamy ecstasy transformed his face, and for a moment he forgot the world existed.
"Aren't you?"
Haggard jumped, and the perfume vial flew from his hands, doing a spiralling cartwheel through the air, in the process dousing him with a liberal portion of the contents. He juggled his hands about, trying to catch the crystal container, and breathed a sigh of relief when he clutched it safely to his bosom. Finally, he met the woman's pained stare with a hesitant smile.
"Aren't you supposed to be looking for a man?"
Aggie reminded him. A light seemed to dawn in his brain, brightening his face, and Haggard hurriedly set aside the crystal vial. He glanced about, then dusted his hands, content that no one was hiding in the room. Beckoning to his confederates, he passed on into the hall. In his absence, Aggie waved the air in front of her nose and looked heavenward, as if she offered prayer for such a clumsy buffoon. A second libation had been offered to and taken by the sheriff when his men returned to the hall. Haggard was grinning in joyful innocence for a task well performed, and missed the widely sceptical stares of his companions. He crossed the hall to stand beside the sheriff, who choked on the remainder of his brandy as the overpowering fumes hit him. Coughing to catch his breath, Parker looked about with a mild tearing of the eyes. In the background, Aggie smiled smugly, content that she had been present to see the expression on the sheriff's face.
"No sign of a wounded man in the house, sir,"
the sergeant announced.
"Satisfied, Sheriff?"
Lord Saxton inquired. The man nodded reluctantly.
"I am sorry to have inconvenienced you, my lord. We will look elsewhere for the knave, but should he come here, I beg you detain him and send a rider to inform us."
No answer came from the mask, and the sheriff pushed Haggard out ahead of him. Erienne held her place, listening to their departure, until an overwhelming silence filled the manse. Lord Saxton gestured to Aggie, bringing the woman close, and spoke in a low voice to her. The woman straightened, cast a quick glance at her mistress, and hastily left the room. Once they were alone, Lord Saxton raised himself slowly from his chair and half turned to his wife.
"I would like a private word with you, madam. Would you be so kind as to join me in my chambers?"
Now that the moment of truth was at hand, Erienne was not nearly so certain that she wanted to proceed. Considering that Christopher had only recently vacated the chambers, she wondered if she should direct her husband elsewhere. But the suspicion that Aggie had already told him about the Yankee made Erienne hold her silence. Meekly, she crossed the room, and then paused at the entry leading into the tower to wait for Stuart, who came at a more awkward pace than usual. As he climbed the stairs, he seemed overly tired. Erienne ran ahead to open the door for him, and was amazed to find that the bed-covers had been turned down and the pillows fluffed and piled in one heap. It was apparent that Aggie had already been there to prepare the room, and Erienne could not resist a question as Lord Saxton passed her with his slow, halting gait.
"Are you ill, my lord?"
"Lock the door, Erienne,"
he rasped, and, without appeasing her curiosity, made his way carefully to the chair by the hearth. Erienne turned the key and stared dismally about, wondering what the next moments would bring. Her husband's stoical manner boded ill, and she held no hope that she could approach him on the matter of their marriage without feeling greatly hampered by her trepidations. Hesitantly, she moved to his desk and idly turned several pages of the tome as she tried to think of an opening. Lord Saxton hitched the chair around to face his wife.
"Will you pour me a brandy, my dear?"
The request startled her, and casting a curious glance at him, she reached to take the stopper from the crystal decanter that resided with several glasses on a silver tray. She poured a draught and felt his gaze as she brought him the libation. The fact was firm in her mind that he had never taken any substance in her presence, for doing so would have necessitated the removal of the mask. Unable to cease her trembling, she hurried back to the desk and lifted the crystal stopper to replace it.
"So, my dear."
She faced him with thudding heart, the crystal piece clutched desperately in her hand, but she was hardly aware that she even held it.
"You say I have let another man into my bed."
Erienne opened her mouth to speak. Her first impulse was to chatter some inanity that could magically take the edge from his callous half-statement, half-question. No great enlightenment dawned, however, and her dry, parched throat issued no sound of its own. She inspected the stopper closely, turning it slowly in her hand rather than meet the accusing stare. From behind the mask, Lord Saxton observed his wife closely, well aware that the next moments would form the basis for the rest of his life or leave it an empty husk. After this, there could be no turning back.
"I think, my dear,"
his words made her start,
"that whatever the cost, 'tis time you met the beast of Saxton Hall."
Erienne swallowed hard and clasped the stopper with whitened knuckles, as if to draw some bit of courage from the crystal piece. As she watched, Lord Saxton doffed his coat, waistcoat and stock, and she wondered if it was a trick of her imagination that he seemed somewhat lighter of frame. After their removal, he caught the heel of his right boot over the toe of the left and slowly drew the heavy, misshapen encumbrance from his foot. She frowned in open bemusement, unable to detect a flaw. He flexed the leg a moment before slipping off the other boot. His movements seemed pained as he shed the gloves, and Erienne's eyes fastened on the long, tan, unscarred hands that rose to the mask, and, with deliberate movements, flipped the lacings loose. She half-turned, dropping the stopper and colliding with the desk as he reached to the other side of the leather helm and lifted it away with a single motion. She braved a quick glance and gasped in astonishment when she found translucent eyes calmly smiling at her. "Christopher, what?" She could not form a question, though her mind raced in a frantic search for logic. He rose from the chair with an effort.
"Christopher Stuart Saxton, Lord of Saxton Hall."
His voice no longer bore a hint of a rasp.
"Your servant, my lady."
But where is—"
The truth was only just beginning to dawn on her, and the name she spoke sounded small and thin.
"Stuart?"
"One and the same, madam."
He stepped near, and those translucent eyes commanded her attention.
"Look at me, Erienne. Look very closely."
He towered over her, and his lean, hard face bore no hint of humour.
"And tell me again, if you think I would ever allow another man in your bed while I yet breathe."
This revelation was so different from what she had assumed, Erienne had trouble grasping the facts as they were presented to her. She knew the two were one, but reason failed to knot the elusive ends and brought the plaintive questions to her lips.
"How? Why?"
"The one you thought was Lord Saxton is dead. He was my older brother, Edmund. He bore the title before me, but when the East Wing burned, he was trapped in the fire. His servant found him, or rather what was left of him, in the ruins, and laid him in an unmarked grave atop the cliff overlooking the firth."
The muscles flexed in his cheek, giving evidence of his constrained anger.
"I was at sea at the time, and the letters bearing news of his death never reached me. When I came to England, I was presented with the fact that someone had murdered him."
"Dead? 3 years ago?"
Erienne repeated numbly.
"Then when I married, it was really you?"
"Aye, madam. I could not court you otherwise, nor could I think of a better ploy to confuse the ones who torched the manse than to resurrect the older brother whom they thought was dead. 'Twas you who gave me the guise and challenge, when you said you would rather wed a scarred and twisted cripple."
Erienne glanced about, unable to settle her misting gaze on a single object while her mind flew in frenzy. He reached to take her against him, but she eluded his hand.
"Please, don't touch me,"
she said, sobbing, and ran to the windows, there refusing to yield even the smallest glance in his direction. A heavy guilt came upon him as he moved to stand behind her. He saw her slender shoulders jerk with her silent weeping, and heard her racking breath, and the muted sound drove a piercing pain through his heart.
"Come, my love."
"My love!"
Erienne whirled, and her tear-filled eyes blazed at him as she choked on her sobs.
"Am I in truth your love, a respected wife to bear offspring with a proud and noble name? Or am I just some tender tidbit you've taken for sport? A simple-minded wench to fill your needs for a night or two, perhaps? What amusement you must have had playing your game on me!"
"Erienne, listen."
"Nay, never again will I listen to your lies."
She swept the back of her hand across her cheeks to fling away the streaming wetness, and snatched free as he tried once more to take her arm.
"What was it that you wanted? A paramour to while away the hours with? I, a tender virgin to entertain you while you're here in these northern climes. That was your first proposal, wasn't it?"
She strolled toward him, hips swaying suggestively while her eyes flashed through their moisture. She caught her finger in his shirt and flippantly jerked the tail out of his breeches.
"What does a good trollop earn in the time I've been with you? £50? That was what you paid for me, wasn't it? 'Tis so hard to recall. You gave with one hand and took with the other."
Christopher cocked a dubious brow, somewhat amazed at the spirit of this woman he had wed.
"No such miserly sum, madam."
Erienne deliberately misinterpreted his answer.
"Oh, then you must consider that you bought me for a real bargain if most doxies earn more than that."
Her lips turned upward in a coy smile as her eyes grew dark and sultry.
"Am I not worth more than that, now that I've learned some of the duties? Perhaps my speech is too refined."
She leaned her bosom against him and tauntingly rubbed her thigh against his as she slid a hand beneath his shirt to slowly caress his lean, naked waist.
"Ain't I worth more'n a couple of quid a night to you, governor?"
He raked her with a brazen stare, able to give as good as he got. Yet after a brief consideration, he decided it would not be prudent to tempt fate too far. She had a right to be angry, and it would behoove him to weather the storm with patience.
"What's the matter, governor?"
she asked in a feigned tone of hurt when she failed to win a response from him.
"Ain't I good enough for you?"
She twined her arm about his neck and, catching his hand, brought it to her breast and slowly rubbed the palm against the rising peak.
"Don't you like me?"
"I do indeed, madam,"
he drawled leisurely. He reached behind him, flipped open an armoire door, and, taking out a sheaf of papers, held them before her eyes.
"These are the rest of the receipts for your father's bills I paid in London."
He tossed the stack in the direction of the bed, careless of how they scattered to the floor.
"They amount to more than £10,000.
"10,000?"
she repeated in questioning astonishment.
"Aye, and I would have paid twice that had there been a need. I couldn't bear the thought of letting you wed another man. So when your father banned me from the Rupp, I took my rightful title as Lord Saxton and had my man bid for me."
She stepped away, not willing to relent.
"You tricked me. You tricked my father, and Farrell, the whole village. You tricked us all,"
she sobbed, tears brimming in her eyes again.
"When I think of all those nights you took me, held me in your arms, and all the while you were laughing at me. How you must have laughed at us all."
"Madam, I never laughed at you. I wanted you, and I knew of no other way I could have you."
"You could have told me,"
she cried. "You hated me, remember, and scoffed at my proposals."
He tugged off his shirt and threw it aside. Rubbing his knuckles in the palm of his hand, he began to pace slowly about, as he sought some discourse that would soothe her ire.
I came to these climes to seek some clue to the identity of my brother's murderers, and in the course of that venture I viewed a maid whose fairness seized my heart. She entrapped me as surely as any southern water siren or sea maiden, and I desired her as I have never desired any woman. Fate decreed that we should be at odds from the start, and I was commanded to ignore the very one I wanted. The warnings only sharpened my desires to have her. I plied her at every opportunity, and though her words chilled my hopes, I glimpsed some wee chance that she might in time yield to me.
He lifted his right arm and rubbed the bandage with his other hand, as if to ease a pain.
However, the moment wherein she would be wed to another quickly approached. 'Twas a choice I had to make, to let her go, and forever regret that I had not been allowed time to woo her, or to present myself as the beast, and take advantage of a ploy that could also aid me elsewhere. The longer I debated the matter, the more possibilities it presented. It seemed plausible, and it would allow me to court the lady at my leisure.
Erienne's voice was ragged with emotion.
So, you duped me into believing I was marrying an unsightly beast. If you had really cared for me, Christopher, you would have told me. You would have come to me and eased my fears. But you let me suffer through the first weeks of our marriage, when I was so frightened I wanted to die.
Would you have been relieved to find yourself married to me? He inquired. Or would you have gone back to your father and set the word out against me? I had this matter of my brother's death to settle, and I had no way of knowing I could trust you. Many had sought to kill us. My mother booked passage to the colonies after the attempt on her sons' lives. She was frightened, for the hand of our foe seemed widespread. She hired a man with a daughter to sail with her, and travelled under his name. When she arrived in the colonies, she adopted her maiden name and made a new life for us all. She feared us coming back, but was meant to be. The rebellion in the colonies interfered, but nonetheless, after friendly relations were resumed, my brother came to claim his rightful place as lord. Nothing had changed. He was here only a short time, and they came with their torches and gave him no quarter. I was determined to be more wary, even with the one I had become enamoured with. Her father was untrustworthy, and she had often confessed her hatred of me.
Tears blurred her vision, and she wiped angrily at the twin trails of wetness that continued to course down her cheeks.
I tried so desperately to be an honourable wife, but all the while I was just a pawn in your ploy for revenge.
Justice, madam, and I will yet have it, though I see the sheriff is working diligently to destroy me.
Alan Parker.
She forgot her anger for the moment as she stared at him in amazement.
Does he not work for justice too?
Hardly, madam. He is the one whom the highwaymen call their captain. He led the attack on the Becker carriage, and that is how he came to know I am the night rider.
Erienne could not doubt his accusation, though the shock of it lingered on, but she had some claims of her own to make.
You have been involved with so many games. The night rider is not the least of them.
Her unrelenting distress was evident in her tone.
You played the rotting stud with me, and worked diligently to tear through my honour and destroy my self-respect. You seduced me in the carriage. You played your game with me there, and you would have taken me too, and let me think that I was cuckolding my husband. Then later, when I came to this bed, you made love to me, deceiving me as you did, letting me believe you were another man while you made love to me.
Christopher's brows creased.
My desire for you was hard-driven, Erienne. I saw you as a man craves to see his wife, in the bath, in the bed, always so close under my hand, and so damned beautiful it became torture for me just to look at you. I was soundly caught in a trap. I never dreamt you would yield to me as Lord Saxton, and when you came, I could not for the life of me deny myself or your plea in that moment, though in the taking of you I made the truth more difficult to tell. After easing my desires, I only wanted you more, and I was afraid I would lose you entirely.
Have you no ken how I suffered because of your charade? She asked, joking. Every time you came to me as Lord Saxton, I was tormented with images of Christopher Seaton. It became impossible to separate the two of you in my mind. And now you say it was but a game. Do you realize you nearly drove me mad?
My apologies, madam. His eyes were soft and yearning as they rested on her. I was never sure you cared for me until you whispered my name in the dark. Erienne was beset with confusion. She knew him to be a man who went after what he wanted, yet his method to win her seemed somehow less than honourable. Still, had he not done so, she would have found herself wed to Harford Newton, or any one of a number of suitors she had despised. She had resented Christopher after the rub, because she had thought he had done nothing to save her from a distasteful marriage. Could she be too distraught because he had done exactly that?
You told so many lies to me, she said, sniffing. I wonder if I can believe you at all.
Christopher stepped toward her. I love you, Erienne. Whatever you may think, I never lied about that. She stumbled back, knowing that if he touched her she would crumble, and there was much yet to be settled.
You lied about everything else. You said you were scarred.
And so I am. I bear the scar of your brother's shot, and a half-dozen other.
Burned.
That too. There was a fire aboard one of my ships, and in quenching it, a clot of flaming tar struck my leg and stuck there burning. It left a scar. Not great. He stared at her, half smiling, but enough to quench a maiden's curiosity. Erienne stared at him in bemusement, until she recalled the night her hand had moved along his thigh while he slept, and she suddenly realized that he had not been asleep at all. She turned away abruptly.
You said you were Lord Saxton's cousin.
If you'll remember, my love, Anne said the Seatons and Saxtons were cousins, which is true. You assumed the rest. I only played out the game.
Oh, and how well you did, sir, she jeered. In bed, out of bed. You had me either way, whether it was as Lord Saxton or Christopher Seaton.
He grinned. Madam, I was not willing to gamble with so precious a prize. Erienne backed around the bedside table as he advanced on her. The wall halted her retreat, and she found no other course of escape from the beast that stalked her. Christopher's eyes burned into her, and she could feel the resistance melting within her. The thought began to run through her mind that he was, after all, her husband, and it was quite proper to yield to his caresses, to his kisses, and to anything else he had in mind. Still, her pride had been stung, and she sought to rally a flagging will to her obedience, for in her mind he sorely begged a sound chastising. An iron-thewed arm slipped about her waist and brought her against that broad, hard chest. She thought to remain passive in his embrace, and did not struggle as his mouth lowered upon hers. As soon as their lips touched, however, she realized the idea was ludicrous, and a gross miscalculation of her power to deny him, for the kiss went through her with the impact of a full broadside. His mouth slanted across hers with a ravening urgency that would not be denied, and the searing lips sent little tremors of delight boring down through her body, flicking every nerve until they were aflame with desire. Her world began to tilt, and she was lost in a dreamy limbo, where the only thing that mattered was the closeness of his muscular body and the circling protection of his arms. She became aware that her arms were looped tightly about his neck, and she was returning his kiss with a fervour that betrayed her own longing.
Her fingers brushed the familiar scar, and she thrust aside any lingering thoughts of resistance. There was, after all, no need to play the injured maid when she was very, very content with the turn of the day. Christopher raised his head to caress her lips lightly with his own, and then stepped backward toward the bed, drawing her with him. "'Tis daylight," she murmured, glancing toward the windows. "I know." His gaze probed with flaming warmth into hers, compelling her to follow. There was no need for words. They were no longer bound to darkness, and he desired her now. When the back of his legs touched the bed, he halted and lowered his face to hers once again. His mouth leisurely possessed hers, while his hands plucked at the fastenings of his breeches. "Will you unfasten me, please?" she breathed against his mouth. He raised his head, and his reply burned in his eyes. She turned, lifting her hair aside, and waited while he complied. He pushed the gown over her shoulders, and a shiver of pleasure ran through her as his hand caressed her naked skin. His lips replaced his fingers, and she bent her head forward, closing her eyes in ecstasy as his warm kisses traced a path along her nape. She leaned forward, dropping the bodice away from her, and tugged her arms free of the sleeves. The bed creaked as he sat on its edge, and she cast a glance over her shoulder to find him ridding himself of the breeches. He tossed them aside, and Erienne did not miss the slight wince of pain that flickered over his countenance as he leaned back into the pillows. It was quickly gone, and he seemed unconcerned with his manly display as he awaited her. "You're lagging, madam," he chided with a grin, eliciting a small start from her as he gave her rump a light, playful slap with the back of his hand. Erienne struggled with the pangs of uncertainty. Making love in the dark had kept much from view, and though her hands had become familiar with his body, to see him naked in the full light of day was rather startling. Despite the scars, he was a most impressive specimen, and since she was his wife, she would just have to get used to seeing him without the adornment of clothes. She smiled as she faced him, deciding such a task would not be so difficult. "You ought to be coddling your wounds instead of embarking on such activity, my lord." "Never fear, madam." His smile was almost a leer. "I have a thing or two more to teach you in the way of pleasing a man." "You would have me please you, my lord?" she asked warmly. The heat of his gaze set her blood on fire and struck sparks along her flesh. "My fondest dream, madam." Her mouth curved in a sublime smile, while her eyes grew dark and sultry, burning into his and promising him more than he had ever expected. She moved with sensuous grace before him, and his eyes followed where she led them. Deliberately, she pulled the straps of her chemise off her shoulders, allowing the garment to dip low over her breasts while she worked behind her waist at the ties of her petticoat. When she bent to push the gown and petticoats free of her hips, the stiff-boned corset pressed her bosom upward, threatening the sagging chemise with an overflow. The garments fell to her feet, and the straps slid another degree, exposing part of a soft peak above the lace trim as she worked to free her stays. The corset was thrown atop his breeches, and she shrugged, letting the chemise slip over her hips and then to the floor. Christopher's eyes smouldered with desire as they moved with leisured thoroughness over the soft, delicately hued breasts, on downward to the slender curve of her waist and the long, sleek limbs. He held out a hand in invitation, and her eyes, in turn, slowly raked the long length of him, nearly taking his breath away when they paused in bold admiration. She knelt on the bed beside him and leaned down to press her lips to his. Her small, darting tongue played chase with his, tasting the stronger brew of brandy, while her roaming hand made him catch his breath at the pleasure it evoked. Her mouth dipped to where his heart pounded in his chest, and a kiss touched that broad expanse above the bandages. Then her lips came back to press against his throat, while her tongue lightly traced his skin. Her fingers glided over him, and the building force of passion threatened the crumbling wall of his restraint, and each kiss that touched his skin pushed him farther to the brink. He was a fuse ready to be ignited, and her touch was the flaming torch that sparked and teased. His hands lifted her, and he led her with purposeful intent, bold in his knowledge and gentle in his regard of her. He felt the warmth go through his body as she covered him, and he saw her eyes go soft and limpid, her lips part as a small shiver went through her. She moved against him with silken grace, turning their passions end over end in an ever-rushing race. It was a moment meant to be, a time when they came together in full awareness of each other, eternally bound by their love and union, like the stars in the heavens, the fish in the sea, unable to exist long without the other. She was his, he was hers. The world could fall apart, and they'd still be one. Conflicts and angers were banished, and whispered words of love mingled with sighs of ecstasy as they were caught together in a rapturous expression of their love. Chapter 21. A fortnight passed in heavenly peace, yet with a speed that equalled the degree of its pleasure. The spring weather was nervous, and seemed determined not to settle on any path. On an evening, it spat great clinging flakes of snow, and with the dawn, drizzling rains misted the gently swelling bosom of the moors and ran in crystalline rivulets down the stoic, rocky faces of the seaward cliffs. Seabirds mounted swirling currents in spiralling pairs, while hawks hurled piercing cries of challenge to all who ventured on their lands. In the greening bushes, tits and peewees chortled the revelling songs of spring. Another evening fell, and the gloaming brought the throaty croaks of frogs and the distant trill of a bashful nightingale. For Erienne, it seemed that she could hardly start upon a day before it was gone. In the evenings, she nestled in her husband's arms, and when not stirred to impassioned heights, she simply rested upon that oak-ribbed chest, feeling the brush of his lips on her brow or a nuzzling kiss against her ear. She came to know his face, the way his lips twitched or the corners dipped when he was about some inanity. Though his eyes wrinkled slightly when a mediocrity smote his fancy, he could just as easily give uproarious vent in rich appreciation when she failed to see the cause for mirth. She came to learn there was a baseness to him too, when he would lift her in his arms and brook no denial, when his kisses could be fierce and demanding, his passion all-consuming. His amorous zeal left her panting and breathless, but thoroughly content in the warm security of his embrace. In those moments after their passion was spent, when she could still feel the heat of him burning through her, she would look up into his face with eyes warmed with love. He was the husband that women dreamt of having for their own, and Erienne was still somewhat stunned by the realization that he was hers. In those days, she also found in him a sensitivity that made him capable of perceiving her need for tenderness. With quiet serenity, he could admire the darting flight of a swift, or sit for long moments with his arms folded about her while they silently enjoyed the dying glories of a day. His moods were like the changing character of the seasons and weather, sometimes infinitely gentle, at other times curt and angry because of some injustice or offence. She learned to read the tensing muscles in his cheeks and the lowering of the brows as forewarnings of a storm, and was thankful that his anger was never carelessly applied or anything but just. He could be a source of delight as he displayed a depth of brawny tenderness that lent him an almost boyish exuberance. And yet he was totally a man, sure of himself and at ease with the world. At first, Christopher rested to let the healing progress. Before the first week was past, he began to rise at the first grey light. Easing from her side, He would draw a pair of breeches over his naked loins and stoke the fire to chase the chill from the room. Then, in the growing light near the windows, he would lift the sword to test the arm and try a thrust, only to wince and rub the side when it would not bear the stress. He moved slowly, trying not to aggravate the wound, stretching forward and back, lifting and lowering the piece, attempting a thrust again, and then starting over. As the second week began, he could swing the sword with enough force to snip a candle or a finger-sized twig. The blade twinkled as he executed a series of attacks and ripostes too fast for the eye to follow. Erienne watched silently from the bed with a mixture of pride and worry, marvelling at the flexing muscles across his shoulders and back, yet dreading that time when he would be well enough to venture forth as the night rider. "You make me afraid," she murmured one morning when he came back to sit beside her on the bed. "The thought plagues me that I will see you slain, and, like your mother, will have to flee to find a haven for our babe."
"By the grace of God, madam, I will prove wiser than my enemy."
He lay back across the bed, resting his head in her lap, while he reached up a hand to caress softly her smooth, flat belly through the light fabric of her nightgown.
"I have a fancy to see our offspring, and plant other seeds where this one grows, so you needn't fret that I'll be foolhardy, my love."
Erienne ran her fingers through his hair. "I hope the hour quickly approaches when you may give up the mask and guise. I want to tell the world and all the women in it that you're mine." She shrugged lightly. "'Twould not overburden me to tell my father of our marriage either." Christopher chuckled.
"He'll croak."
Erienne giggled and leaned over him. "Aye, that he will, louder than any wily toad that e'er's been born. He'll stamp and snort and claim injustice, but with your babe growing in me, I doubt that anyone will lend an ear to the question of annulment." Her eyes gleamed with twinkling humour. "Besides, what suitor would look twice at me when I've grown fat with child?" Christopher raised up on an elbow and leered at her.
"Madam, if you think your father or any suitor could get past me to try to separate us, then let me assure you that the highwaymen have not yet seen such a wrath that I would display should that happen."
His brow raised in question.
"Do you doubt what I say?"
Erienne gave a flirtatious shrug, then rolled to the edge of the bed and bounced to her feet with light, lilting laughter floating behind her. Before she could catch up her robe, however, Christopher swung around the end of the bed and caught her close against him, slipping his arms around her waist and holding her tightly to him. Their lips met in a long, slow kiss of love, and after he drew away, it was a full moment or more before Erienne opened her eyes to find the greyish-green ones smiling into hers, and her arms tightly clasped about his neck. "I believe you," she breathed unsteadily. His mouth returned to savour hers for another blissful eternity, and when he raised his head again, she released a long sigh. "I can understand why you never kissed me as Lord Saxton. I'd have known you instantly."
"'Twas what I feared, madam, but you don't know how hard it was to resist the urge."
His kisses played upon her lips, touching as light as a butterfly's wings. Then he set her away from him and released a long breath.
"As much as I would rather spend the day with you, madam, I suppose I must don my disguise and venture from these chambers."
"There's always tonight," she whispered. He grinned down at her.
"I won't be bound to darkness again."
"We could always light a candle," she suggested sweetly.
"Better yet." His grin widened. "Just come when I beckon."
Except for Bundy and Aggie, none of the other servants knew the truth. When the master's chamber was not in use, Aggie kept it locked, and no one entered Erienne's rooms without approval. The others wondered at the seclusion of the master and his lady, and despite their many guesses, none came even close to the truth. When Lord Saxton finally descended to the realms of earth, with his lady at his side, their worries faded. Even then, some detected a subtle change in the mistress. They laid the reason for her buoyant spirits to her husband's convalescence, and continued to admire her devotion to such a fearsome man. This attitude was seen in her unhesitating acceptance of the hand or arm he offered, the quick, sweet smile when she looked up into the face of the mask, and her readiness to be near or to touch him. The Lady Erienne was most beautiful, and her airy laughter and light, ever-ready humour infected them all. With her presence, it seemed the sun shone brighter, and the day grew warmer. Their hearts were lightened, and they attacked the chores of spring with a zealous determination to please her. The great stone hall came alive and began to function, and once more took on an air of being something more than a dark grey mansion. Spring spread across the countryside like ripples over a pond. The tenants dragged out ploughs, curried horses, and trimmed and reshod their feet, and otherwise prepared for the vernal breaking of the land. The enchanted couple strolled about the grounds of the manse, and the pace of the crippled one gave the spry one ample time to investigate each wonder. In the folds there were newborn lambs, and near the stable a new filly tippled along on shaky limbs behind her mother. An arrogant pair of geese led their furry goslings to a pond. Then they hissed and stretched their necks as the couple passed. Erienne's delighted laughter gave them pause, and they tipped their heads in wonder at this unknown sound, then returned to count their brood with diligence as the master and his lady moved on. The path wound outward, down behind the house, out across the open space and among the trees. Once in the shadows, and out of sight from those above, Lord Saxton straightened and moved with more agility as they hurried hand in hand through the dappled gloom. They reached the cottage, and the black-garbed man scooped the lithe form into his arms before plunging through the doorway. Had a spy been set to observe, they would have seen nearly an hour's space of time elapse before the two emerged again. That very same spy could only speculate as to the activities within, for when they did come forth, it was as Christopher Seaton and Erienne Saxton. Around the glade, this pair of woodland nymphs danced. He swept her in a waltz to a duet that was sometimes off tune, sometimes rent with giggling and laughter as they made their own music. A breathless Erienne fell to a sun-dappled hummock of deep, soft moss, and laughing for the pure thrill of the day, she spread her arms, creating a comely yellow-hued flower on the dark green sward, while seeming every bit as fragile as a blossom to the man who watched her. With bliss-bedazzled eyes, she gazed through the treetops overhead, where swaying branches, bedecked in the first bright green of spring, caressed the underbellies of the freshlet zephyrs, and the fleecy white clouds raced like frolicking sheep across an azure lea. Small birds played courting games, and the earlier ones tended nests with single-minded perseverance. A sprightly squirrel leapt across the spaces, and a larger one followed, bemused at the sudden coyness of his mate. Christopher came to Erienne and sank to his knees on the thick, soft carpet, then, bracing his hands on either side of her, slowly lowered himself until his chest touched her bosom. For a long moment he kissed those blushing lips that opened to him, and welcomed him with an eagerness that belied the once cool maid. Then he lifted her arm and lay beside her, keeping her hand in his as he shared her viewpoint of the day. They whispered sweet inanities, talked of dreams, hopes, and other things, as lovers are wont to do. Erienne turned on her side, and taking care to keep her hand in the warm nest, ran her other fingers through his tousled hair. "You need a shearing, my lord," she teased. He rolled his head until he could look up into those amethyst eyes. "And does my lady see me as an innocent lamb ready to be clipped?" At her doubtful gaze, he questioned further. "Or rather, a lusting, long-maned beast, a zealous suitor come to seduce you?" Erienne's eyes brightened, and she nodded quickly to his inquiry. "A love-smitten swain,
a silver-armoured knight upon a white horse charging down to rescue you."
"Aye, all of that," she agreed through a giggle. She came to her knees and grasped his shirt-front with both hands. "All of that and more." She bent to place a honeyed kiss upon his lips, then, sitting back, spoke huskily. "I see you as my husband, as the father of my child, as my succour against the storm, protector of my home, and lord of yonder manse. But most of all, I see you as the love of my life." Christopher raised a hand to sweep aside her tumbled hair, then, resting it at her nape, pulled her to him. The kiss was long and mutual, while she lay upon his chest, and his hand caressed the silken softness of her shoulder.
"Aye," he breathed, "and one day soon I shall throw away the mask, and we shall stride the world as nothing more than what we are."
He looked at her, and with a finger traced the delicate outline of her ear.
"There is much evil yet to set at rest, and to that end I still am sworn, but 'twill be soon, my sweet. I promise you, 'twill be soon."
They finally rose and wandered farther, at one point pulling off their shoes and stockings to stroll barefoot along the soft turf that edged the brook wandering through the glade. Though they would have held it back, the sun crossed the sky, and as it lowered in the west, Lord Saxton led his lady up the hill. The pair was silent, somewhat subdued, for the disguise weighed heavily upon the youthful cheer of the afternoon. They supped leisurely in her chamber, and sat with hands entwined across the narrow table. With heads close together, they spoke in low voices of things best known to lovers and the like. The fortnight waned, and then was gone, and like a signal from the depths of Hades, the seclusion of the hall was broken. The rattletrap livery from Mowbray clattered down the road behind an ancient nag, and careened on wobbly wheels up the drive to halt before the tower. Avery descended first, letting Farrell attend the baggage. The mare waited patiently until the load was down, then strutted toward the driver, fumbling in his waistcoat and drawing forth several coins. He selected a smallish one and laid it boldly in the man's hand.
"Here, keep it all,"
he magnanimously insisted.
"'Twas a goodly distance out, so there's a little extra for your trouble."
Avery turned away and completely missed the driver's dubious frown as that one stared at the meagre wealth in his palm. The man bit the coin to test it, then giving a disgruntled snort, thrust the coin in his pocket and snatched up the reins angrily to set the horses into motion.
"You see?"
Avery jerked his head in the direction of the departing conveyance and hefted a pair of small bags, while Farrell struggled with a heavier one, a pair of muskets, and several pistols.
"You gots to figure it all. Now at least we'll get us a free ride back in that fine fancy coach of his lordship."
"You should have let me warn Erienne we were both coming," Farrell mumbled.
"Nonsense, lad. You're out here all the time. A body would think you live here. I can't see as how they'll be offended if I come along with you."
"Lord Saxton did not take kindly to you threatening Erienne the last time you were here."
"The little twit,"
Avery fussed.
"She needs more of me hand laid to her for her high-minded arrogance."
He gestured angrily to the tower looming overhead.
"She's got all this, and still she ain't offered to share a bit of it with her poor father. Such a grand, huge place. 'Tis a pity they have so much and we so little. If it weren't for me, the two of them would not be together now."
Farrell gave his sire a doubtful stare, but the mare seemed oblivious to the fact that any could find fault with him. Avery dropped his bags carelessly beside the front door, then tugged his waistcoat down over his sagging paunch before he reached forward and swung the heavy knocker against the door. Answering the summons, Payne admitted the visitors into the foyer, solicitously assisting Farrell with his cumbersome burdens, and earning a dark frown from the father.
"The master hasn't been feeling well these past weeks," the servant announced. "He's in his chamber now taking the noon meal with the mistress. Would you care to wait in the hall for them?"
Avery turned a jaundiced eye upon the man and tried not to sound too hopeful.
"You say his lordship's sick? Anything serious?"
"I suppose 'twas bad enough for a while, sir. The mistress hardly left his side. But the master is coming along very nicely now." Payne reached to take the weapons from Farrell. "I'll take these upstairs with your bag, sir." He looked to Avery. "Will you also be staying?" Avery nudged his bags to one side as he cleared his throat.
I thought whilst Farrell was here I'd spend some time visiting with me daughter."
"Very good, sir. I shall return for your baggage when a room is readied for you." Payne climbed the stairs with his burden, and when he had disappeared out of sight, Avery gave a contemptuous snort.
"Stupid girl! His lordship being without next to kin, she'd be a wealthy widow if he were to keel over dead."
Farrell remained mute, but the gleam in his eyes became brittle, and the lines of his mouth tightened in aggravation. He was beginning to understand Erienne's disenchantment with their sire, and wondered if he would be able to enjoy any part of this visit. He spent less and less time at home, preferring to travel to York to visit Miss Becker and her mother, rather than listen to the mewling complaints that persisted from morning till night. Erienne descended the stairs in a rush, smoothing her hair and arranging her collar in place. She paused at the archway leading into the great chamber, discovering she had left her bodice partly undone in her haste, and gave herself a moment to catch her breath and repair her appearance. Her cheeks were flushed, and she felt slightly misaligned for the moment, for Aggie's knock had sounded on the master's chamber door at a most inopportune time. The noon meal had been left to cool on the small table, while Christopher's amorous bent had warmed them both. The untimely interruption, and the announcement that the mayor had come for a visit, had descended upon them with the effect of a chilling bath, and they had broken apart in ruffled haste. Erienne crossed the hall, managing a guise of serenity as she greeted her kin. Going to her brother, she raised on tiptoe and left a kiss on his cheek, before she turned and bestowed a smile upon her sire.
"Father, it has been some time since you were out," she stated pleasantly. "Will you have time to stay with us for a while?"
"I thought I would, though I might have felt a wee more welcome if I'd have been asked to come."
He thrust his thumbs into the armholes of his waistcoat and peered at his daughter, whose smile had not wavered, noting that she did not rush to apologize or make excuses. "Come sit before the hearth and have a glass of wine," she bade, unaffected by his reproach. "You both must be famished after your long ride. I'll have the cook prepare something for you while we chat." At her summons, Aggie came in and bustled about the table, setting out plates and silverware, while Erienne poured a light wine and handed the goblets to the men. Avery sipped and frowned heavily, then cleared his throat loudly to gain his daughter's attention.
"Oh, girl, do you suppose you have something more fitting to clear the road dust from a man's throat?"
Erienne laughed disarmingly.
"Drink your wine, father. 'Tis better for you. In another moment there'll be food and a good brandy afterward."
The man sulked, but not being one to set aside an undrained glass of any brew, he reluctantly proceeded to the task. As she handed Farrell his libation, Erienne gently touched his motionless right limb.
"How is your arm, Farrell?"
she ventured.
"Is it better?"
Farrell brightened a bit. "I was to York several weeks ago. If you'll remember, I borrowed Lord Saxton's carriage for the journey. I met a surgeon there, well acquainted with gunshot wounds. He believes the ball is still there, lodged against the joint, and that it might be what is blocking the movement. He thinks he can cut it out, but there's some risk with the arm." He lifted the mentioned member and shrugged. "I don't know which is worse, a shortened stump or a useless branch." Erienne patted his shoulder soothingly.
"We'll ask Lord Saxton. He has had much acquaintance with surgeons."
She took a chair and gestured him into the one near her own.
"But tell me, how did you manage with Miss—"
The limp arm swung clumsily against her, and with the blow she caught his warning frown.
"Mr. the one who was going to hire you at the shipping office in Workington."
It was the only thing she could think of on the spur of the moment.
"What was his name?"
"Mr. Simpson." Farrell nodded slowly and smiled as he tasted his wine.
I'm thinking of looking for work in York now, so I've dismissed that idea.
He gestured with his glass toward Avery.
Of course, father is fairly certain I am deserting him.
His sister laughed and tugged at his sleeve, leaning toward him and speaking as if in confidence.
He dotes upon you, Farrell. Humour the man in his old age.
The throaty grunt indicated that Avery was following their conversation, at least close enough to catch the comment. He mumbled sourly,
Needles and darts and your tongue-born barbs are enough to prick my skin, girl.
Salt seasons skins very well, father. Or haven't you heard?
Erienne replied pertly. Avery stared at her blankly until she waved a hand and laughed.
Never mind, father. Finish your wine, and if you would like, I'll have Payne fetch a jug of ale from the larder. Perhaps that will be more to your liking.
Ahem! He grunted again and took a healthy draught, then wiped the back of his hand across his mouth.
You cannot buy a father's love with sweet temptations, girl.
She raised a brow and inquired sweetly,
You do not want the ale?
Avery came from his chair in a huff.
You twist me words just like your mother did. I said nothing of the kind.
He paused and calmed a bit, seeking to temper his gruff tone, for he realized he could lose the very thing he desired.
I'll take the ale.
Amusement twinkled in Erienne's eyes, brightening them to a dazzling radiance. The suspicion that she was laughing at him was too much for Avery to bear. He thought to squelch her gaiety with a little prodding.
There's some talk in town about your Mr. Seaton being the night rider.
To his disappointment, the smile stayed. He tried again.
In fact, Alan thinks he might be badly wounded or even dead, since he's not been about doing mayhem.
Erienne shrugged casually.
With everyone chasing about the countryside after him, 'twould seem they would have found him by now. The sheriff came here to search for him.
Eh?
Avery came upright.
Why would Alan come here for the likes of that blackguard?
Didn't you know?
Erienne asked in the perfect guise of innocence.
The Saxtons and Seatons are cousins. Christopher has visited here several times since my marriage. He even escorted me to Lord Talbot's ball.
He what?
Avery barked, and then, in sorely vexed aggravation, demanded,
You mean to tell me your husband trusted that bastard with you?
The dishes clanged on the table, and Erienne glanced quickly over her shoulder to see Aggie fumbling and snatching with the silverware. The woman's lips were tightly compressed, and when she looked up, it was to cast a glare at the mare.
Father, do be careful of your language here,
Erienne advised, barely managing to maintain her own poise. The slur he cast was against the one she held most dear.
Someone might take offence.
He snorted.
Bah! I haven't a care what the servants might think.
I wasn't speaking of the servants, Father.
She met his bemused stare with a cool smile, almost daring him to question her. It was Farrell who made the inquiry.
Erienne, you haven't come to tolerate the man, have you?
Her manner softened as she faced him.
Farrell, I have heard many accusations against the man, but I have come to learn that most of them are false.
Farrell frowned.
But he accused father of cheating.
Erienne gazed directly at her father, who lowered his head sheepishly between his shoulders.
I know that, Farrell, and I would suggest that you get to know the man yourself before you form a definite opinion. He might prove to be a valued friend.
Have you gone daft, girl?
Avery asked sharply.
Look at what the man did to poor Farrell's arm. He made the lad a useless cripple.
Father!
Erienne's eyes blazed with outrage, and in the face of her confrontation, Avery's anger subsided.
Farrell is not a useless cripple, and I resent you calling him one.
Aggie had drawn near and stood in polite silence until her mistress looked around.
Will the gentleman,
she plied the word with a sidewise glare toward the mare,
like to eat now, Mum?
Avery came out of his chair, indicating his eagerness, and Erienne nodded. The woman hurried back to the table and poured more wine, and the men followed. Erienne waited until Farrell and her father had settled themselves at the table, then made her excuses. "I really must see what's keeping Lord Saxton. While I'm gone, Aggie will serve you. Please enjoy yourselves." Avery was not at a loss as to the procedure of helping himself to the bread and wine that had been placed on the table, and, with both hands occupied, pointed his chin after his departing daughter.
"Gone to swab his Majesty's arse, no doubt."
He swung a glare on Aggie, who gasped in surprise, then continued defiantly,
"Why, the twit probably has to bathe him like a babe."
Aggie met his gaze for a moment and glanced at the blushing face of Farrell, then hastily left them to serve themselves as she went to the kitchen. In an effort to control her rage, she braced her arms against the cutting table and, with narrowed eyes, perused the long length of a sharp knife, considering what such a weapon might do for the relief of Avery's belly. She dismissed several bloodthirsty alternatives before her gaze fell on the rack where a drying clump of cooking and medicinal herbs hung, and her eyes took on a definite gleam. She was well acquainted with the benefits of senna and fleawort, and when liberally applied, either or both might create the reaction she desired. "Just about the time he'll be eating again," she murmured to herself. She set to work with a vengeance, adding the stuff to the bowl she had set aside to serve the mare. The rarebit would hopefully hide the flavour, and since the man dined with such enthusiasm, he'd probably not even notice. When she entered the great chamber again, she carried the steaming bowls on a silver tray. A smile aglow from ear to ear, she hastened to set a serving before Farrell, and then another in front of the mare. "A sample of rarebit, sir?" she sweetly cajoled, as the aroma wafted through Avery's testing nostrils. He lifted a spoonful and delicately tasted from the edge. He found it delicious, and wasted no time devouring the dish until he was fully sated. Finally, he pushed back from the table with an eruptive belch to demonstrate his admiration of the cook. The rest of the afternoon was passed in a relaxed manner. The guests were taken on a tour of the stables, where some fine, hot-blooded mares were lovingly displayed. The only puzzlement was that no stallion seemed in attendance. Avery yawned his way through a tour of the grounds, which pointedly did not include the ruins of the east wing, and yearned for the comfort of the bed in his chamber upstairs. The discussion turned to firearms, where Farrell was wont to lead it, and Lord Saxton expounded on the accuracy of a new Yankee gun of unusually light calibre and a new-fangled barrel. Here Avery found some meat to chew, and bluntly discoursed at length on the robust reliability of the English Brown Bess musket. Avery declared its accuracy to be phenomenal at 30 paces, and scoffed at the idea that any gun could consistently kill a squirrel at better than 100. The unflinching mask gave no indication as to the effectiveness of his arguments, but a small demonstration was provided by the master of the house, and, much to the mayor's chagrin, the matter was settled in favour of the colonial gun. Red-faced, Avery took note that both his daughter and son seemed pleased by the outcome of the exhibition, as if they favoured the scarred one as their champion. He could excuse the girl, for she appeared unreasonably attached to the man, but his own son. Avery's mouth drooped. Of late, Farrell had grown overly fond of guns, and spent his hard-earned money to that end, leaving only a shallow pittance now and then for his doting father. It was also marked in Avery's mind that his son had lost his love for a night at the tavern, amid good friends and many mugs of ale. More often than not, he travelled to York, and Avery was beginning to wonder if the journey was all for want of new employment. "I'm losing the lad," he thought morosely, "and to the likes of that black-garbed deformity, a man who's probably never sat a horse or shot a weapon in a good hearty battle." Avery hurried forward to join the other three, noticing that they had drawn ahead and again conversed in muted tones. Farrell seemed more inclined to converse privately with the two of them than with him, and on several occasions had grown silent when he came near, as if the lad were afraid to let him hear. Avery trailed the group to the study, where that same foppish cripple withdrew to the protective shadows surrounding the harpsichord, removed his gloves, and ran through a long series of tunes. Avery hung close to Erienne, hoping that he would find a moment to broach the subject of his visit, that of his need for a liberal portion of her wealth. He had carefully planned his plea, and just this afternoon had enhanced it. Surely she would see that Farrell needed money and attention for his arm. Much to his disgust, his daughter moved to the harpsichord and stood beside her husband. He dared not join them, for the moment seemed almost private between them, as her soft, lilting voice combined with the notes of the instrument. It was a silly song of love, and he thought the girl daft to fill the man's head with such ideas of devotion. During the day, Avery had taken special notice of statements indicating the lord and his lady had separate chambers, and he concluded that the show of affection did not extend to her bed. It was to Avery's great relief that Payne entered to announce that dinner would be served. The four of them gathered at the candlelit table, Lord Saxton in the massive chair at the head, Erienne close upon his right, and the two men together on the opposite side. Both Farrell and Avery were quick to note that services were set only for the two of them, and that Erienne merely accepted a glass of wine to sip. It puzzled the mayor, but he shrugged it off as some foible of the rich. As for himself, he accepted this opportunity to dine wealthily on the delicately prepared foods. It was Farrell who made the inquiry after he had raised a glass to the health and fortunes of their host. He gestured to his sister's empty place and asked in puzzlement, "You do not eat with us tonight?" Erienne smiled and began with an apology. "There is no affront intended, Farrell." She reached out and laid her hand upon the black-gloved one that rested near her own, squeezing it fondly. "My husband, as you know, prefers to dine in privacy, and I have chosen to join him this evening." Avery was astounded that the girl would openly prefer the company of that twisted face while she dined, rather than take her food with normal people. Pondering this development, he pursed his lips and leaned back in his chair. Women had always confused him, but this twit was waxing insane in her selectivity. First, she dismissed all the suitors as being an ugly ancient lot, and now she slavishly doted on her husband's every need, seeming ignorant of the fact that most folk thought him a monster of sorts. Why, she even clung brazenly to his arm and gazed upon him with idolizing tenderness, as if he were some noble knight. A bowl containing a rich broth, liberally laden with bits of vegetable and meat, was placed before Avery, interrupting his musings. Payne refilled their goblets and set warm loaves of bread within their reach before withdrawing to a safe distance. Disdaining the knife, Avery broke off chunks of bread and began to dunk them in the soup. With the bread in one hand and the spoon in the other, he set about his meal. Every 3 or 4 spoonfuls, he sopped the bread and filled his mouth from the dripping piece. As he progressed, a path began to form between his shirt front and the edge of the bowl. Of a sudden, Avery paused. His eyes widened, and his cheeks bulged with a half-squelched belch. A wet, gurgling rumble echoed through the room as his stomach rebelled, and Avery's neck grew red as he struggled with an unquenchable urge. Slowly it passed, and he relaxed. After a quick, sheepish glance about the table, the mayor bent himself to his task again. The bread dipped. Avery slobbered. The spoon made several round trips twixt dish and lip, before a pained look came across his face again. The spoon clanked onto the plate, and his hands went beneath the table to clench each other. He squirmed and shuffled his feet, while a red and white mottled appearance overtook his face. His jaw grew rigid, while his feet moved faster. At last the pain receded. He glared down Farrell's questioning frown and stared at Erienne until she sipped her wine, though she continued to watch him over the rim of the glass. He might have imagined it, but even the blank helm of his host seemed to lift a puzzled brow. Avery pushed back the half-finished bowl, tossed down some wine, and morosely chewed a piece of dry bread. The combination seemed to settle his stomach, and the chatter between Farrell and Erienne gradually resumed. By the time the second course arrived, Avery was well disposed to deal with it. In fact, when he caught a whiff of the fare, he was eager to accept it. Aggie even ladled an extra portion onto his plate, casting a smile in his direction. By the time Payne placed the dish before him, his mouth was watering, and before the man withdrew his arm, Avery held the knife and fork at the ready. He delved to the depths of his dish, and, stuffing a large piece of meat into his mouth, chewed it in pure delight with eyes half closed. Swallowing heavily, he muttered as he dipped again.
"'Tis good. 'Tis very good."
He waved his knife about.
"The best I've had in some time."
He plunged the laden fork into his gaping maw and was searching for another piece when suddenly the butts of both the fork and knife struck the table, still in his fists. He leaned forward, half rising. A slow groan of agony squeezed out between his clenched teeth, and his entire body went as rigid as some bronze statue, while his face turned much the same hue. He dropped the knife and fork, and his hands clenched the edge of the table until his knuckles grew white. His teeth ground together, and he sucked in a quick, whistling breath. He held the pose for a moment, then in rapid syllables and an overloud voice, he barked out,
"'Tis such a comely night outside. I think I'll take myself out for a little walk."
He nodded an abrupt pardon, then fairly flew from the room, his coat-tails sailing out behind with the speed of his passage. The tower door thundered wide, then slammed back to latch solidly. Farrell glanced at Erienne and shrugged. She looked at Payne, who in absolute stoic pose held his usual calm expression. Aggie's manner was much the same, though a darker shade of red was slowly creeping up her neck, and she seemed to have gained an odd twitch about her shoulders and a slight tick at the corner of her mouth. As Erienne continued to stare, the woman gave a strange choking cough and hurried from the room. When the door closed behind her, a muffled noise, much like the sound of suppressed laughter, drifted back to them. By the following evening, Avery's stomach had finally calmed enough to allow him to leave his room in quest of Erienne's quarters. The hour was late, and everyone had retired for the night. He had determined it would be the last chance he would have to meet with her in private, for he and Farrell were planning to return to Mowbray the next morning. The previous night had been spent in a frenzied effort to find relief for his roiling bowels. He had no idea what malady had struck him. He would have blamed it on spoiled victuals, except for the fact that none of the others seemed affected. Thus he felt considerably frayed by the worry that it might be of a serious nature, which only made him all the more anxious to secure a wealthy sum from his daughter. Only a few candles remained lit along the wall of the upper hall. At his seemingly innocent inquiry, Farrell had given him instructions to the bedchambers of the lord and his lady. Avery followed the way carefully, stealthily creeping close to Lord Saxton's door to listen. No light came from beneath the portal, and no sound issued from the room, which encouraged him to believe the man was slumbering in peaceful repose. More confident now, yet still wary of making a noise until he was assured that his daughter was alone, Avery went down the corridor to Erienne's room. This time he found a thin shaft of light shining from beneath the base of the door. Stepping near, he leaned an ear to the wooden planks. Much to his disappointment, he heard Erienne speaking in a muted tone, but hoping that it was only a servant she was with, he stayed. A burst of masculine laughter came from the room, and Avery almost stumbled back in shock before he collected himself and pressed his ear tighter against the door. Erienne's bubbling reply erased any doubt as to her companion's identity.
Christopher, be serious. How can I even concentrate on finding a name for our babe if you tease me like that?
Avery's eyes shot open wide, and his face took on a crimson hue comparable to the prior evening's. He wanted to bolt through the door, tear the filthy scoundrel from the girl, and pound him to a bloody pulp. But the fear that the man might do worse to him halted such a foolish idea. His caution did not slacken the rage that built within him. He despised Christopher Seaton, and he fumed at the thought that the man had gotten to the twit and filled her belly with his seed. Kin or not, Lord Saxton was a fool to have trusted him with her. No wonder she could look so happy with Lord Saxton when this Seaton rascal was crawling between her thighs at night. Avery left the hall and made his way back to his room. The good he could see from this cuckolding was that his daughter might be willing to pay to hide the fact of her unfaithfulness, and that could prove beneficial to him. Erienne left her husband's arms and ventured downstairs at an early hour the next morning. She was amazed to find her father waiting for her. The expression on his face, however, made her wary. His lips were pursed thoughtfully, and his head was nestled in the collar of his frock-coat, giving him the look of a smug turtle. His stare followed her unflinchingly as she crossed the room, and when she stepped close to set a cup of tea next to him, Erienne thought she detected a sneer.
"Is something wrong, father?"
"Possibly." She took the chair across from him and leisurely sipped her tea.
"Is it something you wish to talk about?"
"Might be." Not willing to prod him into a discussion that would no doubt be bent towards self-pity, she sipped her tea and waited. Avery leaned his head against the tall back of the chair and let his gaze sweep the artifacts of chivalry, tapestries and portraits that lined the walls.
"You know, daughter, I was a generous man to your mother and my family. While I could afford it, you wanted for nothing."
Although she could have argued against his claim, Erienne held her silence. Avery Fleming had long been known as a man of self-indulgence, and it was only through the efforts of their mother that she and Farrell had had a home and as much tutoring as they did. She was not moved by his high opinion of himself.
"I've been hard-pressed since your mother died," he lamented. "While grieving for her, I forgot myself sometimes, and I buried my sorrow at the gaming tables. The day was filled with woe when I met that Yankee scoundrel and he accused me of cheating."
"But you were," Erienne stated bluntly. When he gaped at her in surprise, she lifted a questioning brow.
"You did admit it to me once, remember?"
Avery cleared his throat sharply and glanced away, shrugging.
"'Twas done in desperation."
He flung up a hand as he defended his actions.
"Besides, the man was well able to afford the loss. 'Twas him or me girl, and he wouldn't have gone a-wanting, whereas well, you see what he left me with."
"Father,"
Erienne's voice was flat,
"cheating for a purse is no better than stealing, and you were cheating."
"And what do you call it when your mighty Christopher Seaton flies about the countryside doing murder?"
he demanded. Fire blazed in the dark blue eyes.
"He has killed outlaws, who, for the wanton murder of innocent folk, deserved to be slain."
She waved a hand.
"As for that, I have also killed, and Farrell. We came upon a band of thieves attacking a coach, and we fired upon them, killing several to save a girl."
"A girl?"
"Miss Becker."
Erienne supplied the name with a cool smile.
"If need be, she will support my statement and verify the fact that the night rider attacked the highwayman and helped her and Farrell to escape."
Avery's curiosity was pricked.
"Farrell didn't tell me about her."
Erienne remembered her brother's reluctance to confide in their father and was not willing to say more.
"Farrell probably prefers to tell you himself. I shall say no more."
A brief silence ensued before the mayor spoke again.
You seem to be content with yourself, girl. Living here with his lordship appears to agree with you.
I am most content, father. Perhaps more than you are able to understand.
Oh, I understand, all right.
His chin lowered into his collar, and his smile was blatantly smug. Erienne contemplated her father, wondering what little tidbit he was savouring.
Do you have something else you wish to discuss?
He studied his short, stubby fingers for a brief span of time.
'Tis come to me that you've not been at all generous with your kin since you've gotten yourself a title and all.
I haven't heard Farrell complaining, she replied.
The poor lad's been blinded by your meagre show of kindness. But what really have you done for him? Have you been in the least bit charitable or sympathetic to his lameness? Is he any richer for coming out here? Nay, he's had to work hard for the bit of coin he has.
In my opinion, Farrell's character has advanced considerably since he stopped rolling in self-pity and did something for himself,
Erienne stated with conviction and a bit of anger.
Charity or sympathy, if carried to extreme, can be the ruination of a good man. A person builds self-esteem after seeing the labours of his own hands reap a plentiful harvest. Aye, we should be charitable and kind to the less fortunate, but helping them do for themselves is infinitely more charitable than allowing them to mope about in self-pity. Good, honest work is valuable to one's well-being. Besides,
she couldn't resist adding,
it gives them less time to dawdle around a gaming table.
Avery shot a glare at her.
You've never forgiven me for selling you off at the Ralph, have you?
I detested the way you sold me,
she admitted. A slight smile curved her lips as she smoothed her skirts.
But I can see naught but good from it. I love the man I married, and I bear his child.
Is it his?
He asked sharply.
Or that bastard you had in your room last night?
Erienne's gaze flew up in surprise, and her heart gave a fearful lurch.
What do you mean?
I come round to have a talk with you, and you had that devil Seaton in your room with you, right neath your husband's nose, and I heard you laughing about the baby you had made together. You're carrying Seaton's bastard in your belly, not your husband's.
Erienne's cheeks warmed considerably. She wanted desperately to retort with the truth, but she knew the folly of that. It was far better if her father thought her unfaithful than to jeopardize the life of the man she loved.
You can't deny it, can you?
Avery's half-sneering, half-gloating grin tore at the metal of her pride.
You've played Seaton's doxy, and you've gotten yourself with Babe. Of course, you ain't planning on telling Lord Saxton the seed what sprouted ain't his.
Erienne suffered through his sneers with a tight-lipped silence, but inwardly she seethed.
I suppose I'll be having to hold my tongue too.
He eyed her narrowly.
'Twould make it easier for me if I knew you cared about me more'n you do. If you sent a joint of lamb or a fat goose for me table now and then. Why, I even have to cook me own victuals, without nary a one to do for me, either to wash me clothes or keep me house tidy. Considering all the servants you have here, I don't see where 'twould hurt you none to send someone to care for me. But then again, any you'd send would be wanting wages, and I've little enough coin to spare. As to that, I could use a new coat, a pair of shoes, and a few shillings or so to jingle in me purse. I'm not asking much, you understand, just a bit to see me comfortable.
Erienne came up slowly from her chair, incensed at his gall. The idea that he could try to gain a reward for keeping quiet was despicable. As usual, he was only concerned about what he could reap from this affair.
How dare you try to wheedle coin from me? All my life I have heard you complain about your poor lot, but I will hear no more. I have seen how you use people to gain some wee bit of wealth for yourself. You used my mother, my brother and myself. You tried to use Christopher, but he would have none of it. So you set Farrell to fight for your pitiful honour, such as it was. Now you seek to use me again, but I will have none of it."
"You've a hard heart, girl,"
he accused angrily. He flung himself from his chair and paced irately in front of her.
"You act so high and proud, even when you take in a criminal in your bed, and you cannot even yield your own father a few coins to make his lot in life easier to bear. I've got to walk about the village and face me friends, trying to hold my head up high."
He stopped and banged his fist on the table beside her, demanding,
"Damn it, girl, what would you do if I informed Lord Saxton about your cuckolding him with that Seton bastard?"
He glared at her, and would have spoken further, but a scrape of a hard sole against the floor made him turn and stare with sagging jaw. Lord Saxton was coming across the room toward them from the tower, dragging his cumbered foot across the stone. Taking up a stance beside his wife, he faced the mare.
"Did I hear my name mentioned?"
His low, grating voice filled the sudden silence of the room.
"Was there something you wished to speak with me about, Mare?"
Nervously, Avery glanced at Erienne and was amazed by her serenity. It seemed she almost dared him to speak. Avery could not make the words come forth, though Lord Saxton waited patiently for an answer. His lordship was the one person he was afraid to rile. He knew too well that the man doted on the girl, and would not take kindly to being informed of her indiscretion. And when roused, his rage might spill over on the one who bore the news.
"The girl and me were having a discussion, my lord."
Avery cleared his throat awkwardly.
"It has naught to do with ye."
"Anything to do with my wife concerns me, Mayor," Lord Saxton assured him almost pleasantly. "I fear my fondness for her tends to make me somewhat overly protective. You do understand, don't you?" Avery nodded, not daring to say aught against her, for surely this man would not heed his counsel in any kind of a gracious manner. Chapter 22. Regret can be a worrisome thing sometimes, especially when the matter done or not done can lead to rather serious consequences for those involved. Erienne did not trust her father, and if he spilled his precious news to the sheriff or anyone else, it might prove disastrous for the one she loved. She had begun to fear that she had been too hasty in denying his request. A tasty morsel had been known to keep a whining dog quiet. Coming to a conclusion, Erienne dressed in a gown of iridescent blue silk, the bodice of which closed with a multitude of tiny buttons running from the high collar to the pointed waist. She called for the carriage to be brought around, then went to her husband's chamber to inform him of her intention to visit her kin. Christopher was involved with the account books for the hall, but he readily pushed them aside to bestow on her a lengthy kiss, ardently given to remind her throughout the day that he would be eagerly anticipating her return. She giggled as he whispered a wanton promise in her ear, then with a sigh drew away, blowing back a kiss as she stepped to the door. He enjoyed the swing of her bustle until she was out of sight, and it was almost a pain to return to the dry, dull figures written on parchment. Spring had touched the north country with fresh colour. The hills were greener, the sky bluer. The streams and rippling rivulets shone clearer as they tumbled over their rocky beds. White puffy clouds glided overhead, pushed before a light, airy breeze, while the short, new grass was ruffled beneath its touch. It was a fine day to be out and about, and as Erienne journeyed southward, she hoped that it would not be torn asunder by her visit to the cottage. The anxiety that had plagued her since her father's departure from Saxton Hall the week before diminished somewhat as she came in sight of Mowbray. The wheels of the conveyance rattled over the bridge, and Tanner pulled to a halt before the familiar cottage. The footman jumped down and hurried to open the door and place a step for his mistress. During her absence from the dwelling, Erienne had always held the same vision in her mind of the way it had looked when she had left it. Though only a brief few months had passed, the facade seemed strange to her. The small garden in front of the cottage had known no spring tilling, and dried stalks bearing yesteryear's blossoms were sad reminders of their earlier beauty. Bidding Tanner to wait, Erienne approached the door, pushing back the hood of her cloak. She paused on the step with her hand poised to knock, recalling that ecstatic moment when Christopher had first come to call, and her heart had raced with the hope that he would be the one she would wed. She smiled at the memory. Compared to the men her father had paraded before her eye, he had seemed like a flawless knight. Her knuckles rapped lightly, and in a moment she heard footsteps plodding to the door. The portal swung open, and Avery's rumpled form appeared. The long tail of a nightshirt was stuffed haphazardly into a pair of loose breeches that hung from tattered braces, and from it all issued forth a sour odour of sweat and ale. When he saw her, surprise momentarily touched his unshaven face. Then an almost leering smile spread across his lips.
"Lady Saxton!"
He stepped back and swept his arm inward in a mockingly gallant gesture.
"Won't you step into me humble dwelling?"
Erienne's eyes passed lightly over the cluttered interior as she moved in. It was immediately evident that her father lacked the ambition to set his house in order in more ways than one.
"Have you come to see me? Or is it Farrell you be wanting? The lad went to York, and heaven only knows when he'll be back."
"I came to see you, father."
"Oh?" Avery closed the door and came around to stare at her as if he found her reply hard to believe.
"I thought over what we talked about."
She could not manage a smile as she drew a small purse from beneath her cloak.
"And though I detest the idea of being threatened, I have determined a small allowance could be offered for your comfort."
"That's grand of ye,"
he chortled sneeringly, and moved on into the parlour. As he poured himself a libation, he spoke over his shoulder.
"'Tis strange you come in here today."
Erienne followed him into the room and removed a rumpled shirt from a chair before perching on its edge.
"Why is it strange?"
"The sheriff come to see me."
"Oh?"
It was her turn to use the single word in a questioning tone, and she waited to hear what that brigand was up to.
"Aye."
Avery moved to stand beside the window and peered through it, speaking in a museful vein.
"I had a long discussion with him. It seems Lord Talbot has grown displeased with me over some frivolous matter, and has threatened to dismiss me."
When no answer came from his daughter, he continued,
"I sought some way to placate him, and thought perhaps if me and the sheriff were to bring in your lover and string him up before the townfolk, Lord Talbot might prove to be in a more forgiving mood."
Suspicious fear reared up like a sharp-fanged beast in Erienne's breast, and her sudden weariness was evident in her tone.
"What have you done, father?"
He casually strolled about the room until he stood between her and the hall. Seeming to settle himself in place, he lifted his thick shoulders in a careless shrug.
"I told Alan Parker what I knew. About ye and your lover, I mean."
"How could you?"
She came to her feet in outrage.
"How could you so blithely betray your own kin?"
Avery snorted.
"You're no kin of mine, girl."
Her hand flew to her throat as a shocked gasp emitted from it.
"What are you saying?"
He braced his short legs slightly apart and folded his arms across his chest.
"You ain't no daughter of mine. You're that Irishman's brat."
Erienne shook her head in disbelief.
"Mother would never have played you false with another man."
The mare jeered.
"The seed was already growing before I met you, Ma. She had taken up with the bloke, married him against her family's wishes, and then, hardly a fortnight later, he was hanged. Your ma would not wed me unless she told me the truth about you being there already growing in her belly. But all these years I've wished I'd never known. 'Twas a sour thing to swallow. All I could think of was her in his arms."
His upper lip curled back.
She never stopped loving him. I saw the way she'd look at you, and you being the very image of him."
"If you met my mother after my father was hanged," Erienne inquired slowly, as if she found it hard to grasp what he said, "how could you have known?"
"What he looked like,"
Avery finished for her. He laughed caustically.
"Your ma never knew it, but I was the one what gave the final orders to hang the man."
He shrugged beneath Erienne's stunned stare.
"I didn't know your ma at the time, but that wouldn't have stopped me. The man was arrogant, claimed to be some lord instead of the bastard he was. I can still see him, striding in front of the guards, as if the thought of dying was something to be laughed at. Oh, he was a handsome one with his black hair and deep blue eyes. He was tall and lean-waisted, like your lover. A man like me could never have taken a maid from his arms. All those years your ma lived, she mourned after him. When you were born, I saw the joy leap in her eye. You were his, all right, and none of mine. Reardon O'Keefe, a man who has haunted me all these many years."
A frown furrowed Erienne's brow, then slowly faded as a rueful smile replaced it.
"And you, father? Nay, never that title again. Henceforth I shall address you as anything but that."
She reformed her statement.
"And you, sir, have haunted me all these many years."
"Me?"
Avery shook his head in confusion.
"What do you mean, girl?"
"You will probably never fully understand, but you have lifted a great burden from me. All these years I thought your blood was mine, and I am most relieved to find that false."
She tucked the small purse back in her cloak and approached him, looking him squarely in the eye.
"I give you a warning, Mayor. I shall not be as forgiving as my mother. If you pursue the hanging of Christopher Seaton beyond this moment, I shall live to see you hanged and many with you."
Avery wondered at the spine of steel the twit had found. His own was pricked by little barbs of apprehension, for he was convinced that she meant every word she said.
"I will give you a bit of further advice in return for your tender care, sir."
She stressed the last word sneeringly.
"If you would avoid a hanging yourself, I bid you hold yourself a goodly distance from Sheriff Parker and his friends."
"And why, pray tell? Tell me,"
he bade derisively, taking high offence at her words.
"Perhaps your lordly Saxton is a comfortable position for an old man. After the whole tale is told, will he even listen to his wife? Why should I cast off me friends on the say of an adulteress?"
Erienne's eyes glittered with a coldness that should have chilled him to the bone.
"I have given you a warning. Do with it as you will. Alan Parker has no friends, and he may learn something new of ropes before all this has come to an end."
"And what will that be, Lady Saxton?"
a new voice from behind her questioned.
"Who will teach me more about ropes?"
She whirled on her heel, and her breath froze as Alan Parker moved with leisured stride into the room. A pair of his henchmen followed close on his heels. The kitchen doors swung shut behind them, and the sound made her start. The cruel horror of the robbery she had witnessed came back to her, and the almost gentle smile on his face became a savage leer of evil. She spun about to flee, but Avery's arms shot out, and she was caught and held fast in his grasp. Her intended scream was cut short by the sheriff's hand clamped ruthlessly over her mouth. One of the men snatched a cord from the drapery, and as Parker pulled a gag across her mouth against a possible outcry, the man bound her wrists firmly together in front of her. The sheriff shoved her down in a chair and jerked his thumb toward the door.
"Fleming, get rid of that coach and driver,"
he commanded tersely.
"Send them home. Say that she's spending the day."
Avery's concern was rampant. The purse she had tucked away was uppermost in his mind, and he was loath to lose the possibility of others that could follow.
"You wouldn't be hurting me little girl now, would you?" Of course not, Avery.
Parker threw his arm across the other's shoulder and guided him toward the door as he explained,
But with bait like this, we could just catch us some Mr. Seaton. That should put us on Talbot's good side, eh?
Avery nodded eagerly in new-found wisdom and opened the door as the sheriff stepped out of sight. The mayor cleared his throat and called,
"Ho there, Mr. Tanner!"
The coachman looked around.
"Aye, sir. My daughter wants to spend the day with me. She said to take yourself on home."
Tanner and the footman exchanged uneasy glances, and frowning, the driver slowly approached the cottage.
"Lord Saxton bade me to watch over his lady. I must await her return."
Avery waved him off with a loud guffaw.
"Have no fear, laddie. She'll be safe enough with her own father."
Avery gestured toward the inn.
"Have yourself an ale or rum to warm your innards. Tell them to put it on the mayor's account, and I'll send her ladyship home in the livery before dark. Now be off with you."
Tanner was reluctant to leave, but there was not much point in further argument. Climbing to the driver's seat, he clucked the horses into motion, swinging them past the inn without a pause, and urging them into a fast gallop when they cleared the indistinct outskirts of Mowbray. Avery returned to the parlour, and avoided Erienne's accusing glare as much as he could. Her face was flushed above the linen gag, and her eyes snapped with a promised vengeance. Parker rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he stared down at his prisoner.
"The Lady Saxton is, after all, the mistress of a known criminal and an adulteress. That should be enough reason to hold her captive. And in the meantime we'll spread the word for Seaton's ears that she's taken. That will bring him in."
He motioned to one of the men.
"You, go to the livery and hire the carriage. Assure the driver that we will not need his services and will bring it back before nightfall."
He counted out a few coins into the other's palm.
"That should be enough to satisfy him."
As the man departed, he admonished,
"And try to get a decent horse for it."
Parker glanced at Erienne again.
"Have no worry, my lady. You are as safe with me as in your own home."
He chuckled briefly at the doubt visible in her eyes, and added,
"At least until Lord Talbot returns from his business. Then I fear I'll have to leave you to your own resources."
A bristling glower was bestowed upon him before Erienne deemed to turn her face away, dismissing him as effectively as with her voice. She might be trapped and bound, but she was not dead yet, and she promised herself to give them whatever trouble she could. A rattle of loose-jointed wheels announced the arrival of the rickety livery, as the sheriff's man drew it to a halt in front of the cottage. After a glance out the window, Parker caught Erienne by the arm and lifted her from the chair.
"Come, milady, I'll escort you to your carriage."
Avery interposed his bulk again.
Parker, she had a purse."
In a lame gesture, he held out a hand and waited for it to be filled. The sheriff stared at him as a laconic smile crept across his face.
"You'd thieve from your very own daughter? Tisk, tisk. Avery, how could you? Here, take mine if you have a need."
He fetched out his own much lighter one and dropped it in a greedy palm. Avery frowned sharply as he hefted the purse.
"I've got more coming than a few shillings. Why, his lordship owes me for the past 2 months and this one. And then there's me services of late."
His eyes narrowed above a greedy snarl.
"Aye, he owes me a lot more than this. The purse should buy you rum for a few days."
Parker shrugged.
"You can discuss it with Lord Talbot when he returns. I'll see that a meeting is arranged."
His smile broadened.
"I suppose you know who will come when the Lady Saxton doesn't return this evening. Were I wearing your shoes, Avery, I would visit Workington or Carlisle, or some other place a good distance off."
The sheriff touched the brim of his hat in farewell, and adjusting Erienne's hood well forward to hide her face, he led her from the cottage. He was just stepping past the garden when she abandoned her meek guise and brought her heel down sharply on his booted toe. Before he could react with anything more than a grunt of pain, Erienne came around with her bound hands clenched together and struck hard at his throat, right where his Adam's apple protruded. Her assault jolted the breath from him, and he stumbled back with a hand clutching his throat as he choked and gasped for air. Erienne's attempt to flee was abruptly curtailed by the man who had followed them from the cottage. Flinging long, thick-thewed arms about her and lifting her off her feet, he shoved her into the carriage. She fell upon the seat, but was immediately clawing at the opposite door to get it open, until the man reached in and dragged her back to the side nearer him. Erienne was not finished yet. She turned on the seat and thrashed out with her sharp heels, kicking him wherever she could, until a broad fist thrust forward, catching her alongside the jaw and abruptly blotting out her world. Still holding his throat, Parker glanced about and was relieved to find an absence of witnesses. He climbed into the interior of the carriage and, taking a seat beside the crumpled form, began to lower the shades. As they departed, the second henchman mounted his own horse and, leading 2 other steeds behind, trailed the time-worn conveyance. Avery slammed the door and made his way toward the kitchen, still hefting the purse. He had found a good rasher of salted pork in a crock, and the very thought of it made him drool in anticipation. There would be time enough to relieve his hunger before he had to set to flight. His eyes widened, and he came to a sudden halt as he realized the sheriff had taken the only available livery in town.
But how will I leave Mulberry when I have no mount? Try walking.
The sneer came from the kitchen door, and Avery froze in fear as his gaze raised along the booted, tan-garbed figure who stood there. His knees began to tremble before he recognized his son.
Farrell! Odds blood, lad! You nearly frightened me to my grave.
He tossed the purse and caught it.
You see this, lad? I found a way to turn our fortunes, and there's plenty more where this came from.
I heard, father. The sneer had not left Farrell's voice.
I saw the sheriff and his men skulking by this door, and I heard enough. Now, Farrell, me lad,
Avery coaxed.
Our woes are over, but I have a need for your horse. You sold her again.
The younger man's tone was flat as he ignored his father's request.
And this time for a pittance. There'll be more, laddie, much more.
Farrell stared at him as a new light of knowledge began to dawn.
You really did cheat Seaton at cards, didn't you? Well, the man didn't need it.
Avery's voice took on a whining note.
He had so much, and we had so little. So you left me to a duel with no honour in it, and you didn't care about the outcome.
He looked down at his stiff right arm.
A settlement with the Yankee was beyond your pride. I had no money to pay the man off. So you sold Erienne on the block.
Farrell's lips twisted in vivid repugnance.
It wrenches my belly to think that I took part in it. You feel no worse than I do, lad, but 'twas the only way. You sold her then. You sold her now. Your own daughter. Not mine,
Avery shouted, half crouching as he tried to make the stubborn lad understand.
What?
Farrell stepped close until only a hand's breadth distance separated their noses. His eyes, so much like the elders, blazed with fury.
She was never mine, only some Irish rebel's brat. She is my sister, Farrell shouted. Only half, sister, Avery insisted. Don't you ken, lad? Your mother bedded down with an Irish bastard and got herself with a wee one. Erienne is his, not mine.
Farrell's rage took on new heights.
My mother was not that kind. Oh, she married the bastard all right, Avery cajoled. But still, don't you see, lad? You and me, we are blood kin. You're mine.
The younger's lips turned in contempt. "You sold us all. My mother, my sister, me, all of us into poverty with your love for drinking and gaming." "I raised you on me knee," Avery protested, "and I've shown you a wealthy share of the good life. I've carried you home in the wee hours when you were too sotty to stand. In the past months, Erienne has done more for me than you ever thought of doing," Farrell charged. "She gave me understanding, and love, and the will to stand on my own 2 feet, and the strength to stop feeling sorry for myself and blaming others for my state."
"You take her side against your own true father,"
Avery barked.
"I will no longer claim you as kin."
Farrell's voice softened and grew deadly calm as he continued. "I will move out of this house and take up residence in York, where I will be married shortly. You, sir, will not be welcomed to either the wedding or my home. Now I will leave you to whatever ends you might find."
"But, lad, you see I need a horse. Lord Saxton will be coming."
Farrell nodded. "Aye, Lord Saxton will be coming. Were I you, sir, I'd find a deep, deep hole to hide in." He wheeled about on a heel, and as he strode through the kitchen, he hurled back over his shoulder, "Good day, sir." Avery filled his belly, donned his boots, and drew a coat over his rumpled garments. He tugged the collar high to hide his face, and stomped out of the cottage, the thin purse tucked safely in his pocket. He carried with him a jug of ale and the balance of the pork wrapped in a cloth tucked beneath his arm, not knowing when he would be able to return to his home. The day had grown blustery, crisp and dark, as if some menacing omen had sapped the warmth of the spring sun, though the hour was only slightly past noon. He wandered aimlessly for a while, then went to stand on the bridge. When he was certain no one watched, he crossed over and quickly ducked off the roadway. He doubled back under the span and entered the heavy brush that bordered the water, pausing only briefly at the spot where they had found Timmy Sears. The hackles rose on the back of his neck, for the word was out that Christopher Seaton had done the killing. If that was so, and the wench carried his child, the Yankee might come looking for the one who had sold her. It gave Avery more reason to worry. It was said that old Ben Mose had built himself a crude shelter somewhere in the marshy tangle of undergrowth above the town. If he could find it, he could wait out the wrath of both Seaton and Saxton and still be handy for a summons from Talbot or the sheriff. Farrell Fleming hurled his steed around the last sharp bend before Saxton Hall and prodded him on with thumping heels. The coach stood in the lane before the manor, and the horses were well lathered from the breakneck pace that Tanner must have demanded of them. The landau was being brought around by a footman, while Keats ran to the larger conveyance and climbed into the seat. Taking up the reins, he urged the four-in-hand toward the stables, making room for the landau in front of the door. Farrell hauled back on his own reins as he drew alongside, and his feet struck the ground almost before the steed had stopped. He threw his body toward the portal and flung it open, nearly ploughing Payne over as the servant reached to open the door for his master.
"Lord Saxton!"
Farrell gasped, seeing the one he sought hop-skipping across the hall toward the tower. Bundy and Tanner were puffing along in his wake, trying to keep up with the agitated man.
"I don't have time now, Farrell,"
Lord Saxton said bluntly, slowing his stride only slightly.
"Erienne did not return with the coach when she went to see your father, and I am concerned for her safety. I must go."
Bundy and Tanner managed to manoeuvre past and hurried to mount to the driver's seat of the landau. Lord Saxton stepped to follow, but the younger man caught his arm.
"She's not there, my lord." "What?"
The master of the manor halted, and the blank mask pivoted with eerie effect to stare at the younger man.
"What did you say?"
His voice had lost its customary hoarseness, but still echoed hollowly from the openings. Farrell released his hold on the lord and rubbed his brow.
"As much as I would have it otherwise, my lord, I fear the mayor has handed Erienne over to the sheriff."
Lord Saxton snarled beneath his breath.
I should have killed that.
With amazing agility, he spun on his heel, sweeping the heavy cane about him like a sabre.
And Talbot, where is he?
I believe the sheriff said he was away.
Where did they take her?
I don't know,
Farrell answered lamely.
Which way did they go?
I'm sorry.
The young man gave his admission shamefacedly.
I was in the kitchen and I did not see.
For a moment, Lord Saxton cast his leather-covered head from side to side like an enraged bull seeking an elusive foe. He straightened and barked out the doorway.
Bundy!
The man vaulted from the carriage seat and came running.
Ah, my lord! Send men on fast horses to Carlisle, Workington, out the York Road, every direction. Have them search out word of...
He turned to Farrell with the unspoken question, and that worthy filled in the information required.
The town livery. They took it without the driver.
Tanner!
Aye, my lord.
He was already at the door.
I won't be leaving just yet. Prepare the coach, and be ready to move at any time. Aye, my lord. Bundy.
Lord Saxton faced his man again.
I have letters to write. See that men are set to guard the Saxton roads, and be ready yourself to ride.
He turned and made his way back into the great hall, with Farrell close at his side.
What can I do to help, my lord? She's my sister. I've got to do something. You will, Farrell, the older man assured him. I have a need for someone to ride to Workington to seek out Captain Daniels on the Christina and give him a letter. But that's Seaton's ship. How...
Farrell seemed confused.
Why would you want the Yankees' help when Erienne... I mean...
He did not find the words to finish. If Lord Saxton was ignorant of his wife's infidelity, Farrell vowed that he would not be the one to tell him.
Of course I'll go. Anything to help.
Passing on to the chamber beyond the great hall, Saxton pulled a chair out from a desk and took up quill and parchment, then sat for a moment with the former poised above the latter. Of a sudden, he sat back in the chair with a growl.
That damned fool, Avery. His luck will be exceptional if I don't see every bit of his hide flayed from him.
Remembering the other's presence, he glanced toward him.
My apologies, Farrell. I did not mean to insult you. Rest easy, my lord.
The younger spoke wryly.
I have preceded you. I no longer recognize the mayor as any kin of mine.
In the next hours, there arose a current across the Saxton holdings that only much later came to the Lord's attention. Bundy rode to several farms, seeking out his choice of men to guard the lands and to be ready if the need arose. Though none declined this service to their lord, he bound them to silence, lest some careless word further betray the Lady Erienne in her duress. Still, by the gloaming's end, hardly an ear remained that had not heard of the lady's fate. While the men cleaned muskets and sharpened their scythes, the wives made plans to take their carts to every village, town, or market they could reach within a day's ride and back. They vowed they would not see this lord driven from his rightful place. Erienne came awake in slow stages. She was first aware of being uncomfortable and cold, then of a stricture about her wrists and mouth. She raised her head to find that she was lying on a pallet of straw, stuffed into an ancient bed frame, and covered with a blanket loosely tucked in at the edges. She suffered from a clear sense of disorientation, unable to recognize anything of her surroundings. Thick patches of plaster had crumbled away from the stone walls, and what was left of the window panes was not enough to keep the crisp winds out. A rickety table and chairs were tumbled together, as if they had been hauled in and dumped. A heavy, planked door with a small barred window seemed to be the only access to the room, but it bore no handle or knob that might have encouraged her to try it. Near it, a small cubicle gave evidence of being a privy closet. Its door gaped open, sagging from a broken hinge. She pushed herself up on an elbow, and the room swayed with the onset of a pounding ache in her head. She recalled the same feeling that had come upon her after her fall into the stream. With that memory came another one, firm now in its clarity, of Christopher leaping from his horse with hooded cape spreading wide and charging across the rivulet, heedless of its cold, to lift her in his iron-thewed arms and bear her up from the chill morass. She remembered the warmth of his body and the tantalizing man-smell that had haunted her through the months with Lord Saxton. Her mind cleared, and she realized the full import of her fate. She was a prisoner, and to what end she could all too readily imagine. They would demand that Christopher Seaton surrender himself in return for her release. If that event should occur, she could hardly believe that either of them would long survive. She twisted around until she sat on the edge of the bed, then, raising her hands to the gag, began to work at the knot that still chafed her cheeks. She winced as the cloth shifted and brushed a tender spot alongside her jaw. She tossed the muffle away and, with her teeth, plucked at the cords tied about her wrists. When freed, she rubbed the red marks that had left visible evidence of the tightness of her bonds. A bucket of clear water near the window gave her the best view of the dark bruise on her cheek, and she gently waggled her jaw to see if there might be a deeper hurt. It seemed serviceable enough as she tested it, but she had doubts that she could withstand another such blow without the bones giving way. Footsteps grated against the narrow stone stairs outside the door, announcing the arrival of visitors, and Erienne straightened to await her jailer. A key rattled in the lock. Then, after a loud clank, the thick portal swung inward as Alan Parker made his entry. He was followed closely by another man bearing a tray with a covered bowl and a half-loaf of dark bread.
"Good day, my lady."
Parker gave the greeting in good humour.
"I trust you slept well."
Ignoring her glower, Alan came to her and leaned near, inspecting the purplish swelling just above the line of her jaw.
"I must warn Fenton about his heavy hand. He is rather brutish with things of delicacy."
Thinking of nothing pertinent to say, Erienne simply turned away from the man, denying him the benefit of a reply. The other man had straightened the table and chairs and placed the tray on the former. He caught the meaningful jerk of his leader's head and, without a word, beat a hasty retreat, pulling the door closed behind him.
"Come, Erienne," Alan coaxed. "Do not ignore me. You know I have always been more than a little fond of you, and it pains me to see you abused because of this situation. You will surely stay here for a while until we bring this Seaton fellow to heel."
Erienne faced him at last. This was something pertinent. "Do you think Christopher will ever yield to a pack of thieving murderers?"
"What are you saying, madam?"
Alan feigned amazement.
"We are well within the law. Christopher Seaton is the murderer, and you are his mistress."
You are part of the murdering band that has laid waste to this country for years, she accused irately.
His brows lifted in a tiny shrug.
A man must survive, madam.
Survive? Do you call this surviving?
She looked about in derision.
Hiding out like frightened rabbits?
Only until the hawk is caught, my lady, he answered easily. We have felt his claws much too often not to be wary of him, and we have the bait we need to bring him to ground.
Christopher will never be snared by your trap. He knows it would mean his death, and no doubt my own. You could not long tolerate either of us in your midst.
Seaton, certainly not. But you, fair Erienne, are quite a different matter.
He brushed a hand over her tumbled hair, but dropped it again when she jerked her head away from his fondling.
I bid you consider your predicament. Lord Talbot will return in a few days, and I think his persistence will prove most trying to your reserve. Even I cannot deny him. His power extends to areas beyond these climes, and there are others.
Erienne raised a brow in mute question.
The men below, he explained. They believe a woman has but one task, and they pursue that talent diligently. They have a tendency to be rough, and though stalwart fighters, They make less than worthy lovers.
So, I am caught between a lascivious, mincing lord on one hand and a pack of lusting wolves on the other, she scoffed. I cannot perceive which would be the lesser of evils.
There is another port of escape, my lady, he assured her, and met her searching gaze with a smile. Given the incentive, I can provide Talbot with a lusty wench who can exhaust his appetites to such a point that he will be hard-pressed to stay out of her reach. As for my men, they will not dare step beyond the bounds I set. You need only yield to me what you gave Seaton. I might point out that if I so desire, I can take what I want from you.
Erienne tossed her head in a sardonic gesture.
I saw the way you prepared the Becker girl.
Surprise briefly touched his face, but he waved away her comment with a flip of his hand.
My men become overzealous in their lust. Of course, she would not have lasted out the night, nor would you if I were to give you to them.
His smile came back.
You ought to be thankful that I want you for myself.
Erienne gave him a scalding glare that could have sundered the largest ice floe in the North Sea.
And you think you are man enough to take Christopher's place?
I have proven myself with many other ladies, he answered casually. I have no doubt as to my abilities. I can be most caring of one with your charm and grace.
Your care?
She laughed in disdain and swept her hand toward her cheek.
If this be a sampling of it, my Lord Sheriff, I would not want to taste of your anger.
My apologies for that, dearest Erienne. Fenton was warned that your escape was not a tolerable condition. In his zeal, he chose the rudest but simplest path to assure his duty met. If you would only speak of your wishes, I would heartily strive to see them served. In recompense, of course.
Oh, kind sir, Erienne mocked, your concern touches me. My needs, of course, are legion. A bushel of rags to stuff the windows, a cloth or two to wash with, and a basin. A broom, brushes, and a shovel to move aside the debris.
She cast a hand about to indicate the leaves and dirt which rounded every corner of the floor and lay in dune-lined ridges across the stone.
A staff of servants could clean the place in a fortnight or two, but despairing that, I would apply myself to the task. A clean blanket and some linens would not be beyond consideration either.
I shall do what I can, dear lady, he said, laughing. In between time, is there a possibility that you will consider what I have suggested?
Aye, a possibility.
Nodding slowly and turning, she stared out the window, then sneered over her shoulder.
As much possibility as there is of a man soaring to the moon and bringing me back a piece of it.
Alan Parker regarded the Lady Saxton's rigid spine for a moment, not without a certain appreciation for the shapeliness of it, and was of the firm opinion that she would change her mind in due time. After all, he was the best of the choices presented her.
I can wait for your answer. I'm sure after Lord Talbot arrives, you will come to a different frame of mind.
Erienne tossed a glare towards the door as it slammed shut behind him, and heard the solid lowering of an iron bar across its planks. She paced the room for a while, but could find no relief from the anxiety that filled her. She prayed that Christopher would ignore their challenge and remain safely hidden in the guise of Lord Saxton. She would not want to live without him, and while she knew he was free, she'd carry the hope that somehow she would escape and join him. In want of something better to do to settle her mind, she tasted the stew, but the venison was too fresh, and lent it a gamey taste that did not appease her palate. She ate only out of necessity to keep up her strength, and for the wee babe resting within her. For several months to come, she would carry her precious burden and take comfort in the fact that she had a part of Christopher with her. She grew wistful, as she thought of a tiny girl or boy with her husband's reddish-brown locks and eyes that caught the light of every flickering taper or burning lamp. She would nurture the babe against her breast and be filled with memories of how his father, so boldly a man, had dared to snatch her from beneath the noses of all those who had hated him. Would he do it again? Her head came up as the thought struck, and her serenity of the moment was shattered. She could expect him to come. It was just his way. "Oh, please, no," she moaned. "Please don't let him come. Please, I could not bear it if I lost him." She stumbled back to the bed and curled into a knot upon its straw tick, not wanting to face the thought of losing him. She sought sleep to block out the worry in her mind, but an hour or so passed to no avail. The key turned in the lock, and she came up from the bed with a gasp, expecting to see the sheriff enter with more of his demands. She was as much surprised to see Haggard.
"Your pardon, milady."
He bobbed his tousled head.
"The sheriff sent me to fetch you some stuff."
In wonder, she watched him stuff rags in the window and move aside some of the debris. He was well-meaning when he took up a well-worn broom and applied it to the floor, but the dust he stirred soon had her coughing and begging for mercy. Chagrined, he wiped his hands nervously on his breeches and departed. Another bowl of the same venison stew and the other half of the loaf were brought for the evening meal. She had been effective in making her cell more presentable, though it was far beyond the help of any immediate repair. She received from Haggard a half-dozen short, thick candles and a tinderbox by which to light them. Darkness was settling across the land by the time she finished her repast, and she managed to light 2 of the candles, placing one on the table and the other atop one of the headposts of the bed. They gave the ancient chamber an eerie, shifting light as the night gained hold and a last magenta glow waned in the west. A subtle chill invaded the quarters, and Erienne took to the bed, wrapping herself in her cloak and the single blanket. The sharp assaults of loneliness and despair thwarted sleep. She struggled to lift her mood with childhood games of the mind, but they were only half-remembered and ineffectual. There was little to hold her attention away from her fears, and slowly, inexorably, her thoughts turned inward. She closed her eyes and imagined her husband's arms about her, his kisses touching her and bringing to life her passions. She shivered and pulled the blanket tighter about her as she relived the fortnight of undisturbed bliss they had shared. She yearned for the gentle caress of his hands and the heat of his body next to hers, warming her, rousing her. Like a dark demon in the night, doubt and dread rose up to haunt her, sapping the strength of her will. Tears came in a copious flow, and a slow sobbing racked her as her spirit searched frantically for any shred of hope, however remote. Then she felt a calming touch in the back of her consciousness, and like the ebbing of the tide, her burden lifted. While there was life, there was hope. Exhaustion and the stress of the day overcame her, and slowly, step by step, a kinder invasion took place, and her defences crumbled, as slumber mercifully put her to rest for the night. Lord Saxton sat at his desk, and with mechanical precision dispensed his duties as master of Saxton Hall. He felt a helpless impatience as he waited for some word of his wife's whereabouts to come. None did, and the lord of the manse sat silent at a lonely evening meal, as Aggie wrung her hands and fretted because he made no effort to eat or to converse, except to answer curtly and briefly when questioned directly. Bundy returned, and for a while Christopher's mood lifted, only to plunge again when it became clear that the man bore no news. The servant reported that all had been completed as the master had ordered. In despairing loneliness, Christopher bade the man to take a seat and partake of the meal, but what followed was a stilted, silent charade. Although they had shared food before, under many varied circumstances, Bundy was agitated with his own inability to relieve his lord's ill-concealed distress. The time proved painful for them both, and as soon as he had taken enough to satisfy politeness, Bundy excused himself and departed to make a late check of the watchers and seekers for word of the Lady Erienne. He returned to the manse near midnight, and, seeing the dim light in the lady's chamber, knew the master agonized in his own frustration. The very stones of the manor-house seemed to groan in sympathy. There was nothing Bundy could do. He could not bear to face his master again and tell him there was no hope, no word, that all their searching had yielded nothing as yet. He put away his horse, and, seeking out his pallet, laid his weary body to rest. Christopher Saxton stood alone in the middle of his wife's chamber, finding no relief for the heaviness in his chest. He saw her combs and brushes neatly laid to one side of her dressing-table, and knew the wealth of soft, gleaming tresses that fell in long, luxuriously thick cascades, and fairly begged for a touching. "How deeply has this wench entrapped me," he mused. "She has snared my spirit and my soul. Like a hawk, she has snatched them in full flight." He shook his head. "But unlike the wild bird, she harmed them not. Nay, rather took them to her breast and breathed new life into them, and they have been so blissfully refreshed, my heart is nigh to bursting. Before I came to these shores, I would have sworn my ships would ever be my love, for no maid had so captivated me as the thrill of skimming the seas beneath billowing sails. Then, on the path of revenge which I sought for my brother, I stumbled on that fair one, who denied me every way and gave me no quarter. Yet her beauty bound me ever closer to her side, until she became the essence of my joy. Without her near, the day is empty, and all things pointless ploys." He leaned a shoulder against a post of the bed, and drew to mind the moments of bliss they had enjoyed therein. In a sudden flare of anger, he jerked the draperies shut, closing off the view of that feathery, silken nest of pleasure. His eyes roamed wildly, and came to rest on the tub beyond the arras. He envisioned again the curve of her bosom, and the beckoning warmth of her smile, as she welcomed his caress and kiss. He ran a shaking hand through his hair, as he fought the urge to kneel in despair and sob out his agony. The ache in his chest became a physical thing, and he strode about the room to ease its tightening grip. "She haunts me," he flung at the dark shadows in the corners. "Damn! She haunts me every moment. How can I touch the thought of life without her? The mere idea of it chills my heart and sets my fears to flight within my head, like great black bats harrying my peace." He could stand the place no more, and fled to pace the hall. There was no one to share his rowelling disquiet. Farrell was gone to Workington. Bundy would share, but punished himself for his inability to solve the thing. Aggie would fret and grow distraught. He roamed the house, goaded by his dilemma, until the clock chimed the hour of 2. He sought out his chamber, but even there her presence mocked his helplessness. He flung himself back upon the bed and stared at the canopy overhead, not daring to close the velvet hangings, lest his imagination refresh his torture. Slowly, imperceptibly, Morpheus soothed his plight with dreams of dark, silken tresses against his cheek, of pale arms entwined about him, of a kiss as light as thistledown, and finally the mercy of an ebon rest. The slanting rays of an early sun lit the chamber, and Christopher roused, and then came to his feet, glaring about him for some foe to attack. Reason flooded back, and his sense of rage was subdued beneath a firm grip of will. He stripped off the wrinkled clothes he had slept in, and, after a quick ablution, garbed himself in fresh raiment. Aggie brought the morning meal to his room, and, after a brief, worrying glance, refused to meet his gaze. She puttered about in nervous embarrassment, as if something burned in her mind, then bobbed a quick curtsy and left. Christopher donned the garb he had grown to detest, and Lord Saxton made his way slowly down the stairway to enter the routine of Saxton Hall. He signed a handful of papers and waited for word of his wife. He inspected the grounds with Bundy and the gardener, approving several proposed changes, and waited for word of his wife. He heard the arguments of a dozen or so conflicts among his tenants, and passed judgments he hoped would benefit all sides, and waited for word of his wife. He ate a lonely lunch, and a messenger brought a letter from Farrell. The young man stated that he would accompany the Christina north when she sailed. The ship would have to beat a laborious, tacking path northwestward against the winds, and should arrive offshore sometime in the late afternoon of the morrow. Christopher sought activity to fill the hours of the afternoon, and wished they would have moved as slowly when he had held Erienne in his arms. His mood grew snappish and sharp as evening approached, but an understanding staff had compassion and gave him room to exercise his dismay at the continued absence of any news, good or bad. For Erienne, the day passed on much the same. The notable differences were tied to the continued state of her incarceration. She stacked the dishes neatly on a tray after a breakfast of the same stew, this time served with a poor, half-burned excuse for bread, and swept the room. She bathed as well as she could from a bucket of cold water, using a shallow pan and no soap. She worked her fingers through her hair to relieve the tangles, and restore some semblance of order to it, then swept the room again. She fretted when the evening meal was brought, and again it was the same venison stew, only this time much thicker, as if it had spent the day simmering above the fire. She watched the day die through one of the few intact panes that still filled a leaded moulding. Tears swam in her eyes as she wondered whether Christopher also viewed the same magnificent hues. It settled in her mind, with a firmness that could not be set aside, that he was thinking of her just as she was of him. "Oh, my love," she said, sighing and wiping at the tears. "I would be brave for your account, but your babe rests in my womb. 'Tis said the unborn are marked by trials such as this, and I would have this one free of any hatreds I bear." She recalled a day, long past, when she had wielded a phantom blade and made bold threats, albeit in privacy. She faced the room at large, standing straight and bold, and steadied the airy sword at her side. Casting up her hand in the best rhetorical stance, she spoke to her audience of none. "Were I an argent knight, sworn to mete out justice in the name of right, I would set upon this nest of knaves who seek to revile your name. I would test them all with the might of arms till the end, and bid them bend a knee and beg forgiveness, ere I smite their heads loose from their shoulders and claim the victor's truth." She paused in her diatribe, and slowly her arm sagged. The flare was gone. The tears fell unheeded now. She knelt beside the straw-filled bed and wept upon it. "Oh, Christopher, my dearest love," she whispered, "were I that knight, I would never have known your touch, your tenderness, your arms enfolding me, your kiss upon my lips, your warm, sweet flesh on mine, your babe." After a while she sat around and watched the last light fade in the crystal pane. "I must be brave," she sniffed and dried her cheeks on her skirt. "Be the babe a lad, I must be strong for him, or a girl child, I would have her know the strength of true love. My darling Christopher," she brought her hands together in a prayerful pose, "I would not have you risk yourself, but find a way to free me and slay my beast forever. I have found my rose in winter. You are my own precious love, promised to me evermore. Come, my love, the beast can only flee the two of us together." Christopher viewed the irresistible approach of the day's end with total abhorrence. He knew the spectres the dark would bring, having met a host of them the night before. He stood at the end of the western hall, and ran his finger over the leading of a window his grandfather had put in place. And Christopher watched the fading light of the sunset dwindle in a few low-hanging clouds. Its reddish-purple shade brought not fear, but dread at what his own mind could set against him. Suddenly, it became clear to him. If he did not leave the manse, his energy would be spent in waiting and tearing himself to shreds. He would seek out the highwaymen wherever they lurked and ravage them, until one would tell him what he had to know. Then he would hunt the sheriff, drag him down like a hunting wolf hamstrings a stag, and if one hair of her head was harmed, he vowed that man would beg for death a century or longer. The night was solidly fixed upon the hills when the lower door of the bolt-hole opened, and a tall, darkly cloaked man came out with strides as bold as a venging lord, carrying at his side a long-bladed claymore, one that had known the death grip of his father's hand. The stallion sensed his master's mood, and pranced and stamped in its eagerness to fly. The man took to the saddle, and vengeance rode the moors as the wan, pale moon hid its face before the promised bloodbath. This man's beloved had been taken by his foes, and no savage had ever set foot to earth with a blacker rage filling his heart. The black steed's breath snorted forth like a dragon's breath in the crisp night air. His hooves struck sparks from stone as they thundered forth into the night. They rode here and there, back and forth, pausing at a lonely barn, there finding neither man nor horse, only a recent sign of an encampment. A hidden cave shed no greater revelation of the thieves' whereabouts. "They are gone," he growled. "They have gathered in to set their trap with a bait they know I cannot resist. But where? Damn them! Where?" The hour was late. The low moon still flitted bashfully behind the clouds, as if it feared the boldness and anger of the man. The high rage all but consumed him, as he urged the stallion into a reckless run. They were a fleeting shadow across the vales and moors, soaring low with the widespread wings of a hunting hawk, seeking prey. Chapter 23. Some people thought it was old Ben returned from the grave. The ragged man huddled in the shadows near the rear door of the Boar's Inn and slowly sipped his ale. He hadn't appeared in the day, only after dark, slipping into the corner chair without a word and banging a coin on the table until Molly brought him a mug of stout. He reminded her of the mare, but he reeked of smoke and sweat, and his grease-matted whiskers defied recognition in the shadows, so she discounted the likeness and went her way. His coin was miserably husbanded, and he never left extra. Thus she was not wont to dally over long in serving him. Avery Fleming's eyes never rested as he sat in his nook. He was ever primed to fly whenever any cloaked figure reminded him of Seaton or a chair scraped the floor, bringing to mind a clumsy, deformed foot. The slim purse Parker had tendered him was almost empty, and his hope was fading that the sheriff would remember him with Lord Talbot. With both Seaton and Saxton after him, he was unsure of his life from one moment to the next. He had no way of knowing when they would find the hovel in the marsh, but he was sure they were beating the brush for him. The previous night, a hunting dog had nearly frightened the wits from him, rousing him from a dead sleep with its baying, and he had fled the shack in sudden panic, sure that Saxton was upon him. He had plunged waist-deep into the brackish waters, and it was only the cold that had driven him back to the cottage for dry clothing. Even there, a soft bed was denied him. He had tried to spend the night, not daring to light a fire or even a candle, but in the darkness each sound had sent a shiver of terror through him, and several times he had sworn he saw that horrible leather helm floating toward him, or heard the swish of a black cape, or the click of a boot heel in the parlour. At least in the shanty he could sleep. A man entered the inn, no one he recognised, and after obtaining a tankard of ale, roamed about the room, peering into faces, until he came to the shadowed one in the corner. He sipped from his mug, and spoke softly for that one's ears alone. "Fleming?" Avery jumped, then calmed when he realized no threat was forthcoming.
"Aye. Parker sent me. There's a horse out back. He'll meet you at the first crossroads north of town."
The man moved on unconcernedly, and soon was chatting with Molly at the bar. Avery slipped out the back and found the mount as promised. A few moments later he was racing north, his spirit much lifted with the prospect of money in his hand. He would leave them all and seek out a place where a warm south wind blew off the sea. Parker was awaiting him as advertised, with a fair half-dozen men for company. With Christopher Seaton unaccounted for, the sheriff was taking no chances. Avery lit from his horse, and Parker drew him some distance away from the others, who held carefully to the darkness provided by a small group of oaks. Recalling too well the slash of the venging blade and flashing hooves in their midst, they were nervous to such a point that they had nearly bolted when Avery came pounding down the road. Avery himself was not in a trusting mood, and carefully kept his hand on the pistol he had tucked in his waistband. His mind was filled with the frozen scream of Timmy Sear's face, and he was not totally convinced that Seaton was the only suspect. His fears subsided somewhat when he saw that both of Alan's hands were filled, one with a letter, the other with a purse of considerable weight.
"I'm afraid I have some bad news for you, Avery. Lord Talbot has sent a messenger from York relieving you of your duties effective a month ago. But take heart. He instructed me to give you a purse of £200, double the compensation owed you for the past 2 months. If you treat it carefully, it should see you well away from here. As to giving you payment for the girl, he is aghast that you should sell your own daughter again." "But without her you can't catch Seaton,"
Avery protested. Parker held out the money bag and the letter purportedly written by Talbot, and smiled at the shrewdness of his own game. Talbot had made up his mind to dismiss the man all right, but word had not yet reached his lordship of the most recent happenings, and Alan had taken it upon himself to deal with Avery. It would amuse him to see the erstwhile mayor hounded from village to town, with the jaws of fear for ever snapping at his heels. Avery had no vital information to harm anyone, as Timmy had held, and could therefore be dealt with in a frivolous manner.
"Take them, Avery. 'Tis unlikely you'll get anything more."
Grumbling in disappointment, Avery accepted the offering. He had hoped for much more, but he was intimidated by the way the sheriff's hand came to rest on the handle of his pistol. Avery jammed the letter into a coat pocket and tucked the purse carefully into his waistcoat.
"Now, Avery, in view of our friendship,"
Parker placed an arm across the man's shoulders,
"I will gift you with the horse you rode here and a piece of advice. One of my men reported seeing a tall, caped man poking about your cottage just after dark."
He smiled as Avery drew in a sharp breath.
"The fellow had a big black horse and went down by the marsh. Apparently, he was looking for you. If I were you, Avery, I would put a great distance between me and Mowbray, just as soon as possible."
Avery nodded in total agreement.
"I'll not take myself back there again. Now that I got me a horse and some coin, I'll head south and keep on going." "Good fellow, Avery."
Alan Parker patted him on the back.
"I wish you luck wherever you go."
He stood back and watched the ex-mayor scramble to the horse and haul himself into the saddle, then waved him off.
"Farewell! Hey, Captain,"
one of the men called to Parker and drew alongside him.
"Why'd you give the mayor old Charlie Moore's horse? You know Charlie'll be ready to kill someone when he comes back and finds his best saddle and horse gone."
Parker chuckled as he swung astride his own steed.
"Poor Avery. So many wolves will be chasing down that one miserable hare. Avery will be afraid to poke his head out of the ground for fear he'll be snared. I wonder which one will get him first."
A hearty chorus of laughter rose up, but he waved an arm for silence.
"Be quiet, you fools. Seaton may be around here somewhere, and I, for one, don't wish to feel his fangs in me. Let's get back and see how Haggard has fared with that Saxton wench."
Avery felt content. Not overly so, but at least well enough to set Mowbray behind him without regret. He had put a fair distance between himself and the sheriff, and he was just beginning to breathe easier when the thunder of hooves on the road behind him made him glance back over his shoulder in sudden apprehension. Fear pierced his quaking body, and a low, rising moan escaped him as he saw the apparition materialize from the shadows of the trees. His mind froze with the one thought: death had found him. He whimpered and flogged his mount with boot heel, wishing for spurs and a whip. Over his shoulder, he saw the rider's cloak flying wide, until the man seemed to float above the horse like a giant bat, which was certain to suck the life from him if it caught him. Eerie laughter filled the night, sending cold shivers along his spine. He began to beat the racing steed with fist and rein, but the horse had already sensed its rider's fear, and, having partaken of it liberally, was now labouring at the limit of its gait. They entered a twisting place, where the road passed along the edge of a deep gully, at the bottom of which meandered a tumbling stream. The night rider was lost from sight for a moment, but that fact did not ease Avery's plight. Indeed, his worry grew more intense, for the way was well shadowed and marked by ruts. The horse stumbled, and his rider lost the stirrups. The beast seemed fraught with clumsiness, for no sooner had he recovered his footing than he found another hole. This time, Avery lost the reins in his struggle to stay seated. Alas, it was his undoing. The path ahead was covered with tumbled rock and gravel. The flying animal skidded, lurched, and careened along the very brink of the gully. Without guidance, he wheeled abruptly from the precipice, and Avery found himself truly aflight, without a horse. He sailed over the tops of some bramble bushes and a tall, jagged stump of a dead tree. There was a sharp tug at his braces. Then he crashed, rolled, slid, tumbled through brush, careened around tree trunks, bumped over rocks, and tested the density of long-thorned bushes. A solid blow expelled the wind from his lungs, and another blow brought it back again along with a flash of stars, before the night closed in tightly around him. A mile or less down the road, the night rider caught the horse, and stared dubiously at the saddle, unable to mark in his mind the spot where the man had left it. The frightened, unburdened beast had led him a merry chase, and the fleeting shadows had hidden the empty seat too long. With a wry glance back, Christopher led the steed with him as he turned once more toward Saxton Hall. Perhaps it had been his imagination that had brought Avery to mind when he had glimpsed the man, but whoever he was, he would continue on his way without the aid of a horse. The manse was dark and silent when its master returned, as if it had lost a vital portion of its life. Christopher roamed the halls for a while in abject loneliness. For the first time in his life, he had tasted the richness of a close companionship of a loving and loved wife. Now it was gone, and he had only the aftertaste to quench his burning thirst. The common room was dark, but for a single taper near the window. The hearth was cold, and the shadows brought him painful memories of laughter, a giggle, and warm, rich mirth. He grasped convulsively the hilt of the sword he carried, and his mind dwelt on the shedding of blood. The old lord's study was stagnant with age, and he absently touched a finger to the keyboard of the harpsichord. The single note rang hollow and flat, without her voice to give it word and warmth. Christopher stood with hanging head as the tall clock in the hall struck the second hour. He went to his chamber as the echoes of the chimes died away, and, removing only his boots, stretched out on the bed. With an effort of sheer will, he blanked his mind and filled it with the creaking masts of a ship on the high seas. Rest was a necessity, even if it was for only a few hours. Soon it came, and mercy made it undisturbed. The sun, shining against Avery's eyelids, cast a red glow in his mind. He ached in every limb and joint, and he could barely move his left arm, though a quick touch assured him the pulse was still in place. His head throbbed, and the exposure to the night's chill had seeded a tremor in his bruised body that could not be uprooted, even by the warming sun. He lay as he had fallen, feeling sharp pebbles protruding into his back, and the stinging sores where thorns had rent his flesh. He had not the courage to move, for to do so would have caused undue pain in his overly strained muscles. A bird flitted overhead and then dipped to earth, settling on a nearby branch to survey this mangled sight of humanity. Avery rolled one eye around and squinted at the feathered thing that trilled so gallantly in the new day. He was certain the bird was mocking him. A breeze wafted over him, and Avery blinked as he realized it touched the bare skin of his legs. With a grimace, he raised his head and saw that his breeches had been completely stripped from his lower half, leaving the ends of empty braces dangling from beneath his waistcoat. He leaned his head back against the rising bank and looked upward. There, high above, flapping from the ragged stump of a dead tree, was what remained of his breeches. It was a long while before Avery assured himself that no bones were broken. He turned slowly, painfully, pushing himself to his hands and knees, and crawled ever so carefully around shrubs and trees toward his breeches. It was hardly worth the effort he expended, for the garment no longer resembled its former shape. The best he could manage was an apron of sorts that would questionably guard his modesty. There was, of course, no sign of the horse the sheriff had given him, and he moaned over the loss of the fine saddle. Both would have brought him another £50 or so, enough at least to sit down at a game of cards and begin rebuilding his fortune. Ah, well, the £200 in the purse would serve him toward that end. He could not resist an accounting of his treasure, and drew out the purse, emptying it on a flat stone between his spraddled legs. Then he stared agape. The greater portion of the purse was thick, dark-coloured discs. He lifted one and bit into it, and its softness readily took the marks of his teeth. It was lead. Lead balls had been split into a semblance of coins to weight the purse. After he counted out the worth, he found only a few pence over £20. Avery cursed and threw a handful of the lead into the brush. A fool's game it was. Tears filled his eyes. All his planning, all his scheming and manoeuvring were all for naught, except for a slim £20. Angrily wiping away a tear, he vowed to seek out Lord Talbot and face him with this affront. He jammed his hat down over his ears, then rolled and crawled upward toward the road. He would have gotten to his feet, but he caught the distant sound of thundering hooves coming toward him, and he scrambled to hide himself. After a moment, a large black coach and a team of 4 came into view. He watched until it drew near, then gasped and ducked down, recognizing the crest of the Saxton family emblazoned on the door. Claudia slapped the missive against the palm of her hand, sorely chafed with curiosity as to what message it bore. She had assured the man who had delivered it that she would give it to her father as soon as he returned, but even then she was not sure that she would learn of its contents. At times, her sire waxed secretive and refused to inform her of his affairs. Of late, she had overheard bits and parts of his conversations with Alan Parker, and the frequent mention of Christopher's name had not escaped her notice. She was aware that they suspected the Yankee of being the dreaded night rider, and the very idea filled her with excitement. She was wont to imagine him as a gallant figure, riding about in the dark of night, not to murder, as the reports claimed, but to expend his lust upon beauteous maidens and hold them captive for a few delicious hours. Of course, she would not have really cared if the nightshade had murdered Timmy Sears and Ben Mose, for they had seemed somewhat useless anyway. Thoughtfully, she tested the seal that secured the parchment, and drew close to the fireplace, where she held the letter close to the warmth. The wax softened, and taking the letter quickly to her father's desk, she pried the wax carefully away from the lower half of the paper. She was sure that her father would never notice anything once she re-warmed the wax and pressed it carefully into place again. But she must hurry. He had told Parker before he left that he would return before noon of this same day. Eagerly, she unfolded the parchment, and as her eyes skimmed over the words, her tightening lips began to form them, and they were gritted out between gnashing teeth.
Informed me that his daughter, the Lady Saxton, is with child by Seaton. I have taken her in my custody as bait to bring in the Yankee dog. I will hold her upon your arrival at the castle ruins on the western tip of the Firth. Alan Parker.
Claudia's face twisted in a savage snarl as she flung the parchment away from her and stormed from her father's study, not caring how that one might react to her tampering. She had a need to vent her fury on that Saxton bitch, and she would not be stopped in that cause.
Charles!
She fairly screamed the name as she strode across the foyer toward the stairs. Sounds of running feet came from the back of the mansion, and the butler burst through the door, completely ruffled by her summons. Catching sight of her on the stairs, he skidded and stumbled to a halt beside the balustrade.
"Yes, mistress,"
he managed breathlessly.
Have Rufus bring the carriage around, she snapped. I will be taking an outing shortly.
"Yes, mistress."
He gave a brief bow and hurried toward the back again to see to her bidding. Shouting in strident tones for her maid, Claudia continued her ascent, and the trembling girl rushed out of her mistress's chambers to meet her in the hall.
I will be going out for a while,
Claudia stated sharply.
Lay out my clothes. The red travelling dress and the plumed hat,
her mistress barked.
And this time don't dawdle. I am in a hurry.
The young maid whirled and was about to dash back into the chamber, but she remembered herself and stepped quickly aside to let her mistress enter first. Claudia glared at her as she passed, and the girl shivered in trepidation. The bruises had barely healed from her last reprimand, and seeing the temper her mistress was in, she fully expected more to follow. A half-hour later, Claudia came from her chamber and descended once again to the elaborate foyer, snatching on a pair of gloves as she came down. She watched curiously as the butler hurried to the door well ahead of her. But what she had thought was an eagerness to please was no more than a part of his regular duties. Though she had not heard the knock on the front portal herself, she was sure it had come, for when Charles opened the door, there stood a man whom she stood in great fear of. Lord Saxton.
"I have come to see Lord Talbot."
Lord Saxton halted his announcement as he caught sight of the crimson-garbed figure on the stairs, and in sudden panic, Claudia glanced about for some place to flee, but she was held fast to the step as the cripple, brushing past the gaping butler, moved with his halting gait to the bottom of the stairs, where he stood looking up at her.
"Miss Talbot."
The rasping voice seemed to hold a sneer.
"I was hoping your father had returned, but you might provide the information I seek."
I don't know where they've taken her,
she lied, her tone reaching a high squeak. Lord Saxton leaned on his cane and tilted his masked head thoughtfully as he peered up at her.
"So you know why I came?"
Claudia bit a trembling lip, daring no reply, and nervously pulled off her gloves.
"I'm sorry to intrude,"
her unwanted guest apologized in the same snide tone.
"I see that you are going out."
She searched for an excuse.
Need some fresh air.
His gloved hand swept in a downward motion, indicating the stairs.
"Please, you needn't fear me."
His chiding laughter mocked her obvious anxiety.
"I rarely harm anyone, unless provoked."
Claudia gulped and glanced up, wondering if she could reach the safety of her chamber before he caught her. She saw her maid standing near the balustrade on the landing above, nursing a bruised and bloody lip, and distantly mused on what tricks her imagination was playing on her. She could have sworn she had seen a smug sneer on that one's face.
"Miss Talbot," Join me."
Lord Saxton bade in a flat, harsh tone. In compliance, she carefully descended the stairs, but could not bring herself to move from the last step. There was no need. He came to her instead, making her cringe away to escape his imposing nearness.
"Do you know where the sheriff has taken my wife?"
His words, though deadly calm, jolted into her. She read in the rasping tone many implications that caused her concern for her well-being.
"Charles!"
she whined fearfully. Lord Saxton turned as the servant took several hesitant steps forward.
"Stay where you are if you have a care for yourself. I will tolerate no interference."
Charles retreated an equal number of strides, and nervously closed the door in want of something to do. Claudia blanched as the masked head came around, and she caught the hard glint of his eyes behind the holes.
"Well,"
he barked,
"do you know?"
"Alan sent a note to my father,"
she rushed to explain.
"I had no idea what he had done until I read it. He's keeping her in an old deserted cottage somewhere south of York, I believe. I was just going to see to Erienne's welfare now. Is there some message?"
She stumbled to a halt as the eyes hardened behind the leather, and sensed that he had seen through her lie.
"If you have no objections, Miss Talbot, I will go with you. My coach can follow us."
"But—"
She sought some excuse to deny him, but as he stared at her with that fixed leather smile, she felt the trap close about her. In an effort to escape it, she questioned,
"Do you know that your wife is with child by that renegade Christopher Seaton?"
The brittle light never wavered.
"Did you hear me?"
I heard."
The hooded head slowly nodded.
"I have much to talk with her about."
Claudia's brows raised as a new thought struck. Perhaps there was much to be salvaged of her revenge by leading this beast of a man to the other woman. He might become violent with Erienne, and she could witness the beating the wench rightfully deserved. A smile touched her lips as she thought of such a comeuppance. After Lord Saxton finished with his wife, Christopher Seaton would not want to look upon her again, and of course she, Claudia, would be quick to offer him condolences at his loss of a mistress. She waved a hand almost cheerily as she beckoned the cripple to follow her.
"Come along, then. We'll be on the road for some time, and we'll need to get started now if we intend to reach the castle by noon."
Lord Saxton followed in her wake, dragging his cumbered foot past the butler, who stared after them in amazement. He knew his mistress was flighty of moods, but wondered at her wisdom in going off alone with the beast, who had all but threatened her on the stairs. He closed the door behind the pair and shook his head as he crossed the foyer. A movement on the landing made him pause, and he glanced up to where the maid leaned against the balustrade. The hatred on the girl's face had grown quite obvious now that her mistress had gone.
"I hope he drops her down a well-used privy somewhere."
Avery had managed to obtain himself a ride on the back of a cart to the edge of the Talbots' property, though the sheepman who had provided it had cast a deeply sceptical glance toward the pasty white legs jutting out from beneath the strange skirt that covered his loins. But as Avery scrambled to his fastest and most painful gait up the lane leading to the Talbots' manor house, he gave no thought to what the man might have thought of him. The Talbot coach had passed them a short distance down the road, and he had espied Lord Talbot himself sitting within it. Avery was too anxious to catch the man, before he left again on some other business, to worry about his own attire. He jerked down the skirt of his breeches as an errant breeze wafted up to caress his backside, but he did not slow his puffing pace as he saw the manor house just ahead of him, and Talbot's coach standing in the drive before the portal. He smoothed his bedraggled garments as best he could, and climbed the full dozen steps to the front portal. His insistent banging on the door-plate brought him face to face with the dignified butler, who suffered a momentary spasm of repugnance from the sight that greeted him. His gaze disdainfully measured the tattered man, before he regained his arrogant stance and sniffed.
"Yes, I seen his lordship's at home."
Avery cleared his throat.
"I would like to talk with him for a few moments."
Charles's eyebrows jutted up with a quick twitch. Then he raised his head and loftily explained.
"Lord Talbot has no time for visitors now. He is about to leave on important business. 'Tis urgent that I speak with him,"
Avery insisted. The hooded eyes of the butler flicked down him again, and almost reluctantly he replied,
"I shall ask his lordship if he wishes to speak with you, sir. Your name?" "Avery Fleming," the former mayor announced in aggravated tones. "Don't you know me? I've been here before."
Charles's surprise was evident.
"You do bear a resemblance to the mayor."
He looked Avery over more closely and shook his head doubtingly.
"Excuse me, sir, but it looks as if you've fallen to a bit of misfortune." "I have," Avery heartily agreed, "and that's why it is necessary for me to speak with his lordship." "I shall return shortly, sir."
Avery waited, barely able to control his fretting impatience as the servant's footsteps retreated into the house and dwindled into silence. In a moment the sound came back, and Avery brightened as he caught sight of the butler again.
"What did he say? Can I come in?"
he asked the servant eagerly.
"Lord Talbot is pressed for time, sir. He will be unable to see you." "'Tis important." "I'm sorry, sir."
Charles haughtily apologized and would say no more. Avery's shoulders slumped in defeat, and he stumbled away from the door, hearing it close behind him, and made his way down the steps. His legs felt weak of a sudden, and he leaned against a carriage wheel, entirely drained by the events of the past days. If he could just present his case to Lord Talbot, he was certain that the man would understand and feel compassion, at least enough for a few more quid, and maybe even a horse. Avery raised his head and gingerly touched a tender spot on his brow. He had not the energy to get to Mowbray, or any place else for that matter. It seemed he was doomed, without a mount or even food to sustain him. What could he do? He was bereft of all of his belongings, cast out by family and friends, and now, with no chance to talk with his lordship, there seemed no hope for him. Suddenly his attention perked as his eyes settled on the canvas-covered boot of the coach. It was big enough for a man, and not only would it provide him with transportation, but by hiding in it, he also might even be allowed the opportunity to present his claim to Lord Talbot after the man's business was done. Avery glanced around furtively. The driver was paying no heed to him as he sat in his seat dozing. The two footmen were talking together near the lead horses, and after dismissing him from mind with a derisive sneer, they paid him no further mind. No one else seemed to be about to stop him. It was his chance, perhaps the only one, and he would be a fool if he did not at least try. Chapter 24. The ground grew barren and rocky as the coach bearing Claudia and Lord Saxton approached the western shore overlooking the heel of Solway Firth. The winds whipped wet and cold off the western sea. A granite bluff reached high, then plunged in shattered parapets to the sea, crashing white with foam and froth far below. Retired from the brink, and half behind the shelter of the bluff, the ruins of an ancient castle squatted like some wounded hare upon the barren slope of stone. It was to this tumbled structure they journeyed, the Saxton coach halting 100 yards or more short, well beyond a normal musket's range. Tanner made a half-circle, turning so they faced away, ready for flight should the need arise, while the Talbot coach passed boldly on, labouring up the steep incline, across a once dry moat now bridged with salvaged masonry and planks. A shout heralding their approach rang out, and the coach entered the broad courtyard, unimpressive in its size and half filled with the scattered blocks of once proud walls. On the right, a timbered portico sheltered the entry to the barracks. To the left, only the first and second level of the watchtower remained intact, while the higher floors had crumbled away. Ahead of them, the central keep lay in tumbled disarray. There, a place had been cleared to stable horses, and short of that, a turnaround for carriages. Alan Parker stepped casually from the doorway of the barracks and watched the familiar coach sweep in and come to a stop. Lord Talbot had made good time finishing with his business in York and arriving before noon, Alan mused, as he went to greet his employer. The footman hastened to fold down the step, then reached up, pulling the door wide. The opening was immediately filled with crimson skirts and a wide-brimmed, plumed hat of the same hue. Alan gave a mental groan and ground his teeth as he recognized the one he least wanted to see. Recovering his aplomb, he proceeded, as propriety dictated, and, putting on a welcoming smile, reached out a hand to assist in Claudia's descent. His fortunes quaked in the still young day, for if the wench's presence was not enough to darken it, the door was quickly filled by another. Parker stared in open bemusement as Lord Saxton swung his twisted, booted foot to the ground.
"You amaze me, Lord Saxton."
He stated his thoughts bluntly.
"You are the last person I expected to venture here."
A rasping chuckle came from the mask.
"Miss Talbot informed me of her intent to visit my wife, and I thought it only prudent that since our ends were alike, she and I might travel across this hostile countryside together. I brought my own carriage, as you can see if you choose to look, and men for protection. Oh,"
he held up a hand to make a point,
"my men are quite well armed, Sheriff, and perhaps more than a little nervous. You know the stories going about."
He flicked his gloved fingers casually.
"If any of your men should wander too close, I cannot answer for the consequences."
It was Parker's turn to chuckle. In a way, he admired the boldness of this cripple.
"From most men, sir, I would consider that a warning, even a threat." "Forbid it, sir," Lord Saxton assured. "Strike it from your mind. I meant nothing of the kind. I only know my servants are ill at ease of late. You know, the highwayman, this night rider, and these murders and all. Most dreadful and frightening times."
Lord Saxton noted the half-dozen indiscriminately attired and rather brutish-looking men who had wandered out to lounge behind the sheriff near the barracks door. They stared in unbridled curiosity at him, and several gestured at Claudia, leaning heads together as they exchanged whispered comments with leering grins. The girl was accustomed to a loftier style of gentry, and grew uneasy beneath the lecherous stares.
"I came to see the mayor's daughter, and I would be about it,"
she declared, and then questioned testily,
"Where is she?"
The sheriff ignored her a moment.
"And you, Lord Saxton, have you also come well armed? It seems the last time we met—"
He let the comment hang unfinished. Lord Saxton clumsily braced himself with his twisted foot.
"But for this—"
He handed his heavy walking stick to the man, then spread his cloak and coat wide.
"You may search me if you wish. I have no other weapon, unless you see something I have missed."
Alan hefted the cane in his hand.
"A most formidable one at that."
He twisted the silver head to no avail.
"But I will give it to you. Perhaps the temptation—"
He spoke this last loudly and over his shoulder—
"would urge you to use it unwisely."
He tossed the cane back and laughed, while his men picked up the play with loud guffaws as they fondled the butts of their own pistols in hopeful glee.
"Well, then,"
Lord Saxton sighed impatiently,
"as Miss Talbot suggested, let us be on our way to see the Lady Saxton." "As you will."
Parker gave his arm to Claudia and tossed back over his shoulder,
"If you will follow me, sir."
He led off without pause, and it was only Claudia's careful, mincing gait that allowed Lord Saxton to hobble along apace with them. Still, he almost stumbled several times as his cane skidded on loose rocks, and each misstep was marked by mocking laughter from the porch of the barracks.
"Hey, he must be bloodkin to Haggy,"
one chortled. A path had been cleared on the debris-strewn steps that led to the erstwhile tower, and the sheriff stepped ahead to open the door to the room within. There, 5 men cast lots on a blanket-covered table in a corner. As the sheriff entered with his guests, one of the men jumped to his feet and was recognised as that ever-eager worthy, Haggard Bentworth. He stepped forward to greet them, not noticing that the hilt of his sword had snagged a corner of the blanket, and with his movement pulled the teetering table over, spilling coins, cubes, and cups of ale to the dust-laden floor. He ducked beneath the swing of a ham-sized fist and ignored a bevy of curses and threats as he disencumbered himself, slapping down the wayward blanket. With a cheery smile, he started forward, but stumbled over a broken chair and ploughed headlong into the sheriff. Parker cursed and threw the man off, wondering why he had ever allowed Haggard to come along, except that the oaf was too innocent, or too stupid, to force himself upon their prisoner, and was therefore worthy to be trusted as her keeper. Haggard's ear twitched as he cast an uncertain glance toward the masked one. Then he peered at the sheriff wonderingly.
"Be there aught I can do for you, sir?" "Aye. Give me the key to the lady's cell."
Parker's lips almost twitched into a snide sneer as he regarded the fellow, but he won the battle and managed a non-committal frown as he received it.
"See that some tea and victuals are prepared for our guests."
With a quick nod, Haggard left, and the sheriff set his feet on the first of the steps that spiralled upward along the wall.
"This way, if you please, but be wary," he warned. "As you can see, there is no balustrade."
He led them upward until they came to a heavy door that blocked the way. The steps continued on past the door, curving along the tower, but ended with blue sky showing beyond the crumbling stone. Parker thrust the key into a lock that held the end of a thick bar across the door. The fixture, like the barred window set high in the panel, had the appearance of being a most recent addition to the door. Leaning near the opening, the sheriff called through to the prisoner.
"My lady, I have returned."
An angry voice came from within as he pushed the door open.
"I gave you my answer before. If you doubted me then, perhaps this will convince you."
Parker ducked as a missile sailed toward him, and the shattering crash of a cup against the door resounded in the barren chamber. On its heels came a plate, which took a more positive course toward his head. He batted it away, and in 3 long strides was across the room, throwing his arms about the she-cat as she searched about for something else to throw that would help vent her fury with the man. He lifted her feet clear of the floor and turned with her toward the door as Claudia stepped through.
"I've brought you company, my lady,"
he chortled. Erienne ground her teeth as she kicked and struggled in his arms.
"I have no more need of Miss Talbot's company than of—"
She caught her breath sharply as Lord Saxton came through the open portal, ducking his head as he passed beneath the low frame.
"No! Oh, no!"
she moaned.
"Why did you come?"
"Tisk, tisk! Is that any way to greet your husband?"
Parker chided. He looked toward the other man and feigned a look of sympathy.
"She doesn't seem to be overjoyed at seeing you, my lord. Perhaps she would have preferred the Yankee to come in your stead." "Put her down," Lord Saxton commanded in a harsh tone.
"Certainly, my lord." Parker obeyed most amiably and held his smile as he observed the pair. Erienne would have flown to her husband, but his cane came up abruptly and halted her.
"Stay where you are, madam. I will not be moved by the whimperings of an adulteress."
His curt tone brooked no disobedience, and Claudia smiled smugly as he continued.
"I have come to hear it from your own lips. Did you indeed bed the Yankee, and take his seed within your belly?
Erienne nodded hesitantly, realizing she was expected to play out the game for the benefit of the other two. Wringing her hands, she glanced toward Claudia, who mistook the cause of her distress. The woman gave her a superior smile as she doffed her gloves, and Erienne turned back to her husband, answering him in a timid voice.
"He was most persuasive, my lord. I could not help myself. He persisted until he had his way with me."
"And do you love him?"
the rasping voice demanded. The blue-violet eyes grew soft as she met the dark gleam behind the shaded eye-holes.
"Would you have me lie, my lord, and say nay? I would gladly spend the rest of my life here in this prison if I knew he was safe. If he was standing here with me now, I would entreat him to flee before they took him."
"How generous you are,"
Claudia sneered. Tossing her gloves aside on the table, she strode forward arrogantly until she stood beside the couple. Settling well-manicured hands on her tightly cinched waist, she smirked.
"Would you be so generous if you knew your precious lover had had his way with other women hereabouts?"
Lord Saxton hobbled around until he faced the woman. Claudia felt a shiver go through her, but thrust aside her aversion to the man as she confronted the prisoner again.
"Molly herself said she caught a woman in Christopher Seaton's bed at the inn, and from his own words he seemed to be well taken with the wench."
"The rumours had it that you also enjoyed his company, Miss Talbot,"
Lord Saxton stated dryly.
"Did you, too, fall to the man's ploy and entertain him while your father was away?"
"Certainly not," Claudia gasped. "Alan can vouch for the nights my father was away.
She halted as the sheriff cleared his throat sharply, and she became aware of what she had spilled.
I mean, he came to see to my welfare."
Alan's lips twitched with amusement as he made his excuses.
"I have duties elsewhere. I shall leave you to visit for a while."
He strode to the door, where he half-turned, glancing toward Claudia.
"There are guards downstairs, as you saw. Should you need anything or choose to leave, they'll be most eager to come to your aid."
He opened the door, then leapt aside as Haggard, bearing a tray with teapot and cups, tripped on a loose portion of granite and came rushing through. Haggard's large, booted feet worked in one continuous motion as he tried to steady himself and balance the tray at the same time. He bumped into the table and, with a loud clatter of dishes, deposited his burden abruptly on its planks. After a brief examination of the cups, he heaved a sigh of relief, then turned a happy grin to his awed audience.
"I brought your tea," he announced. "The victuals'll be a while."
Alan Parker strived for control, and, placing himself well out of the path of harm, angrily gestured the man out.
"Would you be wanting me to stand guard at the door, sir?"
the man offered with alacrity.
"Just in case the lady be needing anything."
The sheriff glanced towards the hooded one. He did not think the cripple was foolish enough to try anything, even if he was of a mind to forgive his wife, but he guessed it would do no harm leaving a guard at the door.
"Should Miss Talbot need your assistance,"
he counselled, doubting the possibility,
"try not to harm her in your eagerness."
Haggard nodded enthusiastically, then paused, as if suddenly perplexed by the sheriff's statement. Parker cast a dubious glance toward him, wondering if he had ever met anyone as slow of wit. Then, with a nod to the ladies, he took his leave. He heard Haggard's footfalls coming close behind him, and hurriedly descended several steps lest mayhem befall him. The door closed, and the solid bar fell into place. Claudia strode about the room, glancing about in disdain. She paused beside the narrow window in the far corner and smirked as she contemplated the rags stuffed into the opening.
"You really have come down in the world since I last saw you, Erienne. You gave the gossips enough to banter about that night at my ball, when you all but threw yourself at Christopher."
She swept around to challenge the other woman. Arching a dark brow as she jeered questioningly,
Where is your lover now? I don't see him rushing to your aid."
Lord Saxton seemed to ignore the woman as he gently lifted his wife's chin with a gloved finger and examined the dark bruise on her jawline. Erienne leaned toward him, wanting to touch him, but afraid to show her emotions. Her eyes, probing the shadowed eye-holes, spoke of her love. Claudia grew annoyed at the couple's lack of attention and smirked.
"'Twould seem they've handled your wife roughly, but 'tis no more than she deserves for what she's done to you. Getting herself with child by that renegade Seaton. Tisk, tisk. Why, there's no telling how many other men she's been with, or even if she really knows if it's the Yankee's child or not. Maybe it isn't his at all, but some hired man's whelp. I suppose that really doesn't matter, though. She admits that the Yankee has bedded her."
Her words dwindled as the master of Saxton Hall came to peer out of the same window where she stood, and she finished in a weakening tone, realizing she was well out of sight of the door where Haggard stood.
"And cuckolded you?"
Lord Saxton braced his cane against his leg and tilted his hooded head to the side as he thoughtfully regarded her.
"Cuckolded? Pray tell me, Miss Talbot, how can a man cuckold himself?"
Claudia's eyes widened as a gloved hand reached up to the side of his throat and freed the laces. She gasped as the other hand joined the first and began to drag the leather mask from his head. She would have bolted past him, but he stepped before her, blocking her flight, and she stared in petrified horror as he swept the leather helm from his head. Then her mind reeled in sudden confusion as the handsome, unscarred face of Christopher Seaton was revealed.
"Miss Talbot,"
he greeted in a chiding tone. Claudia's bemused stare moved from him to Erienne, whose worry had not dissipated.
"But where is—"
Her reaction was no different than Erienne's had been at the discovery of his identity.
"Lord Saxton."
Christopher swept his hand before him and gave her a shallow bow.
"At your service."
"Lord Saxton?"
She repeated the name in widening bewilderment.
"You? But he—"
Her eyes flew downward to the heavy boot.
"Is crippled."
"Merely a ruse, Claudia. As you may have noticed, I suffer no such impairment."
The woman's eyes narrowed as the situation became clear.
"If you think you will escape from here with your mistress, you are sorely mistaken."
"Not mistress,"
Christopher corrected, and smiled blandly into the woman's inquiring stare.
"Erienne is my wife, and rightful lady of Saxton Hall. She carries my child, and she has been with no other. Of that I have no doubt."
"Wife of a renegade who is shortly to be slain,"
Claudia snapped back and opened her mouth. But before she could draw breath enough to scream, Christopher caught up the walking stick and, with a flick of a small catch, slid a slim rapier from the wooden sheath. Claudia suddenly found herself facing the sharp end of the sword, and when she glanced up, slowly closing her mouth, the greyish-green eyes bore into her.
"I've never killed a woman,"
he stated softly.
"but then I have never been so tempted before. I suggest that you be as quiet as possible."
Claudia's voice trembled as she asked,
"What are you going to do?"
A leisurely smile lifted a corner of his mouth.
"I've come to fetch my wife, and you, Miss Talbot, are going to help me."
"Me?"
Her dark eyes had widened.
"What can I do?"
"'Tis said that wisdom comes to those who seek it."
Christopher's eyes wrinkled at the corners as his smile deepened.
"Miss Talbot, would you be so kind as to remove your hat?"
Much bemused, Claudia obeyed.
"And now, Miss Talbot, if you don't mind, the gown also."
He ignored her gasp of indignation and turned to his wife.
"Erienne, we must take advantage of the resemblance you bear to our guest. I know they are gaudy, but would you be averse to wearing another's clothes?"
He was answered with a sudden smile and a quick shake of the head. Then he glanced back at the other woman, letting a shade of anger show in his frown. "My dear Claudia, you need have no fear that I will be tempted by anything you display. But I do insist. The gown, if you please." She stared at him in rage, her lips parted, as if she might scream. The end of the sword described a small figure 8 in front of her eyes, capturing her total attention with its clean, sharp tip. Her hands began to move, undoing the catches and laces, as a note of fear replaced the anger in her frown. Being held captive in this manner was not exactly the way she had imagined it. Christopher held out his hand to Erienne, and without a word, she laid in it the same cord that had bound her own wrists a pair of days ago. As soon as the gown fell to the floor, he folded Claudia's arms across each other and bound them close to her chest, looping the cord behind her elbows so she could not tug free, and making the final knot beneath her arms where it could not be unfastened with her teeth.
"The minute you leave this room,"
she hissed furiously,
"they'll find you out and kill the both of you."
"I'm willing to chance the escape rather than wait here for them to kill us," Christopher responded lightly, and reached out his hand again to Erienne. This time she gave him the same cloth that had silenced her, and in a moment that serviceable rag applied the same duty to Claudia. Christopher glanced toward the door, and was satisfied to see the broad back of Haggard filling the opening. Christopher laid his cloak about Claudia's shoulders and jerked the leather helm down over her head. Her protestations were adequately muffled beneath gag and mask, and he led her struggling to the table and chairs. Turning the back of the chair to face the door, Christopher pushed his prisoner into it, and Erienne hurriedly tore strips from her petticoat for use as bonds. These he used to wrap Claudia's hips and legs to the chair, and then he draped the cloak to hide the wrappings. When he stood back, he weaved the sword in front of the mask, where he was sure his prisoner could see it. "Silence now," he whispered. "One sound or warning, and your father will outlive you by at least some hours." The eyes behind the leather helm followed him as he backed away to the edge of the bed. There he opened his arms to receive his wife, who came eagerly against him. Their lips met in a kiss that, to Claudia's way of thinking, displayed more passion than the situation allowed.
"Oh, my love,"
Erienne breathed as he pressed his lips to her brow.
"I was afraid you would come, and yet I hoped you would."
Light kisses rained upon her cheek and brow as he held her close, savouring the nearness of her while he could. "I would have come sooner had I known where they had taken you. I had not expected this of your father, but he will answer. I promise you that." Erienne shook her head and replied in the same muted tone,
"He is not my real father."
Christopher held her away, looking down at her wonderingly. "What is this?"
"My mother married an Irish rebel and got with child before he was hanged. Avery married her, knowing the facts, but he never told her that it was he who had given the final orders to hang my father."
Christopher gently brushed a tumbled curl from off her cheek. "I knew you were too beautiful to be kin to him." She nuzzled against his chest as she slipped her arms about his waist.
"Oh, Christopher, you have become all things to me. I love you, my darling."
He raised her chin, and his eyes drank of the brimming devotion he saw in the amethyst depths. "And I you, milady. Perhaps more than even I was aware of until they took you from me." He lightly kissed the bruise on her jaw. "I will see that they pay for this."
"It doesn't matter, Christopher. As long as I have you and your babe within me, nothing else matters."
"Our escape must be our concern now. We must make ready." He stepped away, doffing his coat and waistcoat, then pried at the block of shaped wood that wedged his right boot to an unnatural angle. Erienne had succeeded in freeing only a few of the intricate buttons that secured her bodice, when a falsely bass voice from Haggard announced in booming tones, "The Lord High Sheriff approaches." Erienne snatched her husband's garments and the crimson gown and thrust them in the privy closet, then hurriedly sought to repair her bodice, while Christopher bobbed the tip of the sword before Claudia's eyes to remind her of its presence.
"Remember, 'twill be but a few inches from your throat."
He belied his threat as he moved across the room and flattened himself against the wall beside the door. Erienne gave up trying to refasten her gown and took a seat across from Claudia at the table, quickly pouring tea and setting a cup in front of Claudia. She caught the hateful glare behind the eye-holes and, despite the seriousness of the situation, gestured to the cup.
"Don't drink it down too hastily, my dear. You might choke."
The sheriff jogged up the last few steps and tossed a question to Haggard.
"All is well?" "Aye, sir!"
he barked, much too loudly. Alan Parker flinched and stepped around the man as if he were some strange white and purple cat. He looked through the window, but made no effort to open the door.
"Where is Claudia?"
Erienne rose and came toward the door, noting how his eyes dipped to her parted bodice. She felt Christopher's gaze on her as well, but refrained from glancing in his direction for fear she would give him away. She gestured toward the privy, as if embarrassed.
"Claudia is indisposed. The long ride. In the carriage, I think."
She indicated the helmeted figure at the table as that one leaned forward and a muffled groan sounded.
"Lord Saxton is also a trifle ill."
"I can understand why,"
he replied meaningfully. His eyes passed over her in bold appreciation.
"Have you given some more thought to what I requested? Lord Talbot will be here in an hour or so, and you'll have to make up your mind before then."
"Shh!"
Erienne glanced toward the hooded figure.
"He will hear you."
"It doesn't matter,"
he assured her. She turned an inquiring gaze to him.
"What do you mean?"
Parker shrugged.
"Your husband has made me curious to see what the mask hides. Believe me, before he leaves these chambers, I will see what lies underneath that helm."
Erienne twisted her hands in a fretting, anxious manner.
"I am most certain that you will not be pleased with what you find."
"Be that as it may, I will appease my curiosity,"
he promised. He glanced at Haggard and directed harshly,
"Summon me when Miss Talbot is ready to leave."
With that, he turned and hastened down the stairs. Haggard stepped in front of the door, and his broad back once again filled the small opening. Erienne released a long, ragged sigh and faced her husband, accepting the crimson gown from him.
"Quickly now,"
he whispered urgently.
"Get dressed."
Claudia writhed against her bonds, and Christopher ventured back to stand before his prisoner, meeting her vicious glare with a smile.
"My apologies, Miss Talbot, but I fear you must suffer with the mask a bit longer."
She shook her head wildly. Christopher restored his sword to the cane and lounged lazily in the chair across from Claudia as he awaited his wife, enjoying the view Erienne presented as she dressed in the corner beside the door. Though the gown hung loose about her waist, it stretched tightly across her bosom. There was, of course, little time for a proper fitting. Hurriedly, she coiled her hair on top of her head, securing it with pins, then donned the hat.
"How do I look?"
she asked worriedly as she came to stand before her husband. She could not help but wonder at what depth the deception would be tested, and if she could carry it off.
"The colour becomes you, my dear."
He caught the empty fold at her waist in his hand and peered up at her with a grin.
"Perhaps you'll even grow into it in a few more months."
A derisive snort echoed from the mask, and the cloaked figure twisted as Claudia fought against her bonds. Christopher was undismayed as he took Erienne on his knee. Slipping an arm behind her waist, he laid the other across her lap, and once again they enjoyed a long, blissful kiss, though the ire of the one across from them grew by leaps and bounds. Haggard's stentorian announcement intruded into the moment.
"The food is coming!"
Footsteps came up the stairs, and Erienne moved to stand beside the window in the corner, turning her face aside. while Christopher hefted his cane and slipped into the privy. The key rattled in the lock, and the door was pushed open to admit two swarthy, unshaven men, one bearing a tray with several bowls of the usual, while the other stood guard inside the door with Haggard.
"Put the food on the table,"
Haggard directed the man unnecessarily, then nudged his companion sharply in the ribs with an elbow.
"You'd best keep an eye on his lordship there,"
he warned from the corner of his mouth.
"A man what wears a mask is always trying to hide something."
The logic of his statement was lost on the man, as that one admired the feminine form dressed out in crimson. Hitching up his breeches, he swaggered toward Erienne. Talbot's daughter was even prettier up close than what he had first thought, and he cleared his throat to express the idea.
"Me name's Irving, your ladyship, and I want you to know I think you're a right fine-looking woman."
Erienne glanced around nervously, seeing the man and Haggard coming toward her. The other, who bore the tray, set his burden down on the table, and was about to place the bowls on the planks when he noticed the seated one wiggling his knees. The cloak slipped aside, revealing a goodly wealth of petticoats. The hooded head bobbed vigorously, and curiously he reached forward to pull away the mask. He never heard the one who came upon him from behind. A solid thud of Christopher's cane at the back of his head abruptly darkened his world, and before he completely crumpled, he was hauled backward toward the privy. Erienne glanced from the leering guard to Haggard, trying to find some semblance of an encouraging smile to keep their interest. But Irving glanced back over his shoulder at the almost imperceptible sound of something being dragged, and saw the boots of his companion disappearing into the alcove.
"Eh? What you doing?"
he demanded, snatching for the pistol in his belt as he came around. Haggard followed the man's lead, while Erienne caught up a broken arm of a chair that was near at hand. She was dismayed at which man to strike first, but since Haggard was nearer, chose him as her victim. She raised the club to apply it with force against Haggard's thick skull, but to her amazement, he lifted his own weapon and brought the butt of it down hard on Irving's head. That one slithered to the floor, as if the air had been expelled from his huge body. Throwing back a grin at Erienne, who had not fully recovered from her slack-jawed astonishment, Haggard quickly removed the pistol from the man's hand and tossed it to Christopher as he stepped from the alcove.
"How many?"
Christopher asked as he checked the loading.
"3 downstairs. Parker's probably in the barracks with the rest."
Erienne closed her mouth as her husband came to stand beside her, and eased her bemusement with an introduction.
"If you have not met him before, my dear, this is Haggard Bentworth. Though no one knew him as such, he was my brother's servant. A most loyal one, to be sure."
"A pleasure," Erienne responded, fighting a sudden mistiness in her eyes, and extended a hand toward the man, who took it and bobbed his head.
"The pleasure is mine, Mum, and I'm sorry I couldn't tell you sooner."
He faced Christopher with a small, disjointed shrug.
"I couldn't get away to tell you where they had taken her either, my lord," he explained. "They didn't trust me. Perhaps your heart isn't black enough for their liking."
Christopher smiled and then gestured toward the door.
"We'd better get another one up here to even the odds."
Haggard stripped the waistcoat from the unconscious man, giving it to Christopher, who quickly donned it. Together, they carried Irving into the privy and dumped him beside his companion. After renewing his warning to Claudia, Christopher took up his position beside the door, while Erienne returned to the window and Haggard moved to the head of the stairs, where he called down.
"Hey, you blokes! Miss Talbot wants some wine to go with her victuals. Fetch her up a bottle what we set aside for his lordship."
Haggard went to stand beside the table, and after a moment, plodding footsteps came up the stairs. A burly rogue paused at the doorway and thrust out the bottle, making no attempt to enter the room. Haggard nodded toward the crimson-gowned figure.
"Your ladyship be wanting to speak with you."
The man pushed his hat back from his brow and peered into the room suspiciously.
"Where's Irving and Bates?"
Haggard waved his hand casually to where Christopher stood flattened against the wall beside the door.
"There's your man."
Unable to see anyone, the burly fellow stepped into the room, His head jolted back as a solid fist met his face, and for good measure, Christopher lowered the butt of his pistol on the man's head in a powerful downward stroke. Christopher caught the sagging form and carried him into the privy to add to their collection. He confiscated the man's hat and pulled it low over his brow. "Two left, you say?" Christopher questioned Haggard, tucking the pistol in his belt. He received a nod. "Then let's be about it." Leaving the room together, Christopher trailed behind as Haggard stumbled his way down the stairs. Erienne waited tensely, hearing their laughter mingle as they neared the lower level. Only one of the men glanced up from the blanket as Haggard came into sight.
"Come on, Haggy," he urged with a chortle. "We need your money if it's to be a game at all."
The second man turned his head and managed only a brief squeal of warning before Christopher's fist snapped his head about. The man spilled to the floor as Haggard stepped forward to deliver the butt of a pistol with abrupt results to the first one's skull. The first man lit rolling, scrambling for his weapon, but Christopher pinned his grasping arm beneath a boot and chopped down with his fist again. Slumping into a quiet, uncaring slumber, the man gave up his struggle. Christopher accumulated the weapons, shoving them into his own belt, then returned with Haggard upstairs. Erienne's relief was visible in her face, and catching her hand and taking her with him, Christopher went to lean against the table where Claudia could see him.
"The time has come for us to depart your company, Miss Talbot. You may keep the mask and cloak, of course, more or less as trade for the gun, or, if you prefer, a memento of our undying gratitude. Show them to your father when he arrives, and tell him Lord Christopher Stuart Saxton has come to these climes to avenge the death of his brother and father. His greed for power and wealth has been his undoing."
Her snarl was muffled by the gag, and her foot twitched as if she yearned to kick him. She glared at him through the eye-holes, and if looks could kill, he should have fallen in a million delicate slices. Christopher touched his fingertips to his brow in a casual farewell salute.
"Good day, Miss Talbot."
One of the highwaymen in the barracks leaned against the frame of the open door and watched as two men and a woman left the tower.
"Look at that, will ya?" he laughed. "That Haggard can't even walk without stumbling. Why, he nearly knocked the Talbot bitch on her arse." "No more than what she deserves,"
Parker muttered as he tipped his hat back away from his eyes. He had been dozing in front of the blazing hearth with his feet propped on a low stool while he awaited the summons from Haggard. A long moment of silence passed. Then the man guffawed again.
"There he goes again! I swear he'll kill himself before they get through the gate." "The gate!"
Alan's feet came to the floor as he suddenly sat up.
"The Talbot's coach is by the stable, not the gate."
He moved to the door to see for himself. Then his eyes flared wide.
"You fool!"
he bellowed.
"That's Lady Saxton, not Claudia! And Seaton! How the hell did he... To arms, you blithering dolts! To arms, I say! They're escaping!"
Men scrambled everywhere in wild confusion, slamming into each other as they searched out weapons. The loud commands and the commotion sounded the warning for the three. They were almost at the gate and made a dash for it. Erienne lifted her skirts to her knees as Christopher pulled her along with him. The red, plumed hat sailed off unnoticed to mark the point of their passing. As soon as he cleared the gate, Christopher gave a piercing whistle that seemed to shatter the quietness of the countryside.
"Run!"
he yelled to his companions.
"The coach will be coming around. I'll see if I can discourage them."
"Oh, please, Christopher,"
Erienne cried fearfully.
"Come with us."
"Haggard, see to her,"
he commanded. The man caught her arm and dragged her from her husband's side, urging her into a run down the sloping side. Christopher halted a short distance beyond the gate and took aim with one of the pistols. The ball ploughed through the open doorway, narrowly missing Parker, who was leading the charge out. Another shot smashed through a boarded window and whined viciously through the room, making men dive for cover. It was just enough to keep them worried for a while and fearful of raising their heads.
"Up, you laggards!"
Alan shouted when no further shots were fired.
"To horse! Run them down!"
His eyes filled with rage as the men delayed, and without warning he raised his pistol and fired a shot into the timbered ceiling, winning their undivided attention.
"After them, damn you, or the next shot will be in one of you!"
There was a mad scramble for the door, and the men crowded through it in a mass of jumbled bodies, all willing to obey at once. Once past the barracks portal, they stumbled over each other as they ran toward their horses. Erienne's slippers were hardly meant for running on the uneven stones, but even so, she surprised Haggard with her speed once Christopher turned to follow them. He gained on them rapidly as the coach emerged from the trees. Tanner had stoked the team up with several cracks of the whip, and they were coming on fast. Erienne's heart fell as Christopher halted again some 20 yards beyond the moat. A musket ball ploughed into the turf beside him, and another whipped overhead as 3 men on horseback charged through the gate. He seemed in no hurry to take aim, but when he did, his movement was sudden and sure. The piece bucked and roared, giving forth with a puff of smoke, and the lead rider was plucked from his steed. The rider's companions were greatly discouraged when Christopher turned the sights of another pistol toward them. They dove headlong from their horses into a gully, heedless of its rocky bed and the pain it caused them. The coach came forward, and the thunder of charging hooves filled the air as Tanner cracked the whip high over the horses' heads. Almost immediately he was pulling on the reins and standing on the brakes to halt the team beside the 2 who were running toward them.
"Where's Lord Saxton?"
Tanner yelled down to them.
"That's Lord Saxton!"
Bundy pointed toward Christopher, who was quickly gaining on the pair with his long-legged reach.
"That's him without his mask. But that's Mr. Saxton!"
Bundy barked, and took up a pair of long, wicked-looking Yankee rifles he had tucked beside him and tossed them down to Christopher as that one halted beside them. While some men were still chasing down loose horses in the courtyard of the castle, others had mounted and were charging across the planks that bridged the gully. Christopher knelt in the dust beside the coach, while Haggard lifted Erienne inside. Christopher wet the bead at the muzzle of a rifle, then brought it up quickly to his shoulder. The light gun barked and jumped, and though the cloud of smoke was small, one of the men cried out and tumbled from the saddle. He hefted the other gun, and another man fell to the dust. Haggard had climbed inside the coach, and a musket roared as he followed Christopher's lead.
"Got 'em!"
he cried in enthusiasm as Christopher swung inside. His feet had no more than left the ground than Tanner slapped the reins and set the team in motion. Sheriff Parker jerked his arm toward the departing conveyance.
"After them! Don't let them out of your sight! I know where they're going, but I want you to nip at their tails all the way home."
As some more men swung up on their steeds to give chase, he yelled to one,
"Ride and get more men! Join us at Saxton Hall. I'll be along after I see to that Talbot brat."
Parker ground his teeth as he strode across the courtyard towards the tower. He had come into Lord Talbot's services more than 5 years ago, though a bit more than 3 of those had been as the sheriff. It had been a guise both of them had laughed about, but it had helped to lead suspicion away from him. It had been his own idea to burn the east wing of the manor after Edmund Saxton had ridden into their camp by accident and recognized him among the raiders. Talbot had heartily agreed with the deed, of course, for he had hated the Saxtons from the first and coveted their wealth and lands. Some score years ago, his lordship had led his own raid on Saxton Hall and had slain the old lord when his accusations of treachery against Broderick Saxton had been dismissed as having no merit. Though Talbot had friends at court, still pleading for his cause to cast the Saxtons from their lands, it seemed that that family also had acquaintances just as powerful, working to re-establish the Saxton house and honour. Despite all of Talbot's efforts, however, things were going swiftly awry. Christopher Seaton was to blame for much of it. It seemed he had no more than touched feet on the soil of these northern climes, but that he began to thwart and torment them. He had frightened Timmy Sears near to death, and Timmy, the big man that he was, had come blubbering of all he had confessed to the night rider. He had held back the names of the leaders, and therefore had to be slain before he also spilled that information. Ben Mose had also known more than he should have, and it was for that reason he was killed. Now, with Seaton free to wreak vengeance for the taking of his woman, their woes were sure to increase. Claudia would be the first one of those to surmount. Parker stepped over the inert bodies of his men in the tower, and took the stairs 3 at a time. He stepped into the cell cautiously, and frowned at the scene that greeted him, most of all at the black-garbed figure beside the table. With sabre drawn, he approached carefully from behind, and quickly snatched the leather helm free. The curled coiffure of Claudia Talbot greeted him, before her head turned and her glare came upon him. Her eyes fairly crackled with rage. He loosed the gag, but realized his mistake as she launched into a venomous tirade.
"You fools! Could you not see that Christopher was playing a game with you? He is Lord Saxton."
The sheriff's surprise dwindled readily as the full realization dawned. Of course. Why did he not think of it himself? Timmy Sears had whined that the night rider was the Lord of Saxton Hall, who had returned from the dead to haunt him. Fool, he thought. You let that many-faced man deceive you with his tricks. Claudia was not timid about placing the blame on someone else, quickly forgetting that she had also been duped. As he laboured at the knots that held her imprisoned, Alan heard his reputation besmirched, nay, flogged and slain, his parentage reviewed with rampant speculations as to its legitimacy and content of humankind, and even a few choice epithets levelled at her sire. By the time he freed her, he was of the firm opinion that his own well-seasoned soldier's adjectives had just been put to shame. Claudia threw off the long black cloak and grabbed up the iridescent blue gown Erienne had left. As she pulled it over her head, she spoke through the cloth.
"I want to see that bastard drawn and quartered before this day is through."
The skirts settled over her petticoats, and Claudia reached up to pull the bodice together. Her eyes widened and her face flamed as the two edges refused to meet around her waist, leaving a gap as wide as the breadth of a large man's hand. Alan choked as he tried to subdue his laughter, and won a heated glare for his effort.
"Help me to fasten it," she barked.
"I fear there's no time,"
he replied, and refrained from indicating that it would be a hopeless task. He had often observed the trim, well-curved form of the Saxton wench, and though the two women favoured somewhat in looks, though there, too, Claudia was wanting, that had not been true of their shapes. A moment later, they were striding across the courtyard towards the Talbot carriage, and as Claudia struggled to keep from stumbling over the long ends of Lord Saxton's black cloak, Alan strenuously stressed the need for her to return home.
"'Twill be no place for a woman,"
he argued.
"I insist. I want to see Erienne's face when you cut down her husband."
Alan sighed wearily. He already knew that neither of the Talbots were the forgiving sort, and were rather bloodthirsty when they set to the path of revenge.
"You have your coach. I cannot stop you, but your father will deal with me harshly if some harm comes to you."
Claudia's head raised slightly as she looked past his arm, then she smiled smugly.
"The blame for this at least needn't be placed on your head. My father is coming now. He will take me with him."
Alan mentally sighed his relief and went to meet the coach as it swept through the gates. Before it even halted, Lord Talbot was at the window.
"Was that Saxton's coach I passed down the road a piece?"
he demanded.
"Aye,"
Alan replied.
"And we must be after him. Lord Saxton is none other than Christopher Seaton."
The gasp that accompanied Talbot's explosive expletive made the three glance at each other in bemusement.
"What was that?"
Talbot barked, looking around. He was sure the sound had come from behind him.
"It doesn't matter. We must be off if we hope to get to Saxton Hall with the men."
"I'm coming with you, Papa,"
Claudia declared, reaching up to open the door.
"The hell you are!"
"I am."
Claudia flung the door wide. It hit the side of the coach with a resounding crash that made Avery's ears ring as he huddled in the boot.
"Damn it, girl, have you no mind?"
Talbot roared.
"This is war."
"I now hate the Saxtons as much as you do, Papa, and you're not going to cheat me out of seeing Christopher Saxton laid low. Now move over. You know I hate riding backward."
Talbot had given many orders to many men, but once again he failed to win his point with his much-coddled daughter. The muscles in his face tightened with suppressed ire, but nonetheless he slid over, making room for his offspring. His brows came together in a sharp frown as the black cloak parted, revealing the open bodice of the blue gown.
"What happened to your clothes?"
he questioned sharply, and suspiciously glanced toward the sheriff. He might have dallied with scores of harlots and easy wenches himself, but he had always demanded more of a moral code for his only daughter.
"'Twas Christopher,"
Claudia explained bluntly, as the carriage began to swing around in the courtyard.
"He made me undress, and he gave my gown to Erienne. He said it was gaudy, and held a sword at my throat, threatening to kill me. I think he would have, too."
She began to mewl, and then to sob, sniffing dramatically.
"Oh, Papa, it was terrible. He's such a madman. No telling how many men he's killed getting her free. Why, look at them."
She gestured out the window.
"Does the sight of those dead men convince you of the danger I was in?"
The coach crossed the planks of the bridge and gained speed rapidly, hitting ground with a jarring jolt that brought Avery's teeth together with a solid clunk and restored the pain to his bruised body. He would have moaned his misery, but was afraid the Talbots would hear him. Thus he suffered in silence, for once. The racing team plunged ever onward, sweeping the Saxton coach through the vales and over the hills, ever shadowed by the shifting flock of riders that flowed out behind. Christopher had bade Tanner to ease the pace of the racing steeds to save them for the long ride to Saxton Hall. Almost immediately there was a surge forward of the horde who trailed them, but they were quickly dissuaded by the long-reaching Yankee rifles, which seemed to pluck them from their saddles at the will of Lord Saxton, and that one they had most recently considered naught but a bumbling oaf. Haggard proved his own skill with the weapons, and more than once scattered the chasing flock by sending one of the brigands tumbling in their midst. With the easier gait, it was not long before the sheriff, riding just ahead of the Talbot coach and joined by other men, overtook the ones who followed the Saxtons. A cackle of glee came from Claudia as she saw ahead of them the prey they sought.
"We've got them now,"
she exclaimed, and jiggled her father's arm excitedly.
"They won't be able to escape."
Nigel Talbot himself was elated, but wondered why the band had not already swarmed around the conveyance and dragged them to a halt. Leaning out the window, he saw that the sheriff had pulled back his mount to match the pace of his men, rather than lead a charge forward. It incensed Talbot that Parker could waste the advantage of having Saxton outnumbered, and so close within their grasp. Talbot barked an order up to his driver, who, in compliance, pressed the team on ahead until the men on horseback were forced to move aside or test the wicked shot of another rifle by riding ahead. They were eager for a respite, and did not argue because some had to draw back behind the Talbot carriage.
"Why haven't your men stopped them?"
his lordship barked at Parker, who came to ride beside the door.
"You've got weapons. Use them to kill the driver. That should bring them to a halt."
"Pistols and muskets are useless," Parker yelled back over the din of the thudding hooves.
"Whenever a man tries to get close enough to use them, Saxton lets loose with one of those damn rifles Avery told us about. Damn!"
The expletive exploded from Talbot's tightening lips, and his rage mounted as he questioned,
Is there not one among you who is willing to take the chance?"
Parker had felt the chiding taunts of his men much too often when he had ordered them to risk their lives, not to give vent to his own frustrations now.
"You are welcome to try it yourself, my lord, if you are prepared to face the results."
Talbot's visage grew red with rage, and his eyes blazed. He picked up the challenge, but not in such a way as to threaten his own life.
"Set a marksman on top of my coach and double load an old Bess. That should reach them well enough as we pull forward."
Parker doubted the results, but did as he was commanded. Soon, a man with a large-bore musket was swinging from his racing steed onto the coach and climbing to take a place beside the driver. The coachman urged the team forward, and the marksman, bracing himself against the swaying ride, took careful aim. He squeezed the trigger, and instead of a sharp report, a hollow, double-throated roar came forth. There was a sudden yelp from the driver as the gun backfired, flipping the one who had held it onto his back. The man's eyes stared wide from a face that was a bloody, mangled mess, and with a last twitch of his legs, he lay still.
"What happened?"
Claudia inquired eagerly.
"Did he kill the driver? Did he stop them?"
Parker gestured to the coachman, who nudged the dead man over the side. The body tumbled to the road, giving the occupants a start as it fell past the window. Alan Parker did not hide the smirk that turned his lips as he reined his mount close to the carriage door.
"Have you cannon for the task, my lord?"
he asked snidely.
"I fear less is hardly equal to the task."
At his lordship's orders, the Talbot coach pulled back, letting the gang of highwaymen pass them. Though the effort was continually made to harass the Saxton conveyance, none was successful in daunting the determination of the group it carried. When the attempt was made to ride out wide and then move around the coach to halt it from the fore, the obstacles proved too much to overcome. If the rugged terrain allowed it, then the riders presented themselves as easy prey to the long rifles. Ortana would once again stoke up the team to a breakneck pace that could not be overtaken. Thus the entourage, such as it was, gained the Saxton lands. Tenants paused where they stood to gawk at the passers-by. It was the crack of the Yankee rifle from the familiar Saxton coach and the resulting fall of another brigand from the saddle that bespoke of the seriousness of this procession. Anger flared in their hearts as they realized that another Saxton lord was being threatened. Spurred to action, they grabbed pitchforks, axes, scythes, clubs, old muskets, and an odd assortment of anything worthy of being a weapon. Like angry hornets, they swarmed in the direction of the manor house, scrambling as fast as their legs could carry them. The Saxton carriage swept up to the tower portal and pulled to a halt with wheels locked as Tanner stood on the brakes and sawed on the reins. While Haggard and Bundy discouraged the on-rushing flock, Christopher threw open the door and leapt out. He turned to lift Erienne down, then scooped up the rifles and followed his wife through the central portal. Bundy and Haggard pushed through behind them as Tanner took the coach out of the way of the crossfire. The returning party was met just inside the great chamber by Payne, who seemed somewhat confused by the presence of Christopher Seaton instead of the master of the house. Behind him, Aggie wept in her apron, which was gathered in both hands and pressed to her mouth. Tessie stood in the background, elated to see her mistress, but bewildered by the housekeeper's manner. Only a few moments prior, before they had heard the rattle of wheels, the elder woman had been comforting her and assuring her that all would end well. Perhaps with the absence of Lord Saxton, Tessie mused, the housekeeper perceived some ill had befallen him and was already mourning his loss.
"There, Aggie,"
she soothed, patting the woman's shoulder.
"The master will be along soon, no doubt. Don't grieve yourself."
Aggie raised her teary gaze and looked at the girl as if she had grown 2 heads of a sudden.
"What are you talking about? This here's the master. Lord Christopher Saxton, he be." "Oh."
Tessie's large eyes came around to the one who was ordering Bundy and Haggard to take positions near the windows. A shattering of glass evidenced their readiness to defend the manor as they broke out the crystal panes and thrust out the bores of the long Yankee rifles. Christopher surveyed the faces that surrounded him as he took his wife into the shelter of his arm. The cook was even there, grinning from ear to ear.
"Those of you who would are free to leave. Erienne can show you the way out."
"No!" The word came from several lips at once. Then he realized that Erienne had spoken also. He looked down at her, and she clung to him with a tenacity that revealed her intent as strongly as her word. "I shall not leave your side. I will not rear my babe without a father." Aggie enlarged upon the theme.
"When the old lord was slain, the servants were sent to safety. He faced his murderers alone. We'll stay, my lord. Maybe I can't shoot one of them fancy muskets of yours, but I can swing a wicked broom."
"You should be aware that I am the Night Rider,"
Christopher explained, for the benefit of those who were still torn with confusion.
"I am the one whom the sheriff has been seeking, but my cause has been just, and that was to root out the thieves that Alan Parker and Lord Talbot led. They killed my father, and they torched the wing to murder my brother. Many have fallen prey to the highwaymen, and I only sought to end their reign of terror."
"Are you really Lord Saxton?"
Tessie asked timidly. Erienne laughed and wrapped her arms about her husband's lean waist, hugging him close. "I know 'tis hard to believe, but this is the same one who nearly frightened us out of our wits." A shot from outside brought their attention around to more serious matters. Each hurriedly took up weapons of their choice, some as unusual as those the peasants had assembled, and as Erienne loaded a pistol with powder and shot, she caught Christopher's eyes upon her.
"My darling wife," he murmured softly. "'Tis probable that I shall be most heavily set upon within the next few moments. The front door, as solid as it is, cannot be properly defended, and they will come before long to ram it down. 'Twould please me much if you—"
Erienne's head was already shaking before he finished. Strangely, she experienced no fright, no fear. She was in her home, and a grim determination lay beneath her composed exterior. "I will stay with you." She tapped the pistol with the tip of her finger and informed him bluntly, "The man who harms you will not live out the day. I will see to that." There was a level sternness in her gaze that made Christopher glad she was his wife, and not a foe. A shield of sorts was quickly formed to protect the ramming brigade, and the door suffered from a relentless pounding of an oaken log. Even so, any man who did not make full use of the cover fell by the wayside, his life snatched from him by a shot from the manor. Talbot stood in the shelter of some trees near the manse, safely out of the line of fire, but not so far away that he could not claim the victory that was close at hand. He watched the proceedings with a smug smile, while Claudia surveyed the happenings from the comfort of the carriage. Neither of them were aware of the one who peered out of the boot, for Avery was content to remain hidden, lest some action be demanded of him in the taking of the manor. The door cracked and splintered beneath the strain of the invading timber, and the dozen who clustered behind the wooden shield guffawed, for the next few blows promised to see them through. Parker was behind them, urging them on and lending his weight to the task. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught an unexpected flash of colour coming across the field. He paused to look, and found a pack of enraged peasants running toward them, brandishing their weapons and setting up a hue and cry as they neared.
"Get this damn door open quick!"
he yelled. The log hit the planks once again, and the door crashed inward. Talbot had also seen the peasants, and when the sheriff and men surged forward, he was immediately behind them. Some of the other highwaymen started to run across the clearing to join them, but fell back as the tenants charged them. The highwaymen were hard-pressed to defend themselves against the angry attack, and gave no further consideration to joining the few who had entered the manse. The rushing tide of eager foes was met by an assault of pistols fired from very close range. The first few fell, but the others charged forward over the bodies of their dead companions as Christopher, Haggard, and Bundy fell back into the great hall. There the brigands were immediately confronted by another form of attack. Ears rang with the almost musical notes of heavy iron pans laid to thick skulls. Aggie and Payne were there in the midst of the fray, while the cook, in nervous agitation, awaited a worthy target for his long, vicious-looking knife. The men in the fore had to meet the slashing blade of his lordship, Saxton, and the clumsier hacking of Bundy and Haggard's swords. Parker pressed through this melange of experienced and novice fighters and leapt clear. His goal was the Lady Erienne, whose capture would assure surrender. But a single pace in her direction brought him face to face with the lord of the manor and the long, blood-darkened blade of a claymore.
"Your time has come, Lord Saxton,"
the sheriff threatened as he drew his dagger and lifted the sabre for the attack.
"Aye,"
Christopher returned with a slowly spreading smile.
"You have for too long ravaged this land and escaped your fate. You took my wife and held her captive with no other cause but to draw me out. You have succeeded to that end. Aye, your time has come."
Erienne pressed a hand tightly across her mouth as her heart throbbed in sudden dread. Fear rose within her, and she could not beat it back as she watched her husband taunt his enemy with the bloodied claymore. The sword described a slow arc back and forth before the other's eyes.
"Death, my lord sheriff,"
Christopher promised.
"Death."
The sheriff launched the attack with all his considerable skill, the sabre slashing, thrusting, cutting, while the dagger was held ready to test the flesh of the other. The long, straight claymore, as heavy as the sabre but with a double edge that was whisker-sharp, denied his thrust and lunge and met each with a threat of its own. The great hall rang with the sound of the clashing swords, which was echoed by the conflict near the entry. Talbot, not knowing where to turn, met the menacing glare of the cook. The knife threatened him, and being quite squeamish about bloodletting when it concerned his own, he raised his cane and lowered it over the man's head, crumpling him to his knees. Talbot would have reversed his direction then and there, seeing that his best choice for survival was outside, where the tenants were being beaten back, but when he turned to leave, his jaw sagged, for another horde was swarming up the hill to give aid to the peasants, this one led by Farrell and a man in a blue coat. The new wave of recruits had the look of seamen, and it became quickly apparent that they were experienced fighters. Talbot turned back into the hall and snatched up the cook's knife. Haggard, Bundy, and the rest of the servants were too busy subduing the brigands to notice as he slipped past them into the hall. His eyes settled almost gleefully on the back of Christopher Saxton as that worthy fought for his life. Talbot hefted the knife and charged to the attack, preferring to sneak up on a man from behind. Suddenly, the hall filled with a thunderous sound as Erienne made good her threat. Talbot was thrown backward by the force of the shot she fired from the pistol, and Christopher glanced around in surprise to see the man fall with limbs sprawled in a grotesque fashion and with a hand still clasping the knife. The sheriff saw his advantage and plunged forward to deal the death blow, but the sabre was struck down by the claymore as Christopher's attention returned to him. Lord Saxton's eyes seemed to flash with a renewed strength, and the claymore dipped to the attack. It flashed beneath Parker's guard, then whipped up. A sharp pain pierced the sheriff's left arm, and the dagger fell useless to the floor. He beat down the plunging thrust of the other, retreating a step. Another attack was launched, and Allen swept it aside. But there was no pause, no time to counter-thrust. Another came, and then another, until Alan Parker's lips twisted in a snarl at the helplessness of his defence. He never felt the thrust that pierced his ribs and heart, only a slight tug at his vest as the blade withdrew. The strength faded from his arms as he stared at Christopher in stunned surprise. A sudden darkness came upon the hall as his sabre clattered to the floor, and Alan Parker never knew when he fell beside it. There was silence in Saxton Hall as Christopher glanced about. Those few thieves who had entered and survived were being nudged outside by the prodding sword of Haggard Bentworth, and they knew by the gleam in his eye he was serious. Christopher tossed down the claymore and gathered Erienne in his arms as she came to him and softly sobbed out her relief against his chest. "I must thank you for defending my back, madam," he whispered against the fragrant hair. "Our babe might yet grow up with a father." Her weeping grew more intense as the stress of the day was released and her fears were put to rest. She clung to him, wetting his shirt with her tears, and she felt the gentle stroking of his hand and the touch of his lips against her hair as he held her close against him. Finally she quieted, and holding her against his side, Christopher moved outside to stand in front of the manor and allow the spring sun to warm them. They saw the multitude of people who had come to their defence, and even Christopher suffered from a mistiness in his eyes as he realised the tenants had risked their lives for him. They came to assure themselves that all was well with the Saxton family, and met a lord they could look upon with ease. In a few moments they set to work clearing away the dead. It seemed, for them at least, that of their own forces no more than a handful had suffered serious wounds. Bundy and Tanner carried out Lord Talbot, and there was a duo of gasps in the Talbot carriage as both Claudia and Avery recognised the limp and bloody form. The tars from the Christina had passed Claudia by after glancing in the carriage to make sure it held no threat to them, and thus made no attempt to stop the coach as she yelled up to the driver to be on his way. Defeat came as a crushing blow to the man and woman. Avery could see no hope for his life. He was bound to roam in endless fear, always afraid of that moment when he would meet Christopher Seaton again. Or was it Saxton? He shrugged mentally. One was as bad as the other. Claudia's outlook was hardly any better. She had gleaned enough knowledge in the past few days to settle the suspicion in her mind that her father had been a thief and perhaps even a murderer. His holdings would no doubt be stripped away by the crown, and she could not bear the humiliation that would be forthcoming. With no one to take care of her now, and to coddle her with the riches of life, she did not know how she would survive. Perhaps she should gather what wealth she could find in the Talbot mansion and travel elsewhere. Christopher observed the passage of the coach from his sight, and then turned his gaze to the pair of men who approached them. It was Farrell and Captain Daniels, and while the latter was smiling broadly, the former frowned in sharp disapproval at the couple. Christopher thrust out a hand in greeting to his captain, then looked to his wife's brother.
"Farrell, I don't think we've been properly introduced."
Christopher smiled as he extended his hand.
"I am Lord Saxton."
The young man's eyes widened, and he searched the softly smiling visage of his sister as he mechanically accepted the hand.
"Lord Saxton? The Lord Saxton?" I am the one who wore the mask and walked with a limp,"
Christopher confessed.
"'Twas done partly to fool the thieves into believing the man they had murdered was still alive. And then, too, I desired to wed your sister, and found no other way. I hope you will value the friendship we began when you knew me as the cripple."
Farrell tried to grasp all the facts and put them together in their proper places.
"You were really married to my sister, and you were the father of her—"
Erienne blushed as she glanced hesitantly toward the sea captain, who seemed to be enjoying the whole exchange. His smile broadened as her husband gave a reply.
"You needn't sharpen your skill with firearms to avenge your sister's honour,"
Christopher replied. The teasing gleam in his eyes shone brighter.
"'Twas quite properly made, I assure you."
They paused as a coach came into view, followed by a score of riders. Erienne immediately recognised the entourage as the same they had passed on their return from London some weeks before, and was puzzled by its presence here. The conveyance swept up the drive and pulled to a halt. A footman rushed to open the door, and the Marquis Leicester descended the steps that were set before the door.
"Have we come too late?"
he inquired, with an amused smile twitching at his lips. He glanced about, surveying the scene of the tars, carrying away the dead and piling them in carts.
"I say, you didn't need my help at all. It looks as if you've put these thieves to rout once and for all."
He turned back to question the occupants of the carriage.
"Ladies, 'tis a dreadful sight you'll see here. Are you sure you're up to it?"
"I want to see my son," came a smooth, feminine voice. Christopher took Erienne's arm and led her forward as the Marquis reached in a hand, lending assistance to his wife, who sat nearest the door. As soon as she stood to the ground, Anne held out her arms to Erienne. "My dear, what a dreadful experience it must have been. We were gone when Christopher's letter arrived, and when we found it awaiting us, we rushed here from York, where we've been since leaving London. Thankfully, my sister had just come from Carlisle to be with us." "Your sister?" Erienne peered within the interior, and her face showed surprise as the Marquis moved aside and the Countess Ashford appeared in the doorway. The woman descended and lifted a cheek expectantly to receive a kiss from Christopher. Then he led her to Erienne, who stared in bemusement at the woman. His eyes twinkled as his voice filled her mind.
"Erienne, my sweet, I would like you to meet my mother."
"But you are the Countess Ashford." Erienne's mind stumbled in growing confusion. "I remember you from the assembly. You played cards with me." The Countess smiled gently. "I wanted to meet you, and since my son was determined to keep his identity a secret from you, I could not tell you I was his mother, though I dearly longed to. Will you forgive me for the deception?" Tears started in Erienne's eyes, but they were joyful tears, and of a sudden the two women were crying together and embracing each other. The Countess drew back, and, with a lace handkerchief, dabbed at the girl's tears, ignoring the ones that brimmed in her own eyes. "I came to stay in Carlisle so I could be near my son," she explained amid sniffles. "I am a widow again, and it was lonely in London without him there. Besides my sister Anne, Christopher is the only family I have left, and I was so afraid something would happen to him. I bade Haggard to watch over him as much as he could." "You came back to England to live after your marriage?" Erienne inquired. "By then my sons were grown, and the Earl was an old friend of ours. It seemed fitting that I should marry him, though Broderick was the only real love in my life." Christopher placed an arm about his wife's shoulders and smiled at his mother.
"I have not had the chance to tell you, Mother, but you are to become a grandmother this year."
Mary caught her breath, and her face lit up with sudden happiness. "I think a boy would be nice, but then again, I never had a girl, and I've been so anxious for Christopher to wed and settle down. Aggie and I have worried that it would never be. Oh, Erienne, Erienne!" Tears reappeared in her eyes. "You will be so good for my son. I just know you will." The silence of the Lord's bedchamber that evening was thwarted by the whispering voices that came from the bed, as Erienne Saxton lay tucked securely in the curve of her husband's body. Together they observed the glowing coals of the dying fire, and now and then his lips dipped to touch the spot below her ear where the pulse gently throbbed. "I think I should like to see America some day," she murmured in the dark. "Your mother talked about it so much at dinner. It must be quite a country. Do you think it would be possible for me to see it?"
"Whatever my lady desires,"
he breathed, nuzzling the fragrant tresses beside her ear.
"My world is where you are, and I follow where you lead."
Erienne giggled as his teeth nibbled at her earlobe.
Nay, sir, I will never lead you, for my hand will be tucked firmly in yours. We are one in truth, and by your side I will gladly walk or stand if you will have me there.
If? There was amazement evident in his tone as he repeated the word. Have I fought for you all these many months, just to place you behind me, where I cannot view your beauty? Nay, my lady, beside me is where I would have you, always close to my heart. This is Rosalind